Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. A strong wind suddenly came from ahead of her. It was like a bullet-like finger, ruthlessly coming towards her. Marine 6 powers, finger pistol. Whiz. At the critical moment, Robin suddenly became aware of the coming danger and moved her body to avoid the coming attack. After avoiding this attack, her face became a bit ugly as she had made a lot of noise and attracted the attention of her pursuer and his companions, and this person was not Blueno who she had first met, that is to say, there were at least 3 people from the other side. Hey, Kaku, chasing after a woman and almost letting her run away, you are not doing a really good job here. After Jabra's finger pistol blocked Robin, he did not continue to attack her, but ridiculed Kaku who was rushing from the rear. After Kaku rushed over, he stopped and he narrowed his eyes angrily and yelled at Jabra. Shut up. I wasn't going to lose her and it was me who found her. If I hadn't come, she would have run away. Do you think that would be any different than you not finding her? Jabra snorted and folded his hands on his chest. Kaku was annoyed and they quarreled for a while. Robin glanced around and quietly retreated, trying to retreat into the chaotic crowd and slip away, but before she could take a few steps out, a voice suddenly came from behind her. You two can stop it. Lucci stepped out of the crowd, looked at Kaku and Jabra and said, "Catching Devil Child is just one of the missions, and there's more to be done." Although Kaku and Jabra still refused to glare at each other, they ended their quarrel. The three men stood in a triangle surrounding Robin in the center. "Did you bring the sea stone shackles?" Lucci glanced at Robin and asked Kaku. Kaku shook his head and said, "They are with Fukurou. Tell him to come here." Lucci calmly said and then looked at Robin again and said, "I advise you to not do anything. Although the orders were to catch you alive, I cannot guarantee that you will be without any injuries if you try to escape." Robin's arms were half raised and paused in the air, but after biting her teeth slightly, she crossed her arms and clasped her fingers violently. 30 flowers. Finger pistol. Almost at the moment when Robin started her ability, Lucci jerked forward with his right index finger stretched out like a bullet, wrapped in a strong wind that headed towards Robin. Robin was forced to give up on her ability to dodge Lucci's finger pistol. Finger pistol. Spots. Lucci's face remained unchanged and his arm muscles tensed as one of his arms suddenly turned into a shadow and his fingers pounded towards Robin repeatedly, instantly sending out more than a dozen finger pistol. With the help of the observatory hockey, Robin's slender waists and legs tossed and rolled in this short instant, constantly avoiding Lucci's blows, but although she utilized observation hockey, her speed was far from Lucci's. After avoiding more than 10 finger pistol in succession, her body was no longer able to respond to those attacks, even though she could still clearly capture the subsequent attacks. At this critical moment, the ground of this street suddenly shook under the influence of some kind of power. This shock made everyone stagger instantly and they became unstable. Lucci was forced to terminate his finger pistol attacks to stabilize his body. Cypher Paul number 9. Hiding in the dark and attacking one of my crew members. At the end of the street, Ross came slowly, glancing indifferently across the field. Too much. That's too much. Even he didn't use his fingers to poke Robin yet. Listening to Ross directly identify their Cypher Paul number 9 unit, Lucci's eyes flashed. World government has 10 intelligence agencies as subordinated, 8 of which are exposed on the bright side, that is Cypher Paul number 1 to Cypher Paul number 8. As for the hidden ones, Cypher Paul number 9 and Cypher Paul number 0 directly belongs to the Tenryū Ubito and very few people know about them. According to common sense, no one should know the existence of Cypher Paul number 9 except the government and Marine senior officials. Lucci glanced at the streets that had become empty. Instead of dealing with Robin, Lucci stood there indifferently, looking at Ross. It seems that the assassination plan is failed. The original plan was to first capture Robin and then start the assassination plan. Even if it fails, they would take Robin hostage and use her against Ross. But what they didn't expect is that catching a Robin was more troublesome than they thought, which led to the current situation. However, it's no big deal that the assassination plan failed because it was just a way to minimize the impact and silently erase the Ghost Hand pirates from the world. Now that they have met like this and with him, Kaku, and Jabra here, the assassination plan is changed to frontal combat. Kill Ghost Hand Ross and capture Devil Child Nico Robin. Chapter 102 Rob Lucci Ghost Hand Ross, we finally met. More than half a year ago, the mission to hunt you down was handed over to us. Where have you been in the past 6 months? Lucci looked at Ross calmly with a cold face. Take a guess. Ross responded faintly and walked over to Robin. Seeing that she had no scars or injuries on her body, he turned his eyes back to Lucci and others. At this time, Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra also stood together. Lucci stood in front, Kaku and Jabra stood on his left and right sides. I'm not interested in where you went, but because of your disappearance, we have very little time available for this mission. Lucci's tone was cold. Ross gently took off the leather cap on his head and said, that's a shame because it's a mission that is destined to fail. With a flicker of his finger, he lightly threw his hat to the top of a wooden pole near the street. The scene fell into silence. Robin stood on the left side of Ross, while Laffit stayed on the right side of Ross, forming a one-on-one confrontation with the enemy. I know all about you and I feel sorry for your initial experience, but you will die here because you wantonly killed many Marines and you are opposing the world government. Lucci reached out and grabbed at his chest, pulled off a camouflage cloth that was draped outside, revealed the tight black windbreaker inside and looked calmly at Ross, saying, no matter how fierce of a pirate you are, no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible for a single pirate to oppose the world government. Whiz. The moment his voice fell, Lucci moved like a bolt of black lightning, showed much faster speed than Kaku and Jabra and instantaneously appeared in front of Ross, sweeping at Ross with one foot. Tempest kick. The powerful foot force, which was not known to the ordinary people, directly kicked a huge chop and swept between Ross's chest and abdomen and even included Laffit and Robin in the scope of the attack. Today, less than 9 years before Luffy went to sea, Lucci, and others in the original book hid their power for Pluton drawings in Water 7 and did not practice for 5 years. Today their strength is not much different from that time. Whiz whiz. Luffy and Robin reacted quickly and retreated toward the side. Ross stood in place, without any intention of avoiding the coming attack. He raised his right hand and grabbed that coming wind blade that held enough power to cut a building, and Ross caught that attack with his bare hands. ZZ. The coming wind swipe touched Ross's palm and instantly turned into a tangible substance, making a nurturing sound, constantly bursting and trying to tear Ross's palm apart, tearing the layer of the power of distortion on Ross's palm. However, regardless of how this attack broke out, it was impossible for it to break the power of distortion on Ross's palm. This wind attack was held by Ross and in midair, and then he threw it away like a small snake. Sneer. The attack was thrown away by Ross and it landed on the top of a building on one side and cut off the whole upper part of the building. The upper part of the building collapsed and crashed into the street. I don't know if I can compete against the world government, but I do know that you are not enough to compete with us. Ross slowly put down his right hand. He didn't take a single step from beginning till now. Lucci stared at Ross and heard Ross's words. Instead of being angry, he said, "Really? Anyone can talk big." Whiz. Whiz. During Lucci's confrontation with Ross, Kaku and Jabra quarreled again and charged towards their opponents, respectively. Kaku chose Luffy directly because Robin was a woman, while Jabra decided to grab Robin to make fun of Kaku's pride. Kaku pulled out the 2 swords that had never been used. He would not treat Luffy as carelessly as he did Robin, but he will consider him his opponent. Demon Sheriff, Luffy. Lucci chose the strongest one, and I don't want to fight a woman, so I'll have to let you be my opponent. Hoo, one of the hidden spy agencies of the government, Cypher Paul number 9. I am very interested in you, now let's fight. Luffy rotated the mahogany cane and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised as he politely accepted the fight. He's good at sneaking and hiding, and he is naturally interested in members of the world governmental subordinates' secret espionage agency and wants to see how good they are. On the other side, Robin stood there with a cold face and stared at Jabra. She had no fear in dealing with Cypher Paul number 9 members in a one-to-one manner. Gahahaha. Left it to Kaku, who couldn't even catch a single woman even though he chased you for half a day. If I can easily catch you, then Kaku will not be able to raise his head in front of me. Jabra looked at Robin with a funny and sly smile on his face. Whiz. 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 It seems that their minds are connected as 6 people attacked each other at the same time. When Lucci's previous attack did not work against Ross, he judged that Ross's strength was not normal and he would need to use all of his abilities. His body swelled at a rapid speed, and in a flash, he was taller than Ross. He had a huge body shape with his muscles bulging. His skin was covered with a pattern of leopards and his fingers became leopard claws. Zone Neko no Mi, model, leopard. Compared with countless messy devil fruit, the leopard-shaped fruit is among Zone's strongest, second only to the illusory and ancient devil fruit. Geicho victorious bird. Lucci whispered as he leaped up in the air. The powerful force under the leopard form was completely under his control. His legs and feet were like blades, splitting sharply at Ross's position. Buzz. In an instant, a huge chop, nearly 100 meters long, burst out from his leg and fell head-on towards Ross. This chop has enough power to destroy a large battleship in an instant. Kaku and Luffy, who were fighting, were forced to leap further away under the enormous power of the blow. Such a great power. Robin looked at the street that had been torn apart in a moment and her face changed slightly. Just now she felt that Lucci's level was different from Kaku's, and now it seems that her instincts were right. Not far from her left, Jabra laughed like a jackal. Although I don't want to admit it, Lucci's strength is the strongest among us. Not only that, but that fellow is the strongest person in the 800-year history of Cypher Paul number 9. Chapter 103, Ross vs. Lucci, Great Age of Pirates in 13th year. Bang. In a moment of tremendous chopping, a trench of nearly 100 meters in length broke out in the street. However, Lucci, standing in the air with moonwalk, did not show any relaxed expression but instead stared at the bottom with cold eyes. In the midst of the dusty street, Ross's figure gradually emerged. Ross was still standing in the same place, with a crack nearly 100 meters long, which was centered on him and was divided into 2 parts without any change in the ground beneath his feet. At this moment, Ross is holding his arm up and making a virtual grasping posture. As the dust gradually dissipates, he slowly withdraws his arm. Ross looked at the sky. It's a miscalculation. At that moment, because the attack came too fast and covered too much area, the moment it touched his palm, it fell to both sides of his body. It's like a whip is thrown on a nail, leaving a trail of whipping on both sides of the nail, but the small area where the nail is located is in a non-destructive state. I was going to throw it back, but it was broken all of a sudden. You're better than the Marine Vice Admiral I met, But I'm stronger," Ross calmly said, and then suddenly disappeared, appearing over Lucci and kicking him with his foot. Lucci glared at Ross but did not avoid the coming attack, and he also kicked towards Ross. Bang! Their feet collided in the air. Lucci's foot was wrapped in a strong wind, exerting his strong foot strength to the extreme. The blow was almost the same as that of Tempest Kick. In terms of physical strength, Lucci in the leopard form is stronger than Ross, but Ross's strength comes from his body and not from a devil fruit. The two forces collided and surged in the air, making a tremendous noise that shook the surrounding area. Those who had already fled the street were shocked when they heard and felt the terrifying movement. Is this an earthquake? No. Someone is fighting. Are you stupid? Can a fight between some people produce such a big movement? In horror and shock, countless people fled farther away. The loud voice alone forced them to cover their ears. Bang! A few seconds later, Ross and Lucci determined the strength and weakness of each other in just one move. Lucci's condensed attack was defeated by the power of distortion, and Lucci could no longer stay in the air. He fell like a meteor on the ground and created a small crater on the ground. Not far from the fight, Kaku and Jabra were shocked seeing this scene. For the first time, they saw Lucci fall into a difficult position in a face-to-face confrontation. Although Ross had attacked from the top and Lucci has attacked from the bottom, and Ross's use of gravity can also be submitted as a reason for Lucci defeat in this round, but Ross is the strongest person they have met so far. Cough. Cough. Lucci, who was thrown into the earth, was not badly injured. As early as he fell halfway down, he launched Iron Body. His already stronger body got even stronger under Iron Body, and it made his body much harder than ordinary steel, but his body also possesses the strength and toughness that steel did not possess. You are quite strong. Lucci jumped out of the hole that his body has made and looked at Ross suspended in the air and snorted. It is a delight for him to meet a powerful opponent that made his blood boil with fighting intent. Ross's face was expressionless and his figure flashed. He suddenly rushed towards Lucci. He was in the air and his punch had already fallen. Whiz. Lucci didn't confront Ross head on this time, but his figure flashed as he retreated, and then he bent his fingers and slammed them into Ross's direction. Some small air bombs were ejected from his fingers and rushed towards Ross. Ross did not escape and allowed the small air bombs to hit his body. These air bombs only pierced some holes in his clothes and then all collapsed under the influence of the power of distortion, without any effect. This little trick doesn't work for me. Ross fell to the ground, looked at Rob Lucci with indifferent eyes, then raised his hands and gently closed them in front of him. Bang! The whole street shook violently, and under the slightly shocked gazes of Jabra and Kaku, like two gates, with Lucci's location as the center, it burst open and then squeezed into the middle. Lucci's eyes flashed with danger and he tried to avoid the wide-range attack. To his surprise, the power of distortion transmitted from the ground beneath his feet and directly penetrated his feet, making his feet slightly numb and slowing down his escape. It was this slow step that made him instantly caught in the middle by the uplifted earth. It was like a tiny mosquito was caught between two huge iron walls. Ross's power of distortion has been able to touch his opponent's body directly through the earth. Although the power will be greatly weakened due to distance and multi-layered media, it can still cause some damage. Bang! The force of the blow was much greater than that of Tempest Kick, which Lucci had used before. The 100-meter-wide street split from the center, then rolled over and squeezed into the center like waves, and even miles away its momentum was deafening. Lucci. It's too late. What the hell is this guy? The rest of the Cypher Pal No. 9 forces finally arrived at the battlefield at this time. They looked at the hill-like thing that was tens of meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, and they couldn't help but look at it in fear and surprise. Although after the government's heavy selection and trials, their physical fitness has become countless times better than that of an ordinary person. But this is the first time that they have witnessed such a scene where the street itself rose from the ground and formed a small hill. Kaka. Kaka. In silence, at the top of the hillside, mud and rocks cracked and burst apart. Lucci's figure jumped out and landed on the ground. Cough. Cough. Lucci coughed violently. He was bleeding from his mouth and his appearance was extremely bad. Fortunately, his physical body was very strong, and combined that with his devil fruit leopard shape and iron body defensive power, his injuries were not serious. Ross has no expressions on his face as he stared at Lucci. Although he only used less than half of the power of distortion to cast the attack, Lucci's body in leopard shape was strong enough to withstand his attack with minimal injuries. If he can exercise his body to the limit, then it will be terrifying. His body will reach a level where even Whitebeard will not be able to resist the power of a single distorted punch. Lucci stretched out his finger and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Ross in the distance with slight dignity and said, "It seems that our intelligence has misjudged your strength. But if your strength only ends at this level, you won't be able to win. That clumsy trick will not work a second time. Chapter 104 6 Styles Secret Skill, 6 King Gun Lucci. Blueno and others were relieved to see Lucci rushing out of the cracked, bulging, and folded hills. At the same time, someone shouted at him. Lucci glanced sideways at Blueno and others and murmured, "I don't require your help here. You and Kiko go and arrest Nico Robin as soon as possible. Don't let her run away." Blueno and others were still confident about Lucci. After looking at each other, they rushed towards Robin and Lafitte. "Don't be so arrogant to discuss your plans in the middle of our fight." Ross calmly stood there and the power of distortion suddenly broke out. The entire street was shaken as the earth and stones were rolled up like waves and they were pressed directly toward Blueno and Lucci and directly involved everyone in the attack. The momentum of this blow is even bigger than before. "Back off." Lucci's eyes flashed as he leaped in the air and after a few flashes of moonwalk, he crossed over and slammed his leg towards Ross. Tempest kick. Storm. Sneer. 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 In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 choppers hit Ross head-on, trying to force Ross to stop his attack. Ross no longer controlled the rolling street and he raised his hand as his figure flickered and he caught all attacks in his hand. The attacks were like 7 or 8 invisible pythons which turned into a glowing sphere under the power of distortion. Whiz. Whiz. The gravity distortion was cast out and at the same time, Ross used moonwalk to close the distance between him and Lucci and he pressed the ball of light directly into Lucci's body. Lucci did not intend to compete with Ross. Instead, he appeared on Ross's right side and kicked him violently. Ross predicted ahead of time as he turned his arm around and continued pressing the light ball toward Lucci. Bang! Lucci's tempest kick slammed into the light ball and the light ball collapsed as it slammed into the broken street, cutting the tops of several buildings. Ross's palm did not stop. At the moment when the ball of light collapsed, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he continued to throw a punch at Lucci. Whiz! At the moment when Lucci was about to collide with Ross, he used moonwalk to disappear from the front and appeared behind Ross. Finger pistol. His fingers darted towards Ross's heart. Lucci's speed is much faster than that of Vice Admiral Dalmatian. After all, he is in Zone's leopard form and his physical strength is stronger than Dalmatian. However, even though Lucci is extremely fast, Ross with observation hockey can still react without getting injured by Lucci. Whiz. Ross's body slammed on one side, avoiding Lucci's finger pistol and he punched Lucci back. In the case of air combat, gravity distortion can greatly enhance his flexibility and speed, making his speed similar to Lucci. Lucci saw Ross react to several of his attacks and fight back. He gave up the attack and jumped to a roof. Your response is not bad. Ross retracted his fist and looked indifferently at Lucci on the distant roof. Blueno and others are weaker than Kaku and Jabra. Although they have reached the battlefield near Robin, they are easily entangled by Lafitte. Only. Kaku was about to lose his fight but with Blueno and other support he was able to compete with Lafitte. Your abilities are too troublesome. Lucci's eyes were low. It seemed that he was fighting Ross with speed, but in fact, he had to use speed to avoid Ross's attack. Fortunately, Ross's speed is a little slower than his, otherwise, if his speed was comparable to his, Lucci's odds of winning will drop to near 0. Without any hesitation. Lucci's thoughts moved as the muscles on his body contracted and shrunk. He used life return to increase his speed at the expense of reducing his strength. Whiz. Ross did not speak anymore and with a sudden flash, he dived towards Lucci, folding his right hand into a fist and flung it out with a violent blow. Lucci dodged Ross's fist, flashed to Ross's side and switched back. Ross reached for his wrist and in a flash, the two men made dozens of moves in midair. Bang. Even though Ross is inferior to Lucci in terms of speed but with the flying ability of gravity distortion and with the speed of moonwalk, he is not much slower than Lucci in the case of air combat. After dozens of moves, Lucci fell towards the ground again. Ross did not pause. As soon as Lucci fell he swooped downward, chasing Lucci and pressing down his hand and gathering power of distortion in his palms. He could almost see the weak distribution curve formed in the air around him with the naked eye. Whiz. Lucci forcibly twisted in midair and fell dozens of meters away without being hit by Ross's palm, but Ross also fell to the ground the next moment. Almost in an instant, the soil around Lucci surged wildly and piled up and squeezed toward his position and there appeared cracks in the earth as if the cover had been peeled off, taking Lucci's position as the center, forming a sphere. Ah! Lucci roared and his arms shook violently, breaking away from the state of life return, tearing apart the crushing stones and dirt and struggling out of it. Almost at the moment Lucci rushed out, Ross was already waiting outside for him, his eyes calm and indifferent as he raised his fist and slammed it towards Lucci. Lucci couldn't escape the blow, but instead of panicking, he sank his face, folded his fists in front of him and pointed them at Ross's swinging fist. 6 Styles Secret Skill, 6 King Gun. Bang. nearly surpassing the Sky Island's impact dial in power. This attack has more than enough power and it is concentrated on a single point. This attack and Ross's power of distortion collided against each other. This is the 6 Styles secret skill, 6 Kingan, that condenses all the power into one point and does not have any negative after effects on the user's body. An extremely terrifying destructive power will erupt at a single point. However, when this kind of impact is concentrated in one point and encounters the chaotic power of distortions, it will not be able to maintain the state of convergence smoothly, but in the fierce conflict, it will collapse. Ross and Lucci were stagnating at the same time. Time seemed to be fixed for a moment. Then the whole street was centered on the place where the two confronted, setting off a terrifying aftershock. The air seemed to ripple and rush in all directions. The earth-shaking sound made Kaku and others in the fierce battle hundreds of meters away look sideways, and the movements of their hands stopped at the same time. Did he use the 6 Styles secret skill, 6 Kingan? It's the first time Lucci has been forced to this extent. Cypherpol number 0 is superior to all Cypherpol organizations, while Cypherpol number 9 is a covert organization which is second only to Cypherpol number 0 and higher than all other Cypherpol organizations. Lucci is known as the strongest person in the past 800 years, which means that his strength is absolute. Kaku and Jabra don't have their devil fruit right now. In the absence of the devil fruit, their power is half of Lucci, but once Lucci uses his devil fruit's ability, his power will become several times higher, and everyone in Cypherpol number 9 combined is not his opponent. Chapter 105 Instantaneous Victory and Defeat Bang. In the aftermath, a loud sound echoed and the dust in the center swings away. Ross stands in place, motionless, and the ground beneath his feet shows traces of cobweb-like cracks. On the opposite side of Ross, Lucci failed to hold his figure. The impact of 6 Kingguns was crushed by Ross' power of distortion, and he flew backward and crashed through one building and crashed into the second one. He blocked Lucci's 6 Kingguns? How can it be? Seeing this scene, the pupils of Kaku and others contracted and their looks were slightly sluggish. Looking at the fierce battle between Ross and Lucci releasing the 6 Kingguns, the gap between their strength should not be this much. Lucci back collided with a second building as he vomited blood and walked out of the hole he made in the building and looked towards Ross's direction. He couldn't understand. How could Ross's power rise so much at once? When he launched Tempest Kick, he was only slightly inferior. Just now, he released 6 King's guns, intending to make a hard fight with Ross to create an opportunity to end the battle. Unexpectedly, he went all out to fight Ross hard, but he lost instead. You didn't use your full strength before. Lucci's face became extremely depressed and gloomy as he looked at the Ross standing on the broken street. To deal with Lucci, who is faster than him, Ross's plan of action is simple. First, he will fight with ordinary punches and then uses Distortion Fruit's ability to create a situation where Lucci can't use speed to avoid him, and then he will severely injure him. Yes. Ross looked calmly at Lucci. At first, he only used less than half of his power, and even with the last blow, he only used 80% of his power of distortion. Ross admires Lucci and Cypherpol number 9's intelligence-gathering ability, and he wanted to see if he can use that ability for his own, so he did not actively try to kill Lucci and others, otherwise he might accidentally kill Lucci by attacking him at his full power and the situation will be unsalvageable. Whiz. The next moment, Ross's figure flickered as he charged towards Lucci. Lucci's body was attacked by the power of distortion. Even though most of it was counteracted by the impact of 6 King's guns and Lucci's body was extremely strong, but it still suffered serious injuries. In particular, under the influence of the power of distortion, he could not display iron body. When he flew backward, he crushed a building with his back, and the impact injury was extremely serious. No way. Feeling the wounds of his body, Lucci knew that even if he used speed to avoid it, he would lose if he continued to drag it down. He took a deep breath and showed his determination in his eyes. Instead of choosing to avoid it, he put his fists together again. Using the power of life return to force down the injuries on the body. I don't plan to continue dragging it down, either. Seeing this scene, Ross's eyes were calm as his fingers folded into fists. Once again, the power of distortions in his body was completely stimulated by Ross, and all of them converged on his fists. The air around his fists faintly presented a circle of distortion. Distortion fist. At the same time, Lucci also made a decisive move. He did not pay any attention to his injuries, and all of his strength was completely focused on a single point. It was Lucci's strongest blow, and although it was performed in a state of near serious injury, it was almost as powerful as it was in its full-blown state, thanks to the ability of life return. Maximum ring, 6 King gun. Bang. Lucci's all-out punch and Ross's earnest punch collided with each other violently. It was as if time had been fixed at this instant. The impact of this explosion is far more than the Hashokan of the Sai of the Happo Navy that Ross encountered before. It exploded like a tough bullet, trying to break through the power of distortion blockade and penetrate Ross. But under his control, Ross' power of distortions is also completely condensed in one point. It collides directly with the impact of the 6 king guns. Lucci's 6 king guns can't compete with Ross' power of distortions. They just stand still for a second and then completely break up. Crash. The aftermath of the collapse of 6 kings guns and the power of distortions almost instantaneously destroyed the upper part of the building where Ross and Lucci fought and then spread down all the way, completely destroying the whole building and shattering it into numerous splashes of rubble. Lucci's figure flies backward in the burst of rubble, smashing 3 buildings in a row before creating a crater on the ground. He coughed out blood from his mouth and he was no longer able to maintain the shape of leopard, restoring to his normal human form. Kaku and others have no time to support Lucci, or even if they could have time, their support will be useless. They can only watch Lucci and Ross' final attack in which Lucci was completely defeated. Lucci lost? How could that be? That man's strength, even Lucci can't match it. Kaku and others made countless judgments before they acted against Ross. They even judged that Lucci may be defeated in his fight against Ross. After all, a 7 warlords of the sea was killed by the other side. But nobody expected that Lucci would lose so fast. The entire battle was completely one-sided and Ross never gave any chance to Lucci to recover in the entire battle. There was silence. There was a dead silence. Lucci was defeated so quickly was a point they have not considered and they hadn't made any preparations for this scenario. At this point, only a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral or Cypher Pal No. 0 can make any decision for them. Over the collapsed building, Ross floated in midair seemingly unaffected by the gravity and glanced calmly at Lucci, whose life and death was unknown, and turned towards Kaku and others. This glance made Kaku and others fall into the ice cellar. Damn. On the ruined streets, Lucci, Kaku, Jabra and many other Cypher Pal No. 9 members were lying on the ground unconscious with serious injuries on their bodies. After Lucci lost to Ross, the battle outcome could not be reversed. Spandam, who had been on board, did not hesitate to leave Lucci and others and ordered his men to sail away, without even going ashore to explore the details of the battle. Is it hard for you to hypnotize them deeply? Looking at the Cypher Pal No. 9 members lying on the ground, Ross asked Lafitte. Regardless of Cypher Pal No. 9's battle ability, its intelligence collection ability is beyond doubt. If he can take over many members of Cypher Pal No. 9 and form the peripheral intelligence network of pirates, it will not be necessary for him and Robin to make painstaking efforts to collect intelligence in the future. They were selected and trained and brainwashed at a very young age until they formally join the government's intelligence agency. It's very difficult to hypnotize them deeply. Lafitte showed a helpless expression. Even with his ability, it was difficult to even brainwash the weakest members of Cypher Pal No. 9 organization. They hold extreme loyalty to the world government. Ross looked at the Cypher Pal No. 9 members lying on the ground, looking thoughtful, and suddenly asked, what if this loyalty collapses? Is there a possibility of deep hypnosis? Lafitte thought for a moment and said, that's a good way to try, with some certainty. Ross nodded and said, well, what are you going to do? Asked Robin. She could see that Ross intended to take over Cypher Pal No. 9, but it would not be so easy for a world government secret government intelligence agent to betray the world government. Ross had a smile on his face as if he were holding everything in his hand. I won't do anything. There is a great possibility that after the intelligence agents are defeated, the world government will choose to obliterate their existence. In addition, the chief of Cypher Pal No. 9 is a waste and he will add fuel to fire to the failure of this operation to blame all the members of Cypher Pal No. 9. At Ross's words, Robin's eyes flashed. It turns out that you let the government ship leave here on purpose. She doesn't know how Ross knows about the chief of Cypher Pal No. 9, but since Ross says so, it's probably not wrong. Ross always knows something that doesn't seem to be known by anyone else. Robin even wondered if Ross was the head of a top-notch intelligence agency, but there weren't any signs of Ross contacting others. Chapter 106 Miserable Cypher Pal No. 9 Holy Land Mary Ejos. This is the heart of the world government. At the top of this stately and elegant building, in a very spacious hall, 5 people, sitting or standing, are all serious-faced. They are the core of the highest power of the world government. One of them frowned and hit the table with his fist. It's them again, the Ghost Hand Pirates. Even Cypher Pal No. 9 couldn't handle them. Everyone's face was full of anger. For the high-ranking people like them, the Ghost Hand Pirates' name could not even reach their ears before they caused a huge storm. But the Ghost Hand Pirates caused a huge storm, killing Crocodile, who was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This new rising power caused them some headaches. Different from the power of 4 emperors. The Ghost Hand Pirates has no fixed place to stay and they wander around the sea and even disappeared inexplicably for 6 or 7 months and no one was able to find them. Even Marine Admiral Aokiji failed to find them. Every Marine Admiral is an extremely important battle force, not only to deal with all kinds of things in the Marine but to also protect the Tenryubito, and they are also needed to deal with the 4 emperors that can make a big mess at any time. It is impossible for a Marine Admiral to hunt a single pirate force in the Grand Line. That seemingly small hole has become bigger. These Ghost Hand Pirates must be disposed of as soon as possible. With their dangerous behavior, if they continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ghost Shadow Ship. After dropping the seriously injured and comatose Cypher Pal No. 9 crew and letting Lafitte spy on them, Ross returned to the ship with Robin. "It seems that you have made a decision." Looking at Law, who was standing at the deck, Ross calmly said. With his current strength and status, it is not absolutely necessary for Ross to recruit Law as the ship's doctor, but with Surgeon Fruit, his potential is undoubtedly the biggest. Law murmured, "If you can kill Doflamingo, I can join you." Ross slightly smiled and without answering he made a gesture towards Robin, then turned and walked into the cabin and disappeared. Robin watched Ross's back disappear into the cabin and she turned to look at Law and held her chin in one hand and smiled. "So, you can call him Captain the next time you see him." Law sighed. He didn't know whether the decision today was right or wrong, but since the decision has been made, he can only take a step forward. As Ross expected, Spandam put all the blame on Lucci and others in order to minimize his fault. Coupled with his father, world government's senior official Spandam manipulating the internal operations, the government finally issued a killing order on Lucci. Cypher Pal No. 9 itself is a hidden organization which is independent of Cypher Pal No. 1 to 8. Now, not only are they completely exposed, but they also fail to complete their mission, so the existence of Lucci and others naturally loses its meaning. Very soon, the Cypher Pal No. 9 crew was hunted down by North Blue Marine. Because Lucci was seriously injured in battle with Ross, and others were also injured, they could not resist the pursuit of Marine from North Blue Branch, so they could only use Blue No's ability to flee continuously. Although they have been brainwashed and are loyal to the world government since childhood, this does not mean that they will be willing to be disposed of by the government, especially when they are blackmailed by Spandam. For Ross, they have no hatred, they are not as powerful as him, and it was due to their luck that they managed to survive. All the anger they have has been transferred to Spandam. Spandam, that bastard. Sooner or later I will let him pay the price. Somewhere in the shady corner of an island, the wounded, woeful Cypher Pal No. 9 crew are staying and resting, and Jabra is grinding his teeth in anger. Lucci sat there without saying a word. He lost his fight to Ross. He believed in dark justice. In his eyes, weakness is sin, but he is weaker than Ross. It won't work like this. We have to find a place to treat our injuries first. Khalifa watched Lucci's condition and the injuries and anxious expressions of the people present. Although they all had some first aid, they were not doctors after all. The injuries on their bodies could not be effectively alleviated and treated under the circumstances of Marine's constant pursuit. In particular, Lucci was severely injured and he has not yet recovered any battle strength. Some days ago, he even needed other people to help him. Only in these 2 days can he gradually walk by himself. If they can completely recover from their battle, let alone Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra, any one of the Cypher Pal No. 9 members are not afraid of Marine's pursuit from North Blue Branch. It will be easy enough for them to beat them down. In our current state, Marine will kill us once we show up. Fukuro shook his head. They are not very familiar with the environment of North Blue. Kaku murmured, the government and Marine's pursuit will not be obvious. Ordinary civilians will not know about our affairs. The only problem is how to raise funds for treatment. They are not pirates nor gangsters. Although they secretly executed countless disobedient people for the government, they only acted on their orders. And just as the crowd was meditating, a voice suddenly came from the end of the lane. You don't need to raise any money to get treatment. This voice changed the faces of all the Cypher Pal No. 9 people present, especially Lucci, who had been sitting there with his head down. He raised his head sharply and looked in the direction of the voice. There. Ross has appeared in the alleyway without them noticing his presence. His eyes were calm as he walked slowly toward the Cypher Pal No. 9 who was hiding in the depths of the alleyway. It's you. Kaku, Jabra, and others with battle's strength stood up unconsciously and put on a defensive posture and stared at Ross with great vigilance. But when they thought of the fight between Ross and Lucci, which was not long ago, Ross defeated Lucci and crushed them easily, they could not help but feel powerless. Ross was not very tall, but as he came and stood there, he gave them a feeling of suffocation. The scenes that lingered in their minds cannot be forgotten. Did you come here to taunt the losers? Lucci walked slowly to the front of the crowd and looked calmly at Ross. Ross smiled and shook his head. No, I am here for only one purpose. That's to give you two choices. What choices? First, work for me, or second, all of you can die here. Ross's voice was calm as it echoed in the dark lane. Kaku, Jabra, and others were angered and they said, "What a joke, how can we work for a pirate?" Chapter 107 Hidden. The choice is yours. Ross stood there calmly, without raising his eyelids. He said lightly, "I want to remind you that you are not the cipher pal number 9 of the government subordinates, but the fugitive pursued by the government. On the other hand, you should know all about me and the ghost hand pirates. My purpose has never changed, that is, hunting pirate." At Ross's words, Kaku and Jabra fell silent. Indeed. They are no longer the members of cipher pal number 9, but the fugitives pursued by the government. Strictly speaking, there is no difference between them and Ross. As for Ross's second point, their information about Ross and the ghost hand pirates is clear. The ghost hand pirates never raided civilians but kept hunting pirates all the way. As for the murdered Marine, it was also a counterattack against the pursuit and suppression. If Ross is the kind of pirate that plunders civilians, there is no acceptable possibility for them to work with him at all, but the fact is that Ross's behavior is not essentially different from them to some extent. It's not our captain who led you to this situation. I think you know better than we do about the main person responsible for your current situation. Haha. Lafitte's figure appeared silently. Ross didn't intend to use words to conquer cipher pal number 9. It was impossible to do it. At most, it will shake the hearts of the cipher pal number 9 members. Lafitte's mission is to gradually pull them into the abyss of hypnosis when cipher pal number 9's heart shakes. Spandam. That bastard, sooner or later I will make him pay the price for this. Under the psychological guidance of Lafitte, the faces of cipher pal number 9 were full of anger, but this anger was not directed at Ross, but it was directed towards Spandam. He is greedy for life and is afraid of death. He always hides on the ship and does not come down. He let the Marines protect him, and after the failure of the mission, he turned his head and fled without even saving them, and he also dumped all responsibilities on them. Whoop, but if you deal with him, you will be going against the world government. Lafitte's voice seems to have some magic. Cipher pal number 9's members' heart wavered and the belief in the heart gradually collapsed. However, not everyone is gradually guided by Lafitte. One person stood at his original position without any changes in his expressions, whether it was Lafitte or the reactions of Kaku and others. He did not do anything. Rob Lucci. Weakness is sin, this is your point of view. Ross's faintly said. Lucci's will is stronger than he expected. Even now, he remains standing there without any expressions on his face, otherwise, he would have been affected by Lafitte. If Lucci at this time affects Kaku and others, it is likely to cause Lafitte's guidance failure, leading to an irreversible situation. But a weak person become your chief and control your destiny. Isn't this a very sad thing? Lafitte is constantly guiding Kaku, Jabra, and others, while Ross continues to talk to Lucci, shaking Lucci's heart with what he knows. Compared with other people in cipher pal number 9, Lucci has more potential than all of them combined together. In the original series, he was defeated by Luffy. After being chased by the government, he actually returned and become the chief of cipher pal number 0, and when he was able to fight Sabo, who ate flame fruit without losing any ground. Ross will recognize such strength and potential. He is even willing to let him join his official crew. I won't interfere with their choice. Lucci was silent for a moment, then suddenly he opened his mouth calmly. He knew what Ross is trying to do and knew what Lafitte is doing. It can't change him or affect him. He's still Rob Lucci, the strongest cipher pal number 9 member in 800 years. He won't surrender to pirate or do anything for a pirate. However, he will not change the choices of Kaku and others. I am Rob Lucci. Weakness is a sin. If one day you can be stronger than the government, then you are just. But at least for now, you're not. I can be loyal to justice, but not to the enemy. Lucci's tone is calmly narrated. When it comes to this, his thoughts move and his body suddenly expands. It was a little difficult to enter the leopard form. You are the only qualified enemy I have encountered. Ross looked at Lucci and there were a slight regret and loss in his eyes. He said, if you had met me a year earlier, it would have been a suspenseful battle. Is that right? That's a pity. Lucci had a slight smile on his face as he pounced on Ross. Bang. Lucci's body stops and solidifies there with Ross's fist resting on his chest. Lucci. Kaku, Jabra, and others were shocked and puzzled. Lucci's body quickly recovered from Leopard Man's form and fell aside. There were no new wounds on his body, but the internal organs of Lucci's body had already been crushed. This is really... Lafitte shook his head. Fortunately, he had almost completed the guidance and preliminary hypnosis. Lucci took the initiative to make a choice and didn't interfere with his work. Otherwise, he might lose a lot. Even so, he had to continue his work. Although Kaku and others were affected, Their heart now has an even bigger flaw and he found an opportunity to invade it. On the other side, Ross slowly retracted his hand and shook his head. At the same time, a familiar voice was heard in his ear. Rob Lucci, the strongest Cypher Pal number 9 member in 800 years, has been killed. A reward of 100 talent proficiency points and 1 point free talent points has been acquired. Looking at Lucci's body, Ross muttered to himself, whether it's life or death, you were worth it. You were indeed a qualified opponent. Unfortunately, I met you too late. The death of Lucci adds hatred to Kaku and others, but this hatred does not point to Ross, but to Spandam, even without Lafit guidance. When Ross first beat them, he didn't kill Lucci. It was a decent defeat. After a while, the remaining Cypher Pal number 9 members joined the Ghost Hand Pirates. Lafit completed the final guidance. He slightly smiled while looking towards Kaku and others. He performed a long brainwashing and deep hypnosis, just in line with Law's treatment to Kaku and others to synchronize, to maximize their loyalty. Kaku and others did not speak, although they decided to join the Ghost Hand Pirates. They were all in a low mood because of Lucci's death. Very soon, the Cypher Pal number 9 members and Ross returned to the Ghost Shadow ship. Law was responsible for healing the injuries they suffered and Lafit for further brainwashing and hypnosis. A month later, Ghost Shadow ship returned to Grand Line with Kaku and others and placed them on a large island and issued a Den Mushi for contact. Ghost Hand Intelligence Organization has been created. At the same time, the world government changed the bounty amount of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Robin's bounty increased to 80 million berries and Lafit's bounty became 120 million berries. As for the bounty of Ross, it was raised to 300 million berries. Chapter 107 300 million berries bounty. Chapter 108 Promoting Strength bounty of 300 million berries. Before Ross, the top supernova in the first half of the Grand Line was a pirate named Bartra who had a bounty of 280 million berries. Now Ross has surpassed him in the first half of the Grand Line of this era. He has a bounty of 300 million berries which made him the top supernova. In the first half of the Grand Line, a supernova with a bounty of 100 million berries read the new wanted poster of Ghost Hand Ross and he couldn't help but blink repeatedly when he read the reward. Oh, 300 million, what a big deal. Sabati Archipelago. Another supernova with a bounty of over 100 million berries, read the bounty order falling from the sky and slightly grinned. What a great guy, for someone who has completely angered the government and marine and still lives to this day. It is unfortunate that he didn't meet us. A man next to him with a cigarette grinned and said, but we are going to the new world soon, let's see if that guy can live till he reaches the new world. On a piece of sea. Don Chenjiao, a bald man in a blue cloth, touched his bald head and looked angry. The younger generation man always runs around, but sooner or later this old man will find you. For the first half of the Grand Line, all the supernovas which held the bounty of over 100 million berries paid attention to this news, because in the first half of the Grand Line anyone who has a bounty of over 100 million berries will be able to survive in the new world and they will have a chance to become one of the members in 4 Emperor's Pirates. Compared to it, in New World, there are many pirates with a bounty of over 100 million berries, but not many people will pay attention to this kind of news. Ghost Hand Ross's hanging bounty reaches 300 million. Don't you say that he had disappeared from the sea? What did he do now? Many people were shocked to find Ross's bounty order, which changed from 200 million berries to 300 million berries. As the government tried to cover up the Cypher Pal number 9 accident, the news of Ross's defeat of Cypher Pal number 9 in North Blue did not leak out. Few people knew the inside story. Although there is not much news about Ross, the change in the bounty order has caused some waves on Grand Line and some forces who believe that Ross has been secretly dealt with by the government have once again focused their attention on them. Compared to other pirates, the Ghost Hand Pirates is undoubtedly regarded by the world government as a bone spike, a stab in the flesh that has to be removed. The government and Marines will never give up. They have raised a bounty on his head and I am sure that Marines will continue to chase to either suppress or kill the Ghost Hand Pirates. Never had a pirates been able to shame the world government and Marines several times before they entered New World. Never had a pirates been able to survive the first half of Grand Line and reach New World after outraging the government and Marines. Ghost Shadow Ship. After placing Cypher Pal number 9 and others on a large island in Grand Line, Ross gave them the first mission, which contained 2 submissions. First, to collect all the intelligence of Supernova Pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, especially those who have a bounty of over 100 million, their location and specific routes. Second is to collect all 7 warlords of the sea intelligence data, focusing on location information as well. I will kill some pirates in the first half of the Grand Line but I need to hurry and go to the New World as soon as possible. Any future actions taken by the world government will include Cypher Pal number 0, or Buster Call, or a Marine Admiral will personally come out. Ross stood on the deck and murmured as he watched the rolling sea. The exact existence of Cipher Pal number 0 is not clear to Ross, but from the memory of Lucci joining Cipher Pal number 0, their strength can be compared with a person who has eaten the flame fruit. They are the highest battle power in the organization. Their strength will not be much weaker than a Marine Admiral. Buster Call has 10 large battleships, 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral and at least 10 Headquarters Rear Admiral, which are second only to Cipher Pal number 0 and Marine Admiral. As for a Marine Admiral, the worst thing for Ross is to encounter a Marine Admiral. He is now strong enough to surpass a veteran Headquarters Vice Admiral, but still, the huge gap between him and a Marine Admiral cannot be erased even with the assistance of the proficiency points he gained after killing Lucci. Marine Admiral is almost at the peak of both body and hockey. There is no absolute shortcoming. Even Kizaru, which Zephyr calls its overdependence on fruit, has absolute capital to rely on fruit, and the speed of glittering fruit is too terrifying. Unlike Luffy, can a year or two be enough to reach a Marine Admiral's in strength? Ross pondered. His present situation seems to be at ease. In fact, it is at the edge of the cliff that he is likely to fall into the abyss at any time. If he wants to truly have the ability of self-protection, he must at least have the strength of a high-level cadre of 4 Emperor's pirates, or it will be even better if his strength is similar to a Marine Admiral. Thinking for a while, Ross shook his head and called out the talent system. After killing Lucci, he had not used the 100 talent proficiency points. Looking at the semi-permeable talent system interface, he thought about it and put 50 proficiency points on agility enhancement. Speed is his current weakness and shortcomings. If he did not conceal his strength and create opportunities to hit Lucci hard, even if he would win in the end, but it would be difficult for him to catch Lucci if he wanted to escape. Lucci was a lot faster than him, not to mention Marine Admiral. If he meets Kizaru, he can easily play Ross on the palm of his hand by using speed alone. Buzz. The golden light flashed and the panel of the general department changed. Agility enhancement, 200 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 350 top-level strengthening after filling in 50 talent proficiency points. Agility enhancement rose from 150 to 200, crossing the threshold of top-level strengthening. After a burst of heat flowing through his body, Ross could almost clearly feel that his body had become extremely light and that lightness had no effect on his strength. Whiz. Whiz. He lifted his foot and utilized moonwalk. He circled around the ghost shadow ship and returned to his original place. His speed was at least 50% higher than before. Such a surge will make up for the speed gap between Lucci and him in an instant, even slightly better than that. If he fought with Lucci with his current speed, then he would be able to defeat him in speed and he will not have any weakness. The remaining 50 talent proficiency points, Ross slightly thought and assigned 35 points to the observation hockey and 15 points to the distortion fruit. Buzz. The golden light illuminates from the bottom of the battle talents tree and it flashes all the way. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 405 flash step of Marine 6 powers, 0 paper art of Marine 6 powers, 0 Marine 6 powers as moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 50 armament hockey, 0 distortion fruits proficiency breaks through the 400 point mark to 405 points, which fits in with the 7-month improvement in the Sky Island. As for observation hockey, it also reached 50 points and it has soared. With his full concentration, it is easy for him to perceive the action of Robin who is taking a shower in the bathroom. However, he can only perceive actions and can't see the full picture. I don't know if I can catch Kizaru's action now. But it should still be very difficult. As Ross adapted to the improved observation hockey, he thought and muttered to himself. Chapter 109 Marines are moving Marine headquarters. Aokiji sat yawning, rubbing his eyebrows in an office at the top of the fortress and said, "Arara, is there another one? The ghost hand pirates are troublesome." Previously, he went to the sea for the ghost hand pirates. He went out for a month and stayed outside for a month. He found nothing and finally returned without success. A Marine Admiral ran out alone for a month and accumulated a lot of things he needed to deal with. After returning, he was busy for a long time before he finished. Aokiji shook his head and couldn't help but think of Garp. Garp has repeatedly refused to be promoted to an admiral and even now he is still a vice admiral. Compared with admiral's position, vice admiral is much easier. It does not need to be responsible for Tenryubito's security, maintain Tenryubito's power, or supervise numerous marine subordinates to approve trivial matters in a sea. Right now he is a newly appointed admiral, so he is not as lazy as he was in the original series. He is doing his job as an admiral. As sea area. Aokiji took out the sea map and looked at it for a moment. As a new marine admiral, he was responsible for a lot of trifles things of marines. If he ran out again and again for a single pirate group, marine would be in a mess. However, Cipher Pal number 9 was destroyed by Eros, 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile was also killed by him, and the branch vice admiral was also unable to control the Ghost Hand pirates. Even a headquarters vice admiral would be hard-pressed in dealing with Ross. He had to authorize a buster call. The strength of the Ghost Hand pirates requires a buster call to deal with them. Headquarters vice admiral is also responsible for a lot of things. Mobilizing 5 headquarters vice admiral at one time and leading the army to leave headquarters to deal with the Ghost Hand pirates will also have a great impact. It really is a headache. Aokiji, with a pen in one hand and a chin in the other, fell into deep meditation and finally took out Denden Mushi and silently gave several orders. Very soon, under the command of Aokiji, Marine headquarters took action and a total of 6 large battleships departed from headquarters. It's Vice Admiral Doberman and Vice Admiral Momonga. 6 battleships and vice admirals. Are they going to launch a buster call? Lieutenant Marine of headquarters was shocked to see the scene. Although Marine headquarters often had large battleship docked on its shore, but this time 6 battleships were departed at the same time, led by vice admirals, and formed a fleet. Such forces were somewhat frightening. It's like a big war. On one of the battleships, the atmosphere was suppressed. Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman walked up to the deck and pressed one hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes looked coldly at the sea in front of him. I'll make up for the mistakes I made. This time, I will execute you personally. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman, working with several Headquarters Vice Admiral from Marine Headquarters, target Ghost Hand pirates on the Grand Line. Half a month later, SEC area. This is a sea on Grand Line, which covers 2 routes and consists of 5 islands. It is also called the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. The cherry trees on 5 islands in the sea are very flourishing. At the edge of one of the islands, the Ghost Shadow ship is briefly docked. A pirate of over 100 million bounty is in this sea, but it is not yet clear which island he is at. Kaku and others are exploring intelligence through various channels in the underground world. In the practice room of Ghost Shadow ship, 2 figures are doing exercises, one is Ross and the other is Law. After boarding the Ghost Shadow ship and discovering Ross's practice methods, Law quickly joined in on those practices. Although he has become a ship doctor of the Ghost Hand pirates and Ross has confirmed that he will deal with Doflamingo, he will not put all his hopes on others. In order to handle Doflamingo, he will naturally improve his strength as soon as possible. Who? Law, who is a few months away from the age of 16, doesn't need to mention the gap between his and Ross's physical fitness. Right now he can only carry Ross's lightest weight and do physical exercises. In the other corner of the practice room, Ross not only carries a huge load 10 times more than Law's but also used his gravity distortion to support himself with double gravity. After the proficiency of the power of distortions reached 400 points, Ross reached a new step for the displacement of gravity, which directly affected the gravity. Naturally, there's still a big gap between his gravity distortion and the gravity devil fruits. Today, he's trying to stimulate gravity distortion and can at most utilize triple of normal gravity, far less than Fujitora, let alone pulling a meteorite from the sky. With the ability of double gravity, Ross's physical exercise effect has become obvious again. The special floor of the practice room can also bear Ross's maximum load with. Ross and Law were doing almost synchronous movements, squatting heavily, but every time Ross squatted, he could feel the mountain-like heavy pressure. On the other side, Law seemed a little silly doing those exact movements with the same expression. The only thing that was almost the same was the look in their eyes. The eyes of Ross and Law are very similar, both have their own goals, and their hearts are firm and unshakable. What they have to say is that Ross's eyes are slightly different from Law's. In his tough eyes, there is a hint of indescribability. Bang! Ross completed a set of squats and retracted the gravity distortion ability before putting the huge load aside. He sat on the floor gasping for breath. Almost at the same time, Law couldn't hold on and he threw away the load, leaned against the back wall and gasped violently. And just then, after receiving the latest intelligence from the Peripheral Intelligence Organization, Robin found Ross, who is practicing in the practice room. Captain Ross, the intelligence has come. They have determined the position of the moving weapons Grisbardra with a bounty of 160 million berries. Oh? Ross stood up and took a deep breath to maintain his image and looked at Robin. Robin first reported the intelligence in her hand and then asked Ross, so, should I contact our navigator now? Ross nodded and said, notice Lifit that as soon as the magnetism of the log pose is full, he is to come back to the ship. Our goal is Spring Island and I don't want my prey to run away. The pirates who have the bounty between 100 million and 200 million berries are good hunting targets for him. Even if he hunts a pirate with the same amount of bounty a second time, he will acquire 40 talent proficiency points, which is a considerable improvement, and there is also a probability of gaining free talent points. He now has 2 free talent points. For the time being, he doesn't plan to mess around with them. The proficiency of the distortion fruit has reached 405 points. It is not far away from 600 points. At that time, the free talent points will be needed to activate the distortion space ability, and that ability will require more than 3 free talent points. For Ross, the first half of the Grand Line is a free map. Even if he killed pirates wantonly, he won't provoke any of the 4 emperors. After entering the New World, the pirates are either 7 warlords of the sea or they are under the banner of 4 emperors. Even if he is able to stall the Marines and the government long enough to enter the New World unharmed, he would face the situation of New World's 4 emperors separatist regime. If he wants to rise in that sea, then he would have to confront a 4 emperors. Before that, Ross had to safely break into New World under the bloody and ruthless pursuit of Marine and the government. This road is extremely difficult. But as long as he stepped over, he would be very close to standing on the top of the sea. Chapter 110 Metal Attribute Devil Fruit ET Spring Island. It is one of Asia's 5 cherry blossom islands and one of the most prosperous islands. The climate on the entire island is spring all year round, so it is also known as the Spring Island. On a certain street in the Spring Island, there is a totally different atmosphere from the flowing cherry blossoms. Tension, depression, and fear. What are you going to do? This is the greatest cherry blossom manor in Spring Island. You can't do that. A thin old man fell to the ground and watched a group of pirates with wicked faces in the manor. Grinding his teeth, he struggles to open his mouth. Bang! One foot stepped on the old man's chest and restored him to the ground. The owner of the foot was a fierce wicked pirate with sharp teeth. He looked down at the old man under his feet and smiled fiercely at him. I heard, you don't welcome pirate here? The old man was trampled on and could not answer. That pirate snorted and said, what a joke, do you know what time is it? It is the great age of pirates. Beauty and peace have been ended more than a decade ago. Since it is the greatest manor, you must have a lot of treasures here. If you don't want to die, hand them over. Another pirate, carrying a portable cannon, came to the side and grinned. The old man breathed hard and said, this is the most precious treasure here. These cherry trees. Ah. What precious treasure is the cherry tree? The 2 pirates looked at each other and couldn't help but ask again. At the time, there were dozens of pirates wandering in the manor, and some people rushed into the villa in the middle of the manor. There was a burst of porcelain cracking in the villa. Quickly a few people came out of it and scolded, nothing, not even a gold coin, where is the treasure? After many pirates raged in the Sakura manor, they all got nothing and quickly gathered under a cherry tree at the entrance to the manor. After many pirates rampaged around the cherry blossom manor, they got nothing and soon gathered under a cherry tree at the entrance of the manor. Captain Barter looked at the old man guarding the manor with a fierce face and lifted him up by the neck, saying, damn, where did you hide all your treasures? There is nothing you want here. The old man spoke in a difficult tone and said, like I said. These are the most precious things here. Cherry trees that have grown for hundreds of years. Bang. Bartra had a look of anger on his face. He specifically asked about the most famous place on the island. The answer he received led him to this cherry blossom manor. After running here, there is nothing. There are only cherry trees in the manor? I see, you don't want to live. His eyes became extremely indifferent. He threw the old man to the ground. His arm suddenly turned into a silver fluid. In a moment, it solidified into a sword, which reached the old man's neck. The old man breathed hard, but there was no fear in his eyes. He just lay there dying and had no intention of resisting the long sword against his neck. Bartra stared at the old man for several seconds and suddenly grinned. Very good. Is this cherry tree the most precious thing here? Then I will take away your most precious thing. The moment his voice fell, he looked at the men around him and said, burn it, burn all the trees, don't leave one. The old man, who had been waiting to die, heard this sentence and his eyes opened. He struggled violently to get up and grabbed the sword that Bartra's arm had turned into. He said, You can't do that. The manor is noisy. Instead of stabbing the old man with the sword, Bartra kicked him away and let him fall into the distance powerlessly. The old man watched as Bartra's men began to destroy cherry trees in the manor. Bang! A cherry tree was ignited by the cannonball and burned rapidly. The pink cherry petals turned golden red in the fire, like a sunset that would fade away. The old man struggled to get up to stop it, but his aging body was tortuous, and it was difficult to stand up, so he could only watch the scene with open eyes. Wicked devil! You are a wicked demon. And just as the old man was about to collapse, a voice suddenly came from a distance. It's a beautiful view. Ross and Liffit came in from outside the manor. His eyes showed a touch of appreciation. After sweeping the whole cherry manor, they fell on the burning cherry tree. When Ross and Liffit came in, Bartra and many other pirates saw them and they recognized them. For the first half of Grand Line Supernova, who had a bounty of over 100 million, he knew something about Ross and soon recognized Ross. "You are Ghost Hand Ross and Demon Sheriff." After recognizing Ross's identity, Bartra and others suddenly became serious. In the first half of today's Grand Line, Ross is the #1 supernova. No one thought that they would meet Ross here. Ross's eyes stayed on the burning cherry tree for a few seconds, then he looked at Bartra and others and said, "It seems a little too luxurious for your funeral." When Bartra heard Ross, his face instantly became gloomy. He knows about the somethings about the Ghost Hand pirates. They destroy other pirates and they are not afraid of Marines. The only reason Ross would have come here is for his head. "Are you looking for me?" It is not easy to take the head of a pirate who has 160 million berries bounty on his head. Ross smiled faintly. Whiz. Ross, standing there, suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to Bartra, and his palms fluttered lightly against Bartra's chest. The power of distortion suddenly broke out. Bang. Bartra's chest was instantly muddy as the spinning distortion power distorted his whole body, but strangely he did not bleed. His entire body turned into a pale silver liquid. After flowing for a period of time, the liquid quickly rose and converged and became human again. Captain. Captain is unscathed. Seeing this scene, many pirates who had been shocked by Ross's speed, were relieved and grinned a little. So far, only one of the enemies they have encountered can hurt Bartra, but he was defeated in the end by Bartra. Although Ross's bounty is as high as 300 million berries, they still have absolute confidence in the terrifying ability of their captain. What? Your fame is so great and you are only at this level. Spiral Blade. Bartra smiled wickedly and flies out with a sudden wave of his arms and liquefies in midair, turning into two swirling blades that tangent to Ross's body. Chapter 111 Hidden Ding. Ross raises his hand and sweeps out the two swords. He looks at Bartra with narrowed eyes and said, "Paramsha Metal Attribute Fruit? It's an interesting ability." In the intelligence of Kaku and others delivered, there is naturally Bartra's specific ability, but Ross did not care and only listened to Bartra having a metal attribute fruit. It now appears that this fruit is like the high-level version of the Machi Machi fruit, which resembles the fruit of Big Mom Pirate Kusagakure. It has the ability to turn into a liquid state, somewhat closer to the shape of Logia. This is a very good ability. If it is trained properly, it will become very powerful and may surpass Logia Devil Fruit. When he heard Ross, Bartra snorted and grabbed the hook blade arm that flew back to him and smirked at Ross, saying, "Interesting? You will see it soon." Despair. Buzz. His fist fluidized abruptly into an extremely sharp long gun, and with one of his fists, it thrust violently into Ross's chest. Faced with Bartra's blow, Ross closed his fingers and fluttered his fist lightly. Bang. The fist and the long gun collided together. Bartra's imagination of the long gun running through Ross's fist did not appear. Instead, the long guns began to crumble from the gun's head and broke down all the way, restoring the shape of the arm. Then, under the ravages of the power of distortion, his arm burst open and blood and broken bones splashed around as he flew backward. Ah! Ah! Bartra looked at his broken right arm and gave a scream. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely stiff. The expressions of those smirking pirates are all fixed on their faces. In the next moment, they were horrified. Captain's arm. How is it possible? Hey, Captain, are you kidding here, Captain? Quickly recover that arm. Several pirates reached out to Bartra, screaming and rolling, and tried to walk, but they were all stiff and unable to take a step. In the field, Ross's eyes flashed with disappointment as he walked towards Bartra. At this level, it's a pity that this fruit falls into your hands. No. This is impossible. Looking at the Ross coming over, Bartra's eyes showed sorrow and fear. Ross's fist can actually break his metal form, which is harder than steel, and completely destroying one of his arms. How on earth did he do that? A frog at the bottom of the well. Ross said the last word in a tone of indifference, lifting his foot and stepping down. Bartra's whole body melted into silver metal liquid, but it was still useless. It burst with blood and broken bones when Ross stepped on it. Moving weapon. Bartra with a bounty of 160 million berries has been killed, and the reward is 40 talent proficiency points. Haha, I'm afraid they don't even know what hockey is. They stood no chance. Not far away, Lafitte watched the scene, grinned and walked towards the remaining pirate. The rest of the pirates saw that their captain has been killed by Ross, and they were terrified of Ross and Lafitte, and they turned and fled. Sneer. Sneer. Lafitte's figure flashed in the field, killing 7 or 8 pirates in an instant. The remaining pirates scattered to try to escape, but Ross lifted his foot and stepped lightly. The ground rolled and surged, instantly turning into a huge ball of earth and stone, wrapping all the others in it, crushing and erasing them. Crash. After killing all the pirates, Ross raised his hand, rolled over the soil, and threw all the bodies and blood out of the manor. At the same time, it poured into the burning cherry tree, which prevented the fire from spreading. Cough. Cough. The old man of the manor looked at the scene. His dry eyes became wet. He coughed hard twice and barely stood up. He also recognized Ross and knew that Ross was a pirate, but Ross killed Bartra and others and prevented the fire from spreading. Whatever Ross was a benefactor who saved the centuries-old Cherry Blossom Manor. Thank you. You're welcome. Ross looked at the burning cherry tree and asked casually, "Are you the only one here?" "Yes, I'm the only one left." The old man nodded and sighed softly. Reaching out and gently picking up a falling cherry tree leaves, Ross shook his head and turned to walk out of the manor, and Lafitte quickly followed. Looking at Ross leaving, the old man took a long breath and reset back to the ground. Although a tree was destroyed, he managed to keep the manor. Ghost Hand Ross. He is totally different from the image of the government report. On the contrary, it is similar to the gossip circulated in the previous period. Thinking of this, the old man shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. What is Marine and the government trying to do with the world? After destroying Bartra, the main purpose of the trip has been completed, but they needed to stay here for 10 days to store the magnetic waves in log pose. Ross temporarily dispersed with Lafitte and others. The scenery on this island is rare, and even Lafitte has some interest in cherry blossoms. It seems that there are some fantastic ideas in his head. 5 days later. Walking along the cherry blossom street, admiring the scenery and the occasional beautiful girl, the Dendenmushi in Ross's pocket suddenly rang. After connecting Dendenmushi, Lafitte's dignified voice came from it. "Captain, we seem to be in trouble. There are 5 ships on the west bank. No, 6 marine battleships, large battleships from headquarters, and they seem to have been ashore for a long time. 6 large battleships. And from marine headquarters. Such a force configuration is not comparable to that of marine of any branch. They appeared on this island, and their goal is undoubtedly the Ghost Hand pirates. Has they finally arrived, marines from headquarters?" Hearing Lafitte's words, Ross paused and murmured in a low voice, with a flicker in his eyes. Even with Kaku and others as peripheral intelligence networks, even with the speed of the Ghost Shadow ship, it is impossible to avoid the marine and the government that has eyes on almost every island. "Shall I inquire about the details?" Lafitte whispered at the other end of Dendenmushi. "No." Ross shook his head and looked deep into the end of the street. "They're here. This time, our intelligence is a step behind. I hope we won't meet Marine Admiral." Ross is in a 3-way intersection, and the entire street has become empty without him knowing. Only the cherry blossoms are scattered silently. Dread. 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 No one spoke. The 3 directions were almost simultaneous, filled with dense footsteps. The footsteps came from far and near, clattering together like the last sign before the tsunami, depressed and suppressed. After a few seconds, in the street just ahead of Ross, there appeared a Marine general in Marine's Justice cloak, embroidered with Vice Admiral's epaulets and flash-tipped with a dark purple Mozacan head. Almost at the same time, in the street behind Ross, a General Marine, wearing a brown jacket and a Marine Justice cloak, came with a cigar in his mouth, and he was wearing a necktie. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Momonga. Cancer. Ross stared indifferently, looking at the Marines gathered in silence, and spoke into the Dendenmushi in his hand. "Lafitte, you and Robin go to the Ghost Shadow ship and don't let any Marine break my ship." After saying this, he hangs the Dendenmushi and puts Dendenmushi in his pocket. After a few seconds, from the last direction, Marines came from both sides, and a scarred Marine general stepped out of it, forming a triangle with Momonga and Cancer, and pinched Ross in the middle. 3 Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral gathered on the Cherry Blossom Street. No one spoke, but the atmosphere of the street had become extremely oppressive, and it was almost suffocating. In a state of repression, Doberman, who finally appeared, broke the oppressive and solidified atmosphere. He pressed his right hand on his blade and pulled the blade out of the scabbard slowly. "At last we met. Ghost Hands. Ross." At the same time, the news of Marine 6 Headquarters battleship appearing in Springs Island also spread rapidly to all over the world, attracting numerous forces' attention. 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral, 6 large battleship, Marine deployed such terrifying forces. What do they want to do? Very soon, these forces began to acquire intelligence from various sources, and ultimately the intelligence was: the Ghost Hand pirates appeared on the Spring Island a few days ago. It turned out that this was to exterminate the Ghost Hand pirates. 6 large battleships from the headquarters and 3 vice admirals. Marines are serious this time. The atmosphere of the major forces who have heard the news is solemn. No matter how rough the sea is, the government and Marine must not be completely angered. This is the iron rule. Once offended, Marine and the government will come after you with full force, and unless you were one of the 4 emperors, there was no way out of the ocean. The most terrifying force on the sea, the government, and Marine who dominated the world, finally showed its magnificence after being repeatedly shaken by the Ghost Hand pirates. Chapter 111 Headquarters Vice Admiral Chapter 112 implements the name of justice. I didn't expect a pirate hunter from West Blue to be able to toss it to the present level, but it will all end here. Doberman's eyes had no mood swings. Ross was his fault, and now he's going to erase it with his own hands. Marines standing behind Doberman did not know the truth of what had happened. They were just looking at something different. They didn't expect Ross to bring 3 high-ranking Headquarters Vice Admiral together against him. Unlike the branch Vice Admiral, Headquarters Vice Admiral is the real backbone of Marines, which largely represents the limits of ordinary people. As for Admiral and Fleet Admiral, they are on another level. Looking at the whole Marine headquarters, apart from the retired and semi-retired ones, there are only a dozen or 20 people actually in office, far from the average Vice Admiral branch. 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral. This is second only to the troop configuration of the legendary Buster Call. For Ross, a 300 million bounty pirate, 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral terrifying lineups were mobilized, which is enough to see how much Marines top management attaches to the Ghost Hand pirates, and obviously they do not intend to give them any more opportunities. King Momonga pulled out the blade and stared at Ross. Cancer also pressed one hand on the hilt of his sword and his eyes were cold. The whole street became silent and the Marines from the headquarters were holding their breaths seeing this scene. Nervous. Depression. In this silent, repressed, volcanic field that was about to erupt, Ross stared at Doberman and said slowly, "It was you." In the beginning, he only wanted to be an ordinary pirate hunter. He didn't need any orders from his superiors to hunt and kill pirate at will to improve his strength and gradually become stronger and go to the top. But because of Marine's pride and Marine's so-called face, the easy road with almost no crisis was completely cut off and there was no room for it. Indeed. From Marine's point of view, it seems that face and prestige are really important, far more important than a common pirate hunter in West Blue. But that pirate hunter is him. Give your life for the so-called justice? Don't kid. He is not a saint. Ross never cheats his heart. Between kindness and evil, he chooses neutrality, between chaos and orderliness, he chooses chaos. He is very calm about his position. He never regards himself as so-called kindness and justice, nor does he take pleasure in killing and brutality. After judging Doberman's identity, Ross laughed instead. There was not a trace of anger in that smile, but only a slight irony. I didn't expect it. A West Blue pirate hunter that was ordered to be killed in a Marine base killed a Rear Admiral of the West Blue branch, then killed a Headquarters Rear Admiral of West Blue and then killed a Vice Admiral on the Grand Line. It's all very unexpected. Momonga and Cancer's face sank. As for Doberman, the finger holding the hilt showed a slight tremor. Even as a Headquarters Vice Admiral, who had gone through numerous bloody battles, this is a moment when it was somewhat difficult for him to control his emotions. Ross's tone is very dull, but because of this dullness, this sentence pierced into their heart like a sharp weapon and made Doberman's face extremely depressed. This is the last topic he wants to face. Do you remember what I said in the beginning? Ross stood there, facing the 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral, surrounded by a large number of Marine elites without any expression of fear and panic, and spoke in a calm voice. Doberman's fingers holding the hilt of his sword continued to exert force on the hilt of the steel casting and the cigar in the mouth was almost bitten. Enough. Everything will end here. Doberman roared and the broken half of the cigar silently fell to the ground. At the same time, his body turned into a shadow and he was holding his sword with both hands with armament hockey coating its edges. He attacked Ross with his sword. It is impossible to shake his heart with words. He is a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. He has arrested and executed many pirates in his life. The peace of the sea has merit that belongs to him and will never be erased. In any case, from the time Ross cruelly killed Marine, his sins will never be washed away. Destroying the Ghost Hand pirates will be absolute justice. Buzz. Ross's eyes were calm and indifferent to Doberman's sword. He raised his hand as the armament hockey surged and converged, instantly forming a black hardening and stimulating the power of distortion. He caught Doberman's sword in midair with his bare hands. No. You're just saying the opposite. It's not the end, it's just the beginning. As for the hypocritical justice. Ross's eyes were calm as his fingers were pinching Doberman's sword slightly and the power of distortion erupted all the way up. Even though Doberman tried his best to stimulate armament hockey and harden the blade with black armament hockey, under Ross's power of distortion, the whole blade began to tremble, and its arms and fingers continued to tremble. Whiz. Just then, Momonga, who was behind Ross, made his move. His speed was very fast and almost instantly he came behind Ross. The blade in his hand burst into a green sword energy spiral, which ran through Ross's back. Sword flow. Stab. Looking at Momonga's support, Doberman was sure to hold the sword handle with cool eyes and press the blade to Ross's palm without giving Ross a chance to escape. Ross snorted as he held Doberman's sword in his right hand and pushed his left hand in the opposite direction and grasped Momonga's blade, shattering the sword energy around Momonga's blade in an instant. ZZ. Momonga's face changed slightly, but he didn't step back. Instead, he concentrated armament hockey completely on his palm and blade, forming a left-right collision with Doberman. Ross would have suffered Doberman's chopping if he fought against his sword, and his sword if he fought against Doberman's chopping. Marine's existence bears the name of absolute justice. The last headquarters Vice Admiral Cancer, holding a sword that had not yet been pulled out of the scabbard, slowly approached Ross with an indifferent and stern eye. For the people who are afraid of wicked forces, our existence is of great significance. If you do not have justice in your heart, don't criticize Marine's justice, boy. King. The moment the voice fell, he plucked his sword out of its sheath and cut it at Ross. All three headquarters Vice Admiral are top-notch swordsmen. Although their tactics and kendo are slightly different, they are very close in strength. This sword has no fancy sword energy, and all its power is concentrated on the blade, which is easy enough to cut off steel. Back off. Looking at the three headquarters Vice Admiral, the rest of the Marine elites did not come forward, but under the command of their captains, quickly retreated, all the way back to dozens of meters away, completely encircling the area. There's no point in rushing to such a battlefield, and there are three headquarters Vice Admiral here. Ross will be defeated here. Chapter 113 1 verses 3 Well said. There is really no justice in my heart. Watching Cancer slashing with his sword, Ross, who was suppressed by Doberman and Momonga in the middle, did not panic but replied in a gentle tone while both hands violently forced. Buzz. Power of distortions burst into full swing and pounded on both sides of him. Momonga and Doberman felt a strange force pounding madly on their armament hockey's defense. Both of them shook their arms and involuntarily retreated. After a move that made two Vice Admiral retreat, Ross retracted his right hand and converged his 5 fingers into a fist that was surrounded by the power of distortion. With a vague sense of fury he rushed towards Cancer's sword. But, to put your marine justice on my head, I can only say. You pick the wrong person. Bang. Ross's fist and the Cancer's sword collided in the air, making a loud sound that instantly tore the earth between them. Under Ross's power of distortion, Cancer's face changed. The outbreak of chopping was crushed by Ross's power of distortion as he staggered back by Ross's punch. The power of this guy has reached this level. No wonder Ross could kill Crocodile, Dalmatian and Cypher Pal number 9 sent by the government. In the first half of the Grand Line, Ross is indeed a very dangerous existence with such strength. Fortunately, they are here to block him. Otherwise, if he continues to develop, he would have become a terrifying existence in the future. Moon Arc Cut. After Momonga was repulsed, he was first to stabilize his body and attacked Ross. At the same time, Doberman also attacked Ross with his sword. This is not a duel, nor a contest for sword arts, but he is here to carry out the name of justice and crush the wicked criminals. Whatever the process, as long as they can win, it doesn't matter. 3 headquarters Vice Admiral launched a siege and occasionally the sword energy aftermath cut the streets by dozens of meters in an instant and cut off many cherry trees on both sides and countless cherry blossoms scattered all over the sky. Whiz. Momonga's body turned into a shadow as he appeared behind Ross in an instant. Shallow green sword energy emerged from the blade of his hand. He drew an arc in the air and cut it towards Ross. Ross flew up and avoided Momonga's sword. Meanwhile, his right 5 fingers converged into a fist as he punched Doberman, making him skid backward by 5 or 6 steps as he left several deep footprints in the street. Sneer. Cancer swings his sword and it chops out with sword energy. This sword energy is filled with bloodlust as it strikes towards the lower body of Ross in midair. Ross holds up his hand and holds the bloody sword energy in his hand. He rubs his hands together and turns them into a red spiral sword ball. He pushes it towards Momonga's back. King. Momonga's sword was severely chopped on the blood-colored sword ball, making a loud sound that splashed with sparks. He cut the blood-colored sword ball hard, but in the explosion of Ross's power of distortions, he flew backward in an instant. Caresses cuts. Funeral song of blood. Doberman and Cancer joined hands and they jointly switched their swords and cut them out, intersecting in the air, forming a crossed oblique sword energy, sweeping across. Ross's face remained unchanged, and when he stepped on the intersection of the crossed sword energy, the power of distortion exploded violently, turning the distortion of the crossed sword energy petal into a spiral and it falls apart in midair. Gravity fist. He lifted his foot and slammed into the air and he swooped down as he charged into Momonga, who flew out and his right hand clenched into a fist and the ability of gravity distortion suddenly broke out. Momonga could not handle it with a sword. In a hurry, he could only raise his sword upwards. Armament hockey has completely surrounded the sword as he tried to block Ross's fist. Bang! Ross's fist fell and a heavy pressure different from the previous destructive power suddenly erupted that made Momonga's body sink in the ground as if it was subjected to great pressure. His legs were instantly embedded in the ground. When Doberman and Cancer saw it, they rushed towards him. They attacked Ross's body with their two swords. Whiz! Ross turned over in midair and turned his right hand into his palm and grabbed Momonga's sword blade. He moved his mind and the direction of gravity was changed drastically, from downward to upward in an instant. Momonga was resisting the heavy pressure but suddenly his body felt light and the pressure lifted. The sword in his hand was grabbed by Ross and he suddenly has a bad feeling in his heart. In a hurry, he adjusted his body and without retreating he slammed towards Ross with the direction of the gravity distortion. Ross expressionless grabbed the right hand of the sword blade and shook it to the left. He threw Momonga's sword towards Cancer and raised his foot to Doberman's sword blade. The three headquarters Vice Admiral are almost equal in strength because they are not competent and slightly weaker than Lucci in leopard form in physique. The strength of Haki and the subtlety of sword darts are far higher than Lucci. And as the swordsman's attack is more concise than the pure body, the three headquarters Vice Admiral's chopping is stronger than Lucci's in the pure attack. Among the three people, Doberman and Momonga and Cancer, there is no small difference in strength compared with Ross. Even if two of them join hands, they will be easily suppressed and killed by Ross, but the three of them join hands. It almost compensates for most of their defects and they are extremely flexible and adaptable. Ross's attack can knock out one person and the power of distortion can break through the defense of armament Haki and left the arm numb and useless for some time, but two of them can cooperate with each other and Ross can't crush both of them at the same time. Sword Flow, Final Variant. Blood Moon Cut. Death Morning Sword. Doberman, Momonga, and Cancer, after being shocked back by Ross, stood on the front line. Three men made their sword attack at the same time. The three swords were interlaced in the air and interlaced into a web of sword energy, which covered Ross violently and blocked him in all directions. Ross's eyes surged, he lifted his foot and used Moonwalk and he did not retreat but slammed against the sword energy net with his 5 fingers clenched and the power of distortion raised to its limit. Buzz! Ross's punch directly hit the core of the sword energy network. The power of distortions broke out wantonly, which could contain the whole sword energy network. After a slight standstill, the violent power of distortion broke the sword energy network. The broken sword energy splashed everywhere, splitting the branches and petals of cherry trees, and deep ravines appeared on the ground. After the net of sword energy broke, Ross was forced back by 2 steps. After all, the power of sword energy is a little weaker than that of the sword power attached to armament Haki. Even if the 3 people jointly launched the sword energy network, Ross can still break it, but it is still quite powerful. Good cooperation. After breaking the net of sword energy, Ross regained some of his strength and he had almost figured out the strength of the 3 Vice Admiral. If he had faced the 3 headquarters Vice Admiral before improving his speed, it would have been extremely difficult, or even almost impossible, to win. But now that he's faster than the 3, his observation Haki can clearly capture the movements of the 3, plus the power of distortion full-blown attack is also 5 or 6% stronger than any of their attacks. 1-on-1 is a full-scale suppression and 1-on-2 is also doable. As for 1-on-3, then he has to fight to see the results. Chapter 114 Superheating. Get your hands on it. Cancer looked at Ross indifferently. In fact, Ross's strength shocked him a little. He could even make a left-handed and right-handed dash under the siege of the 3 of them. If only 2 people came this time, not to say whether they could defeat Ross, they wouldn't even be able to retreat with their lives. When Okiji made the 3 of them join hands, he still felt that they paid too much attention to it. Now, it seems that this decision is undoubtedly correct. You don't have any chance. Don't struggle. Momonga is also looking at Ross, trying to influence Ross with words. As long as Ross can show a little flaw, then the battle will almost be over, otherwise it will play like this. Even if they win in the end, it will not be easy. Doberman did not speak, but his fierce eyes also expressed his inner feelings without concealment, and he would never give Ross any chance. The real fight will start now. Ross looked blankly at the 3 headquarters Vice Admiral who surrounded him in the center. Now that he had almost judged the strength of the 3 Vice Admiral, the real battle should start. Bang! At the next moment, Ross lifted his foot and the power of distortion poured into the earth. The street with a radius of 100 meters suddenly swayed and instantly made everyone stand on shaky ground. Numerous Marines who surrounded the area dozens of meters away could hardly hold their own. They were in a state of confusion and staggered backward in horror. Ross ignored the other miscellaneous fish. The power of distortion spread from the earth and concentrated on the Momonga trio. The 3 men swayed and their bodies flew out. Whiz! At very fast speed, a shadow passed through the void. Ross appeared in front of Doberman, clenched his fists and punched out with a violent blow. Doberman spurred armament Haki, lifted his foot and barely held his body while holding the sword in both hands, using his sword darts with a dignified face. His sword slammed into Ross's fist. Although his heart is full of killing intent, he will not be dazzled by this. Ross's strength is reflected in this short-term confrontation. He alone is not a match for him. Bang! Ross's fist fell and Doberman's blade was instantly contained in the position of the boxing bone. The entire body of the sword buzzed and trembled. Even if it was attached to the dark armament hockey, it still suffered a lot of pressure, the air on both sides of the sword front filled with a vague form of distortion. After a stalemate for half a second, the ground under Doberman's feet collapsed, his legs were directly embedded in the mud, his forehead turned green as he fought with all his might. Iron-cutting sword. Momonga, holding a sword in his hand, rushed towards Ross at the first moment after he had stabilized his figure. He flew through the air with the blade in his hand which seemed to cut through the void. Ding! The power of distortion spread through Ross's left hand. He touches Momonga's sword with his hand which produced a loud sound. The blade wrapped with the fierce momentum is stiffly contained in midair by Ross. The blade constantly buzzed and trembled but it was unable to go any further. After blocking Momonga's sword, Ross suppressed Doberman's fist and violently forced Doberman's half-hard body into the mud, while jumping back to avoid the sword the Cancer had hit from the other side. Bang! After his legs fell to the ground, Ross' synchro and gravity distortion was displayed violently. The whole earth was instantly centered on him, forming a terrifying motion like a wave. At this time, those marine elites who had retreated hundreds of meters away were still affected by the aftermath of this force. They were unstable for a while, looking at the large pieces of soil and sand that were constantly breaking up and pulling up from the ground, all showing a certain degree of horror. The earth is cracking. No, it's flying. This is the power of Ghost Hand Ross. It's terrifying. Even though they are all the elites of headquarters, they are still shocked by the strength of this level. At least in the face of such strength, they have little to no resistance. No, Vice Admirals are in the range of this attack. Back off. Don't mess up. Keep the formation, prepare the cannons and sea stone and don't let that pirate escape. Vice Admirals can't lose to a pirate. There was Captain of Marine Headquarters shouting loudly and under his command, some of the chaotic Marine regained order and retreated further away. In the field, a huge block of soil with a radius of 10 meters or even tens of meters rises from the ground. The cherry trees on it rustle and countless cherry blossoms are scattered in this area. After this huge piece of soil flew up, it began to run across the area, flying randomly with each other. Two pieces of mudstone 10 meters in diameter collided together, instantly issued a landslide. Countless mudstones wrapped in cherry blossoms were bursting everywhere. Sneer. 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 Momonga's face was repressed as he swung his swords and smashed the huge stones that hit him, but at this moment, Ross's figure suddenly appeared in front of him with his fist swinging towards him. Bang! Momonga raised his sword to resist the attack, but he could not resist the power of Ross. In the air, he was thrown out by Ross's punch and his back slammed into a mudstone with a diameter of 10 meters. The mud was instantly tumbling, as if it were alive and swallowed Momonga's body and made a chewing sound, trying to crush him directly. Kaka. Kaka. The next moment, there were cracks on the mudstone. The crack overflowed with a blue light that spread to the whole rock and eventually completely broke up, revealing Momonga's awkward figure. The ability of this guy. He can even manipulate gravity, be careful. He wiped a handful of sand from his face and shouted vigilantly. By this time, Doberman had already been in big trouble. He had been punched by Ross and half of his leg was embedded in the soil. When Ross was able to mobilize, he was the first to be swallowed by the cracked soil. Despite the armor of armament hockey which was not damaged by the power of distortions contained in the soil, Ross's blow came to his head when the mud that sealed him was broken. Bang! In a hurry, Doberman could only fight with a sword. He was hit by Ross's punch and fell from the sky and hit the already destroyed ground and created one more crater on it. Don't be too crazy. Cancer watched as Ross charged towards Doberman who was on the ground and shouted angrily as he came from one side to support him and swung his sword at Ross. Ross kicked him back a few steps. Momonga rushed down from above using moonwalk and slammed into Ross's back. Chapter 115 Dark Prisoner's Cage King. Ross avoided the attack and his figure created an arc as he charged into the ground below. The power of distortion dispersed from the ground. The soil gradually lost control and began to crumble and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Ross's power of distortion was once again poured into the ground. Bang rumble. Doberman, who was trying to struggle out of the earth, was wrapped in huge pieces of soil that were tens of meters long and flew up into the sky, colliding with the falling debris. Bang. 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 Like the sound of heavy artillery, the sound of continuous explosion echoed in the air as the soil splashed everywhere, the cherry blossoms and dust filled the sky. Momonga and Cancer's face were somewhat ugly as both of them charged towards Ross. Ross turned around and punched his left hand and his right hand at the same time, slamming into a Momonga and Cancer that had attacked him from left and right. Bang! At the same time, resisting a hard blow from the two men, Ross staggered and flew out toward the rear. He retreated more than 10 meters in a row before he could stop. There was also a slight blood stain on both fists, but it was not serious, just skin injury. Crash! The huge rocks in the sky finally broke up and fell down again, forcing Momonga and Cancer to retreat toward both sides. Among the huge stones, white sword energy overflowed from one of them before it was torn apart. Doberman's figure shook out of it. The cloak of justice was already fragmented and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Damn you! He gritted his teeth and looked at Ross. 5 fingers clasped the handle of his sword as he rushed towards Ross. Momonga and Cancer looked at each other and charged toward Ross from left and right. They joined hands with Doberman again. The power of distortion in Ross was boiling and he was recovering. He hummed softly as his figure turned into a shadow. He retreated backward and the blood stains on his fists healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Physical enhancement, it not only strengthens the body but also gives a partial self-healing ability. Naturally. In the general department, there is also the talent of resilience for self-healing ability, but Ross did not activate it in order to save free talent points. After successively avoiding the attacks of Momonga and others and tearing apart the sword energy released by the 3 people, Ross calmed down and took a deep breath before rushing up against the 3 vice admirals. The power of distortion is released again and spreads in all directions. This time it is not gravity distortion, but light distortion and the distortion sound developed by Ross himself. Insect dark stream. Buzz. Suddenly, with Ross as the center, the 50-meter radius area was suddenly covered by the dark sky and the light completely disappeared. Momonga and Doberman lost sight directly and there was a continuous buzz in their ears. Only the sound remained as if countless crickets were squeaking in their ears. What is that? The whole area has become dark and I can't hear any other sound than insect chirping. The Marines, who retreated farther away, looked at the dark curtain with a radius of nearly 50 meters that suddenly appeared on the scene. They were shocked and didn't know what was going on. In the dark cage which was 50 meters in radius, Momonga and other vice admirals were stunned and surprised. I can't see anything and I can't hear anything. The 3 of them had a headache about Ross's ability to make so many troublesome changes and at the same time, they immediately calmed down and used their observation hockey to capture Ross's actions. Losing sight and hearing completely, observation hockey can capture Ross's movements but it is a little troublesome, plus they are 3 people, so observation hockey not only needs to capture Ross's actions, but they also need to capture their peers' actions. Otherwise, there will be no cooperation. But even so, it is still very difficult for Ross to form a perfect match with the previous one. Under the shadow of the dark cage, Ross is like a fish in the water, constantly running around, while attacking the 3 people recklessly. It seems that 3 people work together against Ross, but it seems that they are surrounded by Ross. Bang! Bang! In the absence of timely support from Momonga and Doberman, Cancer took 2 of Ross's punches in a row, his arms were numb and he had to retreat to the rear, standing between Momonga and Doberman. After shaking off Cancer, Ross opened his eyes in the darkness. Suddenly, he grasped the handle of Happy Spring at his waist, drew it out of its sheath and swung it out. Watch out! Momonga keenly captured Ross's movements and immediately sipped a low voice, but his voice was completely covered by the constant buzzing sounds and could not be transmitted to Doberman at all. Fortunately, both Doberman and Cancer have observation hockey by which they were able to capture Ross's movements, but Ross's attack still gave them instant headaches. Observation hockey is also graded. The vast majority of people can only capture the enemy's movements by utilizing observation hockey and can't really replace their visual and hearing senses through it unless they can achieve the foresight ability of observation hockey, and the 3 vice admirals has not reached that level. Moreover, their abilities are not exactly the same. Momonga observation hockey and armament hockey are both more proficient, while Doberman is better at armament hockey and Cancer is better at observation hockey. Such a difference makes them unable to form effective cooperation in this situation where they have lost their senses of seeing and hearing. Even their actions have been delayed, fearing that their attacks will be exploited by Ross and injuring their peers instead. King. King. In the midst of chaos, who knows whose sword is fighting whose sword? There is absolutely no sound or vision. The only thing the 3 can rely on is observation hockey. Ross is not very knowledgeable about sword arts, nor does he rely on the sword. He pulls out the sword just to create more chaos and create more trouble for Momonga. Damn it. No sound, no vision, and constant buzzing in their ears. In the confusion, Momonga was almost hit by Doberman's sword energy. Although he barely escaped, he was caught by Ross after avoiding Doberman's attack, who punched him causing him to fly backward and almost made him lose his sword. We can't go on like this, we have to form some sort of defense against him. Cancer was a little anxious, but in such a situation, he could not hear Doberman and Momonga and was in a state of complete inability to communicate. It is difficult for them to form a back-to-back defense. They can only be swayed by Ross in the chaos, and he was constantly diverging and finding flaws in their attacks. For a time, they were suppressed by Ross. Chapter 116 Hidden. This ability should not directly affect our eyes and ears. Something is wrong. Momonga forced himself to settle and a thought flashed in his mind. As he gritted his teeth, he quickly retreated toward the rear. He soon felt that his eyes could see and the buzz in his ear disappeared as he left the dark cage. Sure enough, this ability only works within a certain range. Momonga's eyes flashed a ray of light. Whiz. Whiz. After noticing that Momonga had retreated far away, Doberman and Cancer both came to their senses and moved further away. The three men retreated from the dark cage one after another, but they soon found that retreating from that dark area had no effect when Ross is coming towards them. The dark cage is centered on Ross's position, and even if they are out of the cage, the dark cage will still move with Ross and will change its position. If they want to fight Ross, they have to go in the dark cage. And Ross is faster than them. Even if three of them retreat in three different directions, Ross only needs to chase one and attack him, which will create even more flaws. Sure enough, we still have to form some defense against him inside that cage. Doberman and Mga all know how to fight in the constant confrontation, but Ross did not sit by and watch them form that kind of corner defense situation but continues to rush left and right, destroying the alliance of the three. Bang. 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 Various sounds echoed from the dark cage and the Marines were shocked seeing sword energies coming from the battlefield from time to time and leaving cracks on the ground. No one knows how long it took, but the dark cage gradually dissipated, revealing four figures. Doberman, Momonga, and Cancer are standing in a corner. They are still in constant confusion and confrontation. They are standing defensively against Ross. That's why Ross no longer spends stamina to maintain the dark cage and let it dissipate. Who? Both the Vice Admiral trio and Ross are breathing heavily. At the moment, Ross's shirt was tattered and there was a wound of about 10 centimeters long on his left shoulder, blood stained his shirt and blood dripping on his fist, but most of the wounds are skin wound and there were no deep wounds. Compared to Ross, the three Vice Admirals are in a difficult position. Momonga looked at Ross with a sullen look. His left hand was hanging beside him. His entire arm was constantly shaking and it seemed that he could not use it in a short time. "How are you?" he asked Cancer. Cancer looked at his bloody right arm and shook his head as bones pierced through the flesh and blood. "My right arm is out of use for the time being and I can't use my full-powered sword arts." Cough. Cough. Doberman coughed violently. Blood spilled from one side of his mouth and his clothes were covered with blood and stones. None of them expected that their fight with Ross will lead to such a situation. Although Ross was injured, it was much lighter than them. He is powerful. Doberman gritted his teeth and showed anger in his eyes. In the strange dark cage just now, every move is extremely grievous and they were passively beaten and they could only defend themselves from Ross's attacks. Ross is an excellent experienced fighter, as it is clear that even with their numbers advantage, they have lost the power to attack actively. His stamina will empty soon, he can't keep using these attacks without some sort of pressure on his body. Momonga looked at Ross calmly and said, "He's devil fruit user. It's bound to take a lot of stamina to maintain that thing. Don't give him a chance to breathe." Cancer took a deep breath and nodded while looking coldly at Ross. His left hand holding the sword suddenly tightened and he attacked Ross with his sword energy. Whiz. Whiz. At the same time, Momonga and Doberman shouted loudly and rushed up from left and right. As headquarters Vice Admiral who had experienced countless fights, their battle instincts are good. Although their injuries are serious now, Ross' stamina's consumption must be more serious. If they were replaced by ordinary pirates, the pirates would have to give up on their dreams and live the rest of their lives as crippled because they could only rely on themselves. But for Marines the situation is different, with the government and headquarters as a strong backup. As long as they could win, everything would be alright. Sure enough. Faced with the pursuit of the three, Ross no longer exerted the ability of the dark cage but used the ability of gravity distortion to avoid the three people's frontal attack. Single sword flow, water-cutting blade. Momonga's eyes flashed and he suddenly gave a low cry. His trembling left hand barely reached over and grabbed the handle with his right hand. A blue light flashed over the blade, converged at the tip of the blade and swept out at Ross. This sword directly split out a huge sword energy of about tens of meters and it was very solid. It broke through the air and flew directly to Ross in midair. Tempest kick. Cancer gave a low cry and jumped, kicking 4 or 5 chops to block Ross's escape, while the sword in his left hand slammed into Ross's chest. Ross was expressionless as he put his hand on Momonga's huge sword energy. The sword energy displayed some elastic characteristics as it slanting from the side of Ross. Then, Ross punched and broke Cancer's 4 or 5 Tempest energy kick. At the same time, his fist matched with Cancer's sword, causing the Vice Admiral to retreat. But just then, Doberman rushed up again, not giving Ross a chance to breathe, as he needed to kill Ross here. Far away, numerous Marines looked at this scene and their hearts were waving like waves. The Vice Admirals are injured. Ghost Hand Ross is also injured. He is Perimsh's Devil Fruit. The more he uses his Devil Fruit, the more stamina he will consume. It should be over soon. A lot of people murmured nervously, some glanced at them with open mouths, while others dialed Den Mushi and contacted several headquarters rear admiral who are protecting the battleships and told them to come and reinforce the vice admirals. On the field, Ross's stamina is near its end and the wound on his shoulder affected his actions. Under the aggressive attack of Doberman and others, he was constantly pushed back. It's really troublesome. He constantly resists the attacks of Doberman and others, and there is a slight fluctuation in his eyes. These headquarters vice admirals are not only strong but their battle senses are also sharp. Looking at 3 headquarters vice admiral who were trying to make him use his stamina, Ross took a deep breath and his eyes shone cold. I didn't want to spend my free talent points, but my stamina and fitness are still lacking if I want to defeat these 3 headquarters vice admirals. Bang! Ross blocked the attacking Momonga with a punch, showed a little decisiveness on his face, and moved his mind to evoke the talent system. Activate the general talent. Tenacious. Chapter 116 Talent Tenacious. Chapter 116 Hidden. This ability should not directly affect our eyes and ears. Something is wrong. Momonga forced himself to settle and a thought flashed in his mind. As he gritted his teeth, he quickly retreated toward the rear. He soon felt that his eyes could see and the buzz in his ear disappeared as he left the dark cage. Sure enough, this ability only works within a certain range. Momonga's eyes flashed a ray of light. Whiz. Whiz. After noticing that Momonga had retreated far away, Doberman and Cancer both came to their senses and moved further away. The 3 men retreated from the dark cage one after another, but they soon found that retreating from that dark area had no effect when Ross is coming towards them. The dark cage is centered on Ross's position, and even if they are out of the cage, the dark cage will still move with Ross and will change its position. If they want to fight Ross, they have to go in the dark cage. And Ross is faster than them. Even if 3 of them retreat in 3 different directions, Ross only needs to chase one and attack him, which will create even more flaws. Sure enough, we still have to form some defense against him inside that cage. Doberman and Mga all know how to fight in the constant confrontation, but Ross did not sit by and watch them form that kind of corner defense situation but continues to rush left and right, destroying the alliance of the 3. Bang! 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 Various sounds echoed from the dark cage and the Marines were shocked seeing sword energies coming from the battlefield from time to time and leaving cracks on the ground. No one knows how long it took, but the dark cage gradually dissipated, revealing 4 figures. Doberman, Momonga, and Cancer are standing in a corner. They are still in constant confusion and confrontation. They are standing defensively against Ross. That's why Ross no longer spends stamina to maintain the dark cage and let it dissipate. Who? Both the Vice Admiral trio and Ross are breathing heavily. At the moment, Ross's shirt was tattered and there was a wound of about 10 centimeters long on his left shoulder, blood stained his shirt and blood dripping on his fist, but most of the wounds are skin wound and there were no deep wounds. Compared to Ross, the 3 Vice Admirals are in a difficult position. Momonga looked at Ross with a sullen look. His left hand was hanging beside him. His entire arm was constantly shaking and it seemed that he could not use it in a short time. How are you? He asked Cancer. Cancer looked at his bloody right arm and shook his head as bones pierced through the flesh and blood. My right arm is out of use for the time being and I can't use my full-powered sword arts. Cough. Cough. Doberman coughed violently. Blood spilled from one side of his mouth and his clothes were covered with blood and stones. None of them expected that their fight with Ross will lead to such a situation. Although Ross was injured, it was much lighter than them. He is powerful. Doberman gritted his teeth and showed anger in his eyes. In the strange dark cage just now, every move is extremely grievous and they were passively beaten and they could only defend themselves from Ross's attacks. Ross is an excellent experienced fighter, as it is clear that even with their numbers advantage, they have lost the power to attack actively. His stamina will empty soon, he can't keep using these attacks without some sort of pressure on his body. Momonga looked at Ross calmly and said, he's devil fruit user. It's bound to take a lot of stamina to maintain that thing. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Cancer took a deep breath and nodded while looking coldly at Ross. His left hand holding the sword suddenly tightened and he attacked Ross with his sword energy. Whiz. Whiz. At the same time, Momonga and Doberman shouted loudly and rushed up from left and right. As headquarters Vice Admiral who had experienced countless fights, their battle instincts are good. Although their injuries are serious now, Ross's stamina's consumption must be more serious. If they were replaced by ordinary pirates, the pirates would have to give up on their dreams and live the rest of their lives as crippled because they could only rely on themselves. But for Marines the situation is different, with the government and headquarters as a strong backup. As long as they could win, everything would be alright. Sure enough. Faced with the pursuit of the three, Ross no longer exerted the ability of the Dark Cage but used the ability of gravity distortion to avoid the three people's frontal attack. Single sword flow, water-cutting blade. Momonga's eyes flashed and he suddenly gave a low cry. His trembling left hand barely reached over and grabbed the handle with his right hand. A blue light flashed over the blade, converged at the tip of the blade and swept out at Ross. This sword directly split out a huge sword energy of about tens of meters and it was very solid. It broke through the air and flew directly to Ross in midair. Tempest kick. Cancer gave a low cry and jumped, kicking 4 or 5 chops to block Ross's escape, while the sword in his left hand slammed into Ross's chest. Ross was expressionless as he put his hand on Momonga's huge sword energy. The sword energy displayed some elastic characteristics as it slanting from the side of Ross. Then, Ross punched and broke Cancer's 4 or 5 Tempest energy kick. At the same time, his fist matched with Cancer's sword causing the Vice Admiral to retreat. But just then, Doberman rushed up again not giving Ross a chance to breathe as he needed to kill Ross here. Far away. Numerous Marines looked at this scene and their hearts were waving like waves. The Vice Admirals are injured. Ghost Hand Ross is also injured. He is Perimsh's Devil Fruit. The more he uses his Devil Fruit, the more stamina he will consume. It should be over soon. A lot of people murmured nervously, some glanced at them with open mouths, while others dialed Den Mushi and contacted several headquarters rear admiral who are protecting the battleships and told them to come and reinforce the vice admirals. On the field, Ross's stamina is near its end and the wound on his shoulder affected his actions. Under the aggressive attack of Doberman and others, he was constantly pushed back. It's really troublesome. He constantly resists the attacks of Doberman and others and there is a slight fluctuation in his eyes. These headquarters vice admirals are not only strong but their battle senses are also sharp. Looking at 3 headquarters vice admiral who were trying to make him use his stamina, Ross took a deep breath and his eyes shone cold. I didn't want to spend my free talent points but my stamina and fitness are still lacking if I want to defeat these 3 headquarters vice admirals. Bang. Ross blocked the attacking Momonga with a punch, showed a little decisiveness on his face, and moved his mind to evoke the talent system. Activate the general talent. Tenacious. Chapter 116 Talent Tenacious. Chapter 117 Hidden. A translucent system interface appeared in front of Ross and he switched to the talents tree of the general department. As his mind moved, the branch named Tenacious was instantly activated in the branch of physical enhancement and then he put 40 talent proficiency points he obtained by killing Bartra. Buzz. Instantly, a warm current flowed from Ross's heart and through his whole body. His muscles, which had become somewhat weak due to overuse, were rejuvenated. The bloody wound on his shoulder, which had not yet scabbed, began to heal at a faster rate. As for the scabs on his fist, they were constantly falling off and recovering. Bang! Ross shouted angrily and he clenched his left hand and punched Doberman's sword which resulted in Doberman flying backward. Doberman thought that Ross's stamina was completely exhausted, so where does this strength come from which caused him to fly back and even made his arms numb? He wants to make a final struggle. Don't let him escape. Cancer was also slightly surprised by Ross's sudden burst of power but quickly responded, shouting a warning to Doberman and Momonga. The 3 men took a deep breath and all took their strongest defensive measures. They didn't intend to give Ross any chance to break through and rushed out. Central place. The heat flow in Ross is slowly receding. This heat has been strengthening his self-healing ability and he has recovered a lot of his stamina. With the talent of Tenacious, even if the power of distortion is overloaded, there is no need to fear serious unrecoverable injuries. His slightly closed eyes slammed open as he took a deep breath and looked at the 3 vice admirals who were rushing towards him. He slightly grinned and with a single thought, the power of distortion in his body broke out. The last struggle? No, you're wrong. This will decide the final outcome. Take it. Bang. 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 The power of distortion broke out as he directly punched Doberman and Momonga and he kicked Cancer on his chest. Dark prison. Meteorite array. In the next moment, the dark prison and the cracked earth filled with sand and gravel was manipulated by Ross and the area with a radius of 60 or 70 meters fell into darkness in an instant. In the darkness, the earth breaks apart and rolls over and strikes in a chaotic way, like a meteorite belt in the sky. Damn it. How could he still have the strength to do? In the darkness, Doberman's pupils violently contracted and his observation hockey caught an attack coming from the front and he slammed his sword to defend against it. Bang. Under Ross's punch, he flies backward directly. His flighting route just ushered with 2 pieces of sand and stone more than 10 meters in diameter which were squeezed in the middle, and the rubble splashed in all directions and blood gushed out violently, dyeing the nearby stones red. Sensing that Doberman was in danger, Momonga and Cancer both screamed and rushed to support him, but Momonga was blocked by flying stones and had to make a path with his sword. Cancer alone rushed over in the dark. Ross looked at Cancer indifferently. He was the only person who could ignore the limitations of the dark cage because it was his own ability. Cancer can't hear Ross. Bang! A single full-powered punch caused Cancer to flew out, and a sword in his hand could no longer withstand the power of distortion, and it broke from the middle. Of the 3, Cancer was the most seriously injured. After his right arm was almost destroyed, his left hand was half weakened further with the loss of his sword, and at least 30 or 40% of his strength was cut off. He was no longer capable of confronting Ross, and at most, he will be able to restrain Ross for a few seconds. Impossible. How could he still have such power? When Cancer flies backward, his face becomes a little distorted. It's not unreasonable to believe that Ross's stamina was almost exhausted. How could he explode with such power? But no matter how unbelievable things are, they are placed in front of him. He flew out and landed in the chaotic rocks like an insect caught on the table. He was hit everywhere by countless rolling balls, and his blood spurted out and stained the ground around him red. The outside world. Ross's sudden burst of power shocked all Marine. Is it not over yet? It was at this time that Rear Admiral Strawberry and another Rear Admiral arrived from a distance. A total of 6 headquarters Rear Admiral were dispatched. 3 people were going to deal with Robin, Lafitte, and others, while the other 3 were on standby. After receiving information about current circumstances, one of the 3 was left behind on the ship to guard it, and the other 2 quickly came over. What is that? Strawberry looked at the dark cage and asked. A Marine captain next to him recovered from him dismay and quickly explained to Strawberry what had just happened and described the entire battle process. So, it has the ability to isolate sound and vision. Listening to Marine's captain explanation, Strawberry nodded and looked at the dark cage. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. Doberman's orders were conveyed in the beginning, but who could have imagined that it would cause such trouble in the future? Fortunately, it will all end here. The 3 vice admirals are here and the other ghost hand pirates are blocked on the island. It is almost impossible for them to get away. At the next moment, the dark cage in the field dispersed and light gradually returned to the dark area. It's over. The Rear Admiral watched the darkness fade and took a deep breath with cold eyes. But almost at the next moment, his and Strawberry, as well as the expressions of the many Marines in the room, all solidified on their faces. The land in the field was already fragmented. It looked like a farmland that has been plowed many times. In this terrible battlefield, Cancer's body was lying on a piece of gravel and his face seemed to have an unbelievable look. Doberman and Momonga, respectively, fell on both sides. Momonga leaned on his sword and barely stood. He gasped violently. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth and his arms trembled constantly. On the other side, Doberman leaned back against a raised rock and barely stood. His chest was collapsing as he struggled to breathe. Unacceptable. At this moment, he could not accept the result of battle in his heart. I didn't want to become a pirate. You forced me to become one. The sentence repeated by his subordinates seemed to have changed into Ross's voice, which echoed in his ears as if he had seen Ross say it indifferently in the blood and bones of West Blue. Did he decide the future direction of this sea? Don't make jokes. Doberman coughed violently. His eyes were trance, angry, regretful and so on. All kinds of emotions erupted constantly and finally converged into a hoarse roar. You. No faith. No justice. Even if you grow up to the present strength, it's just an accident. Every pirate wants to dominate the future direction of this sea. Don't be kidding by telling me that it was I who decided the future direction of this sea. Ross stood there, slightly gasping, recovering his depleted stamina. He looked at Strawberry and another headquarters Rear Admiral who were coming towards him, and his eyes returned to Doberman and he said, "Well, you just watch. At least today, you couldn't make me fall here." Stimulating the remaining strength in his body, Ross displayed gravity distortion and floated up before crossing an arc in the sky as he flew away. Strawberry and another Rear Admiral looked at the scene and their fingers on the hilt of their sword couldn't help but squeeze, but they didn't dare to pull their sword to stop Ross. Doberman lost consciousness, leaving only Momonga still standing there. He gasped violently until Ross flew away and spoke to Strawberry and the Rear Admiral with great difficulty. "You should stop him." When the Rear Admiral heard Momonga's words, his face changed slightly and he shook his fist and said, "I will chase him." "Don't go." Momonga sat down slowly and watched the Rear Admiral before shaking his head and said, "The best opportunity has been missed, now we can't do anything." Having said that, he coughed twice and looked at Cancer's body, and he also looked towards Doberman, whose life and death were unknown to him, with a bitter bitterness on his face. "Give orders to retreat." Vice Admiral Momonga. They looked at Momonga with slight astonishment. Momonga shook his head slowly and said, "No more forced combat. It will only increase casualties and fail to defeat Ghost Hand Ross. The result of this encirclement and suppression is obvious: we failed." Great Age of Pirates on 13 June. The Marine Fleet, led by 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral, met the Ghost Hand Pirates in Springs Island, where Vice Admiral Cancer died and Marine Fleet collapsed. The news came out and shocked the world. Chapter 117 Disastrous Defeat. Chapter 118 Retreat Orders. 3 Headquarters Vice Admirals are really hard to deal with. Far away from the battlefield where he fought against the 3 Vice Admirals, Ross quickly landed on the ground, slightly staggering and muttering when he landed. At this time, the wounds on his shoulder and the wound on his fist had all healed up and almost all the bloody condensed blood had fallen off, but his forehead was covered with a drip of fine sweat stains due to excessive consumption of stamina. Doberman, Momonga, and Cancer were recently promoted Headquarters Vice Admiral, and there was still a slight gap between their strength and that of a veteran Vice Admiral who had at least 9 years of experience. If they were veteran Vice Admirals, then Ross would not have won even if he activated his tenacious talent. Even to the extent that, if they were Senior Headquarters Vice Admiral, then 2 of them would have been sufficient to completely subdue Ross. Anyway, I was able to defeat them this time. Ross slowly walked towards the shore where Ghost Shadow Ship was. The last bloody battle with Momonga and others had almost exhausted the part of stamina that had risen after he had activated the tenacious talent. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that the 2 Headquarters Rear Admirals were approaching and escaped directly. Headquarters Rear Admiral is still eligible to intervene with Vice Admiral's battle. Ross pushed himself to his limit to win this fight. If the Momonga and others have brought 2 additional Headquarters Rear Admiral, then the outcome of the battle would have been very different. Naturally. With gravity distortion's flying ability and his slightly faster speed than that of 3 Headquarters Vice Admirals, Ross immediately escaped with the help of his ability once he senses that he has no chance of winning. 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral can't stop him with flying ability at all. As for the activation of the tenacious talent, this is also within Ross's budget. He thought about whether to activate this talent a long time ago, but it has not been implemented. Physical enhancement is one of the 3 main talents of the General Department, which is a comprehensive enhancement of the body, while Tenacious is a talent branch under the physical enhancement. Compared to physical enhancement, Tenacious specializes in the stamina and resilience. It provides a big stamina boost to Ross, and it is also capable of bearing distortion power overload and healing Ross of any hidden injuries. There was no system sound in his ear that indicates to defeat of Marines, and he didn't get any rewards. Ross shook his head and felt his stamina recovering little by little. He took a deep breath and walked forward. On the coast. The Ghost Shadow Ship is quietly docked on a sandy beach. On the side of the Ghost Shadow Ship, there are a lot of Marine soldiers lying on the ground. The battle here is still intense. Marines 3 Headquarters Rear Admirals led a group of elite Marines, and they are fighting against Lafitte and others. Although the Marine side had lost a lot of soldiers, the current situation is very unfavorable for Lafitte and others. Both Lafitte and Robin have the ability to be fearless of ordinary army tactics. Marine initially swarmed in and suffered a big loss, but the 3 Headquarters Rear Admirals are not just simple Marines. Whiz. Whiz. Lafitte is moving like a ghost, and at the same time he occasionally fires his guns to support Robin as he fought a Headquarters Rear Admiral. Robin struggled under the attack of a Headquarters Rear Admiral. This Rear Admiral is a pure body type powerhouse and not a swordsman. The advantage is that he is not a big threat to her flower fruit. But the disadvantage is that she cannot defeat him by using her flower fruit. On the other side, Trafalgar Law joined forces with Zulu to fight the last Headquarters Rear Admiral. Zulu is a sailor brought by Ross from the Sky Island. He has observation hockey and strong physique. He uses an axe as a weapon and can withstand the attack of the Headquarters Rear Admiral with Law's ability as support. However, Law is too young, and even if he is only supporting from the side and not fighting the frontal combat, he is breathing heavily and his forehead overflows with sweat. He took a deep breath and turned his wrists. Surgeon Fruit's ability was activated. He suddenly swapped the Headquarters Rear Admiral location with the sand next to Zulu, causing the Headquarters Rear Admiral to receive Zulu's big axe. King. The Headquarters Rear Admiral, with a cold gaze, blocked the big axe with his sword, which resulted in him staggering slightly, and then he suddenly attacked Law with his sword energy. The sword energy cut a crack more than 10 meters in length on the beach, and Law did not hesitate to re-stimulate his ability to avoid the chop, but the sweat on his forehead was increasing. If it drags on like this, it will be more and more disadvantageous. He looked at the battlefield with great dignity. Robin and his side fought bitterly. If Lafitte hadn't intervened from time to time and provide some help, they would have been defeated a long time ago, and this continuous support also made it difficult for Lafitte to defeat the Headquarters Rear Admiral quickly. It's also hard here. Ross's troubles are probably even bigger. Law's heart sank to the bottom. He was indeed close to his revenge on Ross's ship, but the danger he encountered also increased a lot. Originally, he dealt with some bounty hunters at most, but now he was confronted with Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. A character of this rank is someone he cannot defeat. If not for the abilities of Surgeon Fruit, he would not even have the qualification to intervene in this fight. Whiz. Whiz. 3 Headquarters Rear Admirals kept attacking, forcing Robin and others to resist passively. Only Luffy could spare his hands, but he could not deal with 3 Headquarters Rear Admirals alone. And just as the situation became more and more unfavorable, Robin's Rear Admiral, who was trying to suppress Robin, suddenly heard the sound of the Den Mushi in his pocket. Huh? His brows were slightly wrinkled and his fists slightly paused. Instead of taking out Den Mushi, he tapped his pocket directly. Rear Admiral John, what's the situation there? It's almost over. John responded quietly as he kicked a chop at Robin. Not finished yet. A repressed and low voice came from the Den Mushi. After a pause, the voice became serious and said, Vice Admiral Momonga has given his orders. Everyone will retreat immediately. The voice came from John's pocket and was clearly captured by Robin and Lafitte, who were present. Whoop. Lafitte was a little stunned and he did not know what to think, but after some time the corner of his mouth was raised in a strange curve and Robin's slightly dignified and tense expression was also slightly relieved. John and 2 other Rear Admiral heard the voice and all of them were stunned. Hey, what the hell are you saying? We will be able to defeat them in under a minute. Why are you telling us to retreat? Is this really Vice Admiral Momonga's command? Chapter 119. Cold feeling. Den Mushi's voice paused, seemingly hesitating, but did not explain the reasons for the retreat, but solemnly exclaimed, Do you want to question Vice Admiral's orders? The news that 3 Vice Admiral had been defeated by Ghost Hand Ross would be a devastating blow to Marine's morale, and he dared not announce it to the battlefield where John and others were. John listened to the harsh voice coming from the Den Mushi, but he could not help staring in place, somewhat confused for a while, and looked towards his other 2 companions. Both of them also showed a trace of confusion. Retreating at this time will give the Ghost Hand pirates a chance to breathe and they may even escape by their ship. Their ship is extremely fast and once they sail at the sea, Marines will not have any chance to capture them. Obey orders and withdraw. Although he didn't know what was going on, one of the Rear Admiral took a deep breath after a few seconds of silence and he was quite clear about the seriousness of the crime of disobeying orders. John and the other man looked at each other and saw each other's eyes. After biting his teeth, he looked at Robin who was standing not far away. His muscles were tense and he took a big step forward. At least let me capture the devil child. Whiz. He used his full power to attack Robin. He was planning to knock her unconscious with a single attack and then capture her. Robin's eyes were fixed, her hands crossed in front of her chest and countless arms emerged forming a huge palm blocking Jonathan Bang. However, the huge palm was only a slight hindrance and was crushed by John's punch turning into countless petals. John then rushed toward Robin. Room. Not far from the situation, Law saw Robin's situation and a demon knife in his hand moved as he used his abilities to try and save Robin, but as soon as his ability was released, a sign of collapse appeared and his ability collapsed. At the same time, Law's body also involuntarily fell to the front and he instantly fell to the ground in a kneeling position, barely clenching his sword for support. Did I overconsume my stamina? He felt a heavy feeling coming from his body and looked up at Robin. Whiz. Fortunately, Lafitte was there. He dodged and came to Robin, waving the red stick and stopped John. Whoop, if you hurt Miss Intelligence, Captain would be furious. John's face became gloomy as he watched Lafitte defending Devil Child and his companions did not deal with Lafitte. Captain? Your captain, I'm afraid he's been escorted to battleship now. After that, John shook his head and was ready to turn around. His companions were not going to help him and he could not deal with Lafitte alone and catch Devil Child. But at this time, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Robin put her arms down and Lafitte took back this red cane and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Both of them were looking at something behind him. Not only Robin and Lafitte but also Law who was half kneeling on the ground and Zillow, with a huge axe, looked behind him. Law breathed softly, while Zillow grinned. In the eerie silence, John turned his head bit by bit and looked in the direction that Robin and others were looking at. At the end of the line of sight, on the beach about 100 meters away, a figure appeared and was walking slowly towards them. John's pupils shrank sharply when he saw the figure. He stuck in his voice with an impossible sound, and a cold feeling rose from his back. It's not just John, even his two companions, as well as the rest of Marine soldiers, stared at the figure that came along, with an incredible look on their faces. Although the figure was slightly beaten up and there were blood spots on his body, but he was recognized by almost everyone here. He is the reason that they came here for. Ghost Hand Ross. How is it possible? Weren't the vice admirals containing him? How could he appear here? What happened to the vice admirals? John's face changed dramatically. At the same time, the other two rear admirals were also shocked. They suddenly thought of the inexplicable retreat orders. If Ross escaped from the encirclement, vice admirals would definitely chase him and remind them to be careful about Ross and stop Ross. But now, Ross is here and what they receive here is not a careful and blocked order, but an order to retreat immediately. What does this mean? The three rear admiral didn't dare to think further. They only felt that a cold feeling spread all the way from the soles of their feet to the top of their head. Looking at Ross, who was slowly walking towards them, 3 Headquarters Rear Admiral felt a little depressed and Marines felt a heavy pressure on his body. Retreat. Retreat. No one knows who shouted, but many Marines responded immediately and fled. John's heart beat violently several times, but he also retreated and rushed out trying to follow his 2 companions. But just as he tried to escape, the beach in front of him suddenly picked up like a wave and swept across him. John's speed dropped sharply as his head crashed into the sand. He was shocked and struggled hard. He rushed out of the sand and headed upward on moonwalk. But just then Ross's figure appeared in front of him, floating in midair, looking at him with indifferent eyes. John only felt a violent shock on his body and his heart felt like it would jump out from his chest. His whole body turned cold and he almost fell directly from the air. In horror, he used moonwalk to escape Ross, but Ross's fist has already fallen on him. Armed Iron Body. John roared and utilized Iron Body from Marine 6 powers to its limit, along with Armament Hockey, and he raised his arms to try to block Ross's blow. Bang! Ross punched between his arms and a terrifying force rushed down, tearing apart John's defense. Even a Headquarters Vice Admiral, such as Momonga, struggled to resist Ross's fist head-on and had to be back off to avoid it, not to mention a Headquarters Rear Admiral. Chapter 120 Front Road. Bang! John fell from the sky, accompanied by blood, and slammed on the beach, hitting the beach and creating a human-shaped crater as numerous rocks splashed around. The other 2 Headquarters Rear Admirals saw this scene from far away and their heart was filled with horror and fear. They didn't even dare to came and rescue their comrade and fled in the distance. One move to defeat John. Even Vice Admirals of Headquarters can't do it. Ghost Hand Ross is so powerful that it is hard to believe that he was just a small pirate hunter in the West Blue 2 years ago. Ross did not look at the other 2 Rear Admiral who had escaped. With his hands on his back, Ross floated back to the beach and headed for the boat. He felt a little stir and movement in the pit behind him. "It's for you, Lafitte." "Okay, Captain." Lafitte grabbed the brim of his hat and saluted Ross and then turned his cane towards the human pit. Ross, with his hands on his back, slowly climbed onto Ghost Shadow ship and disappeared from the public's eyes. Robin smiled slightly and instantly relaxed. Not far away, Law breathed, sat on the beach and gasped. In a place where they can't see. Ross, who had just stepped into the cabin, stumbled and almost fell down. He barely stood on the bulkhead and restored a little stamina. He was almost empty on stamina just now. Otherwise, he would not leave the follow-up to Lafitte. No one can see it. Ross gasped violently for 2 times, then swayed back to his room, retreated from the cabin door and fell on the bed. It was the moment he opened the door that a familiar voice came to his ears. "The Marine Headquarters fleet has been defeated and you are rewarded with 50 talent proficiency points." When Ross heard this sound, he could not help slightly twitching his lips. As a matter of fact, the system would not drill any holes for him. Even if 3 Headquarters Vice Admiral were defeated, they would still be settled according to a Vice Admiral reward as long as they belong to the same queue. Plus the Vice Admiral award, which had been awarded once before, have to 50. Well, forget it. Previously, he was worried that this time the system would judge that Marine fleet had not been defeated. So he would gladly take the 50 proficiency points. He only gained 40 proficiency points when he defeated his last pirate. With that in mind, Ross's mind moved and the system interface appeared in front of him, and after a little thought, he put 10 proficiency points in the General Department's Tenacious. The golden light flashed and the general panel changed subtly. Agility Enhancement, 200 top-level Strengthening Physical Enhancement, 350 top-level Strengthening Tenacious, 50 mid-level Strengthening. The Tenacious talent was originally at 40 proficiency points and now with additional 10 proficiency points, it directly broke through to the level of mid-level Strengthening and instantly made Ross's stamina and resilience strengthen again. Compared to the 2 major talents of Physical Enhancement and Agility Enhancement, Tenacious maximum value is only 200 proficiency points, while Physical Enhancement and Agility Enhancement maximum value are 500 points. In the talent system, the highest maximum value belongs to the Distortion Fruit, which requires 1000 proficiency points, while Physical Enhancement and Agility Enhancement require 500 points respectively. As for others like Tenacious, Armament Hockey, etc., their maximum value is 200 points. Ho! After the Tenacious talent reached mid-level Strengthening, Ross noticeably felt a lot more comfortable with his heavy body. After a slight heat flow flowed through his body, he lay there, his limbs gradually recovered and the side effects from overloading his devil fruit power were gradually washed away. I don't know if I will get an immortal body like that of 100 Beast Kaido when Tenacious reached maximum value. Ross touched his chin and thought. Tenacious alone should not be enough. Physical enhancement should also be full and his basic physique has to be further improved for him to reach the physique of 100 Beast Kaido. Looking at Talent System's interface, after a little thought, Ross put all the remaining 40 proficiency points in the Distortion Fruit. Now he can overuse his power of the Distortion Fruit with the help of Tenacious Talent. It is not necessary for him to upgrade his physical fitness this time, he will be able to bear the 40-point increase in the power of the Distortion Fruit. Buzz. A golden glow flashed, and Distortion Fruit's proficiency reached 445. After the upgrade, the full power of Distortion obviously exceeds Ross's current physical body, but he has the Tenacious Talent. As long as the gap is not very large, even if his body is overloaded with the power of distortion, he can gradually recover. Next time, the Admiral will come after me. Ross turned over and looked at the ceiling while meditating. Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters has been killed and Marine Admiral will surely be the next encirclement and suppression. Although his current strength is stronger than that of a senior Vice Admiral, there is still a huge gap between him and a Marine Admiral. At least another 200 or 300 talent proficiency points will be needed for him to have the qualification to fight an admiral. Before that, once he encounters an admiral, the whole ship will be crushed. No rest. No pleasure. It's like running on the road with a lion on his ass. Once he stops, he will become someone's dinner. Ross knows the danger of the road he has taken. For this reason, he has never stopped persevering since he was forced to take it because he will never fall halfway to rewrite the future direction of the sea. The pirate offering a reward of 100 million to 200 million berries is of little value now. There's no need to look for them one by one for the time being. After he enters the new world, they will be everywhere. In the first half of the Grand Line, the only valuable pirates are those who have a bounty of 200 million berries and 7 warlords of the seas are also valuable, but I don't know if killing another 7 warlords of the sea will give me any rewards. Ross was thinking about his future and his targets. The talent system has never had any loopholes that he can exploit. It won't make it easy for him to extract a lot of proficiency points. His only advantage today is that his strength is above the hunting line. He hasn't killed any pirate with the bounty of 230 million berries and with his current strength, defeating this level of pirates is nothing for him. Unless they are a pirate from the new world with a bounty of 300 million berries, no one possesses the strength to stop him. Don't let me down with the intelligence collection, Cipher Paul number 9. Ross squinted and muttered. After defeating the fleet led by Headquarters Vice Admiral, he will face the most dangerous period of time. Once he can get through it and has the strength to escape in front of a Marine Admiral, he will finally have the capital to cross the sea. Chapter 121 All parties responded. Marine Headquarters. Vice Admirals of Headquarters are second only to Marine Admirals and even some of the high-level meetings of Marine and the government. Vice Admirals of Headquarters are eligible to participate. Even though Momonga and others were newly promoted Headquarters Vice Admiral, their attack ended in defeat and even Cancer fell in the battle. Such an event undoubtedly caused an earthquake in the whole Marine Headquarters. Marine held an emergency meeting inside. All 3 Marine Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akeyanya were present. The outcome of the meeting was unknown, but the Marines outside could clearly see the depressing expression on Admirals and Vice Admirals' faces. The impact of this incident is too great. Almost everyone knows that Marine Headquarters goes from officers to recruits and that the government and Marine can only do their best to eliminate the influence and not completely suppress the matter. A few days after the incident, news about the Ghost Hand Pirates was taken by the news bird to all over the world, and at the same time, the new bounty posters that were issued by the government also circulated. Devil Child Nico Robin, hanging bounty 85 million berries. Demon Sheriff Lafitte, hanging bounty 150 million berries. Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, hanging bounty 30 million berries. Grey Tax Zilu, hanging bounty 64 million berries. Apart from Ross, the bounty of his 4 crew members has reached 329 million berries. Some supernova pirates in the first half of Grand Line, together with Captain, can hardly exceed that amount. In addition, there is a bounty poster that belongs to the pirate's captain, Ghost Hand Ross, a reward level never seen in the first half of the Grand Line. 440 million berries. This level of bounty is enough to be recognized as a strong man even in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, and in the first half of the Grand Line. This level of bounty has never appeared in so many years. After receiving this message, the major forces did not shake as before, but they were silent as they did not know what to say anymore. If the government and Marine can no longer impose sanctions on them, then once they are based on New World, It is likely that they will change the pattern of New World 4 emperors. Many people have reached a similar conclusion. Even though the current strength of the Ghost Hand Pirates is far from reaching the level of 4 emperors, but their potential is horrifying. New World. In the kingdom of Dressrosa in the back garden of the palace, Doflamingo is sitting in a reclining chair beside the swimming pool with a new newspaper in his hand. After reading the newspaper for a while, he drew out a bounty order from it. Although no one could not see his eyes under his sunglasses, several veins broke out onto his forehead veins. Surgeon of Death? Law. You kid. Doffy, Law got on the Ghost Hand Pirates ship. What should we do? The sticky, sluggish treble crawled from one side to the side of Doflamingo, his face slightly deformed. He naturally knows something about pirate supernovas. But before today, even if Ghost Hand Ross's hanging bounty reached 300 million, he wouldn't care too much. After all, the first half of the Grand Line is completely different from the second half. The second half is called the New World. It does mean a new world. Only when someone strong enough comes to the New World, which is ruled by 4 emperors and have the strength to at least put a fight against the 4 emperors, then and only then are they qualified to run amok in the sea. But today, the news said that the Ghost Hand Pirates defeated an entire fleet led by 3 headquarters Vice Admiral, and the bounty of the Ghost Hand Ross is increased to 440 million berries. He knew what it means. Even Doflamingo only had a bounty of 340 million berries before he became a 7 warlords of the sea, although the current Doflamingo has the strength that will put him in the leagues with the 500 million berries pirates. The Ghost Hand Pirates are no longer an insignificant existence. Fufu, what to do? Nothing. Doflamingo stared at the bounty order for several seconds and his eyebrows suddenly relaxed. He threw the bounty order aside and gave a strange laugh. Having defeated the Vice Admiral fleet of Marine headquarters, can admirals still sit idly by? So we don't do anything, let's just wait for Marine to catch the little devil Law for us. For Doflamingo, he is both a Tenri Ubito and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was easier to get a pirate with the bounty of 30 million berries from Marines than to fight the Ghost Hand Pirates to the death. Nah, that's right. Treble also showed a smile. They had some ways to negotiate with Marine and deal with the government. There was no need to fight with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Doflamingo took a sip of wine from the glass and said, mobilize our intelligence department to collect all the intelligence about the Ghost Hand Pirates, preferably their location, and quietly send it to Virgo for delivery to Marine. Oh. That's great. Virgo was Don Quixote family's first official member, and he is now undercover in Marine headquarters and has reached a rank of Rear Admiral with a step-by-step promotion. If Ross's intelligence can be obtained and handed over to Marine, it will not only add to Virgo's achievements, but it will also attract Marine Admiral to deal with the Ghost Hand Pirates, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Somewhere in White Town, the man in the green trench coat is staring at a newspaper in his hand. The survivor of O'Hara's, Nico Robin and the Ghost Hand Pirates, your situation is very dangerous. Not far away, a golden-haired teenager was practicing with a fisherman, beside which a young girl sat on the top of the ruins and looked at them while smiling. Water 7. On a pirate ship that was docked here, leader Don Shenjiao was standing there, staring at the newspaper with one hand and the other hand subconsciously touching his head. Marines are still useless as always. His biggest enemy in this life is Garp, but he can't beat Garp and he can't find Garp's family. Since Sai died by Ross's hands, Ross became his second enemy. During this period, he has been looking for Ross's traces. Now he is located in Water 7, not far from Mezzi Sea and the Spring Island. He can arrive in the next island earlier than Ross, and there is a great possibility for him to intercept the Ghost Hand Pirates, but the growth of the Ghost Hand Ross in just 2 years is astonishing. 440 million berries. This growth rate is too horrible. In just 2 years, Ross is almost out of his control. If he waited for some time, then Ross will become another Garp for him, and by that time he can only bear the hate in his heart and won't be able to do anything. Whether to intercept the Ghost Hand Pirates in the next island, he is afraid that it is his last chance. That damn Junior. I will use your blood to pay tribute to Sai. Chapter 122, The Island of Impossibility. Somewhere on the sea. In the stormy rainstorm, the ghost shadow ship was sailing through the wind and waves. Occasionally, a huge wave appeared and was immediately overwhelmed by a strange force that could not shake the ship. No one knows how long the voyage lasted. The dark sky suddenly brightened. The rainstorm disappeared in a flash. Looking back, it was still a strong rainstorm behind. There was a very clear demarcation line with the center of this mild sea. The sky and the sea seem to be divided into 2 parts here. This kind of scenery is very different and shocking, but for Ross and others who have been sailing on the Grand Line for a long time and have seen all kinds of abnormal weather, this is nothing and they are just a little surprised. Well, you can see it already. An island. Lafitte took a long telescope and looked straight ahead, clearly capturing a black spot at the end of the line of sight, which was an island. After leaving the Spring Island, Ghost Shadow ship drove straight away from Mezzi Sea, and Ross chose the next island, which is one of the most difficult islands in the Chaotic Sea, the Impossible Island. This is a large island, but there is no country and it is divided between many forces. It is an island that often housed many pirate hunters and has various dark underground transactions. Ross stood calmly on the deck, looking at the black spot at the end of the line of sight. There was a wet deck under his feet, but his clothes were dry. All the rainwater slipped aside as soon as it touched his body. "Captain." Just then Robin came over and murmured to Ross, "There's a message from Kaku. One of the 7 warlords of Sea Hawkeye Mihawk appeared on the Impossible Island 2 days ago." Hearing Robin's words, Ross's eyes finally fluctuated. Originally, he chose the Impossible Island as their next destination. He didn't plan to go after any prey, he just wanted to use as a transit station. He didn't expect to meet 7 warlords of the sea in this way. And this 7 warlords of the sea is completely beyond Ross's current goal. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, is not someone he could defeat even if he doubled his current strength. "I see." Ross nodded and threw the news aside, not planning to pay attention to it. Quickly, Ghost Shadow ship approached the Impossible Island and stopped at an unmanned shore. Ross, Lafitte, and Robin boarded island, leaving Law and Zulu to guard the ship. "Robin will follow me. Lafitte, you can move according to your wishes." "Okay, Captain Ross." Lafitte has long been accustomed to such allocation of actions. He turned in one direction and disappeared on the island, while Ross took Robin and stepped into the island from the other direction. Him being with Robin wasn't something special. Compared with Lafitte, Robin's memory is quite good. The 8-year-old archaeology has proved everything. Now she has memorized almost all the pirates that can be targeted. Any pirate they come across can be instantly recognized by her. Her recognition abilities are much better than Ross. Today, Ross only remembers pirates who have more than 100 million berries bounties on their head and the various supernovas of the first half of the Grand Line. As for other, he was too lazy to remember them, and he depends upon Robin to provide all the information. Ross thinks that he should develop Robin's talents very well. Impossible Island. It's not far from the Marine headquarters and Red Line. I didn't think there was such a mess here. After stepping into a street, feeling the dark and oppressive atmosphere around it and the occasional dried-up blood stains along the street, Robin lowered her hat a little and murmured, "It's because it is surrounded by stormy seas." Ross said, "The violent storm sea they passed was part of the ring, wrapping the Impossible Island in the center. Because of the greater risk of storm sea, even Marine's battleship could be overturned and destroyed, so Marine and the government completely ignored this island in the dark." Ross and Robin's figure attracted a lot of attention. Accurately speaking, Robin's figure has attracted a lot of attention. In terms of stature, Robin is almost impeccable nowadays. Her slender waist and limbs are full of grace. Even if the eaves of her hat cover most of her face, she can't hide her temperament. In this inaccessible island, apart from the central bustling area, it is almost impossible to see beauty at the level of Robin, so when Robin and Ross walked up to the street, they quickly attracted a lot of attention from the people in the dark. "Where did you come from? You walked out with a woman so blatantly. It seems that there are only 2 people." These gazes reveal a bit of greed and desire. This is the Impossible Island. It is a place which is ignored by Marines and the government. Law and order do not exist here. There are only guns and gunpowder. There are only 2 kinds of people who dare to walk in such a remote area with women in their eyes. One is a man of great strength and courage, and the other is a rookie who has no idea of what is going on here, who has just passed through the stormy sea and landed on this island by chance. So, which one is it? As Ross and Robin penetrated the streets, their eyes grew more and more, but although they were full of greed and desire, they did not rush up towards them. Instead, they restrained themselves. They were still afraid of encountering the first situation. Naturally. The most indispensable thing in the world is the people who never think. After Ross and Robin walked for a while, some people came out of the darkness and followed behind them. There were 3 people who slowly followed Ross and Robin from behind. They grinned as they pointed their guns at Ross's back. Bang. 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 No one spoke. The 3 of them had a very tacit understanding between themselves. It's foolish to jump out and say a lot of nonsense to a fellow like Ross. The least valuable thing here is human life. Whoever he is, kill him first and then say, even if he really has the ability, they won't give their opponent the chance to show it. However, when the gunfire stopped and the smoke disappeared in the air, the grin on the 3 faces suddenly solidified because they saw that the bullets they fired did not leave bloody holes on Ross, but hovered in midair at the moment they touched Ross's body. Ross did not look back. As he stepped forward, he raised his right hand gently and snapped his finger. Patter. When the sound of finger clicking sounded in the silent and dark street, the bullet hovering in the air suddenly turned and shot at the three men. In the splash of blood, the three of them had a frightening look on their faces and they wanted to scream but they could not make any sound. They fell silently to the ground, blood slowly flowed out and spread all the way through the street. Silence. It was not until Ross and Robin disappeared at the end of the street that innumerable breathing sounds came from the darkness. The eyes hidden in the darkness were tinged with fear. The bullets shot back, there is no mistake. Devil Fruit User. Although this is the impossible island on the Grand Line and they are all the lowest people on this island. They have all seen Devil Fruit ability many times, a Devil Fruit ability user is obviously not the existence they can provoke. Chapter 123 Hiddenness is really an unsightly place. Walking out of the lonely street, Robin held the brim of her hat and pulled it down a little. Ross also reached out and pressed his leather cap lightly, covering most of his face, and said, "This remote place should be nothing to care about. Let's go to Central City Town." Robin silently followed Ross. After walking through a street, the road gradually became wider and the environment also showed a clear change. From dark and dirty scenes, occasionally dried up bloodstains, it has gradually become a normal bluestone path. When they came to this area, although there were a lot of eyes on Ross and Robin, most of them were swept away and only a few eyes followed them, but they were limited to snooping. Gradually, Ross and Robin arrived in the central city district of the Impossible Island, where the environment became quite different from the border, with luxurious taverns or casinos on both sides. It was a lively scene. The streets are flooding with people dressed like nobles and gentlemen, walking with young girls in their arms, followed by many guards. Let's go there. Because there is no exact intelligence and goal, he just wanted to see if he can find a valuable prey. Ross glanced down the street and walked towards a nearby casino. Into the casino, Ross casually exchanged 10,000 berries worth of chips and lost while Robin looked around with her head down and finally shook her head at Ross. Let's go. Ross casually dropped the last bit of chips on the table, lost it and left the casino with Robin and went to another casino in the rear, which looked bigger. This time, Ross didn't even plan to exchange his money for chips. He was planning to walk in and turn around if he didn't find any prey. Unexpectedly, in this casino, Ross found a very unexpected person. Is it white? I won again. I'm so embarrassed. An uncle with his eyes closed, wearing a lavender loose kimono and a beard is sitting on the side of a gaming table, one hand touching the back of his head, revealing a thick smile. It's him? Ross's eyes flashed as he watched the purple-clothed blind man sitting there. According to the normal historical development, 2 years after Luffy went out to sea, this blind man in purple clothing will participate in the world conscription and will be promoted to a Marine headquarters admiral with his monstrous level strength. Ross has already recognized him. Isho, or he will be commonly known as Fujitora in future. Ross had thought about the battle crew on his ship. Luffy was good, but he could not afford a strong position. Fujitora was one of the figures Ross had considered, but now the problem is that it was too early to meet each other. Although the other side's performance is to uphold justice and be kind to others, his style of action, whether it is the meteorite landing to deter Doflamingo or the fight with Fleet Admiral Akainu for justice without fear, reveals the arrogance of the strong everywhere. In fact, any strong man has his own pride. It is almost impossible for him to attract Fujitora onto the ship without being stronger than Fujitora. Change 100,000 berries into chips. Ross indulged for a moment before exchanging his money for chips at the casino's front desk. He walked toward Fujitora's gaming table and sat in on an empty chair. At this point, Fujitora had just taken over the chip that he had won and the dealer had handed over. Robin was next to Ross and she also noticed Fujitora. Even in a non-battle state, observation haki can slightly feel a person's strength and Fujitora gives her the feeling that it is extremely heavy and oppressive. It is like she is looking at a towering steel fortress. There is a sense of insignificance that cannot be shaken by any means. This man. Robin's eyes showed her cautiousness but she did not speak. She knew that if she could perceive the difference between Fujitora and her then Ross must have noticed it long ago. She didn't need to remind him. When Ross arrived at the table and sat down, he exhaled and stared at the spinning wheel. He released his observation haki and began to capture the trajectory of the ball on the wheel. Please make your bet. After the dealer turned the wheel, he waved to the public to place their bets. Ross stares at the ball, his observation haki stretched to its limit. A moment later, he gently pushes a few chips. Black. Fujitora, sitting on the other side of the table, caught Ross's movements, paused for a moment, pushed the chips out with a simple smile, and said, I'll bet black, too. As the rotation speed of the wheel gradually slowed down, the ball finally stopped and fell into a black grid. The dealer expressionlessly took back the chips betting on white and delivered the chips won by Fujitora, Ross, and others, then turned the wheel again. This time, Almost as soon as the roulette had just turned and the ball had just hit 2 laps, Fujitora gently pushed his chips out. White. Great. Ross sighed softly. Sure enough, Fujitora's observation hockey was much better than his. He had not caught anything yet and Fujitora had already determined the final placement. He paused for a second and he pushed his stack of chips to the white betting point. The final drop of the ball is really white. Fujitora took the chips handed over by the dealer's hand and showed an embarrassed smile while touching the back of his head and saying, "Oh, it looked like my luck is good today." Half an hour later. Ross had 500,000 berries in front of him and Fujitora had more than 900,000 berries in front of him. They were surrounded by many people who bet with them. The dealer's forehead has overflowed with a bit of cold sweat. Although Ross and Fujitora have not made many bets and they bet with a small amount, but their successive wins have attracted countless people to follow their bets, leading to his loss here, which is beginning to grow larger and larger. "I'm very sorry, but we need to repair the wheel of this table." The main people of the casino finally couldn't sit still and 7 or 8 people came over and prevented everyone from betting. Just then, Robin, standing behind Ross, leaned over Ross and whispered something in his ear. "The one who just came down from the 2nd floor is Mogul, the Ripper with 71 million berries bounty on his head." "I see." Ross nodded as he looked at Fujitora on the other side and laughed. "Something needs to be done first, but before you go, you want to bet again. If you win, these chips will be yours. How about that?" "Oh, all chips? I wonder how you want to bet?" Fujitora was gathering the chips in front of him. When he heard Ross's words, he paused a little and asked with both hands on the chips. Ross tapped his finger lightly on the roulette table that was being taken away by a group of casino staff, then the table suddenly jumped up and fell between Ross and Fujitora. "This? What happened?" Everyone was shocked as looked at the scene. For a while, they were somewhat at a loss. Ross gently pinched the ball, threw it into the wheel, snapped his back finger and the power of distortion was slightly activated and the whole wheel moved rapidly. "This way." Fujitora nodded and thought for a second. He pushed the chip in front of him and said, "If you try your best, I will bet on white." Kaka. Kaka. Under the action of the power of distortion, the whole roulette showed signs of fragmentation as it slowly stopped and after a few bounces, the ball finally fell onto the white grid. "I lost." Ross stood up and was not depressed. He pushed the chips to Fujitora, turned and walked out of the casino, smiling. "If we have a chance in the future, we'll have another bet." "Well, then I will accompany you when we meet again." Fujitora nodded and smiled and stood up while collecting chips from the table. Chapter 123 Fujitora Chapter 124 Extinguishes kills Ross's observation hockey had already been placed on the Ripper Mongol of the 71 million berries bounty. He stepped out of the casino and looked calmly at Mongol, not far away and went straight to the other side. "And I lost more than 100,000 berries, damn it, the money is running out." Ripper Mongol is a unique family of the world. Their arms have 3 sections and are longer than the normal one. At this time, he is wearing a windbreaker while holding a blonde beauty and walking in the street, with a gloomy expression on his face. The blonde turned her head, smiled and said in a complimentary tone, "You're a big man who has a bounty of 71 million berries. You can get a lot of money just by going out." "Oh, it's just too much trouble." Mongol grinned. He had no dreams of being the strongest in the world, nor of competing for honor peace. He was a pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. He usually lived on an island that Marine didn't care about. He went out to rob and spend money again. However, just as he was walking forward with his blonde in his arms, a strange wave came from the ground beneath his feet and then suddenly split in the middle, causing him to fall in. "Ah!" The blonde girl was shocked. She didn't know how the ground suddenly cracked. She subconsciously reached toward Mongol to get him out of the crack. But before she squatted down, the cracked ground closed in the middle again. With a loud cry, blood gushed up and drenched her all over. "Ah!" Looking at the scene in front of her, she was instantly frightened and she screamed. The ground under her feet suddenly split, instantly swallowed her up and then disappeared. The people on the street saw this scene and they were frightened. The nearest people even sat on the ground, rolling back and forth in horror. What the hell? In their eyes, it was like the earth suddenly turned into a monster, opened its mouth, took 2 bites in a row, ate 2 living people in an instant and chewed them. The entire street became empty in the blink of an eye, leaving only Ross and Robin standing more than 20 meters away. The Ripper Mongol with 71 million berries bounty has been killed. The rewards are 15 talent proficiency points. Listening to the voice coming from his ear, Ross gently retrieved his virtual hand. "Let's go." He left with Robin, and as for the Ripper Mongol, the great pirate with a bounty of 71 million berries, the sudden and inexplicable tragic death on the street spread quickly in the impossible island. This is the first half of the Grand Line. All the people who have a bounty of over 100 million berries are called supernova. And those who have a bounty of more than 70 million berries are already the strong ones. Now one of them died in the street unexplainably. The news would have shocked the whole island if it had happened in normal times, but now, just after it caused a little movement, it was immediately suppressed by another thing. Because compared to this matter, another thing caused a bigger movement. Pirate Hunter's one-armed Carlos challenges the world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye on this impossible island. Hawkeye doesn't need an introduction. Since he defeated the previous generation of the world's strongest swordsman and took over his position, so far no swordsman has surpassed him. His feet are filled with the bones of numerous swordsmen who challenged him, and he is recognized as the strongest swordsman in the world. As for Pirate Hunter's one-armed Carlos, his is also a famous big man. Four Emperors is undoubtedly standing at the top of pirates, and Pirate Hunters also has two people that are standing on the top of them. Two people, and one-armed Carlos is one of them. He once killed 550 million berries big pirate in New World. The news of the duel between the two men spread and caused a big movement on the entire impossible island. In the face of such a level of news, the Ripper Mongol of 70 million berries could not attract any attention at all. All eyes converged on this battle. Ruin Street. It used to be a common street in the impossible island. Then the war broke out, causing the whole block to be completely destroyed, leaving only a few ruined walls and broken buildings. In the ruins, a figure with only one arm was sitting quietly with a red sword across his legs. One-armed Carlos. That sword is the rumored 21 best grade swords, the Hot Moon. At this time, many people appeared on the edge of the ruins, standing above the broken walls, carefully looking in the direction of Carlos. For them, a pirate with the bounty of over 300 million berries is the existence that can only be looked up to, not to mention Carlos, who hunted a pirate who offered a bounty of 550 million berries. Even if you put that pirate in the New World, he will be a strong person. Will Hawkeye come? Sure, I have heard that Hawkeye will never avoid the challenge from a swordsman. As time went by, the atmosphere became more and more tense and depressed. Although everyone now knows that Hawkeye is on this island, people have only heard some rumors about the world's strongest swordsman and have never seen him personally. No one knows how long it took. Sitting on the top of the ruins, one-armed Carlos suddenly opened his closed eyes, and his eyes flickered, and there was a vague surge of intentions in them. In the direction he was looking for, a man wearing a wide-brimmed black hat and wearing a black trench coat, carrying a black wide blade, slowly came over. Hawkeye's here. That is, the world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye. Is that the legendary black blade on his back? Many people looked in the direction of Carlos's eyes and saw Hawkeye coming by, and their hearts were filled with awe. They don't even have the qualification to look up to this kind of existence. In the ruins, Ross stood in the corner, looking at Hawkeye's direction. His eyes flickered and he muttered, "I don't know how far I'm from you now." How strong is Hawkeye? There is no exact conclusion of this in his memory, and whether it is the title of the world's strongest swordsman or the duel with red hair, the final result as a tie is enough to prove Hawkeye's strength. Robin stood next to Ross and gazed at Hawkeye, who was approaching. Although Ross had killed Crocodile, there is a big difference between him and other 7 warlords of the seas. Knight of the Sea Jinbe is powerful and a link between humans and fishermen. Don Quixote family of Doflamingo is powerful all over the world. Gecko Moria once challenged 100 Beast Kaido and survived despite the collapse of his whole army. Compared with these people, Hawkeye is a thorough loner. Without attaching to any forces or forming any allies, he sailed across the sea depending on his own strength and a place in 7 warlords of the sea with absolute strength. Chapter 125 Hidden O. Hawkeye versus one-armed Carlos. Luffy has already arrived in this ruin, but he did not contact Ross, but stood in another area, watching from a distance. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Hawkeye finally came to Carlos. "You came. I thought you wouldn't accept the challenge because I was disabled." Carlos jumped from the ruins and held the hilt of his sword with one hand and looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye slightly closed his eyes as he reached to his back and pulled out the black blade. He opened his eyes again and looked at Carlos, saying, "No matter who the challenger is, I will never refuse, not to mention that you are a famous swordsman. Can you overcome this black blade and become the strongest swordsman? Will you be able to take away this title?" "Hey!" Carlos suddenly pulled out his sword and attacked Hawkeye, and in a flash a red sword energy swept across the earth, sweeping toward Hawkeye. Where the sword energy went, the earth was continually torn and cut, and the crack in the cut was burning with a red flame. The sword of inflammation. Hawkeye slightly lowered his face and swung the black blade in his hand. The red sword energy fell on the black blade and was completely destroyed. For swordsmen, sword energy is a mean of a long-range attack. The swordsman's strongest attack is actually a chop with his real sword. Whiz. Hawkeye stepped out and his figure disappeared instantly, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Carlos. The black blade in his hand suddenly fell on Carlos. Carlos swung his sword to resist, and the two swords collided violently in the air. Carlos showed a slight weakness and his arm sank slightly. He had to remove some of his strength. Bang! Some of the force that was removed fell behind him, instantly tearing the ruins behind it into a terrifying crack of more than 100 meters. Ross, who watched the scene from afar, closed his eyes slightly. He did not know whether Hawkeye had done his best, but right now it is almost impossible for him to resist it without taking any damage. Compared with the world's top powerhouses, there is still a big gap between us. Ross muttered a sentence in his heart and called out the talent system. He hunted the Repromungle for 15 talent proficiency points. He distributed 5 points on Distortion Fruit and 10 points on Physical Enhancement, which improved his strength slightly. Bang! 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 The fight in the distance quickly entered its peak state. The battle between the world's top powers often takes a long time to decide the winner or loser, but swordsmen are generally an exception. Even if they are nearly the same strength, duels will often be won or lost very soon, and the strength between Hawkeye and Carlos is not equal. Carlos's strength, in Ross's view, should be very close to the 3 disasters, which is behind the Doflamingo and 4 Emperor's pirates. At least. Ross still had the strength to fight against Carlos. Even if he could not win, he would still be able to retreat. This is the strength of the world's strongest swordsman. Carlos is completely under pressure. Looking at battle in the field, their opinions gradually moved towards Hawkeye, and many people were murmuring with shock. At first, Carlos was able to compete with Hawkeye, but after dozens of moves he was pushed into the downside. Now Carlos is showing signs of defeat. But for swordsmen, even in the bad situation, there is still the possibility of turning over. Carlos did not give up, but was alert and constantly attacking. King. After another move, Hawkeye stayed where he was and Carlos stepped back 4 or 5 steps. Really strong. This is my strongest attack. If it can't beat you, then I lost. Carlos gripped the handle of the sword, grinned, and his swordsmanship surged. His entire figure seems to turned into a fierce sword, and above his blade, a golden flame suddenly ignited and rose. Hawkeye stood there calmly, without rushing forward, while holding the long handle of black blade in both hands and preparing for the move. Sword flow, instant chop. Carlos raised his power to his limit and a light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly slams out and the sword in his hand seems to be turned into a golden light, cutting through the void and running through the field. In an instant, Hawkeye exchanged positions with Carlos. Is it over? Who won? The people who were watching this scene from afar took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Carlos kept his sword in a posture. A crack suddenly appeared between his chest and abdomen. Blood rushed out. Carlos staggered and half knelt on the ground. On the other side, Hawkeye slowly retrieved the black blade and turned around. It's over. Ross shook his head. Even if he saw it, he already knew the result of this fight. The reason why he came over was to measure the gap between himself and the world's top powerhouse. Now that the gap has been judged, it is time to leave. However, just as Ross turned and was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed through the ruins, breaking the silence. Ahoo, finally found you. Ghost hand. Ross. In the ruins, a bald old man with a long gray beard came crashing into the ruins, where the ruins of the buildings continued to crumble, and finally rushed to the ruins where Ross was. The huge moment of movement attracted the attention of countless people. Many people turned their eyes and saw a bald old man with a huge body, and they were stunned. Is that person, is it legendary? Someone stared at the bald old man's back, vaguely thinking of something, and his face suddenly changed. Leader Don Chinzhou. The legendary big pirate, although he has not appeared on the sea for many years and was branded in the memory of the people of that era, but the bounty on his head in that year was more than 500 million berries. And a name that Don Chinzhou just called out is no less important than Don Chinzhou at this time. He is a famous existence in this sea. Ghost hand. Ross. Hawkeye stood in the ruins not far away and looked sideways at leader Don Chinzhou, but soon he took his eyes back. He seemed uninterested and jumped out of the ruins. At this time, everyone's attention has shifted from Hawkeye to Don Chinzhou and Ross. Although Don Chinzhou is no longer a figure of this era, and Ross is not as famous as Hawkeye, but for them, they are still someone that he could not compare to. There were so many big people gathered quietly on this island. And look at Don Chinzhou and Ross, what kind of resentment do they seem to have? Leader Don Chinzhou, was it hard for you to find me? Ross looked slowly at Don Chinzhou. His eyes were calm and indifferent. When he killed Sai, he knew that Don Chinzhou would come to him sooner or later. So he always collected Don Chinzhou's intelligence and deliberately avoided him. After returning to the Blue Sea from Sky Island, he did not pay any attention to Don Chinzhou's intelligence. Now that the other party has come for him, it is not very unexpected. Chapter 125 Leader Chenjiao Chapter 126 Showdown even Marine's Vice Admiral fleet was defeated. You are growing very fast recently. I can't delay my revenge for Sai. Don Chenjiao came right in front of Ross, touched his bare head, squinted, and spoke gently to Ross. Ross looked at Don Chenjiao indifferently and did not respond to him. He looked at Robin and said, "Stand back, Robin." Robin nodded and glanced at Leader Don Chenjiao with a dignified look. All the information about Don Chenjiao's intelligence flashed through her mind as she leaped gently back toward the rear. Don Chenjiao squinted and glanced at Robin indifferently. "Is that devil child, the survivor of the Ohara's incident? Your younger generation is really bold." Before Ohara's, Don Chenjiao was a member of Garp's generation. At that time, even Great Age of Pirates had not begun. He had heard the news of the destruction of Ohara's, but that was many years ago. "No matter what their identity is, as long as they are on my ship, they are my crew." Ross calmly stood there. As for Don Chenjiao's current strength, he can't accurately judge it. In his memory, Don Chenjiao can fight against Gear's second Luffy in Dressrosa, but later he was almost defeated by Laoji of Don Quixote family. The battle with Luffy was the last battle of his old age, but right now Don Chenjiao is far from that time. His beard has not even turned into white, but remain gray. At least at his peak state, he is as strong as a high-level 7 warlords of the sea. It's not clear how much strength he possessed after Garp hammered his head. It's quite strong hockey. Don Chenjiao slightly grinned. Suddenly, the drooping gray-white beard, unaffected by gravity, began to float upward in an unexplained form. His narrow eyes opened slowly, and a terrifying momentum rose gradually from him. As he stared at Ross, his eyes flashed with a fierce color and his tone suddenly turned cold and his murderous and repressed anger unfolded without hiding. He said, "However, Sai was also the best descendant of the old man, who died by your hands. As the leader of the Happo Navy, this old man also needs to let you experience it." Buzz. In the next moment, Don Chenjiao clenched his fist violently and activated armed armament hockey and slammed down at Ross at the same time. A shocking conqueror's hockey burst out from Don Chenjiao's body and rushed in all directions. Bang! Ross's face remained unchanged as he clenched his right hand and met Don Chenjiao's fist with his own. Two disproportionate fists suddenly collided in the air and a terrifying sound surged in all direction, cracking the gap between the two people, like a spider's web that gradually spread. "This is Conqueror's hockey?" Ross's eyes glistened slightly as he felt the breath bursting out of Don Chenjiao, similar to observation hockey and armament hockey, but totally different. The aftermath rippled away. Ross stood where he was, without retreating, and the ground beneath him fell apart inch by inch. Don Chenjiao kept his fist-waving posture and the ground beneath him also broke into pieces. The spectators in the distance had fallen silent. They were all stunned by Don Chenjiao's conqueror's hockey. But Don Chenjiao's conqueror's hockey was not strong. Many people still stood, but most of them overflowed with a little cold sweat on their foreheads. "What happened? How did you fall down?" Some people looked at some unconscious people who were foaming in their mouth and not knowing the reason for it, they all panicked. "It's hockey, conqueror's hockey." There are people who have seen this type of scene before and said, "But that's also a reasonable thing." Leader Don Chenjiao had a bounty of more than 500 million berries in that time. 580 million berries. This is the bounty of Don Chenjiao, who was at the peak of his power at that time and was able to compete with Garp. Although Don Chenjiao was later beaten by Garp, who flattened his head, there is no doubt about his strength. Not only can you use hockey, but also recognize conqueror's hockey. Your knowledge is quite good. Who did you learn your hockey from? Looking at Ross, who steadily withstood his punch, Don Chenjiao snorted and stared at Ross. His gray beard seemed to be blown up by the strong wind, and the erupting conqueror's hockey gradually dispersed. "Who knows?" Ross slowly retrieved his fist and responded calmly. He did not learn his hockey from anyone, but he worked it out through day-to-day hard practice. Well, self-awakening? That's not bad, but without the right exercise method, your hockey is weak and vulnerable. Don Chenjiao gave a sudden shout of anger, his palms closed in front of him, his upper body turned sharply, his bare head slammed towards Ross. Hashokan, Bto military head. Ross did not retreat. His right hand's fingers closed and he suddenly clenched his fist. Power of distortion surrounded his fist and ran up against Don Chenjiao's head. Don Chenjiao was bald in the head due to Garp. Although he lost his main weapon, his armament hockey was weakened. Bang! Ross's fist hit Don Chenjiao's head with a thunderous bang. Almost instantly, the crumbling ground under Ross's feet broke apart inch by inch, and the ruined buildings around him could not withstand the aftermath of power of distortion, showing signs of cracks. In the reverberation of the attack, Ross's arm was shaking constantly and Dan Xinjiao's head and neck were shaking constantly. Both sides were constantly stimulating their strength in this fierce collision and confrontation. Bang! For almost 2 seconds, Ross's power of distortion kept breaking out. With a low grunt, he smashed Dan Xinjiao's Hazoken apart and hit Dan Xinjiao in the head, knocking him down and causing him to fly out. Bang! Bang! Dan Xinjiao, who flew out, crashed into 2 buildings in a row and broke into the ruins. Leader Dan Xinjiao was hit. This is the strength of Ghost Hand Ross. Even the legendary figure is not his opponent? Many people cannot help but feel shaken when they look at this scene from afar. Ross's suspended bounty has reached 440 million berries, but he is only one of the younger generation who has just risen. But now, his punch has caused a legendary figure to fly backward, which undoubtedly means that Ross's power has already moved towards those of the older generation. However, in the tremor of a group of people, the ruins suddenly clashed, and the figure of leader Dan Xinjiao rushed out of it. The broken stone debris on his body kept scattering, without leaving any damage. Ahoo, it's a good move, but you're far from winning. Chapter 127 Hidden Wiz. Ross's face remained unchanged as he was not surprised. He leaped and rushed up. Armament Haki was attached to his left arm and right hand. He fused with the power of distortion and hit Dan Xinjiao on his head like a windy rainstorm. Garp punched Dan Xinjiao's skull and made him bald, but only bald, at most, reducing a little hardness, but Dan Xinjiao's fight ability is strong. Bang! 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 In the face of Ross's attack, Dan Xinjiao fearlessly used his observation Haki and clearly captured all Ross's movements and punched out one punch after another, confronting Ross. The earth was trembling and it was ringing. In a flash, the 2 men punched each other dozens of times. The loud sound produced from their punches was like a thunderbolt. It made the people around them cover their ears in horror and show their hard expressions. It was just the sound that made their eardrums buzz constantly and unbearable. Bang! Bang! Over time, Dan Xinjiao, who was fighting Ross on equal footing, began to sweat on his forehead and moved backward bit by bit under heavy pressure, leaving 2 plowing marks on the ground. Ross's power of distortion is constantly breaking his Hazoken and affecting his fists, although his armament Haki is extremely tyrannical and was able to withstand Ross's power, but with these continuous attack, it will collapse sooner or later. Even if only a small part of it accumulates, it makes his arm numb gradually. Hateful Jr. Feeling the numbness of his arms, Dan Xinjiao roared as his arms burst open and his head was instantly covered with armed armament Haki and he slammed into Ross. Bang! Ross's fist once again collided with Dan Xinjiao's head, this time with Dan Xinjiao's feet on the ground and Ross was in the air. After a few seconds of stalemate, Dan Xinjiao's body slammed back and he finally fell to the ground on his buttock, while Ross rolled over and stepped back. Dan Xinjiao touched his head and suddenly thought of the tragedy of being beaten bald by Garp. His face suddenly showed a fierce color. Ah! With an angry roar, he charges into Ross and hammers his head hard. Ross punched Dan Xinjiao again and in the resulting aftermath, Dan Xinjiao flew backward again and smashed several buildings, but he was still unhurt. Ross watched the scene expressionlessly. After a slight relief of his spare energy, he suddenly rushed towards Dan Xinjiao's front. Once again, his fist shot down on Dan Xinjiao and his fists seemed to regard Dan Xinjiao as a human-shaped sandbag. Compared with Dalmatian and Lucci, Dan Xinjiao is a pure body strengthening type. His armament Haki and observation Haki is at proficiency level, seeing as he was able to capture Luffy's position while he was in the second gear. Besides, Dan Xinjiao also seems to have a tenacious talent and is extremely strong in endurance and defense. Bang! 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 Ross and Dan Xinjiao fought again and his figure kept flashing in the presence. In terms of speed, he was much faster than Dan Xinjiao and always occupied the position of active attack. Dan Xinjiao is huge and his observation Haki is extremely strong. While capturing Ross's movement, he keeps on defending and counter-attacking and looks for a chance for initiating his own attacks. The arrogant younger generation. You only have this much strength and you dared to provoke the government and Marines. Instead of letting you die in Marine Admiral's hands, let me kill you and pay tribute to Sai. The accumulating effect of distortion made Dan Xinjiao extremely uncomfortable and he could not help but roar as he flew towards Ross. Armament Haki on his head fired up and fell down sharply towards Ross. 8 Impacts Fist Secret Technique. Drill less dragon, drill less nail. Ross's face remained unchanged as he faced Dan Xinjiao's full-blown attack. He switched his fist directly to meet him. Compared with Dan Xinjiao's head, his fist is quite different in size. His slender arms, by contrast, seem to be broken directly by Dan Xinjiao's head hammer. But when the 2 sides collided, a tremendous sound emerged. Dan Xinjiao was directly overturned by Ross's power, causing him to fly out. he continuously smashed into 3 buildings, flying further away. After this move, Ross brought out the power of distortion and armament hockey into full play. It was originally just a slightly integrated armament hockey and power of distortion. As the fight gradually continued, a perfect fusion of perfection between these two power appeared. His strength was already 1 point stronger than Don Chinzhou. Don Chinzhou relied on armament hockey's strength, defense, and endurance to fight him. Now, with the continuation of the fight, it has gradually tilted the balance of battle. Cough. Cough. Don Chinzhou, rising from the ruins, felt only a tingling pain in his skull. He also realized that Ross's strength seemed to have risen a little, and his eyebrows were locked. However, as someone who has Conqueror's hockey, he will not retreat while facing someone from the younger generation. After roaring, he charged towards Ross. Bang. 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 The fight broke out again, but this time, Don Chinzhou fell directly into the leeway. Originally, he could collide with Ross a dozen of times and use his head for the final attack, but now he has only fought less than a dozen times and he already feels his arm is shaking and going soft. Ross seemed to be somewhat disappointed with Don Chinzhou, but this was not noticed by anyone including Chinzhou. Instead, he used Chinzhou as a sandbag. He constantly trained his hockey and the power of distortion on him. Whiz. Whiz. In the continuous battle, Ross is becoming more and more familiar with the combination of armament hockey and the power of distortion, gradually grasping the knack and perfectly integrating the two forces. In addition, Ross's control of the power of distortion has become more and more sophisticated. He has a vague sense of being able to throw the power of distortions out from any part of his body easily. But unfortunately, this feeling is only a flash away and it cannot be grasped. It's over. Feeling that his stamina continued to drop in this fight and gradually lowered to the dangerous line, Ross took a deep breath while blinking his eyes and he no longer suppressed his powers. He clenched his right hand's 5 fingers violently as armament hockey and power of distortion perfectly combined and he punched Don Chinzhou. Don Chinzhou roared and went all out to inspire armament hockey to fight Ross head-on, but only for a second, and in the next moment, he was directly dropped to the ground, smashing the earth into a huge human-shaped hole. There was an incredible look in his eyes. How can the power of this junior suddenly? Whiz. Without waiting for Don Chinzhou to do anything, Ross suddenly fell from the sky and rushed straight into the pit. Bang. 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 A series of continuous bang sounds came from the depths of the earth and also caused the earth to constantly shake, making many people that are standing on the ground to wobble. And when the sound of the bang finally broke off and the vibration calmed down, a figure gently leaped out of the pit, seemingly with a little blood on his fist. Listening to the sound of the system reward, Ross calmly shook his wrist and silently peeled blood from his fingers, restoring the white and ordinary palm. There is no life in the pit. The audience was silent. Don Chinzhou. Is he dead? The legendary pirate, defeated. Great Age of Pirates 13th year in July. The Ghost Hand Pirates Captain Ross encounters the legendary pirate leader Don Chinzhou. Both sides fought and after a big battle Ross completely defeated leader Don Chinzhou and killed him on the Impossible Island. The news spread and the sea shook. Chapter 127 Don Chinzhou's death. Chapter 128 Next will be a Marine Admiral Marine Headquarters Medical Building. In a separate room in a high-rise ward, a man without his right arm and wrapped in bandages was sitting quietly at the window with a newspaper in his hand. He is Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman. After his fight with Ross in the Spring Island, he was badly injured. Despite the emergency treatment of the accompanying ship doctor on the battleship, he had to amputate an arm. Because of the severe internal injuries, he almost lost his future battle ability. Because of this, Marine Headquarters did not impose any substantial punishment on him because of this serious defeat, and even his Vice Admiral rank, which had been on the verge of being stripped, was retained for him. Standing next to Doberman is a Headquarters captain. These are all the announcements from Headquarters. You can either stay in Headquarters to process files or you can choose to work as a trainer in the recruiting battalion. Headquarters captain looked at Doberman with some concern. He knew about Doberman and that Doberman had lost his battle ability. He would review documents and teach recruits at most in the future, so he feared that Doberman would not be able to bear the result. Doberman, sitting at the window, didn't react. He just held the newspaper in one hand and looked at it. His fingers kept pinching and kneading one end of the newspaper into a ball. The newspaper printed news of Hawkeye's duel with Carlos and Ross's killing of the legendary pirate leader Don Chinzhou. Vice Admiral. Standing on the side, the Headquarters captain got more and more worried. He was worried that Doberman wouldn't be able to accept it. He also knows about Ross. He was only a small pirate hunter in West Blue at first, but he grew strong very fast and eventually, Doberman paid a heavy price for it. This kind of thing may not be acceptable even to him. Doberman took a deep breath and suddenly loosened the newspaper, putting it aside and said, I see. When you go back and report for me, You say I'd like to stay in headquarters to process documents. Vice Admiral? The headquarters captain showed a little surprise. He knew Doberman's style very well. He was tough and hard-working. He believed in strength and absolute justice. He did not expect that after losing his strength, Doberman could accept the civil service of handling documents. Doberman slightly smiled and said, "Even if I don't have any battle capabilities, I have experienced and seen more than you think. Go on." "Yes." The headquarters captain nodded and left the room after saluting. After he left, the expression on Doberman's face changed gradually. Although he still kept smiling, the smiling became more and more fierce, and finally became a little crazy. Such an end, He gave a few horrible sneers, grabbed the newspaper and stared at the newspaper story about Ross. Loss of his strength is more painful to him than death, but he will not choose to die, because he has to watch and see Ross in even more worse position. "I'll watch it." Fired Ross. Having confronted Ross head-on, plus all the information about Ross, he knows Ross's character well. He is definitely not a person who is willing to submit to others. Arrogant. Aloof and arrogant. Even if he escaped Marines' encirclement and suppression and entered New World, he will face a situation where the sea is his enemy and he will be squeezed between Marines and 4 emperors. He would watch Ross defeated by Marines and taken to Impel Down, or defeated by 4 emperors and killed in despair by 4 emperors. Before that, he would live even in pain and he would never die without seeing Ross's last appearance. Impossible Island. After defeating leader Don Shinjao and killing him, Ross and Robin returned to the Ghost Shadow ship, leaving Lafitte alone to move freely on the island until Logbo's magnetism was full. Leader Don Shinjao's bounty at its peak was 580 million berries, and after hunting Don Shinjao, Ross was rewarded at the level of 580 million berries pirate, and the reward wasn't cut because Don Shinjao's head was made bald by Garp, causing a decrease in his strength. 1 free talent points. 120 talent proficiency points. It's more impressive than Ross's previous victory over the magnitude of Marine Vice Admirals. These 120 talent proficiency points, Ross thought a little, then made a choice and filled 50 points into the physical enhancement of the general department. The general's talents tree shines with a slight change. Agility enhancement, 200 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 400 top-level strengthening tenacious, 50 mid-level strengthening. A warm current emerged from Ross's body, strengthening his body, and it disappeared after a few seconds. His physical enhancement also broke through 400 points, close to 500 points of maximum value. With the remaining 70 proficiency points, Ross was in a little hesitant. After a period of hesitation, he finally chose to add 50 proficiency points to armament hockey. The Ripper Mongol was killed before and the 15 proficiency points were all added on the distortion fruit. The power of distortions has been enhanced, plus 20 points now. The promotion is big enough. And now he has been able to combine armament hockey with the power of distortion, so he has to improve his armament hockey, otherwise, its strength will be too weak. Most importantly, if he meets the Marines again, it's probably going to involve a Marine Admiral. Today's 3 Marine Admiral, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu are the top Logia powers. Currently, his armament hockey can deal with the likes of Smokers and Crocodile, but he will be dwarfed by the top powers. Even when combined with the power of distortions, he may not be able to hurt the other party. In the War of the Best, Marco and Flower Sword Vista, 2 division captains of Whitebeard pirates, joined forces and used hockey to hit Akainu, but they were unable to cause any harm to him. Looking at the entire War of the Best, only Whitebeard was able to cause substantial damage to Akainu. Buzz. The golden light flashed and the branch of armament hockey which Ross had been neglecting was finally filled with some proficiency points. The 50 talent proficiency points just pushed armament hockey into mid-level strengthening and directly upgraded Ross's armament hockey. Armed. In the practice room, looking at the square iron block in front of him, Ross raised his right hand and armament hockey suddenly condensed into a dark hardened color, and then he punched the iron block. Bang. His fist bang struck the square iron block and gave a bang ring instantly. Even though the practice room had excellent sound insulation, it still reverberated in all corners of Ghost Shadow ship. This punch directly put a deep fist mark on the iron block. It should be a little worse than Don Shinjao, but it's not too much. Recalling Don Shinjao's armament hockey strength, Ross slightly nodded. This level of armament hockey has a little bit of capital against an admiral. The last 20 points left are naturally poured on the distortion fruit. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 480 flash step of Marine 6 powers, 0 paper art of Marine 6 powers, 0 Marine 6 powers as moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 50 armament hockey, 50 I don't know how far I'm from Marine Admiral. After looking at the battle panels, Ross muttered in his heart. Chapter 129 Hidden. After closing the talent system, Ross took a deep breath and started to exercise. He had to adapt to the strength he had just raised. It was at this time that several figures passed through the messy ruins and quietly came to the shore, close to the ghost shadow ship. That is the ghost shadow ship. The headed person is petite and beautiful woman, wearing a strange hat and a loose jacket on the upper body. It seems that there is only one jacket and there is no button. She is wearing a wavy short skirt on the lower body and a pair of sunglasses on her eyes. Standing behind her are two men wrapped in grey robes. One of them looked at the ghost shadow ship on the shore and respectfully said, "The same as in the intelligence, there should be nothing wrong." The three continued to walk towards the ghost shadow ship. Almost as they came to the side of ghost shadow ship, Robin appeared silently on the side of ghost shadow ship, standing there looking down at the three people, with glittering eyes and making gestures ready to use her abilities at any time. "Don't do it, we don't have any ill intentions, Nico Robin." The woman in front looked up at Robin standing on the side of ghost shadow ship. Her red lips opened slightly and her hands spread out slightly, indicating that she had no wicked intention. Robin was slightly startled when she heard her name, but instead of putting down her guard immediately, she asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Bello Betty raised her hand and gently lifted the sunglasses up halfway and smiled. "Revolutionary Army. I am the East Army, Army Captain, Bello Betty." Bello Betty smiled at Robin after declaring her name. "I have already declared my name. Aren't you gonna invite us to sit up?" Revolutionary Army. Robin was slightly stunned as she did not expect to encounter the Revolutionary Army here, and it was one of the mysterious military captains. In other words, it is difficult for her to connect the girl in front of her with the dangerous criminals wanted by the world government all over the world, such as Revolutionary Army Captain. "Miss Robin, please believe us, we don't have any wicked intentions." Standing behind Bello Betty, a member of the Revolutionary Army said to Robin in a sincere way, "Light of Revolution. That's what we call you. We've been looking for you for 4 or 5 years. You're the only survivor of O'Hara's in the world." Hearing this, Robin lifted her hand and gently lowered it. The Revolutionary Army member saw it and smiled at Robin's kindness. "Now that we have found you, we will do our best to protect you from the government. This is the order of the leader." "Leader?" asked Robin, with a slightly twinkling eye. "The Commander-in-Chief of Revolutionary Army. Dragon." The Revolutionary Army member, with a solemn and serious look on his face, spoke to Robin, with deep respect in his eyes when he mentioned Dragon. If someone is to be considered to be the most dangerous existence in the world, then there is no doubt that it will belong to the Revolutionary Army's leader Dragon. Although 4 emperors are also extremely dangerous, they will not attack the world government on their own initiative, nor will they attack Marine on their own initiative, nor will they deliberately subvert the government's rule. But Dragon is different. The sole purpose of the Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito and overthrow a world government. The government's intention to eradicate Dragon is much stronger than Ross's. If they can accurately detect Dragon's location, they will send all Cypher Pol number 0 members to attack him secretly and maybe even send more than 2 admirals to kill him. "Since it's the Revolutionary Army, come up and sit down." Ross's voice came from behind Robin. "He has been releasing observation hockey in the exercise room." As soon as Bello Betty and others approached the ship, he noticed them, but he did not rush out. Instead, he went for a shower and changed his clothes before he walked out of the cabin. "Ghost hand Ross." Bello Betty gently smiled at Ross, jumped and landed on the deck. "So, let's make a long story short." She came to Ross and Robin and her expression became serious. "You are in a very dangerous situation now. We are all aware of the cause and effect of your deeds. Robin, if you are willing, we will do our best to protect you and escort you to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. As for your captain, if you are willing to join the Revolutionary Army, we will do our best to help you out of danger, but only if you listen to our command." Once Robin interprets Poneglyph, it is bound to be a heavy blow to the world government. From the government's refusal to study the Void Century, and they even went as far as to destroy O'Hara to hide that. Ross is less important than Robin. It's not difficult to protect Robin alone. But when it comes to Ross and the Ghost Hand pirates, she doesn't really want to be threatened by a Marine admiral. The Revolutionary Army is now in development state. Only their leader Dragon can oppose a Marine admiral. Even if Ross joins the Revolutionary Army, Dragon can't keep away from his duties to protect Ross. Even if Ross is willing to obey their command, it is a lot of pressure for her. Ross slightly shook his head and responded calmly, "I will not join any forces." Because of the existence of talent system, he must act according to his own way. Pirates are his prey. Doflamingo is also one of the people he wants to destroy. It is impossible to hide in the dark with the Revolutionary Army, so whether he joins the Revolutionary Army will not make any difference. Moreover, the government has to work hard to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Any exposed location of the Revolutionary Army will attract the government's frenzied pursuit. Once they are caught, they will be tortured. If I join your revolutionary army, the government and marine will definitely pay more attention to me and the future will be even more troublesome. This is indeed the case. Bello Betty shrugged helplessly and said, but we have a strong intelligence network, and we have more opportunities to avoid the government and marines' encirclement and suppression. Ross did not respond and turned to look at Robin. Robin slightly smiled and said, I'm sorry, but my position is in line with Captain. Oh. Bello Betty snorted, seemingly anticipating that this might be the case. She did not intend to continue her persuasion. Instead, she walked toward the side of the deck and jumped back to the shore. After taking 2 steps, she seemed to think of something again and turned her head towards Ross. She lifted her sunglasses gently with one hand and looked solemnly at them. Marine Admiral has been following you. You'd better be careful about your recent actions. I don't really want to hear the news that Marines caught you. Bello Betty smiled and puts down her sunglasses. Then, let's meet again. As for Ross's style, she recognizes it. He is not someone who will succumb to the power of Marine and the government. Even though he is weak, he also resists, and in the process of that resistance, he has been hunting pirate and Marines. Unfortunately. Currently, the Revolutionary Army is hiding here and there with no fixed place. They are no better than Ross. She can't even cooperate with Ross to fight against someone like a Marine Admiral. I can only hope that Ross will be fortunate enough to survive the threat of a Marine Admiral. Although this will be very difficult. Chapter 129 Revolutionary Army Chapter 130 Idea It's a decisive decision. Watching the 3 Revolutionary Army figures disappear from sight, Robin turns to Ross and gently smiles, saying, I thought you would at least hesitate for a moment. It's impossible for me to submit to any type of commands. If I were willing to follow the orders, I might be a Marine now. Ross shook his head. He couldn't follow the Revolutionary Army to hide in some remote country. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the Tenri Ubito rule and overthrow the government. He was different. He became a pirate because Marines and the government provoked him, so he would deal with Marine and government in his own way. A single Doberman is not enough. Although the original order came from Doberman, it was impossible for this series of events to be not followed by the government and Marine executives. Their attitudes were clearly very consistent. In the eyes of senior government officials and Fleet Admiral Sengoku and others, Ross's existence is far less important than Marines and the government's prestige. It is absolutely impossible for the government and Marine to publicly withdraw a pirate's bounty and admit their previous mistakes. Well, just watch. A deep glimpse flashed through his eyes, then he threw his miscellaneous thoughts behind his head, turned to Robin and said, what about Devil Fruit's ability training? And armament hockey? A month ago, he had handed over the armament hockey's practice method to Robin and Liffit and others. They were getting closer and closer to the New World, and it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the New World without hockey. Robin and others are not battle members and Ross will not require them to have much strength, but they at least have to have the ability to fight in New World. Slightly stronger. Robin glanced at Ross and wondered what special training her captain was going to give her. Ross snorted and lightly said, is it? Let's test it out. For Liffit, he has always had a free attitude, while he had pointed out the development of Devil Fruit and observation hockey to Law. He had taught armament hockey practice to Zilu, and now it was time for Robin. What kind of test? Robin was not moved by it as she asked expressionlessly. Ross glanced at Robin, walked into the cabin with his hands on his back and said, some ordinary tests. Robin's practice speed is much faster than Ross expected, and she can already utilize a week in armament hockey. Armament hockey's practice is not very difficult. As long as the physical fitness reaches a certain level, it can be practiced. However, this ability is easy to learn but hard to utilize. Many people always get stuck on the hardening process of the armament hockey. Even Zilu, who had been brought down from the Sky Island, had been practicing for several months with armament hockey, and he was completely unable to harden with armament hockey, and armament hockey learned by Robin was only a little bit better than him. Naturally. It's better to have something than nothing. Even a little armament hockey around your arm can enhance your defensive and offensive abilities, and even a little improvement can be made. It's still hard to train a team that is comparable to the 4 Emperor's pirates in a short time. After testing the strength of Robin and others, Ross couldn't help but sigh. Why can't they work as hard as he did? Although these people are practicing under his supervision, most of them are passive except Law. Mission-like practicing does not have that kind of strong determination and belief. Instead of taking care of Law and Zilu's practicing, Ross left the cabin and went to the deck and jumped suddenly and landing in the sea below, suspended above the sea. Distortion fist. Ross's right hand 5 fingers converged and his eyes showed a serious expression. About 3 feet apart, he slammed into the sea below. Soundless and stirless. The sea was calm and the atmosphere was awkward. There is still no way to conduct air as a medium. No, it should be said that the power of distortion cannot be released by air. Ross took back his fist and looked at his palm, revealing a touch of thought in his eyes. It is impossible to attach the power of Tremor Fruit to the fist like Whitebeard and directly hit the front, which is a minor flaw of Distortion Fruit. If the power of distortion is fixed, it must be released from the air, if not then there is nothing. But in his fight against Don Chinzhou, Ross was able to faintly touch upon that feeling. It felt like his power can be released from any medium. But in the end, he failed to catch it. Distortion Fruit. Chop Fruit. And Tremor Fruit. Representing distortion, splitting, and vibration, why are there such big differences between them? There was a hint of confusion in Ross's eyes. The clown buggy's Chop Fruit can split his body and ignore the cutting of sharp weapons. This is a very chicken rib ability that is useful in remaining alive. But what if this ability is not limited to splitting himself, but everything that he touched in the outside world? There is no doubt that it will be an extremely powerful ability. Everything that is touched by this ability user will be silently cut apart and split. If the fruit is strengthened to its limit, maybe one stroke will be enough to divide an island, together with the people on the island, into countless pieces, showing an effect similar to Doflamingo's birdcage. However, this splitting fruit cannot affect the outside world but can only affect the user. This leads to a very powerful ability to become a chicken rib ability that is far less inferior to distortion and earthquake. Similarly, if Tremor Fruit is like Chop Fruit, not outward but inward, turning itself into a human vibration machine, it will obviously become a chicken rib ability. It will only be useful in pleasuring a girl. Ross's Distortion Fruit is similar to the earthquake and a split as he can't release distortion into the air, but his body will not twist like a rubber. If Distortion Fruit really becomes an inward-acting fruit, it may become an alternative version of the rubber fruit that produces distinct characteristics. Really? Is this difference due to the nature of the devil fruit? Ross meditated in his heart. If it is because of the difference in the nature of the fruit, then there should be 6 fruits in the world: the external Tremor Fruit, the internal Vibrating Fruit, the external Distortion Fruit, the internal Twisted Fruit, the external Split Fruit, and the internal Chop Fruit. If this is the case, then he got lucky by getting the Distortion Fruit. If got a Vibrating Fruit or Twist Fruit, maybe it can create an alternative matchup with Robin's Flower Fruit? Forget it. Ross's mouth slightly twitched at its corners and he no longer thinks about it. Chapter 131. Not a clue. Looking back, Ross began to think about another possibility, that is, the external shock of Tremor Fruit, is perhaps the effect of Devil Fruit awakening? This possibility exists, but it is difficult to explain that when Blackbeard seizes Tremor Fruit of Whitebeard, he is directly capable of producing external shock, unless the ability of Tremor Fruit seized by Blackbeard is directly the awakening state that Whitebeard develops to the limit. If so, what I have touched before is the feeling that can release the power of distortion from the body, and it is extremely rare among the abilities. What about Devil Fruit awakening? Apart from the impel down jailer who may have the zone awakening, Paramsha awakening has a very small reflection in Ross's memory. In his memory, only Doflamingo awakened his Devil Fruit and his Devil Fruit belonged to Paramsha category. If my fruit can be awakened, it will become interesting. Ross looked at his hands. For a long time, he had a vague idea that the ability to activate from talent system, such as light distortion and gravity distortion, might not be the normal abilities of the Distortion Fruit, but all the abilities that should be possessed only after awakening. Just because talent system exists, he can use these capabilities ahead of time without awakening or development. If so, that is to say, when his fruit awakens, all of his abilities will be strengthened, resulting in a huge qualitative change. Ross is not sure if it can reach Marine Admiral's level after such a qualitative change, but at least he can reach the same level as Doflamingo. Awakening. Ross perceives the power of distortion in the body and keeps it flowing throughout his body, but he has no clue about the so-called awakening. There is too little introduction to Devil Fruit's awakening in the original series. Right, I almost forgot about the Cypher Pal number 9 group. They have been exposed to so many secret intelligence in the world government, and maybe they had been exposed to news like Devil Fruit awakening. After thinking for a moment, Ross turned back to the cabin, took out Den Mushi, dialed Den Mushi of Kaku. The intelligence team is headed by Kaku, although Jabra is a little dissatisfied. Den Mushi is quickly connected. Ross rarely communicates directly with Kaku. Most of the times his orders are relayed by Robin, but occasionally he bypasses Robin to give orders directly. Kaku, have you ever been exposed to intelligence about Devil Fruit awakening before? Devil Fruit awakening? On the other side of Den Mushi, a voice of doubts came from Kaku, saying, "No, I've never heard of it. I'll ask Jabra about it." As he spoke, Kaku dialed Jabra's Den Mushi and asked Blueno next to him. The answer was that they had never heard about Devil Fruit's awakening. "I'm sorry, Captain, but we can collect some intelligence about this." Good. Ross nodded, Not surprisingly, to Kaku's answer. Although Cipher Pal Number 9 is a powerful intelligence organization, Kaku and others did not have Robin-like memory. They can forget something in their minds. They can only investigate when they need it. And now they have lost their Cipher Pal Number 9 status and can no longer mobilize the power of the government's intelligence agencies and the government's database. Right, I am going to report to you about the intelligence of Supernova and 7 warlords of the sea. I will pass it on to you with the image Den Mushi. The sound of the documents flipping was heard from Kaku's end. The image Den Mushi is a special Den Mushi capable of projecting images. There are many kinds of Den Mushi in the world. Ross has been collecting all kinds of Den Mushi and has made a room especially for Den Mushi alone. Keeping in touch with Kaku, Ross came to the Den Mushi room and looked at the rows of Den Mushi and the labels on the counter and quickly took out the image Den Mushi. Petter. After the image Den Mushi was opened, it immediately projected on a piece of white on the wall and issued rustling sound. After a few seconds, the other side was connected. After a flash, a clear image appeared, which was a map. This is a map of the Grand Line, far more clear than what Ross has today. It shows nearly half of the island in the first half and a small part of the island in the second half. On these islands, the location of pirate supernovas and 7 warlords of the sea are clearly marked, including Doflamingo, Gecko Moria and others. Naturally, many others, such as Hawkeye and Kum's location have not been marked on the map, and out of all pirate supernova, 3 of whom who had a bounty of more than 200 million berries has entered New World. They all went to the New World. Looking at the label of the map, Ross had to slightly shake his head. Now in the first half, only one of the pirates with a bounty over 200 million is left. There are still 2 between 100 million and 200 million, but the distance is too far and the uncertainty is too great if he runs that far. In addition to Supernova, one of 7 warlords of the sea fell into Ross's eyes, 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, clearly marked as a landing in the Devil Triangle Sea. The Devil Triangle Sea, which is close to the Impossible Island, is almost connected to Storm Sea, forming a triangle and a circle. Good job. Ross saved the image and, after a little thought, he said to Kaku on the other side of Den Mushi, the next mission is to collect intelligence about Devil Fruit's awakening, and the whereabouts of Sand Fruit, Metal Attribute and Barrier Fruit. The owner of Sand Fruit and Barrier Fruit and Metal Fruit died by Ross's hands. After the death of the Devil Fruit user, the Devil Fruit will regenerate somewhere in the sea after a while. So far, the only way to stop this regeneration and directly capture Devil Fruit's ability is to eat the dark fruit of Blackbeard Teach, which Ross does not have. These 3 fruits, even though they are not comparable to Rumble Fruit, are also powerful and capable of creating 3 very strong battle forces. If there is a chance to seize them, then Ross will naturally get them. In addition, you should also pay some attention to Marines. If you find any big moves, report it to me immediately. Understood. Kaku responded before he hung up Den Mushi and ended the call. Ross put the communication Den Mushi in his pocket and he took out the previously saved image and he looked at it carefully for a moment. He went out of the cabin and came to Robin's room and put his hand on the door. Squeak. The latch was drawn from the inside as Ross pushed the door open. Robin was leaning against the bed in a thin shirt, her slender white jade feet gently on the windowsill. Her hairs were still wet as if she had just finished exercising and taking a bath. She looked at the book in her hand without raising her head and her face was calm. What's the matter? Captain. Later, tell of it to sail to the Florian Triangle. By the way, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Ross closed the door behind him and went into the room. You've seen Devil Fruit before. Have you heard about Devil Fruit's awakening? Devil Fruit awakening? Robin laid down her book and looked at Ross, with a flicker of thought in her eyes. She said, I do seem to have seen this word. She recalled for a moment, shook her head at Ross and said, I should have seen the word but I didn't read anything about it. I wasn't interested in Devil Fruit at that time. I see. Ross nodded as he glanced at the smooth long legs of Robin on the windowsill and turned and walked away. Chapter 132 Florian Triangle. Leaving Robin's room, Ross returned to the deck and looked at the boundless sea for a moment, then he jumped again and charged towards the sea below. With the power of gravity distortion, Ross floated on the surface of the sea, his feet gently stepping on a wave, and the power of distortion suddenly stimulated and pours into the sea. Instantaneously, a funnel-shaped whirlpool appeared at Ross's feet. As he pondered, he floated down to the whirlpool and soon entered the sea. Ross stretched out a hand and pressed it on the nearby seawater, which was repulsed by the power of distortion, forming a spherical anhydrous space, like a special bubble of the Sabati archipelago. Very soon, Ross came to the bottom of the sea. This is the place near the shore with only a depth of 10 meters. Standing here and looking up, he can see the sea surface. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ross walked deeper in the sea. He doesn't know how long it took, but the water above his head suddenly slammed towards him from both sides. In an instant, the water tens of meters above him split sharply in the direction of the separation of his palms. Whiz. Ross raised his foot and rushed out of the sea and took a step on the sea's surface. Crash. Hundreds of meters around the sea surged suddenly under his power, and it looked like the water has lost its gravity as it flew toward the sky, constantly converging and finally turned into a huge blue water ball that quietly suspended in the air. There were even some panicked fish in the blue ball that was suspended in the air. Is this my limit? Ross came over the water ball and stepped on the surface of the water ball. Such a wide range of water ball was almost the limit of his control, enough to wrap a large battleship in it. Ross's stamina is consuming rapidly in the state of limit-triggered power of distortion. He tries to touch Devil Fruit's awakening in the way of limit-triggered power of distortion. Ross flies up a little and his feet leave the surface of the water ball. At the moment of departure, Ross felt extremely laborious, and as time went on his efforts to keep the ball in shape began to grow larger and larger. He tried to manipulate the gravity of the water ball without touching it directly but ultimately failed. 10 seconds later, the water ball began to crash down. 20 seconds later, the water ball began to fall apart and large areas fell to the sea. 30 seconds later, the water ball completely disappeared. Can't I do? Ross looked at his palm. In his palm, a fist-sized water ball was suspended. Although it was suspended quietly, it would slide down silently every dozen seconds and then again become suspended when it touched Ross's palm. After repeating this several times, Ross shook his head and threw away the small water ball and again charged into the sea below, once again creating a huge water ball. Once. Twice. 3 times. He doesn't know how many times he repeated this process. Every time his stamina runs out, Ross returns to the ship, drinks water, eats, massages his muscles and then returns to the sea again. In the tireless continuity, Ross has become more and more comfortable with the power of distortion fruit, even subtle enough to use the power of distortion to delicately cut the shell-cooked shrimps. Period. Ross also occasionally experienced the special feeling he experienced while fighting leader Don Chinzhou, which seemed to release the power of distortion in the air, but he could never translate this feeling into reality. Is it because the power of distortion is not strong enough? In practice, Ross is constantly thinking that the power of distortions is not strong enough. It is a strong possibility, just as physical strength being not strong enough to practice Marine 6 powers. 7 days later, Logbo's magnetism was finally stored up and Lafitte returned to the ship. He used the 3 arrows of Logbo's to steer Ghost Shadow ship towards the Florian Triangle. If the power of distortion is not strong enough, then I will use Moria to improve it. Ross thought. 10 days later. Ghost Shadow ship drives away from Storm Sea and enters the foggy Florian Triangle Sea, which is not Moria's home, but a special climate. It is the great age of pirates at the end of 13 years. Moria entered the sea only 2 years ago. There is no direction at all. Our line of sight is also greatly disturbed. In the midst of the fog, the Ghost Shadow ship is slowly sailing. Lafitte stands in front of the deck, measuring the wind and current and observing the surrounding environment, and shook his head helplessly. Ross stood beside him, looked around at the fog and asked Robin, "How much food and fresh water do we have?" "According to Captain's usage, it's about a month and a half." Robin thought a little and responded to Ross. "The biggest person on board is Zulu, but the biggest eater is Ross. Because his practice consumes a lot of physical energy, Ross can eat as much as Zulu, Robin, and others combined. Fortunately, at sea, they can take local materials to eat at any time. Ross's power of distortion can catch a large number of fishes in an instant, and it is not difficult to dive into the seabed to sweep them up. Okay." Ross nodded and turned towards Lafitte. "Don't worry about the direction of Logbo's. This sea is not that big. We'll sail this sea in a circle and we'll have a chance to meet him." Moria's terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, the Thriller bark, though comparable in size to one small island, it is not a real island and cannot be found through Logbo's. Ross only knows that he is in this sea area, but he can't guess an accurate position. Well, if that Gecko Moria ship is really that big, even if it's foggy, it will still be possible to find it within a certain distance. Lafitte slightly smiled. He is a mysterious navigator recognized by Ross. Although the fog of this sea is too serious, he still has his methods. 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Trafalgar Law also came to the deck, holding his demon knife sword in his arms, and he leaned back against the deck. When entering the Florian Triangle Sea, Ross told everyone that their next goal was to defeat the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. As for the reason, there's enough reason to kill another 7 warlords of the sea, to make big news, to rise in prestige or something. Lafitte, a restless person, is happy to find something to do. "Do you feel cheated by Captain?" Standing not far from Law, Robin gently smiled and said, "Even if you didn't get on board, Captain may still move on Doflamingo when he gets to the New World. Law shook his head. Do not. Even if that's the case, I'd like to stay here and be a witness. He gazed at the foggy sea, his eyes sparkling, and there was no confusion or fear in them. There was just a trace of determination to avenge Corazon and destroy Doflamingo, at any costs. Chapter 133 Thriller Bark. In the Florian Triangle Sea, the Ghost Shadow ship sailed slowly. Sailing in this foggy and gloomy sea, Ghost Shadow ship feels like a fish in the water. Its color is dull. Now in this sea, it is like a ghost ship sailing out of hell. 7 days passed quickly, and within 7 days, Ghost Shadow ship encountered debris from time to time, some of which had been shaking and rotting in the sea for decades. Whoop, something's coming. It doesn't seem quite fit Captain's description. Lafitte, who spent most of his time sitting on a sentry post at the top of the Ghost Shadow ship mast, suddenly noticed something. He stood up and looked ahead at the sea, his eyes glittering slightly. It was a huge ship, its hull looked shabby and worn out. It seemed that it was an old ship. Looking at the erosion and decay of the wood and sails, it was a ship from 20 or 30 years ago. Ross and others came out of the cabin to the deck. No, not this one. Looking at the approaching crumbling ship, Ross shook his head. Although it was very large, it was much smaller than the terrifying three-mast sail ship named Thriller Bark. Hearing that it was not the goal of the trip, Law and Zillow calmed down, and as the broken ship approached, strange voices suddenly sounded from it. Squeak. Squeak. As if someone was moving, and as if some broken door had been pushed open. When the two ships were staggered, a white skeleton appeared on the side of the broken ship, sitting there, smiling gloomily at Ross and others. There was silence on the Ghost Shadow ship. Whether it was Lafitte, Robin, or Law, there was no screaming from this encounter, all of them were calm. Ross looked at the skeleton without expression. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he left Ghost Shadow ship. The next moment, Ross appeared on the broken ship. Then, they heard a crashing sound. A few minutes later, Ross emerged from the stern of the wrecked ship, tidied up his sleeves, jumped forward, crossed an arc in the air and returned to Ghost Shadow ship. Did anything interesting happen? Captain. Lafitte smirked at Ross. Ross shook his head and said, No, I just asked some questions from a skeleton who has lived here for decades. Okay, keep sailing. Law and Zillow looked at each other, then went to the cabin one after another, and soon there was only Lafitte left on the deck. 5 more days passed. Lafitte was initially interested in this piece of the sea, but then he lost his interest. On that day, as he was leaning on the sentry post on the top of the ship, his ears moved and his eyes glistened in the fog ahead. That is. In the fog, a huge shadow loomed, far from being comparable to the old wrecked ship, and its size was similar to that of an island. And according to Lafitte's observation and judgment, the shadow is not fixed, but moving on the sea. It is a huge ship. I finally found it. Whoop. Lafitte stood up straight. His bored expression was swept away as his mouth showed a hint of a smile, and he quickly informed Ross and Robin. The Ghost Shadow ship is gradually approaching the huge terrifying three-masted sail ship. The main entrance of the huge ship is a huge mouth similar to a human mouth when it was open. Within the back of the misty, a gloomy castle emerged and the atmosphere seemed extremely depressed. Should we just go in? Captain? Lafitte looked at the front door with its huge open mouth. Instead of being afraid, he looked interested and turned to Ross. Ross nodded calmly. Moria's strength is almost at the bottom of 7 warlords of the sea. Even if he swallows 1,000 shadows and can break a small island in half, which is comparable to Luffy's 4th gear Great Ape King Kong gun, but the trick is extremely clumsy. And it is easy to lose consciousness. In contrast, Doflamingo not only has the original identity of Tenri Ubito, but also holds the secret of Tenri Ubito, and grasps the innumerable transactions and intelligence in the dark world. It will be a lot more difficult to deal with him. Crash. Ghost Shadow ship sailed slowly into the interior of the terrifying three-mast sailboat, and the rear gate closed silently, like a beast from hell, swallowing Ghost Shadow ship in one gulp. After another voyage, Ghost Shadow ship arrived at the shore. Zillow, you stay here and watch the ship. Ross jumped up and landed on the shore, giving a command to Zillow. Among all the people, besides him, Zillow and Lafitte have the strongest observation haki. Lafitte is obviously eager to learn Gecko Moria's methods, so he had to leave Zillow behind to guard the ship. Zillow was not very adapted to the gloomy environment and nodded at his words. Let's go. Lafitte, Robin, and Law all landed on the shore. Ross slight smile and walked towards the gloomy fort city in front of him. As the four advanced, the surrounding environment became more and more ghastly, the trees grew very strange, and even a large number of tombstones and graves appeared. Ross's face was dull, Lafitte's smile was getting bigger and bigger, Law's face was expressionless, and Robin was also interested in watching the scenes around her. Rustle. As the four moved forward, a rustling sound came from the dark woods, and then suddenly, the grave burst open, and a large number of skeletons and zombies wrapped in bandages emerged from it. All of them made a gesture with their teeth and claws and made a strange sound of hoot hoot hoot. Ross. Robin. Law. Lafitte. Oh. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang. There was a burst of explosions in the graveyard, from which panic and screams were heard. The heads of several zombies flew up into the sky and the heads of several zombies touched their buttocks. Several zombies seemed to be real zombies, tearing their teeth and claws at their companions. Ross and Law stepped out of it without expression and went on to the fort city of Moria. Robin grinned and smiled. This ability, it's quite interesting. Only you find it interesting. Law screamed in his heart as he wielded the demon knife. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Lafitte swung his cane and smiled. It's an interesting ability to manipulate zombies. His voice stopped suddenly and his ears moved slightly as if he had caught something. Meanwhile, Ross and Robin's footsteps also stopped. The slowest reaction was Law, but when he noticed Ross's reaction, he stopped and looked around vigilantly. Robin stood there looking at the front, but her eyes were constantly turning to one side and finally, her arms were raised and slightly crisscrossed in front of her. What do you want to do? Mr. Transparent? Silence. More than a dozen arms appeared in the air, showing the shape of someone, which seemed to grasp something close to Robin. It is the ability of Transparent Fruit, Absalom. Ross casually looked at Robin as she had captured someone who was invisible by using her observation haki. Her haki has improved by a lot in such a short time. In fact, using his light distortion ability, he can easily become transparent, but since Robin has learned the observation haki, it is impossible for him to sneak into the bathroom. Bang. Absalom struggled hard to break free of Robin's hold and using his strength he was able to make 10 arms disappear, but in this process, it also showed his figure. His pupil contracted when his eyes fell upon Ross. He had planned to play tricks on Ross and others, but as soon as he got close, Ross and others noticed him. He stared at Ross and said in a solemn voice, "You are Ghost Hand Ross?" Chapter 134 Invasion. It seems that you are not ignorant of the outside world. Ross looked calmly at Absalom. In this foggy sea newsbird will not come. Moria mostly has other channels to get intelligence. With his hands behind his back, he asked indifferently, "Where is Moria?" Absalom stared at Ross with trepidation and vigilance. He did not answer Ross's question but prepared to step back. Suddenly, he bent his knees and launched his transparency powers. He also bounced into the darkness towards the rear. However, Ross snorted as he lifted his foot and gently stepped on them. The ground was like a blanket as it wrinkled in an instant. Absalom back hit the raised ground directly and was immediately squeezed into the middle by the mud bank used around him. Bang! Ross held out his hand and grasped it from a distance. The surging earth suddenly tightened to the center, making a slamming sound as it turned into a raised grave. In his memory, this guy sneaked into Nami's bathroom with transparency and Ross was not ashamed but jealous because he was able to use transparency to sneak into the bathroom while he could not use light distortion's ability to transparently do things like sneaking into the bathroom. Let's go. After killing Absalom, Ross turned and continued to walk towards the distant city fort. Thriller Bark is the largest ship in the world. It is comparable to a small island. There is more than one city fort on it. After Ross and others went deep into the section, there were several roads leading to different city fortes. Ross's memory of this ship is not clear and even if he recalls it, there is no way he would be able to instantly form a map in his mind. 3 roads, I'll go in the middle. Ross looked ahead at the 3 forks and chose the central road directly because the central road leads to the largest fort city. Oh, then I will go this way. Lafitte gently pinched the corner of his hat with his finger, made a weird laugh and went to the right side of the road. Finally, there was a left side of the road. Law walked past, carrying the devil's knife and went towards the left path. Robin was thinking lightly. When she was about to choose, there was a strange sound coming from behind. She saw a 3-headed dog appearing in the darkness behind her and growling at her. Oh, it's so cute. Robin looked at the Cerberus showing a hint of surprise on her face. Her appreciation of ugly creatures always made Law and Ross want to vomit, but neither Law nor Ross is here right now. Central City Fort. In a dark room, Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who is very fat, is lying on a huge bed and at this moment, several figures hurried in and woke him up. Ah! I had a nightmare. Moria rubbed his head and sat up on the bed. That's great, Lord Moria. The bandaged zombie, headed by him, said respectfully to Moria. It's 3 days since the last night raid. You've been sleeping all the time. We've prepared food for you for 3 days. This prey is very strong. It is the Ghost Hand Pirates which defeated Marines in the Spring Island. If you can get their shadow, it will definitely help you. The suspension bounty of Ghost Hand Ross is the highest one they have ever encountered. The suspension bounty of Ghost Hand Ross is up to 440 million berries, however. Before becoming a 7 Warlords of the Sea, Moria had a bounty of up to 320 million berries and even went to New World to challenge 100 Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. How can a measly Ghost Hand pirates be stronger than 100 Beast Kaido? The difference is too wide and far, and this is his home, so they only have the excitement of doing meritorious deeds as they are sure that they would win. Moria squinted slightly as he heard his zombie subordinate's words. Oh? Is that the guy who killed Crocodile? Where are Dr. Hogback and Absalom? Having arrived at New World and challenged 100 Beast Kaido and he survived despite failures and loss of his crew members, Moria despises people other than 4 emperors. Even Ghost Hand pirates are nothing to him. There is no fear or any other emotion for pirates who have learned and seen one of the strongest existence of the ocean. Absalom has been dispatched. Call everyone. The shadow of the Ghost Hand pirates, if you can get it, will be enough to make my zombie legion stronger and I will be closer to the position of the Pirate King. Moria showed his fangs and a strange laugh echoed through the room. West City Fort. Hogback, one of the 3 mysterious subordinates of Moria, had just come out of the lab with a little blood on his hand. He took off his gloves and threw them aside. At this moment, a zombie came in from the outside and bowed to Hogback. Hogback, Lord Moria has summoned you. Huh? Hogback glanced at the zombie and said, really, I just got out of the lab and haven't eaten a piece of pudding yet. Shaking his head, he walked out the door. But just then, there was a sound of crashing outside, as if something had rushed in and started to beat someone up. With a wrinkled eyebrow, Hogback pushed open the door and went out. Listening to the movement in his city castle, he could not help asking, what happened? Lord Hogback, someone broke in. A zombie ran towards him in panic and reported to Hogback, he is very strong. We can't stop him. Hogback now vaguely knew why Moria had called them all of a sudden. It looked like a group of heavyweight praise had come. He grinned and walked in the direction of the news. Very soon. After passing through several rooms, he came to a hall where a mess of books, murals, and carpets were cut into pieces, which were stuffed into shadows and turned into living objects. You're the gifted surgeon. Hogback. Law stood in the middle of the hall, holding the devil's knife, looking at Hogback who was coming out of the inner hall. Hogback grinned, revealed 4 long, pointed beast-like teeth, and gave a strange laugh. He said, you are very knowledgeable. Yes, I am the world-famous Dr. Hogback. Law's face was expressionless and he didn't do anything about it. The demon knife in his hand pointed towards the zombies he had cut open and said, are these your masterpieces? Those zombies have obvious marks of cutting and stitching. Hogback showed a proud expression on his face and said, naturally, my experiments. Sucks. Law interrupted Hogback's words, gave him the second half of the sentence. Hogback's throat went stiff and his proud face froze in an instant and gradually became gloomy, staring coldly at Law and saying, what did you say? I said, your masterpieces sucks. Law put the demon knife on his shoulders and said calmly, whether it is stitching or other parts. Oh, I forget to tell you, I am also a doctor. In front of Law, who owns Surgeon Fruit, Hogback's so-called splicing operations are so rotten that they can't be worse, but they still have a high reputation in the world, which, in Law's view, is somewhat unbearable. Hogback's face contracted as he bit his teeth and his eyes were filled with anger as he said, kid, you're 10 years too early to comment on my medical skills. Die. The moment his voice fell, he shouted angrily at the many zombies that had already gathered inside and outside the room. In the instant, countless zombies rushed towards Law. Law calmly raised the sword in his hand. Chapter 135 Hunting City Fort in the East. Luffy sneaked into it silently and his hiding skills were superb, but unfortunately, he was hit by the ghost of Perona, one of the mysterious 4, through the wall. Affected by a negative ghost, Luffy was not angry at his inadequacy. Instead, he stood up and showed an interesting expression, avoiding the rest of the negative ghosts and disappeared into the darkness of Fort City. The hide-and-seek game started on this side. Outside the area, a large number of zombies appeared to besiege Robin. However, Robin's capabilities have been developed to a certain extent and she also has observation hockey. Faced with this sea of people tactics, there is no pressure on her. With her own power, she will be able to defeat these large number of zombies. Central City Fort. Moria was waiting for the 3 mysteries to gather, but instead of them, Ghost Hand Ross of Ghost Hand Pirates appeared. Passing through the oppressed darkness, Ross appeared at the main entrance below the Central City Fort. The huge front door was tightly closed, but Ross did not stop, let alone knock on the door and put his hand directly on the huge door. Bang! The power of distortions burst and the huge door instantly centered on the position touched by Ross's palm turned into a whirlpool-like shape. After a spiral distortion, the door burst apart and splashed around in countless pieces of wood and iron. The big door was now destroyed and Ross stepped into the hall. At a glance, he saw several startled and bewildered zombies. "Where is Moria?" Ross asked expressionlessly. Several zombies looked at each and gave a strange cry. Instead of answering Ross's question, they fled in 3 directions. However, before they could escape far, the floor suddenly rolled like waves, wrapping them in it and suddenly squeezed them and turned them into a bunch of bandages and broken bones. Ross stepped forward and looked up at the top of the city fort. His observation hockey had noticed a distinctive atmosphere on the city fort. Top level. Gecko Moria was sitting at the dinner table and suddenly he shook with the entire fort that forced the pudding in his hand to end up on his head. He stood up embarrassed and in great confusion. What happened? Moria was furious as he wiped his forehead. He suddenly stood up and screamed around, and in the resounding roar, several zombies ran over in panic. "Lord Moria, it's not good, someone broke in. It's Captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates." Several zombies showed some panic on their faces, and at the same time, they heard more intense sounds coming from city fort below, which made the whole city fort shake up, with a vague sense of being collapsed. Moria stared, and a few bloodstains appeared in his eyes. "Damn it!" he screamed angrily. Just as he was about to rush down, the top floor shook violently and then slammed and collapsed. A strange power shrouded the entire city fort, turning the whole city fort into rubber, screwed up the upper and lower parts and turned to the center to gather and squeeze. Bang rumble. The walls began to collapse in a large area. In a violent sound, the whole city fort collapsed completely. In the spattering of numerous rubble, Ross's figure was suspended in the air with his hands stretched out in front of him. Such a tremendous movement naturally shocked Hogback, who commanded the zombies to deal with Law, and it also alarmed Liffit and Perona, who were playing a game of hide-and-seek. How could it be? Moria's city fort. Hogback looked at Moria's city fort with a stunned look on his face. A sword flashed and more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Although they were immortal, Law's ability to cut them was also harmless to them. But it did not mean anything to Law. When he waved his finger, they were all randomly spliced into a pile of zombie balls and could not move. After killing a large number of zombies, Law looked at panicked Hogback and said, "I'm sorry, you're finished. I'll take back the name of a gifted surgeon." Crash. Below the collapsed city fort, black shadows, like bats, flew in all directions, splashing the rubble around, and Moria's figure burst out of the ruins, with a little blood on his head, making him look terrifying. Looking at his collapsed city fort, the muscles on his face kept twitching and finally turned into a rage as he looked towards Ross, who was floating in the sky. Ghost hand. Ross. How dare you destroy my city fort? Shadow guns. His eyes were bloody, he shouted fiercely in fury, and his arms were raised upwards. Bat-shaped shadows quickly converged, turned into a black spear and rushed towards Ross, who was suspended in the sky. Faced with the fast, light-like shadow guns, Ross raised his feet expressionlessly and power of distortions fell suddenly. Bang. Under the impact of the power of distortion, the dark shadow angle guns, like a spear oppressed by a great force, showed a curved state and finally burst apart. At the next moment, Ross's figure flickered and he used moonwalk to swoop down from the air and rush toward Moria. Damn it. Moria was shocked to see Ross crushing his shadow guns with one foot, because it looked as if he had crushed his shadow guns with physical brutality, which reminded him of his fear of being dominated by 100 Beast Kaido. Fear flashed through his eyes. Moria gritted his teeth and gave a low cry. He suddenly disappeared, and in his original place, a shadow doppelganger just like him appeared. Shadow warrior. Bang. Ross punched the black shadow and the shadow became a myriad of black bats. His face was unchanged as he utilized observation hockey to clearly capture Moria's position and rushed toward Moria's body again. So fast. Moria's pupil shrank and his hands slammed toward Ross. Flying bats. Shadow Master. A large number of black shadows turned into bats and rushed towards Ross, making strange noises, trying to tear Ross apart, while a black, Moria-like shadow rushed towards Ross. That's all you have, Moria. Ross stared at the black bats flying in his direction indifferently. He ran into them without any consideration. He was surrounded by the power of distortion, and all bats touching his body were torn apart by his overwhelming power. Chapter 136 Disintegration. How can it be? Moria's pupils contracted violently as Ross's rampant way of attacking completely ignored the way he attacked. It was almost identical to 100 Beast Kaido's attacks. The fear in his memory came up again. A cold sweat overflowed on his forehead and he kept telling himself in his heart that Ross was not 100 Beast Kaido. Shadow Warrior. Moria once again exchanged positions with his shadow. Now he can only summon 2 Shadow Doppelganger at a single time, as it takes time for the Shadow Doppelganger to recover when it explodes. With fear in his heart, Moria struggled to bite his teeth and after switching positions, gave a loud and violent shout and used his strongest attacks. Territory of Gathered Shadows. In an instant, countless shadows crazily rushed towards Moria, and taking him as the center they turned into a whirlpool, which was constantly swallowed by Moria, and his figure grew with the swallowing. Originally as high as 6 meters tall, after continuous devouring, quickly reached 7 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. Become a giant in a dark hue. Absolutely impossible, like that time. Moria, who swallowed hundreds of shadows, gave a roar and punched towards Ross. This punch seemed like a landslide and could easily crush a fort city. Whiz. Ross did not fight hard and deflected himself in the air, then bypassed Moria's fist and came to Moria's front. Clumsy ability, clumsy moves. I heard that you have challenged 100 Beast Kaido? I don't know how you could survive him with only these abilities. Ross's eyes were indifferent as his right hand's 5 fingers folded and clenched and his fluttering fist struck between Moria's chest and abdomen. If Moria can fully grasp this huge power and use it with great flexibility, he can at least rival 3 disasters, even if he is not as good as 100 Beast Kaido, but it is not his own power, it cannot be sustained and it cannot be controlled, and Moria relied too much on his subordinate. Bang! The fist, which was totally disproportionate to Moria's body, fell on Moria's body but made Moria's huge body suddenly appear deformation, as if he had been hit between the chest and abdomen by a speeding train. His round belly suddenly turned into a whirlpool, under which Moria's eyes it turned white and a lot of shadows gushed out of his mouth. Oh, your endurance seems to have increased. Seeing Moria, who was smashed by his punch and didn't fall completely, Ross looked calm and flew forward and punched him again. If your speed can reach your level of strength and endurance, it will be very difficult to defeat you. Unfortunately, this is not your own strength, you cannot control it. Ross looked calmly at Moria, who was flying backward. Whiz. When his voice fell, Ross's figure flashed and rushed back towards Moria. Moria's vitality was very strong as he was still alive. Cough. Cough. Moria, who had smashed several buildings and smashed into the ruins, tried hard to lift up his body, but it was hard to do so. Did I lose just like that? My strongest attack, Shadow Asgard, is still weak just as it was at that time. He watched as Ross flew towards him, and at this time his memory was very chaotic. Ghost Hand Ross. You. If you have the ability, go there, where the real nightmare lies. Moria, who had fallen into the ruins, finally distinguished Ross from 100 Beast Kaido and screamed. Nightmare, do you mean 100 Beast Kaido? Ross slowly fell from the sky, suspended in front of Moria, and said with indifferent eyes, unfortunately, you won't be able to see the day when I defeated him. Bang. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Gecko Moria, has been hunted, earned a reward of 50 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent point. Ross slightly shook his head as he listened to the voice coming from his ear. It seemed that 7 Warlords of the Sea was among the hunting rules of the talent system. As for free talent points, it was mostly a bonus. After killing Moria, Ross fell back to the ground and judged the direction of the movement on the island and left. Almost half a minute after Ross left, a figure came slowly and stopped in front of Moria's body. He held Den Mushi in his hand and exhaled a cold breath in the air. Moria is dead. Den Mushi was silent for a second at the other end, and then came an angry voice. Did that guy do it again? He is killing 7 Warlords of the Sea one after another. No. On the other side of Den Mushi came a second voice with a calm tone. Since he died in the hands of pirates, it means that Moria is too weak to qualify for 7 Warlords of the Sea, so it's better to change people as soon as possible. Since you are there, get rid of the Ghost Hand pirates, don't let them continue their journey. On the other side of Den Mushi came the voice of a third person, in a calm tone. I think so too. Standing in front of Moria's body, the unknown man slowly opened his mouth, hung up the Den Mushi, exhaled again and stepped away. In the direction of his exhaling, a white frost emerged on the broken buildings, and the area is constantly overflowing with a trace of cold. Thriller bark. The central city castle was turned into a ruin. In the west-facing city castle, Law slowly stepped out of it. The sharp end of the demon knife in his hand was still a little blood-stained. Hogback himself has little strength, and the zombies, in general, did not pose a threat to Law, but even so, he spent a lot of stamina in the fight. He is still too young and weak after all. In the east-facing fort city, Perona's body was suddenly thrown into a gift box on the bed. A frightening ghost popped up and frothed, and she fainted in an instant. Lafitte's figure flashed through the darkness. Periphery. Pieces of zombies screamed and wailed. They were all split into pieces by Robin. Robin didn't like the bloody scenes, but these strange trees and zombies didn't bleed, and she preferred ugly things, so she enjoyed the demolition. After being defeated by 100 Beast Kaido, Moria's hard-earned forces collapsed in an instant under the impact of Ross's Ghost Hand pirates. Chapter 137 Bitter Experience. Aokiji, has it all been dealt with? Ross arrives first at the three-way fork road and glances at the split zombie trees and Cerberus and headed towards the newly arrived Law. Law carried the demon knife on his shoulder and said, "I killed a doctor named Hogback." "What about Lafitte?" Ross looked around and found that Lafitte did not come and he was surprised. If Law met Hogback, then Lafitte should have met Verona and should have been the first one to come here. Just when Ross was surprised, Lafitte's figure finally appeared. He came to the front and took out a cloak from somewhere and shook it in the air. "Maybe Captain will be interested in this." Lafitte gently smiled, pulled back his cloak and revealed a small gift box. The ghost Princess Verona was tied up and placed in the gift box with a look of panic in her eyes. "Ross." Robin slightly squinted, and Law stood with his head tilted irrespective. Ross exhaled, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "The power of the ghost fruit may come in handy. Now that you've caught her, bring her with you." Lafitte had a slightly demonic smile on his face. Law lowered the eaves of his hat. Robin also took back her attention. After a little tidying up, everyone turned around and planned to leave. Verona was released, but she was still tied by a rope and could only whine. However, just as the crowd came to the shore, their movements were all stopped. Tearful Verona, who was following them, almost ran into Ross in front of her and whined again. Suddenly, something went wrong and her voice stopped. Everyone's eyes are looking towards the shore, where the ghost shadow ship is, but the whole ship has turned into a beautiful ice sculpture. On the railing of the ship, sitting alone, Marine Headquarters Admiral Aokiji. "Arara, I haven't seen you for years and you've become a big girl, Nico Robin, but I am sorry, I can't let you continue sailing." Aokiji just sat there and looked at Ross and others calmly. His tone was very gentle and there was no redundant movement, but it brought a terrifying pressure to all the people present. On Ross's ship, there is no question of who doesn't know Aokiji, as Kaku and others have already passed on the intelligence of Marine 3 Admiral several times. The frozen sea, transformed into an ice sculpture of ghost shadow ship, is a stiff dispel of his terrifying power. Robin's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. If there was a person whom she feared most, then there was no doubt that Aokiji had left her with fear and deep impression when she was very young. Law's face was so heavy that his pupils were shrinking violently. Even though he was very young now, he knew the horror of Marine Admiral very well. Although Lafitte remained calm, a light flashed through the depths of his eyes and his heart rate also increased. At this point, when they met a Marine Admiral, no one could remain calm. The same is true for Ross. He did not expect that Aokiji would appear on the thriller bark at this point in time, and there was almost no sign. There was no chance to avoid him now. Ross is not Straw Hat Luffy, no Garp, no grandfather who is kind to Aokiji, no Alabasta, and all the Marines who chased him are hell-bent on killing him, so no matter what Marine Admiral he encountered, he is in a very dangerous situation. The difference is that Kizaru may play tricks slowly, Akainu may fight without saying a word, and Aokiji may say 2 or 3 sentences. As Ross expected, Aokiji did not directly attack. Ghost hand Ross. Aokiji sat there watching Ross and reached out and touched his chin. He said, "I know everything about you. There is indeed some bad seeds inside the Marine. This situation is caused by lax management. It is our responsibility, so I am going to apologize to you." Having said that, Aokiji paused and his tone sank. "But the things you did after that are unforgivable. I believe that as a man, you should know the consequences of your actions. Ghost hand pirates are dangerous, especially Ross. He knows better than anyone what will happen if he continues to let them go. He has his own justice, and Ross's existence has touched his bottom line." Ross looked at Aokiji and thought about how to deal with him while he replied in a gentle tone. "False words do not need to said here, it's the law of the jungle in this world, justice is dominated by power. If the person who controls power is me, then this would have not happened from the beginning. Since it is unavoidable, so fear, panic, and other emotions are all meaningless. Meaningless things will not appear on Ross's face." "Alala, that's a terrible idea." Aokiji stared at Ross. He had his justice and principles. Ross hunted pirate and contributed to peace. But killing Marine was an unforgivable crime. There were no such things like doing good things that will eliminate the bad things in this world. Aokiji said nothing more. Turning to Robin on the other side, he said, "Nico Robin, when I let you go, I said that we were enemies and that after you made a mistake, the first person to catch you will be me. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path." When Robin heard Aokiji's words, she couldn't help but slightly bite her teeth and think of things happened when she was a child. Her hands were slightly clenched and she gritted her teeth. "So, the destruction of O'Hara's is due to the so-called mistakes?" Aokiji's eyes slightly widened when he heard Robin's words. In fact, he used to have doubts about the existence of the government and the justice of Marine. He is not as determined to stand on the side of the government as Sengoku, nor does he insist on absolute justice like Akainu, He is constantly thinking about what justice was. In Marine Admiral's position, he touched too many shadows. It goes without saying that Tenryubito knows too much about the government's massacre to cover up something. World government, does it really represent justice? However, currently, Aokiji has just assumed Admiral's post. He is not completely disappointed with the government and had not completely lost his faith in justice, but he still has his own beliefs. So after hearing Robin's words, his heart just slightly fluctuated and he restored calm and slowly said, breaking the law of the government is wrong. There is nothing more to say. Aokiji stood up slowly, half of his body slowly covered with a layer of ice. He looked down at Ross and others and said in a cold voice, "You are dangerous elements, let's finish here as soon as possible." Chapter 138 Ice Age Kaka. Kaka. Almost at the next moment, in front of Aokiji, a large number of ice spears emerged, smashing the void and running towards Ross and Lafitte. Ross and others had been on guard for a long time, and at the moment Aokiji started, they made evasive moves one after another. I didn't expect to meet a Marine Admiral here. Law took a deep breath and pulled out the demon knife. Even if the other party is a Marine Admiral, he would never easily fall here. He still had something to do. Law's movement is the slowest one. As early as his sword drawing, Ross and Lafitte and others are already moving and counterattacking. After avoiding Aokiji's ice spear, Ross came to the top of Aokiji in a flash, with his right fingers folded into a fist as he punched him. Aokiji raised his arm expressionlessly and waved his fist at Ross, but before his fist was up, a large number of arms suddenly appeared on his body, wrapping his body around. Silently, Lafitte appeared behind Aokiji and the mahogany cane in his hand jerked through Aokiji's chest. Bang! At the next moment, Ross's fist slammed down on Aokiji's body. Lafitte pulled out the stick and pulled back and Robin also dissipated her arms. Under the power of distortion, Aokiji's body instantly burst into a large amount of crushed ice, spilling down on the already frozen sea. Can you use hockey? Sure enough, you can't be allowed to grow up anymore. Kaka. Kaka. The rapid condensation of ice once again gathered into the shape of Aokiji, who was unscathed. Ross had a glimpse of something his heart. He had just punched him. He was completely motivated and almost unreserved and he still couldn't hurt Aokiji. Aokiji used some way to avoid the damage. Was it observation hockey which captured the action and he was able to elementalize his body in advance, or did hockey offset the damage? Whiz. When Aokiji regained his form, he suddenly left his place at a very fast speed and it seemed as if he had vanished out of thin air. In Ross's memory, there are very few scenes that express Aokiji's speed. One of the most impressive scenes is that Doflamingo's fingers had fallen in the moment he tried to kill Smoker, but Aokiji had frozen them in the air. Without doubt, Aokiji is not as fast as Kizaru in terms of speed, but he is someone who stands at the top of this sea and he is far stronger than anyone else here, including Ross. Almost instantly, Aokiji appeared behind Lafitte at a speed that even Ross's observation hockey could only capture. Crash. Aokiji raised his hand and pressed it on Lafitte's back. Lafitte's face changed and he didn't know what to do. He suddenly turned into cherry blossoms and broke up. When he appeared again, he came to Robin's side. He gasped violently, with a part of his back covered by a moraine white frost, about the size of a palm. He apparently could not completely avoid it. Aokiji did not stop but showed up much faster than anyone else in the area. He came to Robin's side and turned his arm into a nice knife trying to cut Robin's neck. Law, who had not been able to respond before, finally responded by swiftly switching Robin's and Ross's positions. Instead of Robin, Ross gave Aokiji a fierce punch. Bang! The ice knife collided with Ross's distortion fist. After a stalemate for half a second, there was a dense crack in the ice and it finally burst apart. However, Aokiji's expression did not change at all and his tone was indifferent. Ice Age. Buzz. The bone-chilling cold spread suddenly from under his feet and in an instant, it is shrouded in all directions. Its speed is so fast that even Ross can't stop it. Although the ice was contained by Ross's power of distortion, the three people, Law, Lafitte, and Robin, were frozen into ice sculptures in a flash. Distortion, sonic explosion. Ross shouted loudly and the sound, under the influence of the power of distortion, suddenly surged, turning into a hoarse sound that could almost pierce the eardrum and explode in Aokiji's ear. Aokiji didn't expect Ross to have this kind of attack. Immediately, his ears heard the sound and his head appeared dizzy for a moment and then he was punched by Ross. Bang! When the punch fell, Aokiji was once again turned into numerous pieces of ice falling into the distance. When he was reassembled, a trace of blood appeared on his mouth and he gently wiped it off with the back of his hand. You are quite strong, I didn't expect this. Ross looked at Aokiji, but his eyes were heavy. Taking advantage of the sonic boom opportunity, he delivered a full-powered punch, which was one of the concealed means he had envisioned to deal with an admiral, and he was able to successfully implement it, but the punch only caused a little minor injury to the other side. Aokiji's defense is very simple, that is armament hockey, which is much better than Ross's armament hockey. Even if it was due to the influence of the sound explosion, it did not form a hardening, but it also offset most of the damage. Afterward, the elementalization offset a part, so that the actual effect of Ross's punch could not be achieved. Kaka. Kaka. Luffy's ice sculptures shook a few times and were broken from the inside. He eventually used some armament hockey to not get frozen into popsicles from the inside out. However, despite his breakout, his condition was very bad. His whole body was blue and he was in a state of severe frostbite. It seems that this time, our luck has run out, Captain. Luffy's mouth showed a bitter smile. With one man's power against their ghost hand pirates, but it presented an overwhelming situation. This is Marine Admiral's strength. They crushed the power of Gecko Moria pirates and destroyed them in an instant, without any ability to compete. You go first, if you can take them with you. Ross took a deep breath. If Luffy's armament hockey could be stronger and resist some of Aokiji's freezing power, he would be able to join him and fight against Aokiji. If Robin's armament hockey can be stronger, she would not be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Fortunately, she would eventually use a little to not get completely frozen inside and outside into an ice sculpture, but only frozen outside, similar to Luffy, but worse than Luffy as she is unable to break out. In Law's case, Surgeon Fruit might have survived. As for Zulu, looking at the ghost shadow ship, which has been frozen into an ice sculpture, he doesn't have to guess the result. Total defeat. Neither Luffy nor Rubian nor Law has the ability to work with him to deal with Aokiji. Although he can't deal with him himself, he can run away from one if he is alone. Okay, Captain. Luffy restrained his old grinning expression, and the whole person was unprecedented solemn. His figure glittered like a ghost as he reached Robin and Law's position. They were taken together. Aokiji breathed out a cold. He indifferently said with a frosty face, I said, you dangerous people are better off dead here. Whiz. Before the words were finished, Aokiji suddenly turned into a shadow as he charged towards Luffy. But almost immediately, Ross moved at the same time. Although he was slower than Aokiji, his action was eerily ahead of time, as if his observation hockey had risen sharply, blocking Aokiji. Huh? Aokiji's eyes flashed. Ross shouldn't be able to react and act so accurately. He vaguely felt that Ross was a little different from before. Bang! Ross's punch fell upon Aokiji's ice fist and their punches collided in the air. The ice kept growing and being crushed, and ultimately Aokiji's strength was better as the spread of ice caused Ross to fly back. Watching Luffy disappear at the end of his line of sight, Aokiji's eyes twinkle with cold and his figure rushes past in a flash. But it is at this moment that the frozen earth suddenly rolls up like a blanket, wrapping him in it in an instant. Again, Aokiji didn't expect this. Having been hindered, he finally lost sight of Luffy. Although his observation hockey could still capture Luffy's position, it became more and more blurred as the distance increased between them. Forget it. Looking at the direction in which Luffy fled, Aokiji shook his head and turned to look at Ross. You're surprisingly calm to let your men run first. If Ross abandons Luffy and others to escape by himself, Aokiji can defeat Luffy in an instant and catch up immediately. There is no possibility of escape at all. But to let Luffy flee with Robin and Law first, he could not defeat Ross in an instant. He could only chase Luffy first, but he was blocked by Ross twice in a row and couldn't follow them. In the present situation, if he goes after Luffy, kills Luffy and others and comes back, he may not find Ross. Compared to other people, eliminating Ross has a higher priority. Ross did not answer when he heard the Aokiji's words. His eyes were calm and his entire body and mind were in a state of extreme calm. This state is called Spirit Heart. It is a secondary talent on the Agility Enhancement branch of talent system, similar to Tenacious, with the effect of enhance his focus to the maximum. When concentration reaches its extreme, that is, calm to its extreme, Ross's observation hockey has almost reached its limit, and his own reaction speed has been elevated to its extreme because of extreme concentration. Although his body's speed is much worse than that of Aokiji, Ross was able to block him twice depending on his current reaction speed and observation hockey. Other than that, killing Moria provided him with 50 talent proficiency points. He put 30 points on the distortion fruit and 20 points on the agility enhancement. In this case, it is no longer possible to improve his physical fitness, only to maximize his speed and strength. Even if his body cannot bear it, he must have at least some hard-working capital, so as to have the possibility of final survival. The situation in front of him is the biggest crisis he has encountered since he came to this world. Chapter 139 Ross vs. Aokiji. Who? Aokiji stood there, looking at Ross coldly, exhaling, leaving an icy mist in the air in an instant, revealing the bitter cold. Although you're growing faster than many people expected, no matter what you do, you won't be able to change the outcome of this fight. Whiz. The moment his voice fell, Aokiji jumped up with his arms crisscrossed in front of him and he suddenly formed two pikes, falling from the sky and smashing towards Ross. Ice block, partisan. Aokiji, showing his real speed, is still incredibly fast and these series of actions are done almost instantaneously. Ross seemed to be in an emotionless state, his eyes were calm as he stepped back to avoid Aokiji's attack. Several people have gone, it's impossible for me to let you go too. Aokiji's eyes glimmered with cold as he stepped on empty air. His practice of moonwalk is at its peak. He turned into a shadow as he arrived at Ross's back and punched out. Ross couldn't evade. He could only turn around and hit back. Bang. With his fist trapped in the power of distortion, it collided with the frozen fist. Ross's power of distortion burst into full swing in the air and rushed toward Aokiji, trying to disintegrate Aokiji's body. However, Aokiji's face is indifferent and his high-grade armament haki is surrounded by the power of the ice fruit that turned into a bone-chilling cold that rushed towards Ross's body. Bang. After a stalemate for about a second, Ross' power of distortion was crushed by Aokiji and he flew backward again. Ross, who flew back, used gravity distortion in midair while utilizing moonwalk to fly to a farther place. Aokiji is expressionless as he lifts his foot. Bang. On the route that Ross fled, a huge ice wall with a length of hundreds of meters and a width of several hundred meters suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Ross' route. Ross's eyes twinkled as he used gravity distortion to change direction again and his figure crossed a perfect parabola in the air as he flew toward the sky. But before he could fly out of the ice barrier, Aokiji's figure had already appeared above him using moonwalk and he pressed one hand down on Ross. Ice block, avalanche. Almost instantly, a giant ice ball with a diameter of several hundred meters was born in the void and fell towards Ross below, wrapped in destructive power. Even Ross couldn't evade it in an instant because of its wide coverage. He was rubbed by ice ball and fell toward the ground below. Vector distortion. Ross put his hands on the huge ice ball and pushed his power of distortion to the extreme, covering the whole ice ball, rigidly changing the direction of gravity of the ice ball, so that it deviated from the side and hit the huge ice wall. Bang. A tremendous sound was produced from the thriller bark. It sounds like an infinite glacier breaking up and countless pieces of ice splashing everywhere. Just as the huge ice ball hit the ice wall, Aokiji flashed up to Ross, turned his arm into white ice and pressed it against Ross's arm. Ross crossed his arms and squared in front of him. Bang. Ross crashed toward the ground and smashed into the shattered ice below. Cough. Cough. Jumping out of the cracked ice, Ross's mouth was bleeding and he coughed twice and there was a trace of ice on his arm. In the past, he relied on the power of distortion fruit to constantly suppress the enemy. This time his power was suppressed from the opposite direction and not only his fruit ability but also his body, haki or speed, he was completely suppressed. The only thing that can barely be said to be advantageous is the flexibility of the distortion fruit. Ice burst. Ross flicked his arm and the frozen traces peeled off inch by inch under the action of the power of distortion. Then he shouted angrily, and power of distortion suddenly poured into the frozen earth. Bang rumble. The whole earth burst into pieces in an instant, with cracks hundreds of meters in length and width appearing. They broke apart rapidly and turned into huge blocks of ice and rocks and they rushed towards Aokiji in the sky. At the same time, Ross flew away from Aokiji and into the other direction without looking back. His purpose was still to escape. Even someone reckless and stupid like Luffy chose to run away when he and his crew were faced with an admiral on Sabati Archipelago because he realized the strength gap between them, so there is no need to mention Ross who was aware of the difference between their strength from the start. Huh. Aokiji looked at the cracked earth and the huge ice and rubble flying toward him. He breathed softly and raised his hand against the coming rubble. Kaka. Kaka. His arm instantly turned into ice and spread all the way, freezing all the huge ice and rubble in midair. Then he pushed the frozen rubble hard and made it a kilometer long and then he sent it away towards Ross. Ross had no idea of confronting him. He continued to run away. Flash step and moonwalk and gravity distortion were all brought to their extreme. His entire figure was like an arrow on the ground, lashing into the distance. However, Aokiji is still faster than him. As he dashed forward, the ground ahead gave a sudden bang and a larger wall of ice rose again, blocking his escape route. Ross tried to fly upwards as before, but the huge ice block, nearly a kilometer long, had fallen like hell, blocking all directions of escape. Looking at the size of the ice, Ross slightly gritted his teeth and slammed his foot on the ground and the distortion broke down as he drilled into the bottom. Bang! The huge ice fell, wrapped in a terrifying impact and landed on the ground. Although Ross did not bear it head-on, the impact still penetrated the surface and hit him below. Ross ignited the power of distortion to the extreme, resisting this part of the impact, but when it was blocked, Aokiji appeared above the surface of the earth and the power of ice plunged into the earth. Kaka. Kaka. Ross withstood the impact of a huge ice fall but could no longer completely withstand Aokiji's freezing power, and he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the underground space created by the power of distortion collapsed and the whole earth collapsed suddenly, and the crushed ice and gravel from above crashed down. Almost. Aokiji's frozen body slowly returned to its normal state, breathing out a cold breath, looking coldly down at the ice and perceiving Ross's state. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds later, Aokiji's face changed slightly as a crack suddenly appeared on the ice like a spider's web spreading in all directions. Ross, who was covered in blood, rushed out of the underground. His body was covered with frost everywhere. It was like a pedestrian coming out of a snowstorm. Without frost, there were a lot of scars and blood was spilled from the wound. Still alive. Aokiji looked at Ross with a solemn face and breathed out a cold breath again. Ross's body was scarred and there were also hidden injuries in his body that were overloaded with the power of distortion. He gasped fiercely and his eyes sparkled with inexplicable light. In this depressing situation, he suddenly laughed and his lips opened a little. Oh, how could I die without turning the world upside down? Chapter 140. The distortion light experience point. Load. Your mind has gone astray. Aokiji shook his head slowly. A man whose mind had gone astray and whose will was very firm was terrible. Once left to their own devices, the worst can be that they become like Doflamingo, a 7 warlords of the sea, who has mastered countless dark deals and even made various deals with 4 emperors. In any case, today, Ross can't be allowed to escape. Such a person can either be executed as soon as possible or be detained as soon as possible and impelled down so that he can spend the rest of his life in the dark. Astray. Do you think so? Ross gently smiled, looked terrifying with his face covered with blood as he said, me going astray, isn't that the result of your so-called justice? Marine's justice, the darkness of the government, straw hat pirates, the adventurer and the wicked who burned and plundered, and so on. Ross doesn't really care. He did not want to distinguish between justice and evil. It was Marine and the government who forced the tag of evil on the top of his head and imposed the so-called justice on him. Since both the government and Marine regard him as evil, then he will be evil from now on and will become the real evil that makes the government and Marine tremble. Aokiji was calm and did not speak anymore. It was no use talking nonsense to a man who was determined and had terrible thoughts. It was not a voice but power that safeguarded justice. Aokiji disappeared in place in a sudden flash. The next time he appeared, he came to Ross, clenched his right hand into a fist, turned it into a huge frost fist and hit Ross. Bang! In the state of spirit heart, Ross's observation haki captured Aokiji's movements. Although he couldn't react as fast as Aokiji, he still had time to react and slammed his fist against the coming ice fist. Aokiji's frost fist crumbled and was hardly affected by the impact of his fists, while Ross flew straight backward. He is severely outclassed. Ross even feels that Aokiji hasn't done all he can and he is holding back his powers. After all, he can easily turn an island into an ice sheet, or even freeze the sea between 2 islands for up to a week. Accept fate? No, this idea didn't exist from the beginning. In any case, as long as he has not fallen, he will never give up. His strength today is far from Aokiji, but he is much stronger than the Straw Hats pirates that landed on the Sabati archipelago. He will not give up even if there is not a single possibility remain. Distortion, sonic explosion. Ross whispered, hissing and cracking again in Aokiji's ear. However, this time, Aokiji was prepared. His ears were instantly frozen, filled with ice, and not affected by sound blasting. If the same trick worked on me twice, then I would have no qualification to remain as a Marine Admiral. Aokiji breathed out a cold breath and charges violently towards Ross. But almost immediately as he approached Ross's eyes suddenly flashed with really bright light, like Kizaru's lasers, piercing Aokiji's eyes. Distortion, light explosion. Aokiji's eyes ached and his movements deformed instantly. Ross did not hesitate to seize the opportunity, kicked out with one leg between Aokiji's chest and abdomen and caused Aokiji to fly back from the impact. Ross did not escape this time. He knew that he could not escape now. Aokiji was hardly injured. He could recover in the next moment and come back. He flashed and rushed towards Aokiji. Bang! 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 A series of punches and kicks poured down on Aokiji, and while Aokiji remains mostly unaffected, the constant attacks caused him to sink into the ice below him. Without any hesitation, Ross lifted his foot and utilized moonwalk and gravity distortion and rose rapidly toward the sky, trying to break into the fog above and disappear. Whiz! Almost 100 meters away from Ross, Aokiji's face was as cold as frost, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, his eyes racing in cold pursuit, his arms staggering in front of him and waving violently. Ice Saber. His arms are like two swords. Instead of sword energy, he chops out two white sabers, revealing the cold power of the weapons. He sends them towards Ross in the sky at a very fast speed. Ross was forced to avoid them sideways. Aokiji speeds up again and catches up with Ross. He swings his hands violently and the ability of the ice fruit erupts as countless ice blocks appear in the sky, condensing into numerous sharp spears, and like a wind rainstorm, they rain down on Ross. It's still a little short. Ross's eyes are low as the perception of the observation hockey is limited. A few of them are able to cover an island like Enel. This is a sea of mist, with poor vision. To escape from Aokiji's hands, he needs to escape and create an opportunity to escape from Aokiji observation hockey's perception of distance. Kaka. Kaka. Faced with the falling ice spears, Ross could only keep fisting and smashing the spears. When a spear was about to fall on him, Aokiji flashed over to Ross and attacked him with one leg. Ross punched up but failed to stand still for a second and then flew backward under Aokiji's power. He fell to the ground again. Ice block, partisan. Aokiji stood in midair, his eyes glaring and his arms are united, which are turned into very thick pikes. He attacked Ross with these pikes as Ross was crashed into the ground. The fallen Ross concentrates the power of distortion and armament hockey on the front and back, and the power of distortion and armament hockey offset most of the impact in a collision. However, even so, he still suffered a heavy blow and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Because of the existence of tenacious talent, his body is very durable. But in this case, where he was attacked repeatedly with heavy blows, his body is now on the verge of serious injury. If I go to this way, even if I have tenacious talent, it won't last long. He broke the ice on impact and had to drill out of it. Ross, who was breathing heavily, blinked eyes, constantly thinking about all the opportunities that might exist. If he got attacked just one more time, he will be seriously injured and will enter a situation where he cannot heal himself. His own strength will be greatly affected, and then there will be no possibility of escape. Countless ideas flashed in his mind in the state of spirit heart and were excluded one by one until only one left. The only possibility is this. In that case, let's try it. Ross took a deep breath and looked at Aokiji, who fell not far away. The light in his eyes finally settled. Chapter 141 hidden in the previous fight just now. Every time he was hit hard, Ross's power of distortion was agitated once and it became more and more intense, especially the first time, as if it wanted to break through his body and burst out. He did not like gambling, but at this time, like Fujitora, he had to place his hopes on gambling. Whether a coin flying into the sky lands with a head or a tail depends on the last fight. Ice block, pheasant peak. After Aokiji landed, he raised his right arm, which instantly turned into a frost bird that charged towards Ross, and wherever it went, the air seemed to freeze into ice. Faced with the attack, Ross took a deep breath, folded his hands in front of him, made a virtual grasp and rushed out in front of the ice bird. Distortion impact. The power of distortion converges on both palms, vaguely letting the air appear in the form of distortion. Ross's palms hit the ice bird's head. Kaka. Kaka. The power of distortion is like a whirlpool. In Ross's palms, the constant explosion of the power of distortion on Ross's palms is raised to the limit. The ice bird slams into this whirlpool created by the power of distortion and breaks down from the head and finally breaks into pieces of ice that splashed around. Aokiji breathed out a cold breath, and when the bird broke to its last point, he took a step forward and turned his arm into a spear and hit Ross hard. Wrapped in a strong cold, this attack flew towards Ross, trying to freeze Ross into ice. ZZ. Under the impact of the spear, Ross utilized the power of distortion to its limit to resist. His whole body was pushed back bit by bit, and the ice under his feet was filled with deep cracks, and it constantly cracked, like plowing. At the moment, the power of distortion in Ross's body is boiling, constantly rushing up and down, gathering between his palms, colliding with the sphere that has come towards him. It's like a very tenacious spring that is under very heavy pressure. It closes up bit by bit and gradually tightens to the limit. It's compressed to the limit. His physique body that he has been exercising day after day, the physical enhancement that has always been the core of promotion, the talent that was activated not long ago, tenacious. All of this has been transformed into a force that fixed the spring so that the spring is gradually tightened to the extreme and not exceed the bearing limit. What is Devil Fruit Awakening? Zone is an extraordinary body and regenerative ability, while Parimsha is from inside to outside, allowing forces to rush out of the body, no longer confined to the body and can act on the outside. The process from the inside to the outside is the most important and difficult one. Few people can do it, even fewer than rare ancient zone devil fruit. The enormous pressure from Aokiji has become the great power of the compression spring, and Ross's body has become the essence of the spring tenacious. Under constant confrontation, the spring was finally pushed to the limit and reached its highest and strongest limit. Then, it popped up violently. The mystery of Devil Fruit's awakening is inspired at this moment. Ross burst out with an unprecedented roar, the ability to be oppressed to the limit, coming out with a fierce explosion in his body and pounding out from the palms of his hands. The power of distortion turns into a terrifying whirlpool and the vast impact goes ahead, whether it is air or ice, or the earth. Everything falls apart under the explosion of power of distortion and everything is nothing in front of it at this moment. How could it be? The expressions on Aokiji's face changed for the first time. Ross made a sonic explosion and light explosion, which, although unexpected, did not shock him. People like Ross, who are powerful, always have some hidden attacks, an ace up their sleeves. But now this scene is no longer a hidden attack, but a change beyond his expectation. Ross clearly has reached his limit earlier and now he suddenly burst out with even more power. Kaka. Kaka. Aokiji did not hold back any of his power as he utilized armament haki and crossed his arms in front of him, to fight the coming distortion storm. He doesn't know how long it took but the terrifying force of distortion finally dissipated and the scattered ice was splashed in all directions and the dust slowly dissipated. On the field. Between Ross and Aokiji, there is an area of tens of meters, which is sunken by the ice-covered earth, as if it had been swallowed up by something. More precisely, it's like a cylindrical area that under the influence of the power of distortions is swept up and strangled, all of which break up into extremely tiny debris. Devil Fruit. Awakening? As Marine Headquarters Admiral, Aokiji naturally understood the concept of Devil Fruit awakening. The only explanation that can explain Ross's sudden rise in power and its impact on a large area of nearby space is the Devil Fruit awakening. Otherwise, Ross would not have been hit by him several times in a row and he would have to deal with it directly with all of his strength. Ross stood there and took a deep breath. There was an unspeakable fluency all over his body as if every pore was breathing. It was like a dehydrated fish has entered the water. This is the awakening of Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit awakening ability is free from physical restraint and can directly affect the outside world, just like Logia, directly transforming the power of distortions from inside to the outside world. Thank you for your help. Things finally got interesting. Ross slowly opened his eyes and looked at Aokiji. A faint smile appeared on his bloody face. Without Aokiji, he would not be able to practice by himself and he wouldn't be able to compress the spring to its maximum length that made it snap and awakened his Devil Fruit power. Battles are indeed the most effective way to stimulate potential, especially when such one-sided repression is forced upon the body and the threat of death become very real. Aokiji's face became a bit ugly. Such a change was entirely unexpected, but even if Ross had awakened his Devil Fruit powers, as Marine Headquarters Admiral, he was still in control of the battle, victory or defeat. Next, it's my turn to fight back. Ross looked at Aokiji with a twinkling eye and a strong sense of warfare and ferocity in his voice. He suddenly rushed towards Aokiji, with his right hand's fingers pointing at Aokiji and tearing away. His fingers instantaneously emerged in a round, much more transparent than tremor fruit, with only a slight arc of light that burst out in front of him. Sneer. The outbreak of the power of distortion blatantly tore towards Aokiji, where the earth and air were all torn apart by the disintegration distortion. Aokiji's face changed slightly, his palms closed in front of him, and Ice Fruit's ability was stimulated, instantly turning into a huge ice wall, blocking Ross's power of distortion. Bang! The power of distortion falls on the ice wall, instantly giving it a shape of distribution as a sudden depression appeared on the ice wall and then the ice wall bursts into pieces and turns them into splashes of crushed ice everywhere. Just as Aokiji was waiting for Ross's next attack, he suddenly could not find him. Seeing the fierce fighting at the moment before, Ross, who seemed to want to revenge on him, fled to the distance without turning his head after the blow, leaving only one afterimage behind. What a joke. Not to mention the injuries on his body, even in the state of full power, the gap between Aokiji and him cannot be directly reversed because of the fruit awakening, his strength only equals to that of Doflamingo's was in the War of the Best. Chapter 141 Awakened. Chapter 142 Living Dam. After being played by Ross, Aokiji showed a wave of anger on his face and chased after him without hesitation. But before he could rush out far, the ice in front of him suddenly cracked weirdly. Under Ross's remote stimulation, it was as if two continental plates had collapsed and one was rising and the other was sinking. Blocked by a hindrance, Ross's back has disappeared into the fog and only his observation haki can still sense the location of Ross and he was getting farther and farther. Don't try to run away. Aokiji's face was repressed and terrible as he continued to chase Ross. After the awakening of the Devil Fruit, Ross not only had the ability to remotely throw out the power of distortions like Whitebeard, but the power of distortions also increased dramatically. Correspondingly, the effect of gravity distortion has also improved a lot. By utilizing Moonwalk, his speed is only a little slower than full-powered Aokiji. As for why it is a little slower, Because Aokiji is not simply using moonwalk, every step he falls, the void condenses into a square ice cube, which is struck by his foot and he uses its force to make himself faster. Even this means has been exerted. Aokiji is very annoyed on the one hand. On one hand, the purpose of this trip was to destroy the Ghost Hand pirates, but now not only Lifit and others have escaped, but even Ross is going to escape. In an instant, they rushed out of the thriller bark and pushed farther and farther into the fog. Aokiji's speed is still slightly faster than Ross's, but when Ross's power of distortion can be released remotely, there is too much room to slow down Aokiji's attack and there is no need to fight Aokiji head-on. They ran after each other and disappeared in the sky. A few days later. In the fog, a wooden block that is about 4 or 5 meters wide and about 7 or 8 meters long is slowly floating on the sea and it is very strange as if it was driving itself to hell. On this wooden complex, Law is sitting in a corner carrying the demon knife, Robin is sitting there, Lafit is standing on the edge with a mahogany cane, trying to catch fish in the sea. Sneer. Suddenly, he plunged the mahogany stick into the sea. A sharp piercing penetrated the water and instantly penetrated a fish swimming several meters below. Lafit salvaged the fish, lit a flame and began to do simple processing. More than 3 days after escaping from the thriller bark, Robin and Law finally recovered and did not die of freezing. It's been 3 days. The food is good, but there's nothing we can do about fresh water. My ability can be used to break down a little fresh water. Law opened his eyes and opened his mouth in silence. With his present abilities and stamina, though extremely reluctant, he was able to produce a little fresh water needed to sustain the lives of 3 people. That's okay, I don't know when Captain can come. Lafit shrugged his shoulders as he handled the fish. Robin took out a white moving card from her pocket, stared at the card for a moment and shook her head slightly, saying, "The direction has not changed for a long time. That card is Ross's, Vivre card. Vivre card represents a sign of a person's life and moves slowly in that person's direction. Ross collected Vivre card materials after taking Cipher Pal number 9 and made one for himself, Robin, Law, Lafit, and Zilu. The 5 Vivre cards were all torn up into 4 copies, each with its own name, and each was given to different people for preservation in order to know the crew's life and location. Zilu's Vivre card has been completely destroyed and Ross's Vivre card was half destroyed a few days ago, but it stopped being destroyed and remained intact. And during these days, Ross's Vivre card's direction of movement has been changing, indicating that Ross's direction has been changing, possibly entangled with Aokiji. Until 4 hours ago, the direction of the Vivre card's movement did not change, so there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Ross did not move, the other was that Ross was coming to them. Either way, Ross should be out of danger. Well, it seems that Captain has got rid of Marine Admiral. It's really our captain. Whoop. Lafit showed a smile on his face. A captain who can get rid of a Marine Admiral's pursuit, it's an exciting thing. It means that they have a foothold in the sea. But this time it's still our tragic defeat. Robin's delicate 5 fingers folded gently holding Ross's Vivre card in her palm and then sighed. Ghost Shadow Ship was frozen into ice sculpture by Aokiji and might be able to use after recovery, but they could not return to the thriller bark to find the Ghost Shadow Ship. Moreover, Zilu's Vivre card was destroyed, which also indicated that Zilu should have died in Aokiji's hands. As for other crew members and handymen, they were either destroyed by Aokiji or they are all in Marine's hands. We are still alive, this is enough. Law, sitting on the other side, spoke quietly and calmly. It's a victory to survive against Marine Admiral. Lafit raised his lips and said, "That's right. The fish is ready. Come and eat it." After sharing the fish, the 3 continued to drift in the mist. They don't know how long it has been. A dark shadow appeared in the fog, which flew in the air and gradually approached, falling into the perception range of Lafit and others. Lafit had just crossed his cane and showed a trace of alertness. Then suddenly he loosened his alertness and showed a smile because he had seen the shape of the dark shadow. Whiz. Compared with Lafit and others, the shadow looked worse. His clothes were damaged everywhere with a lot of clotted blood on them. The shadow broke through the mist and landed on the raft. "Welcome back, Captain." Lafit smiled at Ross, pinched the corner of his hat and bowed to Ross. Robin's face, which had been low for several days, also showed a slight smile. "Hey." Ross looked at Robin and others. Although they were more and more confused, he still showed a slight smile and laughed loudly without hiding it. Law sat in a corner and smiled. Lafit followed Ross with a burst of laughter. The laughter spread out in the mist and passed to the depth of the mist. He laughed for a while. Ross and others returned to their usual calmness. Despite the loss of Ghost Shadow Ship and the death of Zilu at the hands of Aokiji, 4 of them are still alive, which is enough. It is impossible to meet Marine Admiral without paying any price. We're still alive. We're going to live. Then, the government and Marine will not live well. Chapter 143 Sabati Archipelago Marine Headquarters. You went there and they still escaped? Sengoku was standing behind his desk, one hand on the desk, his eyebrows depressed and his face looked contorted. Aokiji's shirt was broken in a small part. He went to the side, took the teapot on the tea table and poured a cup of tea. After a sip, he sat down on the sofa and slowly said, Ghost Hand Ross, Demon Sheriff Lafitte, Devil Child Nico Robin, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. These four escaped. Sengoku slowly sat back in his chair, rubbed his swollen eyebrows and said, Has everyone else been killed? I can barely explain it to the government if that's the case. Aokiji went out personally to chase the Ghost Hand Pirates and four most important main crew members of Ghost Hand Pirates escaped. This is undoubtedly a great headache for Sengoku. Unknowingly, the Ghost Hand Pirates has grown to this point. At the same time, the world government has also received this news and 5 Elder Stars are a little shocked by the fact that the Ghost Hand Pirates has been able to escape the pursuit of a marine admiral. Although Florian Triangle Sea may be foggy and difficult to drive into with a large number of battleships, it undoubtedly also shows the sharpness of the Ghost Hand Pirates. What shall we do? Should we make him a 7 Warlords of the Sea? He won't accept it, and doesn't this shows that the government is bowing to a pirate? Aokiji is up to his tricks again. How is it possible that Ghost Hand Pirates escaped from the hand of the government highest power? 5 Elder Stars has some headaches at this time. Former Ghost Hand Pirates were a little nuisance for them, and now that nuisance has turned into a big headache for them. Being able to survive the pursuit of a marine admiral, the threat of the Ghost Hand Pirates itself has gradually surpassed the threat of their small influence. We absolutely can't let them go. Continue to look for the Ghost Hand Pirates, and once we have the opportunity to move out, we must kill him. There cannot be a 5th for Emperors. The Sabati Archipelago. This is the terminal of the first half of the Grand Line. Whichever route one takes, they will eventually converge at this island and take it as a starting point for New World in the second half. Because of this, there is endless darkness beneath the surface of this beautiful bubble group island, slave trade, Tenri Ubito, the wicked pirates who arrived at this island. Somewhere on the shore, a pirate ship is docked here and several coding craftsmen are painting the pirate ship, which seems to have been completed by about 1/10. It should have just begun. On the shore, there are 5 or 6 pirates who stayed here to keep watch on the ship. They sit or stand, watching the coding craftsmen coding the ship and drinking and chatting. Suddenly, one of the people facing the sea sat upright, looked in the direction ahead and rubbed his eyes, saying, It seems something is floating over there. Really? Several pirates next to him looked in the direction that the man was looking at. They saw a black shadow in the direction they were looking at. The black shadow turned out to be a simple raft that is spliced together by a large number of wooden boards. There are still several figures on it. It's like a man in distress, but it's really awkward, ha ha ha. That's what it looks like. I don't think they will have anything valuable. Several pirates sat on the shore grinning at each other. And as the raft drew closer, the figures on the raft became clearer and clearer. It was 4 dirty victims, with ragged clothes and hair. I say. A man who had been staring at the humble raft looked at the gradually clear figure on the raft. Suddenly, he frowned and showed a look of incredulity. He said, Those people seem to be familiar. Look at the front one. Ah. Familiar? A pirate next to him gave him a strange look and subconsciously glanced at the direction of the raft, and this eye also caught his gaze. The figure sitting at the front of the raft, although it looked very awkward, did give him a sense of familiarity as if he had seen him somewhere. Yes. I remember it. That guy looks like Ghost Hand Ross. At that moment, someone finally got an inspiration, remembered something, and suddenly stood up, showing a trace of shock, looking at the raft that was gradually approaching the shore. The people next to him were shocked when they heard the words. Ghost Hand Ross? The big pirate having a bounty of 440 million berries on his head. You're wrong. How did that character become like that? It's a little weird, but he does look like him. Could it be that they met a giant sea king? Or was it Marines? Several pirates stood up and looked at the shadows on the raft, murmuring in astonishment. At that moment, one of them suddenly grabbed the gun beside him and aimed at the man on the raft, showing a tinge of nervousness and excitement. If it's the Ghost Hand Ross, we can become famous by killing a pirate who had a bounty of 400 million berries. Hey, are you crazy? A man next to him looked shocked and said to him, That's a terrifying figure that has a bounty of over 400 million berries. We only have a captain whose bounty doesn't exceed 40 million berries. Don't make a noise. Let me aim first. The pirate, who held the gun, closed one eye and made an aiming posture, revealing his evil nature. He said, Even if it is really that Ghost Hand Ross, his appearance suggests that he has been lost on the sea for many days. He will fall sit down if you poke him too hard. Several others heard it, and their horror eased slightly. Looking at the motionless figures on the raft, It seemed that all 4 figures had died and their eyes sparkled. It's true, it seems that they are all starved to death, but it is safer to shoot them a few times first. Yes. Several people looked at each other, all showing a grin. They all took up firearms and artillery and aimed at the raft, which was less than 10 meters from the shore. Their faces are tinged with excitement and tension. This kind of opportunity is rare. It's just a chance for them to make them all famous in the sea. Bang. No one knows who fired first, but all others followed that shot and open-fired on the coming raft. A time-intensive bullet, together with 2 cannonballs, flew towards the tattered raft. Looking at the 4 figures on the raft, the first bullet was strangely stagnated about a meter away from the raft when it was blown up, followed by the second and third. Even the fist-sized cannonball was silently fixed in the air when it intruded a meter into the raft, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The air seemed to be still and silent, and the atmosphere became very strange. Chapter 144 Extinguishes Kills. This should be devil fruit ability? Idiot. He is not dead and he is able to use his strength. No one knows how long it took for the pirates who responded to it to finally show their horror on their faces. They are able to reach the Sabaody archipelago. Although they are not members of the supernova pirates who have a bounty of over 100 million berries, they have encountered various kinds of crises. After this event, the fear spreads up immediately and they did not dare to continue to watch as they threw away their weapons and ran away. At this time, Ross, who was sitting in front of the raft, stood up slowly. In his slightly squinting eyes, he showed an indifferent color as his right hand poked out and pressed forward. Buzz. The entire front of the air instantly showed a strange distortion form, like a shock, bursting out suddenly. Dozens of bullets and 2 cannonballs, under this force, did not explode but were crushed to pieces of iron slag. Where this power of distortion goes, the sea on the shore is instantly depressed, followed by the land on the shore. It is also like an irresistible plow passed by land, leaving behind a collapse and tunnel with a vertical width of 5 or 6 meters. Of the 6 pirates, only one barely avoided the power of distortion's straight-line impact, while the other 5 were instantaneously trapped in it, stirred together with mud, rock, and seawater. I can finally take a good rest. In order to preserve his stamina, in order to avoid the inability to resist an admiral, Ross did not use his ability to directly carry the raft to the Sabaody archipelago but only slightly push the raft, so the consumption of stamina was very small, and with the tenacious talent, this consumption of stamina was doable. He slowly retrieved his hand, stood up, looked at the Sabaody archipelago ahead and suddenly disappeared from the raft. When he reappeared, he came to the only surviving pirate. This is. The pirate, looking at his companion's fate, was already frightened and his legs were weak. He sat on the ground moving backward. He could not even see the corpses of his 5 companions, which shows the strength of this pirate with a bounty of more than 400 million berries. Not to mention him, even if his captain was here, in the face of such force, he would have no resistance. You should have a ship. Where is it? Looking at the pirate who was almost scared out, Ross asked in a gentle tone, but the pirate eventually turned pale and passed out in terror. Ross was a little dissatisfied, but when he thought that he had been floating in the sea for 7 or 8 days, his present appearance must not be handsome as before, but that of a wicked pirate, so he can understand. The ship should be. Lafitte and others went ashore and glanced at the pirate ship in the distance. The battered raft that had been scrambled up with Law's abilities was obviously impossible to use again. It would never be used again in their life. They needed a new ship to take their place temporarily. Lafitte looked at the pirate ship for 2 times and said with a crooked head, "It's about the same size as Ghost Shadow ship, but the quality is much worse. We lost our main ship. Sooner or later we have to find Marine to settle our accounts." Speaking of this, his eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. He has never eaten such a big loss, although it was Marine Admiral. But he went on Ross's boat in order to turn the world upside down. Those craftsmen are running away. Law was carrying the demon knife on his shoulder, pointing to a group of coding craftsmen who were running away and were frightened by Ross's move. This is the Sabaody archipelago, right next to Marine headquarters, and if their arrival news went too soon, Marine Admiral will come for them again. After 7 or 8 days at sea, everyone was in a bad state. Robin said in a gentle tone, "We can only blame our captain for making such a big move. It was obviously not necessary." Ross's face remained unchanged as he said, "I am still adapting to my newly gained power. My control is very weak. They will forget what happened." Lafitte laughed and walked towards the craftsman. After a few steps, he caught up with them. The mahogany cane in his hand rotated, and a group of craftsmen stopped. Their eyes became blank as if they didn't know what had happened. Ross slowly walked towards the pirate ship and waved at Lafitte. "Let them forget about these days, and this doesn't need to be coded anymore." "Okay, Captain." Luffy hypnotized the craftsman with an evil smile on his face, and the craftsmen lost their tools and disappeared from the shore. Robin approached the pirate ship and looked at the pirate flag above. She thought a little and said, "This is the pirate ship Azura Pirate Group, and their captain is Azura Phantom with a bounty of 40 million berries. Only 40 million berries, and they just provoked Captain. What a bold fellow." Law spoke quietly. A year ago, pirates with a bounty of 40 million berries were an existence that was hard to deal with. But now he has absolute confidence even in dealing with 50 million berries pirates. Crack. Ross raised his hand and fired the power of distortion, instantly removing the 1/10 of the bubble film on the ship and slowly embark on the ship. "We will use this ship for the time being." Ross looked at the ship briefly and said, "There are 2 ways to get to the New World, one island through the Fisherman Island on the seafloor, the other is through the Red Line with the permission of the government, but we don't have these restrictions." He had been able to fly directly to the Sky Island with the Ghost Shadow ship for a long time with the ability of the gravity distortion. Now it is a breeze to fly a ship above the Red Line. Also, even if he wants to go to Fishman Island, he can do the same. As a result of the awakening of his distortion fruit, he can easily exclude seawater from a certain range without coating the ship. The next thing is to take a rest, take a bath, and make a good adjustment. Here Ross slightly grinned and his eyes flashed with cold light. He said, "Tenryubito often appears on this island. I heard Marine Admiral has a duty to protect them." Whoop. I was wondering if the government would invite Captain to become a 7 warlords of the sea. Listening to Ross's words, Luffy slightly grinned, showing a grim smile, and Law gave a shrunk laugh, showing a cold expression. They won't directly find trouble with any Marine Admiral, but it doesn't mean that they can't get an Admiral into trouble and provoke them. The Marine Admiral attacked them, now they must be prepared to pay the price. Chapter 145 Strange Guest Pirates on the pirate ship. Ross and others took a break to tidy up their clothes. In the evening, the rest of the pirates returned, but before boarding the ship, they whirled around and were thrown into the sea by Ross to feed the fish, including the 40 million berries pirate captain. Resting on the ship until the next day, Ross and others finally swept away the tiredness of drifting for a few days and all regained their vitality. After leaving Law to guard the ship, Ross, Robin, and Luffy set foot on the Sabati archipelago. "Luffy, you are free to collect intelligence, and I am going to get some new Dendenmushi with Robin. The Ghost Shadow ship is gone, and so are all kinds of Dendenmushi that he has worked hard to collect. If he wants to contact Kaku and others, he needs to reset some new Dendenmushi. This is the Sabati archipelago at the end of the first half of the Grand Line and one of the largest trading places in the sea. It is not difficult to find a place to buy Dendenmushi." "Okay, Captain." Luffy smiled and nodded, lowering the eaves of his hat and disappearing in the other direction. Ross and Robin lowered their hats and stepped inside the Sabati archipelago. In addition to being the largest trading place in the world, Sabati Archipelago Island is also the backyard of Tenryubito, where the heavenly gold received by Tenryubito is usually consumed to buy slaves or interesting things like devil fruit. It's a beautiful view. Looking at the huge Yarukiman mangrove, the colorful bubbles everywhere in the street and all kinds of new transportation, Robin shows her smile. Although the external environment had little influence on her, she could accept the gloomy terrifying place of Florian Triangle Sea or the Sabati Archipelago, but obviously, she preferred the latter. Naturally, after all, this is the backyard of Tenryubito. Even if there are innumerable dark transactions in the dark, it needs to be clean on the surface. Ross put his hands in the pocket of his new white overcoat and responded casually. Very soon, he and Robin found a place to configure Dendenmushi. Ross bought 4 ordinary Denmushi, 1 image Denmushi and 1 video Denmushi. After getting the new Dendenmushi, Ross dialed directly. "Captain, have you replaced the Dendenmushi? What happened?" Kaku and others still don't know anything about Florian Triangle Sea. After all, there is a lot of fog. Nobody knows what happened except Marine top executives and the world government. Something has happened. It's a long story. There's a chance you will hear it soon. Have you collected new intelligence these days? Ross asked quietly. Kaku responded, there's a new intelligence gathered. Supernova strange guest Byron with a bounty of 230 million berries appeared on the Sabati archipelago 2 days ago. Good, you worked hard. Ross affirmed the work of Kaku and others and hung up Dendenmushi. Even without Luffy's time, when 11 supernovas gathered on Sabati archipelago, it was not bad to meet a supernova with a bounty of 230 million berries. Let's go. Let's go and find this unfortunate pirate supernova. After hanging up the Dendenmushi, Ross took Robin out of the dark laneway and was looking for the strange guest Byron with a bounty 230 million berries. He has not yet killed any pirate with a bounty of 230 million berries. If everything went as usual, then he will gain at least 90 talent proficiency points and 1.3 talent point. Once he starts beating up a Tenryubito, the government will be angry and most likely a marine admiral will come. Although Ross has the confidence to deal with an admiral, the more strength he has the better. The Sabati archipelago is made up of 79 Yarukiman mangroves, or 79 small islands. It is called the Group Island and its structure is extremely complicated. However, the strange guest Byron crew came here. To go to the New World, they had to coat the ship. It took a long time to coat a ship, even Dark King really needed 3 days and 3 nights to finish the 1000 Sunigo coating. If it is a larger ship, it will take longer. Half a day later, Ross and Robin searched for the intelligence about the strange guest pirates and according to the intelligence, they came to the 27th island and eventually encountered them on the street. Ghost Hand. Ross, Vice Captain of Strange Guest Pirates, standing beside Captain Byron, looked at Ross with gloomy eyes and said, "Are you trying to deal with us with this deliberate obstruction?" As the first half of the Conquest, their whole crew combined offered a bounty of nearly 400 million berries. Naturally, it was impossible for Ross and Robin to retreat because they met face to face. Any supernova that conquered the first half of the Grand Line Sea can be reluctantly called the conqueror in the first half, which is quite different from those who fish in muddy waters and only had 10 or 20 million bounties on their head. Although I'd like to compete with you very much, it's very close to Marine headquarters. If you want to make trouble, how about going to the New World and doing it again? Strange guest Byron looked at Ross with a flat face. As a pirate with a bounty of 230 million berries, he naturally had his pride, but this place was not a good place to fight. Marines will arrive if there is a fight here. Don't bother so much. Ross took off the white gloves he had just bought, put them in his pocket, and looked at the quiet crowd of strange guest pirates and said, "You will all be dead before a Marine can come here." It seems that you really want to die here. Strange guest Byron snorted and his eyes showed murder. He didn't want to fight here, but he could not ignore Ross for his arrogant remarks. On the street, when the two sides confronted each other, the civilians fled the street in a panic. Only a few brave people, or members of some forces, were still quietly hiding in the corner. Ghost Hand Ross, Devil Child Nico Robin and Strange Guest Pirates. Looks like it's going to be a fight. There are more than 500 million rewards on one side and almost 400 million on the other. I don't know which side will win. The Dark Observer's eyes sparkled with comments. If all the Ghost Hand Pirates were present, they would undoubtedly prefer the victory of the Ghost Hand Pirates. But now only Ghost Hand Ross and Devil Child Robin are present, while Strange Guest Pirates are close to the whole staff, with more than 30 people. Just a few months ago, Strange Guest Pirates left safely after destroying an island under the control of the Marine Headquarters fleet. Whiz. At the next moment, the Strange Guest Pirates moved. In a moment, more than 10 firearms and guns were directed at Ross and fired, while the vice captain of the Strange Guest Pirates pulled out his sword and waved his sword energy and cut the street. At the same time, Strange Guest Byron gave a sudden low cry and a hammer on the ground with a strange force through the earth suddenly burst out from under Ross's feet. Chapter 146 Wings of SKY. Ross's expressionlessly waved his hand. After his devil fruit's awakening, his powers are like a fish in the water. It's a far cry from his previous flexibility and his ability to exert his powers felt much better than before. Bang! Almost instantaneously, the bullets and artillery were fixed in the air and then turned into pieces under the power of distortion, followed by the violent power of distortion sweeping the entire street, strangling the crowds of the Strange Guest Pirates. As for the bizarre force under Ross's feet, he lifted his foot and stepped on it and it broke away without any effect. You have got to be kidding me. He can't be this powerful. Compared to Ross, the crowd of Strange Guest Pirates, in front of Ross's revealed power, showed a certain degree of shock and terror. Where the power of distortion went, the whole street seems to be swept by a horizontal Ragon tornado and the buildings and the earth all collapse inch by inch and are torn to pieces. Strange Guest Byron's pupils violently contracted and before he could do anything he had already been hit by the violent power of distortions that wrapped him in it. Earth shift. Aware of the threat of death, he did not hesitate at all and gave a violent roar, arousing his devil fruit abilities and pushing his hands in a ring toward the outbreak of the power of distortion. Bang! Ross's power of distortion, under the weird force he showed, turned the sudden sharp turn from forward to downward, and suddenly entered the earth. Almost instantaneously, the ground, more than 10 meters square, was pulverized by the power of distortions and a huge pit appeared, which reached a depth of tens of meters and penetrated the root of the spread Yarukiman mangrove in Algeria and exposed the water below. What? Looking at this scene, Ross looked a little surprised. Strange Guest Byron's was in a somewhat awkward state, but he did not suffer any substantial injury. His hands were still in the push position and he slowly recovered them while coldly staring at Ross. It's a terrible power, but it doesn't hurt me. I'm a transferer who has eaten the Parimsha transfer fruit and can turn any force in any direction at will. It seems that for an unassuming person, you really do possess some skills. After a little surprise, Ross regained his calm. Meanwhile, with his right hand clenched into a fist, he punched in the direction of Strange Guest Byron and Strange Guest Pirates. I have already said that this power is useless on me. Byron screamed coldly, posing his body without fear and his arms pushed forward again, launching his Devil Fruit ability, this time intending to completely push back Ross's power. But when his arms touched the power of distortion, his face changed. Although Ross's second attack was similar in scope to the first one, the power contained in it is more than doubled. The air presents a strange distortion. Standing on the side, it looks like the space of the whole street is like a piece of paper, folded by bending. There is no doubt that there is an upper limit on the power that can be transferred by Byron's fruit power, and Ross's power in hitting has undoubtedly exceeded the current upper limit that he can transfer. No, this is impossible. Byron's arms supported the violent power of distortion that has struck his arms. It was as if a man was standing against a collapsed mountain. His arms were green as he tried his best to release the transfer force. The void of distortion quickly wrapped his hands, and his hands instantly showed a strange folding distortion, followed by a little bit of spread that completely defeating his transfer force and wrapping himself in it, together with all the Strange Guest Pirates in the rear. Bang! The power of distortions spread out tens of meters in the street and finally burst with a sound. There was a terrifying crack in the street. The buildings on both sides were destroyed for the most part, as if half of the streets were instantly annihilated by a laser weapon 10 meters in diameter. There are people who hide in the lane and watch in secret. They are almost wrapped up by this force. They almost came face to face with this power that left them with chills on their backs and sweat on their foreheads. This power is horrible. This is the power of Ghost Hand Ross, who had a bounty of 440 million berries. Strange Guest Byron with a bounty of 230 million berries, has been hunted, and the rewards are 90 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. Previously, he had accumulated a lot of free talent points, but it took 1 point to activate Tenacious Talent and it took 1 point to activate Spirit Heart. Only 1 point remained after that. Now he got 1 point by killing Strange Guest Byron, and he finally has 2 free talent points. Taking a glance at the fragmented street, Ross regained his gaze. Let's go. Killing the Strange Guest Pirates also reveals that he is in the Sabati archipelago. If the government and Marine are still eager to kill him, it will not take long for a Marine Admiral to come here. Robin slightly nodded and followed Ross, who was about to leave the street. But just as they turned and walked more than 10 meters away, a voice suddenly came from the top of a nearby building. Oh. Was I too late? The Strange Guest Pirates were killed and the 400 million berries reward is gone. It was a thin man in a white cloak, sitting on the top of the ruined building, holding a handful of peanuts in his hand, throwing a peanut in his mouth and shaking his head at the ruins of Strange Guest Pirates, which had been completely destroyed and whose bodies could not be found. Ross stopped and Robin stopped at the same time. Those who hid in this ruined street saw the men who appeared on the top of the broken building and were shocked. Someone thought of something and instantly showed various emotions on their faces. Could it be that guy? Ross stared at the man in a white cloak at the top of the building and slightly narrowed his eyes and said, Pirate Hunter Wings of Sky Fiak Sermon. For pirates or pirate hunters, almost everyone uses guns and swords. It is too rare to see someone who doesn't use guns and swords. Among the swordsmen is Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman. Among the guns users, there is naturally someone who is the strongest gun user in the world, and that someone is Fiak Sermon. He is one of the strongest pirate hunters alongside one-armed Carlos. Carlos died in Hawkeye's hands so he can be removed, which left Fiak Sermon as the strongest pirate hunter. Wing of the Sky, he is really him. It is said that all the pirates that he had killed were pierced by peanuts. Although he is the strongest gun user in the world, only a few people have seen his guns. When Ross read out the name of the man in the white cloak, many people in the dark breathe in. Carlos actually ranks behind Fiak Sermon. Chapter 147 Speed through the top of a broken building. Fiak Sermon chewed peanuts, turned to Ross and said with some hatred, You've cost me 400 million berries. Ross, who had worked for a long time before as pirate hunter, has heard the name Fiak Sermon, the person who is standing on the top of pirate hunters. He looked at Fiak Sermon and said, 400 million berries should be nothing to you. You must have been quite bored to come here. Fiak Sermon crooked his head and said, Yeah, it's boring. It's better to change your goal, such as conquering the world. Come to my ship. Ross slightly smiled and invited Fiak Sermon. He does lack a powerful gun expert on board. Huh? What did you say? Fiak Sermon looked at Ross in silence and said, I know you, a bounty of 440 million berries, Ghost Hand Ross, But what about conquering the world? Are you crazy? As he spoke, he pinched a peanut and shot it towards Ross. Sneer. This ordinary peanut, at the moment he pops it up, presents a very weird superposition of speed. In a moment, it surpasses the speed of sound by more than double. Speed means power. In front of such speed, even a peanut grain has terrible lethality. Buzz. After his devil fruit awakened, the power of distortion can be aroused by Ross's thoughts. At the rate of the explosion, the peanut invaded the 3-foot area in front of him, then slowed down abruptly, moved forward inch by inch, and was finally crushed to powder. Hueco looked at the scene and was surprised and said, "It seems that I underestimated you, but even if you have such strength, conquering the sea or something, your goal is still too impractical. Well, your bounty must be more than 440 million next time and I won't be fighting with you." Hueco dropped another peanut into his mouth and disappeared in a flash. A few seconds after he disappeared, Robin looked at the direction in which he disappeared and said with grave eyes, "He is fast. He is indeed very fast, but it's not his own speed. It should be his devil fruit ability." Ross nodded, thinking a little bit. He can instantly accelerate the peanuts to that extent. If not mistaken, it should be Paramsha's speed fruit. There are many devil fruits of the time branch. In Ross's memory, there are slow devil fruit, retrogressive devil fruit and so on. This speed devil fruit should correspond to slow fruits. One is slow devil fruit and the other is speed devil fruit. And just now on that peanut, he also attached to a strong enough armament hockey. The penetration power of that peanut must be very strong. Even if he can't beat a Marine Admiral, his power level should be similar to mine. It's hard to tell who wins or loses without fighting. Ross judged Hueco's strength in his mind. It was too late for him to raise his arm to resist the speed of the peanut grain just now, but after the awakening of distortion fruit, his whole body could activate the power of distortion and form a wall of distortion. Without breaking the wall of distortion, no one could do any serious harm to him. Even if it can be pierced, it will be slowed down, so that he has enough time to avoid, such as the peanut just now. This is also the reason he could finally escape under Aokiji's pursuit, otherwise, he would have been caught by him. "My speed is still slower," Ross murmured, and his mind evoked the interface of the talent system. After distortion fruit awakened, although the power of distortion has improved a lot and he was able to release it outside of his body and into the air, the burden on his body is reduced a little and the devil fruit power and his physical body are once again in equilibrium, so there is no need to fill the physical enhancement. After thinking about it, Ross put 40 proficiency points to the agility enhancement. Agility enhancement, 260 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 400 top-level strengthening spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 50 mid-level strengthening. After putting 40 points in agility, the distance between his body speed and Aokiji is much closer, and even if it is still not comparable, he will not fall into too great a disadvantage in the frontal combat. As for the remaining 50 proficiency points, Ross hesitated for a while. Now distortion fruit has reached 510 points of proficiency and has reached a balance with his body. If it continues to go up, the scores will be allocated to distortion fruit and physical enhancement, respectively, with little improvement. By contrast, if he put the 50 proficiency points on observation hockey, armament hockey, or tenacious, spirit heart of general department, he can make it break through the current stage, upgrade to mid-level or high-level strengthening and achieve a huge single improvement. Thinking about it, Ross suddenly thought of something and immediately made a decision to put 50 proficiency points to the observation hockey. Buzz. The golden light flashed, and the battle's talent interface changed for a while and finally stopped. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 510 flash step of Marine 6 powers, 0 paper art of Marine 6 powers, 0 Marine 6 powers as moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 100 armament hockey, 50 as the data is frozen. Ross clearly feels that his observation hockey's range of perceptions has increased by a large margin, and the details that can be captured have also increased by a large margin. In the previous encounter with Aokiji, in the state of activating Spirit Heart, he concentrates and makes full use of observation hockey to capture Aokiji's full speed movement. If he encounters Kizaru, his observation hockey is obviously not good. Here is the Sabati archipelago. The possibility of encountering Kizaru is not small, with the 50 proficiency points to observation hockey and 40 proficiency points to agility enhancement. He can now keep up with Aokiji in speed and he can react and rely on the power of distortion while facing Kizaru. Robin, inform Lafitte to go back to the ship and you also go back. Marine Admiral has a good chance of arriving quickly. If it comes to Kizaru, he is not afraid, but it is not so easy to protect Robin and others. Lafitte and Robin and others are weak in strength after all. As for himself, he doesn't mind playing a game of tricks with an admiral. It would be even better if he could kill a few Tenryubitos on the way and make the government and Marine's top leaders jump like thunder. Now, he is not a small person who can be easily manipulated by the world government and Marine. At the same time, Marine headquarters. In the top office, Sengoku was standing in the middle of the room, frowning slightly at his subordinates' reports, just as Kizaru, dressed in a justice cloak, came in. Looking at Kizaru coming in, Sengoku nodded at him slightly and said, Ghost Hand Ross appeared on the Sabati archipelago, killing strange guest Byron, one of the supernovas. The man who is defined as a wicked criminal is constantly killing pirates. Kizaru went to the tea table, poured a cup of tea, sipped it, and answered in a long tone. Sengoku's face darkened instantly, but Kizaru's statement was true. Although those pirates can indeed be sentenced to death, they have been deprived of their lives without legal trials. It is a contempt for the government and he is still a wicked criminal. That's true. Now that he's on the Sabati archipelago, we can't sit back and ignore him. Otherwise, the government will condemn us again. I'll go there. Kizaru took another sip of tea, stood up and walked outside. To let him deal with 4 emperors, he must be dragged and dropped at that point, but to deal with the existence other than 4 emperors, it is a casual run for him. Grasping nature is merit and there is no loss in catching it, not to mention that Ross and others can escape from Aokiji's hands doesn't mean that they will be able to escape from his hands. At least in terms of speed, he's much faster than Aokiji. Chapter 148 Dropping Island number 47. About a dozen people were slowly passing by the edge of the street and did not attract anyone's attention. Even the ordinary people who noticed these people immediately regained their gaze. Many of the dozen or so people have a circular smiling face sign on their shoulders or behind their backs, which is the symbol of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Walking for a while, more than a dozen people met a black man who had been waiting here in a dark corner. Did you bring it? Among the people from the Don Quixote family, the leader Gladius walked forward and asked the black man. The black man stood up and said, How can the boss give me something so important to carry with me? I'm just here to connect with you and take you to our designated trading place. Huh, you are really cautious. Gladius snorted. The black man laughed and said, After all, you are the famous Don Quixote family. We are just small-time people. We naturally have to be on guard. Did you bring all the money with you? Gladius stared at the black man for 2 flickers and waved. Several Don Quixote family members behind him stepped forward and opened the suitcase, which was densely packed with berries of the largest denomination. Looking at berries in the box, the black man swallowed his saliva and said to Gladius, The deal was 400 million berries and 500 million worth of ammunition, but I only see berries here. Gladius's face remained unchanged. Arms can't be traded here all at once. You can take us to the trading place, don't play any tricks. Come on. The black man smiled and said, Our boss has prepared things for you. Under the leadership of the black man, Gladius and others took up the loaded berries and left the dark alleyway and headed for a shore dock. Just before they left, a shadow in a cloak suddenly appeared in the dark street. He gently lifted the cloak and looked in the direction of Gladius and others' departure, with a slightly weird smile on his face. Whoop, Don Quixote family, the next force to deal with. What on earth is such a large deal? Just as Lafitte was about to follow him, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket suddenly sounded. He connected Den Den Mushi and on the other side came Robin's voice calling him back to the ship to assemble. Well, I know, but I've found something interesting here. A big deal for Don Quixote family could have an unexpected payoff for us. After a moment of silence on the other side of Den Den Mushi, Robin relayed Ross's message. Captain says you can move freely and be safe. All right. Lafitte raised a strange curve at his mouth, put the Den Den Mushi in his pocket, turned into a dark shadow and quietly followed Gladius and others. Gladius and others moved more and more remote towards the outskirts of the island, but Lafitte's concealment and tracking abilities were beyond doubt and even so, he can still easily follow them, without anyone noticing. Finally, Gladius and the members of Don Quixote family came to a shore of the Sabati archipelago, where a medium-sized ship was parked alone on this remote shore. Boss, the people of Don Quixote family are here. The leading black man came to the side of the ship and shouted at the ship. Then they heard footsteps sound coming from the ship. Soon a man with a captain cap and a brown beard came down with 20 men and a wooden box in his hand. Gladius glanced at the wooden box in the captain's hand, waved to his subordinates and asked them to open it again and revealed a large number of berries in it. Well, 400 million berries. The brown-bearded captain looked at the box of berries, his eyes flashing with greed and a smile on his face. He slowly opened the box in front of him. In the dilapidated wooden box, there is a devil fruit, which has a big difference from zone and parimsha. The whole body is khaki in color and the surface looks like sand. Logia. Sand fruit. Nearly 2 years after the death of the sand crocodile, this Logia devil fruit finally appeared on the sea again. Don Quixote family trades in the dark world, all over the sea. After Ace's death, they found his devil fruit, so it is not surprising that they will be able to find other devil fruits. This is Logia's sand devil fruit. Gladius looked at the exquisite devil fruit, and his eyes flashed. Although he had already eaten Paramsha's explosion fruit, but for this 900 million Logia sand fruit, he still showed a serious and solemn look. With this devil fruit, Don Quixote family can easily cultivate a cadre or even a trop cadre and expand its influence. Then, close the deal. Gladius took a deep breath and signaled his men to deliver the money, while at the same time he reached for the devil fruit in the wooden box. Whether the next step is to turn the tables directly, overturn the deal and recapture the berries, or just complete the deal, this fruit is the most important. He has to get his hands on it. However, just as Gladius was grabbing at the sand fruit, a thumb-sized cylindrical object suddenly flew over from a distance and landed in the field. Bang! Before it fell, it burst apart abruptly, instantly turning into a mass of fog and instantly covering the area of tens of meters squared. The brown-bearded captain was shocked. Subconsciously, he had to retrieve the wooden box in his hand. Gladius looked very mad when he saw it. He stepped forward and grabbed it. But, just as his finger was about to touch the wooden box, a mahogany cane popped out of the mist, banged the wooden box in the brown-beard's hand out, and knocked on the back of his hand. Gladius had a pain in the back of his hand and a flash of anger in his eyes. Who dared to intervene in their Don Quixote family deal? In anger, Gladius did not retreat, and his fingers shook, throwing a bunch of explosive projectiles in the direction of the mahogany cane, enveloping the area. Bang! 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 The violent explosion in the field blew and instantly dispersed the diffused smoke, which was also mixed with the screams of the accidentally injured men, but Gladius could not care so much. The sand fruit must not be robbed. While the after-effects of the explosion were still continuing, Gladius jumped through the smoke and charged towards the wooden box and picked it up with his right hand. Dare to destroy Don Quixote family's business. Grabbing the wooden box in his hand, Gladius regained his indifference and snorted coldly and looked down at the area which he had blown up. When the mist cleared, there was no shadow in the area, only one cherry petal. He is quick to escape. Gladius looked slowly at the wooden box in his hand and opened it slowly. But the moment the box opened, the expression on his face became stiff. The box was empty, and devil fruit had disappeared, replaced by 3 pink cherry petals, echoing the flock of petals on the ground, as if laughing at him for being an idiot. Damn it. Damn. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it? Gladius's face was blue and green as he gritted his teeth, his face showing sorrow and anger, and he was about to launch his devil fruit ability to blow up the area, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any traces anymore. The only thing that impressed upon him was the mahogany cane, the one hidden in the fog, and the only shadow of his figure. Chapter 149 Darkness Sabidi Archipelago. Ross doesn't know anything about Lafitte, but he's going to go against Don Quixote family sooner or later. It's easy to do it one step ahead of time. What's more, the deal Lafitte found may be something of high value, such as one of the 21 best grade swords. Ross no longer needs to use his fist to stimulate the power of distortion after awakening his fruit power. He can easily concentrate the power of distortions on weapons such as swords, and then throw them out, just like Whitebeard's shock ability. If he could get a good sword, then it will be even better for him. After letting Robin and Lafitte return to the ship first, Ross searched for a person's existence on the island according to his memory. Roger Pirate's vice captain, Dark King Rayleigh. Dark King Rayleigh's hanging bounty is as high as 2 billion berries, but now Ross cannot defeat Rayleigh and will be beaten by him. He also has no plans of self-abuse. The reason why he intends to find Rayleigh is to see whether he can get some useful information from Rayleigh's mouth. Ross knows a lot of secrets from his memory, but there are more things that he doesn't know. Compared to him, Rayleigh knows a lot more, and a lot of information has a great effect. Unfortunately, after searching 4 or 5 islands, he could not find any trace of Rayleigh, and a lot of time has been passed, and a Marine Admiral will be coming here soon. Time to go. Ross didn't mind fighting Marine Admiral, but he didn't plan to fight Admiral in the Sabadi Archipelago. First of all, he certainly couldn't fight. Second, even if he could, what about another Admiral? Marine headquarters is right next to Sabadi Archipelago. And just as Ross turned around, judged the direction, and began to return, there was a strange silence on the road ahead. Immediately afterward, he saw that in the distant streets, pedestrians stopped, like dominoes, kneeling down one by one and bowing to the ground as if to welcome the Emperor. In the silence, everyone dared not breathe. At the end of the street, a man with bubbles on his head was sitting on the back of a slave, who crawled hard on the ground on all fours. World Noble. Tenry Ubito. The descendants of the kings who founded the world government 800 years ago have the supreme privilege, and all laws do not hold true for them, and any offensive act will be regarded as a death penalty that can be killed on the spot. There is nothing fun today. St. Charles rode slowly on his slave and yawned, showing a silly look. Several subordinates beside him followed respectfully and did not dare to answer at will. At this moment, he casually skipped and saw a young girl kneeling on the left side. His eyes flashed and his head looked at her for a second. It looks pretty good, let's choose her as the wife of my new house. Yes. The subordinate next to him immediately responded respectfully and said, go and handle the procedure for welcoming Mrs. 21 to Holy Land Mage right away. At the same time, several subordinates with indifferent faces approached the girl on her knees, ignoring her panic expression, and seized her. The people next to them saw this scene. All of them were full of horror, but no one dared to say anything. They were all sweating, kneeling on the ground. The whole street except for the girl's panic and crying is dead silence. It is a death sentence to commit a crime against Tenryubito. Offending a Tenryubito will directly invite a Marine Admiral on their head. The Sabati Archipelago is the back garden of Tenryubito. Nobody dares to offend Tenryubito here. Even the wicked pirate and supernova in the first half of Grand Line who sailed here are all unanimous in their choice and tolerance when facing Tenryubito. As for those who have not yielded, they have fallen under the hands of Marine Admiral, paying the price for their actions, and writing a bloody warning for later generations. No one dares to speak. No one dares to do anything. Everyone watched as Tenryubito's guards grabbed the girl and slowly moved on. Some of the people who knew the girl gritted their teeth and their hearts were filled with grief. What was the point of their existence? But no one dares to stand up even if they are angry. Despite the azure blue sky, the threats of Tenryubito and the world government, as well as Marine Admiral, seem like a mountain of black clouds, which are pressing against the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. However, in this silent repression, Tenryubito, sitting on a slave, suddenly flashed a glance of anger and looked ahead at the street. Hey, that fellow, don't you want to live? How dare you stand there? In front of a kneeling street, there is a figure standing there. Standing is only the most common posture, but here, in front of Tenryubito, it is extremely rare. The people there, listening to the sound of Tenryubito's anger, looked up in horror and at the figure standing in front of the street. At this time, someone dared to stand? Humanity. Ross looked at St. Charles with indifferent eyes. His voice was calm and gentle. He said, how can you kneel down to the garbage? On a quiet street, Ross's voice echoed clearly and all the people who were kneeling there were all horrified and their eyes were wide open. Who is this guy? Didn't he know what would happen if he said that? St. Charles was there and it was the first time he had ever heard someone dared to say such a thing in front of him. In a moment of anger, his ugly face was completely deformed, his angry teeth were gnashed, his breath was aroused, and his hands were pinched dead. Tradot bastard. Seeing Tenryubito shivering and unable to speak clearly, the guards and attendants next to him were somewhat shocked. One of them shouted at Ross, do you know what you said? Do you know who he is? Hurry and kneel down and pray for forgiveness. While squatting, several guards stepped forward. But before they came to Ross, a strange force suddenly came and crushed several people's bodies into the street in an instant. Together with the area several meters square, it collapsed suddenly and a huge pit appeared. See this scene, many people kneeling on both sides of the street, are showing some surprise. He dares to offend Tenryubito. He is indeed not an ordinary person. He is Pirate. Captain of Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Ross. Some people looked at Ross and recognized his identity. His eyes were slightly widened as no one thought that there would be a pirate standing up at this time. No, it should be said that he never knelt down from the beginning. He's not afraid of Marine Admiral? If you offend Tenryubito, you'll attract Marine Admiral. Many people were in a trance, and once again there was depression in their hearts. A pirate stood up and provoked Tenryubito, but what about that? In the past, pirates have provoked Tenryubito, but they have been overwhelmed by Marine Admiral. If the privileges and identities of Tenryubito are the sources of their inner grief, then the existence of Marine Admiral is like the heavy black clouds in the sky. That will never fade, the dark cloud of despair. Chapter 150 Late Kizaru. You damn bitch, dare to. St. Charles watched Ross slap his subordinate's bodyguard and press them to the ground, disappearing without a trace, and he finally responded. In addition to the anger in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. This person is not an ordinary untouchable, but a daring madman who dares to offend him. It's the captain of Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Ross. Standing behind him, the attendant recognized Ross, and a cold sweat overflowed on his forehead. A pirate who has a bounty of 440 million berries on his head is not someone they could deal with. St. Charles gritted his teeth, with a touch of anger and ferocity on his face, and roared, "So what? Call Marine Admiral over to me. This pirate is mad at this level, what are the Marines' wastes doing?" Listening to the angry roar of St. Charles, the attendant behind him nodded sweatily. This situation needs to be notified at the Marine headquarters for a Marine Admiral to come over. But before they dialed emergency Dendenmushi, a strange force suddenly spread from the end of the street. This force is perfectly controlled, roaring through the middle of the street without touching the kneeling people on both sides of the street and binds all of them. "I'm sorry. Marine Admiral or something, I've seen it once." Ross looked at Tenryubito and his men indifferently. With a swing of his outstretched hand, Ross crushed all the attendants and guards who tried to stand in front of Tenryubito and plunged them into the earth. St. Charles saw this scene and at last, there was a look of panic on his face. He fell down from the slave and looked panic-stricken. However, it was precisely because he fell and sat down that he saw the slaves he was riding on. As if he had caught a life-saving straw, he twitched the chain in his hand and pulled the explosion ring on the slave's neck. He panicked and said, "Quick! Hurry up and block him." However, the slave did not respond. Instead, he looked at Ross, who was coming slowly, and grinned, with an expression of relief. From the man's eyes in front of him, he clearly saw the kind of look that would never be touched by anything outside. It was the eyes of the strong. "You useless thing, useless." St. Charles kicked the slave with his foot, but the slave turned his head and looked at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes and his heart trembled. Bang! A sound blew and the explosion ring on the slave's neck burst and fell into a pool of blood. Ross's eyes swept over the slave and did not stop too much and once again fell on St. Charles. His figure shook and then he appeared silently in front of St. Charles. You, untouchable, what do you want to do?" St. Charles had a look of panic on his face, eyes wide, and a fear of death lingering in his mind as he watched Ross close by. He never thought about death in his life. He is World Noble Tenryubito. Even if he offends a Marine Admiral, he would not say anything to him, let alone kill him. Is this man mad? But no matter how horrified and fearful he was, Ross's eyes remained unchanged as he raised his feet calmly and stepping down at his feet. Almost at this time, a golden light shining in the sky, like a round of the sun came. In the golden light, a figure rushed toward this location at his fastest speed. But it was too late. When the golden light finally arrived, Ross's feet also fell. The power of distortion was instantly agitated, and St. Charles's body, together with the ground more than 10 meters below, was shattered and eventually buried in the see-through Yarukaman mangrove's roots. Kizaru, who was able to arrive, looked at the scene. His wretched face showed unprecedented vibration. Ross actually killed a Tenryubito. He never expected to encounter such a thing. Not to mention killing a Tenryubito, even if one Tenryubito was offended, it was a crime of death. It needed Marine Admiral to be dispatched and maintained and now a Tenryubito was killed and he was killed in the Sabati archipelago, not to mention him, even the government and 5 Elder Stars have to bear the great pressure brought by the Tenryubito community. The audience was silent. Not even Kizaru had thought of it, let alone the people kneeling on both sides of the street. They all looked incredibly at a huge hole where Tenryubito had disappeared. Unlike Kizaru's emotions, this scene falls into their eyes like a faint light, tearing apart the dark clouds that oppress the whole world. Tenryubito are not gods. Tenryubito can die too. In dead silence, Kizaru slowly spoke. After all, he was a Marine Admiral who had experienced countless incidents and countless battles and soon recovered from the shock of his heart. In this case, this is very bad. Kizaru stared at Ross, narrowed his eyes a little, and said, "Ghost Hand Ross, do you know what you've done? I had some doubts about you being similar to that dangerous old man, but now you look like..." At this point, his tone stopped and he did not go on talking, while the half-sentence he had pressed down was, "Like Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. It's not Aokiji." Ross turned slowly and looked at Kizaru. He was not surprised by Kizaru's arrival, because it was very close to Marine headquarters, and Kizaru would be the fastest person to arrive from headquarters. Aokiji chased him in Florian Triangle Sea for several days before he was finally shaken off by him. Although Florian Triangle Sea is foggy, it is an indisputable fact that he failed to catch him. It is also a surprise for Kizaru to deal with him. Ross looked at Kizaru indifferently and said, "You can only blame yourself for being late. It's a real headache now. I originally came here in a relaxed mood." Kizaru recovered a little bit of trivial tone, but still with a trace of depression. It doesn't matter whether he catches Ross or not before. He doesn't really care about it. He just wanted to try. But now a Tenryubito died in Ross's hands and he was killed on the Sabati archipelago. If he did not catch Ross, he would not be able to explain to the government and Tenryubito. Originally ambiguous, it has become necessary to defeat Ross, which makes Kizaru, who has always been lazy, very angry. Marine Admiral, Kizaru. People on both sides of the street were also paying attention to Kizaru at this time. As the residents of Sabati Archipelago, they all knew the Marine's 3 admirals. Someone's voice trembled slightly and pronounced Kizaru's identity and code. Why don't anyone dare to offend Tenri Ubito, even ordinary pirates? It's because offending a Tenri Ubito will bring down a Marine Admiral. Without Marine Admiral's protection, Tenri Ubito would have long been tortured and killed by angry people. Why would they dare to overrule the world? Can you survive? Ghost Hand Ross. Ignoring the privileges conferred by the world government and the heavenly world government, a Tenri Ubito was killed here, a Tenri Ubito who made everyone feel bitter and hateful. Whatever Ross's identity, a pirate or revolutionary army, in the hearts of all, has become a ray of dawn piercing black clouds, but this ray of dawn, now encountering a huge crisis, that is, Marine Admiral, representing the black clouds that oppress the whole sky. Chapter 151 Hidden Because Tenri Ubito is dead, there is no need to continue kneeling. Standing up is not against the law. Many people began to quietly retreat, and a large number of Marine began to surround the area. This is the Marine Admiral that upholds justice. It's ridiculous. On the way back, many people were looking at Kizaru. They didn't know who had lowered their voice. They mocked him with a voice that only they could hear. However, this sentence, however, is so clear that it goes into the ear of Kizaru, who expanded observation haki to prevent Ross from escaping, and this sentence made his face more gloomy. Tenri Ubito's running dog. The so-called justice is to bully us for Tenri Ubito. A sentence, from the mouth of the people, uttered with a very low voice, except for themselves, even the people next to them could not understand. But this sentence, all of them have clearly entered Kizaru's ears. Ghost Hand, Ross. Kizaru's face looked ugly and he wasn't going to waste any more time. He stared at Ross, and with a sudden twinkle, he came near Ross and kicked him horizontally. He had originally planned to tease Ross by asking him if he had been kicked by the speed of light. Now he is not interested. His only purpose is to defeat Ross and send him to trial as soon as possible. Buzz. When Kizaru's foot came 2 feet away from Ross, Ross could hardly keep up with him until he reached the distance of 2 feet, but strangely, his foot slowed down sharply and turned into a shining golden light. Ross's movements were slow in Kizaru's eyes, but he was also blocked by Ross's power of distortion and finally, Ross's arm was raised and blocked in front of his leg. Bang! Ross's arm blocked Kizaru's foot, but he still collapsed and flew out, knocking down 2 buildings in a row before stopping. You don't seem to be as fast as you think, Kizaru. Ross landed on a clearing. Despite flying upside down and smashing 2 buildings, he was not injured. The impact was completely blocked by the walls of distortion. His current strength is no match for Kizaru, but he will not be injured by Kizaru. After his devil fruit awakened, the gap between him and Admiral is still there, but it is not huge like before. Would you please hold your hand? Kizaru's voice came from a distance but suddenly came behind Ross the next moment. He kicked Ross with 1 foot again and said, "And let me explain to Tenri Ubito." Bang! Ross's observation haki captured Kizaru's action. He was too close to react, but now it's enough to turn around and he once again blocked Kizaru's attack. After 2 brief encounters with Kizaru, Ross realized a point clearly. Kizaru's speed is faster than Okiji's, but it's not the speed of light, and it's far from the speed of light. As expected. Ross's eyes were calm. He had guessed that Kizaru's speed is probably the upper limit of human consciousness. Now it seems that it should be the case now. Kizaru's fruit speed limit is the speed of light, but his nerve response can't reach the speed of light. To attack, the idea of attacking is necessary before the body can implement it. How can the human mind reach the level of light speed, complete a series of control over the body in an instant and move a long distance and kick it out? Therefore, Kizaru's speed limit is his reaction speed, which is also the limit of human neural response. Distortion impact. Ross, who was kicked again by Kizaru for the second time, used the gravity distortion. The direction in which he flew turned into a parabola from backward, slanting to the sky, and punching Kizaru at the same time. Kizaru stood on the ground, his slender legs kicked out violently and attacked Ross from afar. A bright golden light suddenly burst out and collided with the invisible power of distortions in the air. ZZ. The golden light penetrated Ross' power of distortion and came to Ross, but there was only a little light left, and it exploded. Ross's hands were empty and the aftermath of the explosion was contained in his palm as it was stopped in the palm of his hand. He then turned sharply and pressed toward the void behind him. Almost at this moment, Kizaru appeared in Ross's back and kicked him. Bang! There was an earth-shaking explosion in the sky, and the bright golden light instantly shone on the nearby streets, affecting the whole island and making countless people look up to the sky in horror. Look, what is that? The golden light dissipated and there were two suspended figures in the sky. One was Ross and the other was Kizaru. Ross was slightly confused, while Kizaru was somewhat calm. Almost at this time, Ross blinked and sipped low. Distortion, sonic explosion. Aokiji has suffered from this tactic under his command, but he may not tell Kizaru about it. Ross is not stingy with his tactics. He is now fighting against a Marine Admiral and only by using the sonic explosion technique can he achieve some results. As for light explosion, it is mostly effective for Kizaru whose body is light, in the case of light distortion. An alternative fruit ability can't compete with a single fruit for light control, just as it can't compete with sand fruit's ability to control sand. Buzz. Sure enough, Kizaru didn't know Ross had this trick. In an instant, his ears were buzzing and his head was swooning. Without hesitation, Ross rushed towards Kizaru, wrapped in the power of distortion, and smashed Kizaru in the head. Bang! Kizaru's ears are fiercely buzzing. His mind is dizzy and he can't make a dodge action. In a hurry, he can only wave his arms and display armament hockey to fight. Ross hit Kizaru with a punch bang, which shocked his arm instantly. He also sank sharply, but rather than falling down weirdly, he was sucked into the air by Ross' gravity distribution's ability. Knee hit, swing, sweep, cross kick. Utilizing Kizaru's current weakness, Ross quickly attacked him from all directions and because Kizaru was unable to use his speed to avoid him, he had to face Ross's attacks directly in close combat and little by little Kizaru was beaten. After a series of attacks by Ross, Kizaru, who was severely affected by the sonic explosion, could only fight in an awkward fashion. Because he relied too much on his devil fruits, once he was affected, he could not play the advantage of the speed and he sucked at close combat fighting. Ross broke up his rack 3 or 5 times and smashed his chest and belly with a knee bump. Puff. Even with armament hockey, it's impossible to take Ross's knee bump without receiving any damage. Kizaru sprayed blood in an instant and felt a fall between his chest and belly. You see this, right? The people were shocked to see Ross killing Tenryubito and they were stunned when they saw the fight between him and an admiral. What did they see? Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru was hammered by Ghost Hand Ross? And he is still vomiting blood? Distortion hammer. Ross noticed that Kizaru had almost recovered after the knee impact. His hands were hammered together and he hit Kizaru with a sharp hammer. Kizaru's arms crossed over his head and he waved, but he was still turned into a golden light as he was hit by Ross and dropped to the ground below. Chapter 151 Beating Kizaru Chapter 152 Escaping Bang. A sound came from the ground and the golden light burst, smashing several buildings. After hammering Kizaru from the sky, Ross did not hesitate at all. The light distortion and distortion sounds started at the same time as he disappeared silently from the sky and he appeared in the distance. Hello Kizaru, goodbye Kizaru. Cough. Cough. In a burst of golden light, Kizaru recovered his form and he coughed violently and his mouth was still overflowing with a trace of blood. He was completely angry. Even if he dealt with 4 emperors, he had never suffered such a loss. Sensing that Ross had escaped, Kizaru had an angry look on his face and he suddenly turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky. Do you want to leave after doing such a bad wicked thing? Whiz. Whiz. Kizaru was so fast that even though Ross had flown far ahead of him, he was still catching up quickly, but Ross was not afraid as he pulled out his named sword Happy Spring from his waist and attacked towards Kizaru's direction. Sword of Distortion. Above the blade, there is a power of distortion visible to the naked eye. Then under Ross's sword, it bursts out in a sudden linear burst and cuts diagonally towards Kizaru. Kizaru's body turned a little golden light, and his hands shook. A golden sword was formed and waved at Ross. Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Bang. The power of distortion collided with the laser in the air and exploded violently again. Ross faces Kizaru while holding the Happy Spring in both hands and slamming it towards Kizaru, while he continues to retreat under the power of gravity distortion and moonwalk. Kizaru flickered in a series of crisscrossing dexterity choppers and eventually came to Ross by virtue of his fruit power and Hockey's ability to break through Ross's obstruction. The golden sky fell sharply from the clouds and swords, colliding with Happy Spring in Ross's hand. After a second of freezing in the air, Ross's power of distortion collapsed and the whole person fell downward. In midair, Ross turned sideways. Whiz. Kizaru turned into golden light to catch up with him and kicked hard. Ross hit him with a backhand punch. In the collision between the fists and kicks, Ross once again flew out and was in midair. He used the gravity distortion to shift direction and continued to fly toward the coast while holding the Happy Spring in his right hand. Kame Jewel of 8 Shaku. Kizaru, facing Ross's successive chopping, closed his hands in front of him, shot the Sky Cluster Cloud Sword into golden photons and disappeared. At the same time, his arms crisscrossed, fantasizing countless lasers, and sprayed at Ross. Bang. 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 Kame Jewel of Hueco directly included all the large areas in the attack range. Every laser fell on the earth and a sound broke out like heavy artillery. During the continuous bombing, Ross's figure was slightly awkward and rushed out of the smoke. His swords were in front of him, and his shoulder and leg clothes were damaged. Distortion strike. With both hands clasping Happy Spring, Ross slammed his sword. The power of distortion of this sword is directly in the form of a wide-scale attack, like an invisible dragon tornado, where the void seems to be distortion. Whiz. Whiz. Instead of hitting Ross hard, Kizaru made a quick ascent with speed, avoiding Ross's trick, pausing for a moment in midair and then turning to dive again. They ran after each other and soon hit the shore all the way. Kizaru is here, get ready. Lafitte had returned to the ship, and by this time the battle between Ross and Kizaru had already been noticed. As the Golden Light and Ross approached, they all held their breath. Whiz. Just as Ross arrived on the coast and Kizaru was within the reach of Robin's flower fruit, Robin resolutely put out her hand and crossed her arms in front of her. 30 flower. Clutch. Flower fruit is the ability to visualize arms directly on all objects within a certain range. Although Kizaru is fast enough, the launching of flower fruit ignores the moving speed of objects. Bang. Kizaru's body instantly collapsed into a golden light, and although he could breathe enough to regain his original shape, the wrinkles on his face became a little more. In the match with Aokiji, Robin was frozen in the ice without doing anything, but the battle still made her armament haki grow by a lot, although still weak, and it cannot cause any substantial damage to Kizaru. But it can still affect him. Room. Just when Robin interfered with Kizaru, Law also launched his ability. The translucent cover instantly expanded and Ross was enveloped in the cover, followed by a finger. Whoosh. Ross's figure disappeared in the sky, and when he reappeared, he came to the ship, and in the previous original location of Ross appeared a bomb made by Lafitte. Kizaru was still kicking sideways, and the bomb exploded in front of him. You don't have to send us away, Kizaru, we shall meet soon. Ross waved to Kizaru, and power of distortion started. The bottom of the ship splashed a huge wave and the whole ship crashed and sank into the sea. In the face of Aokiji, it is almost useless to flee into the sea. The other party can freeze the sea in an instant, or even chase down all the way, so he can only flee up. In the face of Kizaru, on the contrary, he can't run up to the sky as he will be killed. It is the right way to flee to the bottom of the sea. Glint fruit can't get to the sea, nor can it freeze the sea. Kizaru turned into a golden light and rushed out of the explosion. It was also unexpected that Ross had sunk into the sea with his ship in an instant, which was totally beyond his expectation. First of all, the ship was not coated. Second, Ross used the power of distortion to sink the ship into the sea, which was much faster than anything else. With the interference of Robin, Law, and Lafitte, he could not stop them for the first time. He is not Aokiji, he can't freeze the sea. Kame Jewel of Hueco. Looking at the vast sea, Kizaru's face was covered with wrinkles and his eyebrows were all crowded together. He could not help but cross his arms and launch a wide-ranging attack against the power of the sea, trying to get Ross and others out of the sea bank. He attacked close to half a minute and almost boiled the nearby seawater, but he never saw any traces of ghost hand pirates. The ability to enter the sea is a dead end, but Ross is not an idiot and a fool. Since he chose to sink into the sea, he definitely has a way to survive under the sea. Finally, Kizaru turned into a golden light and returned to the shore, looking at the sea, his face showing unprecedented distress. He did not do anything this time. He couldn't stop Ross from killing Tenri Ubito, didn't capture Ross, and the crew of the ghost hand pirates escaped. Now, I really can't explain this. Chapter 153 Overnight in the Sea. Kame Jewel of Hueco fired at the sea and it covered a wide range of underwater areas, but his attack was not hitting any coated ship or submarine, but a ship under the maximum escort of Ross's distortion wall. Although the lasers could penetrate Ross's destruction wall, their speed and power were greatly slowed down and no serious damage could be caused to the hull. The ship sank diagonally all the way down, and soon Kizaru's laser was no longer visible. That is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Logia glint fruit, these Marine Admirals really eat some good things. When Law saw that the laser had disappeared, he was completely safe and pushed the demon knife into its scabbard. Robin stood in front of the deck guardrail, looked up at the sea above her and after a while retracted her eyes, saying, "He is extremely fast, similar to that Wings of Sky. I could hardly catch his movements." There is still a difference. Ross also pushed the happy spring to its scabbard around his waist and shrank the area of the distortion wall around the ship to slow down his stamina consumption, while his eyes flashed. Glint fruit gives an unrestricted body with limited response speed. Speed fruit's acceleration ability ignores the optic nerve response speed, but the body can't be elementalized. One is limited by the speed of reaction, the other is limited by the body's ability to withstand its power. In general, there are certain restrictions to them, Otherwise, it is almost an invincible ability. Robin and Law understand Ross' meaning and thought to themselves. Speaking of it, your ability, too, is limited by the speed of response. Ross turned to look at Law next to him. Law's Surgeon Fruit is capable of exchanging positions within the room range. It can be exchanged with sandstones and even air. But it is limited to Law reaction speed. The faster his reaction, the faster is the speed of exchange. And because of space movement, it is not limited by physical strength, but his ability will consume a lot of stamina, which can be regarded as a kind of limitation. As Robin and Law pondered, Lafitte looked up and turned to Ross and said, "Captain, I got this from Don Quixote family before." He shook his wrist and a delicate devil fruit appeared in his palm, the Logia sand fruit that was taken from Gladius. Ross recognized the sand fruit, one of the 3 fruits he especially told Kaku and others to collect. Logia devil fruit is different from Parimsha and Zone in appearance. It is the easiest type to judge. For example, flame fruit has flame color and there is swirl flame pattern on its entire body. Logia sand fruit. Ross took the sand fruit from Lafitte and looked at it carefully in front of him. He smiled and said, "Don Quixote family's trading network is huge and it's doing a good job." "Whoop, it is indeed." Lafitte raised the corner of ceremonial and looked at Law next to him. They also have to deal with Don Quixote family, and one of the reasons for dealing with Don Quixote family is the existence of Trafalgar Law, their ship doctor. But this fruit cannot be used for the time being. All 4 of them are devil fruit users. They don't really have any use of the sand fruit right now. Ross measured sand fruit and said, "Rest assured, it will come in handy sooner or later. Logia's fruit will be a powerful battle force as long as it's used well." As he spoke, he put sand fruit away and looked around him as it grew darker. He originally intended to fly over the red line, but since he has already descended into the sea, it is better to go from the Fisherman Island, so as not to encounter Kizaru when flying to the sky. Dressrosa. Inside the central city fort, Doflamingo is sitting on a sofa with a dendenmushi in his hand, listening to the news from dendenmushi, with a sinister smile on his face. Running to the Sabati archipelago and killing St. Charles? He has always been concerned about the intelligence of the Ghost Hand pirates. As far as he knows, the main ship of the Ghost Hand pirates has disappeared and the bounty order of Great Axe Zillow has been withdrawn. Only 3 Captain cadres headed by Ross are still fleeing and have become brave dogs. Unexpectedly, the group ran to the Sabati archipelago and retaliated by killing a Tenri Ubito. Doflamingo used to be a Tenri Ubito, but because of a series of things he lost his Tenri Ubito's identity. Even if he took his father's head to Holy Land, he still didn't get approval and couldn't get back the identity of Tenri Ubito, so he hated Tenri Ubito very much. The St. Charles family was one of the Tenri Ubitos who opposed him in regaining his identity. Foofy, interesting, I reckon there will a major mess in Mariegeos soon. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh and his strange laughter echoed in the city palace. Treble also slid crawling over the ground, flicking his nose and grinning. Hey, Ghost Hand pirates killed a Tenri Ubito. It's really good news. Doflamingo has to deal with both the Ghost Hand pirates and Tenri Ubito. Now that the Ghost Hand pirates has killed a Tenri Ubito, there is no more pleasant news. Just as Doflamingo and Treble laughed, the dendenmushi on the table suddenly rang again. Peru. Doflamingo took over the dendenmushi with a smile on his face. "I am very sorry, young master." From the other side of dendenmushi, it was the voice of Gladius and his tone was extremely depressed. Sand fruit was taken away during the transaction. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face for an instant. Treble beside him also stared. His tone was very annoying. "What did you do, Gladius? How could someone rob us? Who dares to break our Don Quixote family deal? Subordinates. Willing to take responsibility and punishment." Gladius said in a dry voice. The situation was special and it was not possible to confirm the identity of the other party. However, according to the survey, it should be Demon Sheriff Lafitte of the Ghost Hand Pirates. This sentence made the atmosphere in the city fort suddenly fell into a strange silence. Doflamingo's face is completely stiff. He can't smile anymore. At the same time, Ghost Hand Ross killed Tenri Ubito St. Charles in the Sabati archipelago and confronted Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru and injured him. This news quickly spread in the entire sea. If the news about the Ghost Hand pirates in the past just shocked the big powers, this piece of news left the entire world in silence. Killing a Tenri Ubito. Fighting and injuring a Marine Admiral. It is simply an incredible event of dreams. The weak Ghost Hand pirates who could have fallen at any point by in front of the irritated government and Marines previously has grown up to this point where they dared to kill a Tenri Ubito and injured an Admiral and escaped. Overnight, the sky turned upside down. Chapter 154 Hidden Marine Headquarters. At this moment, The Marine headquarters has already become a mess. Walking in the corridor, one can see a large number of Marines rushing in and out of the headquarters, some people with a trace of cold sweat on their forehead. In the top office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was covering his forehead with a very depressed face. Aokiji went after Ghost Hand Ross and Ross ran away from the sky. Kizaru went after Ross. As a result, the other party ran away from the sea. Naturally, that was not the point right now. The point was that Ross killed a world noble Tenryubito in the Sabati archipelago. Sengoku, you're coming to Holy Land right now. And Aokiji, Kizaru, come along too. On the other end of Dendenmushi, the voice of the former Marine Fleet Admiral, the current Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kongs came. It was only a few years since he left Marine Fleet Admiral's post, and now Marines had caused so much trouble that now Tenryubito has gone to marry Ijos and scolded government officials at all levels. Yes. Commander Kong. Sengoku's eyebrows were almost twisted together, his fists pinched and his heart was furious, but at this time he could not break out and only responded to the voice on the other side of Denmushi. In this office, there are a total of 6 people, in addition to Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, the 3 Marine Admirals, plus 2 Special Vice Admirals Crane and Garp. Haha, did that kid kill a Tenryubito? Garp had just arrived at the office, and he had just heard about it. As soon as he came in, he grinned and laughed unconcernedly, instantly destroying the oppressive atmosphere. Garp. Sengoku stared at Garp angrily and shouted, "How can you still laugh at this time? Don't you know how serious this is?" Garp saw Sengoku angry and forcibly suppressed his smile and waved his hand at Sengoku. In his eyes, Tenryubito is a group of trash. It gives him quite a pleasure to hear that one died. This is one of the reasons why he has repeatedly refused to be promoted to Admiral. Once he became Admiral and a Tenryubito was offended, he would have to be dispatched immediately to give Tenryubito a head. This is undoubtedly something Garp can't stand, and he won't run to give Tenryubito a head. Sengoku's face turned blue, but there was nothing he could do with Garp. He turned to Kizaru and Aokiji and said, "Kizaru, Aokiji, come with me to Holy Land." Kizaru did not have a foolish attitude at this time, and the whole person seemed a little withered, not afraid, but this troublesome thing was spread out by him, which is really the first time since he became Admiral. Aokiji's face was not very good either. Although his attitude toward Tenryubito is not good, in Florian Triangle C before, if he could catch Ross, it would not cause such a troublesome event now. Akainu's face is not very good looking, although these incidents have nothing to do with him, but Ross's affairs, if calculated from the beginning, still involve him here. This time it's a terrible mess. Crane watched Sengoku and Aokiji and others walk out of the room. He shook his head and there was a glimmer in his wise eyes. Garp found a pack of cactus shellfish and sat down on the sofa, eating and saying, "Let that fellow do his pirate hunting in peace and stability." Akainu left the office. Because it happened in the eyes of the public and it was too late to block the news, it was impossible to press it afterward. What's more, the government and the interior of the Marine are already in a mess. 3 days later, countless people were watching. About the new bounty for the Ghost Hand Pirates, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law 60 million berries, Devil Child Nico Robin 120 million berries and Demon Sheriff Lafitte 200 million berries. As Captain, Ghost Hand Ross, the principal of the murder of Tenryubito, his suspended bounty jumped to a terrible height. 1 billion berries. Whether escaping from Marine Admiral or killing World Noble Tenryubito, there is no doubt that he can afford the terrifying bounty of 1 billion berries. This kind of reward does not need to be halfway in advance, even in the second half of the Grand Line, New World. This bounty also jumped to the front, reaching the level of 3 disasters, second only to the 4 Emperor. And all of this, Ross and his party still do not know it. 9 kilometers under the sea. At this depth, the pressure from the sea has become terrifying, the surrounding sea has become dark, and Ross's control of the distortion wall has shrunk to almost the edge of the ship. In fact, Ross and others can no longer determine how many meters deep the seafloor is. Fisherman Island is recorded American Samoa 10000 meters deep, but in fact, the whole Fisherman Island is spherical and its diameter is not only 10 kilometers, so the Fisherman Island is still in the deeper seafloor. The so-called 10,000 meters is just a proxy for very deep and very deep. No one knows how long it has been. Even Ross was under tremendous pressure, his forehead gradually overflowed with sweat, and a dark seafloor finally appeared bright. Looking in the direction of the light, a planet-like island is wrapped in a huge double-layered bubble, suspended in the sea. At last, this is the rumored Fisherman Island. Robin stood not far from Ross, and when Fisherman Island finally appeared, the worry in her eyes slowly dissipated. Turning to Fisherman Island, her eyes twinkled. Law and Lafitte also came to the bow and looked in the direction of Fisherman's Island. Even though their personalities were calm, The scenery of Fisherman's Island was still amazing. Ross did not speak. He sank the ship to Fisherman Island with the power of distortion. His stamina was in constant depletion. Even with tenacious talent, he had already seen the bottom. When he saw the Fisherman Island, he immediately controlled the ship to dive towards the Fisherman Island. The slow dive ship, under Ross's power, accelerated abruptly and did not go around the Fisherman's Island's front door. Instead, it went straight through the bubbles above the slope. Buzz. Fisherman Island is wrapped by double bubbles. There is no seawater in the center of the two bubbles. Generally, if a ship runs hard, it will fall directly to the bottom. But Ross's ship has no such problem. After passing through the first bubbles, it shakes a little and hovers in the air immediately. Allowing the ship to hover and float in the air is much easier than proposing a wall of distortion that protects the entire ship from the deep seabed. Huh. Ross breathed a sigh of relief when the ship got into a double bubble. Originally, he planned to bypass the Fisherman Island and get to New World directly through the sea channel, but he overestimated himself. He did not have such strong stamina. Chapter 154 Bounty of 1 Billion Berries. Chapter 155 Mjosgrid. Ross adjusted slightly to control the ship through the second layer of bubble and landed on a beach clearing near the edge of the Fisherman's Island, where it quickly and steadily stopped. Pirate ship. Some of the fishermen on the beach, seeing the fallen pilot ship, showed some strange eyes. Not all of them showed fear. If it had been in the first few years of Great Age of Pirates, when pirate ship had rushed into the Fisherman Island, all the fishermen would have dispersed and fled for their lives. But since Whitebeard has inserted his flag into the Fisherman's Island and listed the Fisherman's Island as his own territory, the pirates passing by here have barely dared to rush to the island to hunt down the mermaids and fishmen. The weak pirate will be blocked directly from entering, and the powerful pirate with the high and strong strength is very clear about what kind of existence is Whitebeard. Almost no one provokes Whitebeard before entering the New World. Mermaids, such rare species. Luffy stepped down from the boat and looked at the distant mermaids, who either hid or jumped into the water, laughing and appreciating most of them. Law carried the demon knife on his shoulder and whispered, "It doesn't seem that they are afraid of pirates. This is normal because it's Whitebeard territory." Ross walked slowly from the rear, his eyes slightly deeper. If Whitebeard's power can be much larger and bigger than the world government, then he will be the actual world government. There is only a power in this world, and there is only a strong and weak one. At New World, at the level of 4 emperors, the division of power and territory is clear, and everything in their territory is also sheltered by them. At this level, the so-called government and pirate are hard to distinguish clearly. If the government's existence is defined as order and the existence of pirate is defined as chaotic, then at the level of 4 emperors, there is no longer chaos, but a corresponding order. If the power of Whitebeard pirates is to be much larger and bigger than the world government, then there will be something that looks like Whitebeard government and Tenryubito pirates, which seems ridiculous but seems to be the case. Every year, Tenryubito collects heavenly gold from all over the world. All the people have to hand over their savings to supply Tenryubito. In fact, it is called legal plundering. World government. Its essence is a bigger, and they are just more orderly pirates, nothing more. No wonder there's a change in the system where he can be rewarded by killing Marines. To understand this, Ross also has a deeper understanding of talent system's reward rules. The essence should be hunting the strong. So killing Lucci of Cypher Pal number 9 got him some rewards. By killing 7 warlords of the sea, he will get more rewards, but killing a Tenryubito awarded him with nothing, because in the system's judgment, the Tenryubito killed by him is only garbage that has privilege but no strength. Come on, let's go in. Breathing the air of the Fisherman's Island on the beach, Ross opened his eyes and walked towards the inside of the Fisherman's Island. Now that he has come to Fisherman Island, he will take a break and stop by to see the Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. Of the 3 ancient weapons, Ross knows best is Sea King, who can communicate with Sea Kings of the ocean and command the powers of Sea Kings. Whatever Byatta is the strongest in the world, in front of the Sea King class, whether it is human or the giant clan, all of them have to stand aside. The giant elephant Zunisha Carryings, whose single trunk attack defeated one of the 3 disasters Jack, and there are more than a dozen Sea Kings of that size and power in the sea. These super large Sea King classes may not have any chance of defeating Marine Admiral and 4 emperors, but it is easy for them to destroy an island. The so-called power to destroy the world is not the power of being invincible in the world. It is the power that can ruin the world. If Shirahoshi issued an order to destroy all the islands in the world, then 4 emperors and admiral can do whatever they want to stop the Sea Kings, but there will still be countless islands destroyed by the Sea Kings. This is the so-called destruction of the world. Whether it is Uranus or Pluton or Sea King, they are all nuclear weapons. Ross will not let them go in another hand until he has the power to truly control and protect the lockboxes. But by the time he has the strength to fight 4 Emperor's pirates, even against the Marine headquarters, the ancient weapons will be in his hands and he will have all the powers in this world. The other side. Somewhere in a delicate street paved with shells, a ship flying the flag of world government appeared, but the whole ship was broken, the mast was broken, a piece was missing at the edge and it seemed to have been gnawed on by the Sea Kings. A lot of fishermen and mermaids were gathered in amazement, and at this time, a gun sound rang in front of the ship and echoed on the street. Wheezing. Wheezing. The beast. How are all dead? This bunch of useless waste. Tenryubito Mjosquard was lying there breathless, bloody, with a gun in his hand and a wisp of smoke at the mouth of the guns. Since Jinbe had recently accepted the 7 Warlords of the Sea Treaty as 7 Warlords of the Sea, he was very unhappy with the full amnesty of the fishermen slaves. As a Tenryubito, he came to the fisherman island by ship to try to catch the slaves himself. As a result, he was attacked by the Sea Kings halfway and his attendants were completely destroyed in order to protect him. Get the mask, fish. Mjosquard lay there with the gun in his hand pointing to the fishermen around him. Although he became weak because of serious injuries, he still showed strong rampancy and incomprehensibility. The stench of the fish here is killing me. I don't want to bring the mask, hurry up and save me, idiots. Many fishermen and mermaids looked at Tenryubito lying there with serious injuries using the look at me and I look at you policy. No one knew how to deal with it for a while. It's the first time that Tenryubito has come to the fisherman island. When Mjosquard raised his hand to his gun and saw all the fishermen and mermaids standing silent around him, he cried out with great difficulty, "You fools, call the doctor, huh? Call. I'll die if I am not treated." By this time, the guards of Dragon Palace had arrived. The captain looked at the scene, hesitated, turned to the guards behind him and asked, "What about the medical team?" "They are already here, but what exactly should we do with that fellow?" There was hesitation on the guard's face behind him. As a member of the Fisherman Island, it was almost impossible to say that he would have a good feeling for Tenryubito. Moreover, the Tenryubito was so aggressive and arrogant that he thought them as his slaves even when he was dying. While the guards hesitated, the fishermen of the Sun Pirates and Jinbe's subordinates slowly came forward with weapons and stared coldly at Mjosquard. There are several of them who used to be slaves to Tenryubito. "Hey! What do you want to do?" The guards and the fishmen around them were shocked when they saw the members of the Sun Pirates coming forward. Some people opened their mouths nervously and asked. Instead of paying attention to them, the people of the Sun Pirates walked towards Mjosquard step by step with a cold face and a look of destructiveness in their eyes. Chapter 156 He was killed by me. Stop it, you guys. He's Tenryubito. Once you do anything to him, even 7 Warlords of the Sea's amnesty will be directly effective. Watching the Sun Pirates move towards Mjosquard, someone nervously tries to stop them. The fishman of the Sun Pirates ignored the call and the first one pulled out a gun and pointed it at Mjosquard and said indifferently, "On land, your dignity can only be maintained by Marine Admiral's compulsory mission, but here is the seafloor. As long as the islanders remain silent, your death will be counted as a shipwreck." Hearing this sentence, the surrounding fishmen and mermaids suddenly realized something. That's right. I'll keep silent. Is that all right? Many fishmen began to clamor for it. They have hesitated before but now things have changed. Some even showed fierceness and are thinking of killing Mjosquard themselves. The first fishman looked at the dying Mjosquard, but he lost his interest in torture. His eyes twinkled with a cold light as he pulled the trigger. Whiz. But just then, a figure rushed over, rescued Mjosquard, and blocked the bullet fired at Mjosquard with her shoulder. She's a Toheim, Princess of Fishman Island. His Royal Highness. Seeing this scene, the faces of the fishman and mermaid around them changed as no one thought that a Toheim would rush over and would be injured. Everyone put down your guns. The injured Atoheim's forehead overflowed with sweat. She raised her head slightly with difficulty, looked at the fishman with guns beside her and opened her mouth in silence. On one hand, it is impossible to watch a Tenryubito being killed by the fishman because of her kindness. On the other hand, if Tenryubito is rescued, it may bring some changes to the status of Fishman Island. Not far away. The 6-year-old mermaid princess Shirahoshi and the other 3 princes came close, watching a Toheim hurt. Shirahoshi and her shark and others all showed panic and worry. While Atoheim's voice was slightly painful, trying to get the nearby fishman to put down the guns, Mjosquard behind her picked up his gun and pointed to Atoheim. But wicked fish. Seeing this scene, all the fishmen in the vicinity were angry. Jinbe standing in the crowd shouted and was about to rush over, but it seemed a little too late. Bang. Mjosquard pulled the trigger. A bullet shot at the Princess Atoheim, but because of Mjosquard's weakness and trembling wrists, it did not shoot straight at Atoheim and seemed to pass her by. But just as the bullet hit halfway, an invisible force suddenly spurred from a distance, crossed a ripple in the void and hit the flying bullet straight. Bang! Almost instantly, the bullet was completely destroyed and the force that caused the air to appear with a strange distortion, after destroying the bullet, fell on the ground again and instantly created a finger-size hole on the ground whose bottom couldn't be seen. At the top of a shellfish building not far away, Ross slowly retrieved his finger, stepped out with indifferent eyes, and appeared in a scene in a flash. Her Highness the Princess. Human? Many fishmen looked at Atohime in horror and worry as Ross suddenly appeared on the scene. Atohime then realized that the Tenryubito behind her had fired his gun at her. She watched as Ross suddenly appear on the scene and recalled the sound of the gun and that she was not injured. She was slightly shocked and soon realized what had happened. Garbage will always remain garbage. Ross looked at Mjoskrd with indifference. After being rescued by Atohime, he fired on Atohime back. He tried to kill someone who saved him. It was probably only Tenryubito who could do that. Ross stood there, noticing Atohime's gaze behind him, and without waiting for the other person to speak, he calmly said, "This Tenryubito, let me handle it, Princess Atohime." "You are." Atohime watched Ross's figure slightly. Ross is human. It can be seen at this moment, but Ross's figure made her a little familiar, but she could not think of this familiarity in this instant. She didn't know what Ross was going to do about Tenryubito. When she was about to say something, the guards at the rear had already rushed up and blocked her behind. It is impossible for them to let the princess continue to take risks. You are human. You low-life worm, what did you just say? Mjoskrd was shocked by the sudden appearance of Ross. In response, he also found that Ross was human. When he thought of what Ross had just said, he immediately showed a trace of anger. He is a world noble Tenryubito and this human being dares to say that he is garbage. His anger was overwhelming. He raised his gun and tried to fire it at Ross, but before he could take aim at Ross, there was a sound of pulling the trigger. "Can I kill him? Captain?" Lafitte appeared next to Mjoskrd with a strange and sinister smile on his face, holding a gun in his hand. The gun's muzzle rested on Mjoskrd's head. It was the first time since he was born that Mjoskrd had a gun pointed at his head. You. His eyes showed fear again. He thought Ross, a human being, would not dare to resist him. He did not expect him to be madder than those fishmen. He directly pulled a gun on his head. "Kill me, don't. Don't kid me. I'm Tenryubito. How dare you? Do you know a St. Charles?" Ross stood there, looking down at Mjoskrd and interrupting his words with a trace of horror and disbelief. Mjoskrd coughed violently, and his eyelids began to faint because of serious injuries. "Cha. St. Charles? Well, I killed him," Ross calmly said. Mjoskrd's expression was instantly solidified on his face. His eyes showed a trace of horror and incredulity. Naturally, he could not believe Ross's words, but someone dared to say that he killed a Tenryubito, which was already enough to categorize him as a lawless madman. Panic filled his whole body, and with serious injuries, he was finally and completely unconscious and he fell to the ground. Lafitte still pointed his gun to Mjoskrd, waiting for Ross's order. Ross looked at Mjoskrd, who had fallen unconscious, and was about to wave at Lafitte, but he thought about something and changed his mind after a little thought. Take him back and let Law give him a little treatment. He may come in handy. He has already killed one Tenryubito and it will require a little effort to kill another. It's better to keep one alive. Among Law's surgeon fruit abilities, one is called mind exchange surgery, which allows two people to exchange their bodies, or their minds and hearts. In a sense, this ability is actually a kind of old surgery, but it needs to be replaced and the cost is too great. Law doesn't have the ability to do a heart-exchanging surgery, but if he continues to exercise, he will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. At that time, the Tenryubito may be of some use. Death in some places. It's much more meaningful than dying on the Fishman Island. Chapter 156. He was killed by me. Stop it, you guys. He's Tenryubito. Once you do anything to him, even 7 warlords of the sea's amnesty will be directly ineffective. Watching the Sun Pirates move towards Mjoskrd, someone nervously tries to stop them. The fishman of the Sun Pirates ignored the call and the first one pulled out a gun and pointed it at Mjoskrd and said indifferently, "On land, your dignity can only be maintained by Marine Admiral's compulsory mission, but here is the seafloor. As long as the islanders remain silent, your death will be counted as a shipwreck." Hearing this sentence, the surrounding fishmen and mermaids suddenly realized something. That's right. I'll keep silent. Is that all right? Many fishmen began to clamor for it. They have hesitated before but now things have changed. Some even showed fierceness and are thinking of killing Mjoskrd themselves. The first fishman looked at the dying Mjoskrd, but he lost his interest in torture. His eyes twinkled with a cold light as he pulled the trigger. Whiz. But just then, a figure rushed over, rescued Mjoskrd, and blocked the bullet fired at Mjoskrd with her shoulder. She's Atohime, Princess of Fishman Island. His Royal Highness. Seeing this scene, the faces of the fishman and mermaid around them changed as no one thought that Atoheim would rush over and would be injured. Everyone put down your guns. The injured Atoheim's forehead overflowed with sweat. She raised her head slightly with difficulty, looked at the fishman with guns beside her and opened her mouth in silence. On one hand, it is impossible to watch a Tenryubito being killed by the fishman because of her kindness. On the other hand, if Tenryubito is rescued, it may bring some changes to the status of Fishman Island. Not far away, the 6-year-old mermaid princess Shirahoshi and the other 3 princes came close, watching Atoheim hurt. Shirahoshi and her shark and others all showed panic and worry. While Atoheim's voice was slightly painful, trying to get the nearby fishman to put down the guns, Mjoskred behind her picked up his gun and pointed to Atoheim. But wicked fish. Seeing this scene, all the fishmen in the vicinity were angry. Jinbei standing in the crowd shouted and was about to rush over, but it seemed a little too late. Bang! Mjoskred pulled the trigger. A bullet shot at the Princess Atoheim, but because of Mjoskred's weakness and trembling wrists, it did not shoot straight at Atoheim and seemed to pass her by. But just as the bullet hit halfway, an invisible force suddenly spurred from a distance, crossed a ripple in the void and hit the flying bullet straight. Bang! Almost instantly, the bullet was completely destroyed and the force that caused the air to appear with a strange distortion, after destroying the bullet, fell on the ground again and instantly created a finger-size hole on the ground whose bottom couldn't be seen. At the top of a shellfish building not far away, Ross slowly retrieved his finger, stepped out with indifferent eyes, and appeared in a scene in a flash. Her Highness the Princess. Human? Many fishmen looked at Atoheim in horror and worry as Ross suddenly appeared on the scene. Atoheim then realized that the Tenryubito behind her had fired his gun at her. She watched as Ross suddenly appear on the scene and recalled the sound of the gun and that she was not injured. She was slightly shocked and soon realized what had happened. Garbage will always remain garbage. Ross looked at Mjoskred with indifference. After being rescued by Atoheim, he fired on Atoheim back. He tried to kill someone who saved him. It was probably only Tenryubito who could do that. Ross stood there, noticing Atoheim's gaze behind him, and without waiting for the other person to speak, he calmly said, "This Tenryubito, let me handle it, Princess Atoheim." "You are." Atoheim watched Ross's figure slightly. Ross is human. It can be seen at this moment, but Ross's figure made her a little familiar, but she could not think of this familiarity in this instant. She didn't know what Ross was going to do about Tenryubito. When she was about to say something, the guards at the rear had already rushed up and blocked her behind. It is impossible for them to let the princess continue to take risks. You are human. You low-life worm, what did you just say? Mjoskred was shocked by the sudden appearance of Ross. In response, he also found that Ross was human. When he thought of what Ross had just said, he immediately showed a trace of anger. He is a world noble Tenryubito and this human being dares to say that he is garbage. His anger was overwhelming. He raised his gun and tried to fire it at Ross, but before he could take aim at Ross, there was a sound of pulling the trigger. "Can I kill him? Captain?" Lafitte appeared next to Mjoskred with a strange and sinister smile on his face, holding a gun in his hand. The gun's muzzle rested on Mjoskred's head. It was the first time since he was born that Mjoskred had a gun pointed at his head. You. His eyes showed fear again. He thought Ross, a human being, would not dare to resist him. He did not expect him to be madder than those fishmen. He directly pulled a gun on his head. "Kill me, don't kid me. I'm Tenryubito. How dare you? Do you know a St. Charles?" Ross stood there, looking down at Mjoskred and interrupting his words with a trace of horror and disbelief. Mjoskred coughed violently, and his eyelids began to faint because of serious injuries. St. Charles? Well, I killed him," Ross calmly said. Mjoskred's expression was instantly solidified on his face. His eyes showed a trace of horror and incredulity. Naturally, he could not believe Ross's words, but someone dared to say that he killed a Tenryubito, which was already enough to categorize him as a lawless madman. Panic filled his whole body, and with serious injuries, he was finally and completely unconscious and he fell to the ground. Lafitte still pointed his gun to Mjoskred, waiting for Ross's order. Ross looked at Mjoskred, who had fallen unconscious, and was about to wave at Lafitte, but he thought about something and changed his mind after a little thought. Take him back and let Law give him a little treatment. He may come in handy. He has already killed one Tenryubito and it will require a little effort to kill another. It's better to keep one alive. Among Law's surgeon fruit abilities, one is called mind exchange surgery, which allows two people to exchange their bodies, or their minds and hearts. In a sense, this ability is actually a kind of old surgery, but it needs to be replaced and the cost is too great. Law doesn't have the ability to do a heart-exchanging surgery, but if he continues to exercise, he will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. At that time, the Tenryubito may be of some use. Death in some places. It's much more meaningful than dying on the Fishman Island. Chapter 157 Invitation and Rejection. Wait, where are you going to take them? Princess Atoheim looked at Lafitte, who was taking the Tenryubito away and couldn't help but ask. She didn't hear what Ross said to Lafitte because Ross used the sound distortion, only Lafitte could hear it. Somewhere where he truly belongs. Ross turned to Atoheim and smiled gently. This is not the place to talk. If you can you take me to the Dragon Palace? Atoheim had known about Tenryubito's gun before and she guessed Ross had saved her. When she heard Ross's words, she looked at the crowds of fishmen around her and finally nodded slowly. At that moment, Jinbe finally remembered Ross's identity and looked at Ross with a look of surprise in his eyes and said, Your Highness, he's the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Ross. Ross's killing of Tenryubito and intelligence of the fierce battle between him and Marine Admiral has not yet been delivered to the Fishman Island and his impression of Ross remains on the pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries. But even a pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries is a terrible figure. The Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, died by Ross's hands. I already know. Atoheim nodded slowly. She thought of Ross's identity faster than Jinbe, but she did not break it. On one hand, she did not discriminate against pirates and on the other hand, Ross had just stopped Tenryubito's gun for her. Jinbe also knows that this is not a place to talk. Although Ross is a dangerous person, he can't make any conflicts here anymore. Otherwise, so many people, even the princess, are here. He has no confidence to protect so many people while fighting Ross. Everyone scatters, that's the end of Tenryubito's story. No one should pass it on. Jinbe stared at Ross for a moment, took a deep breath and opened his mouth to tell the nearby fishmen and mermaids. His prestige was still very high among them. The nearby fishmen and mermaids nodded in succession. But Ross, just in case, let Lafitte hypnotize the people here and let them forget what happened before. Only a few people, such as Jinbe and Atoheim, were unaffected by hypnosis. Treat Her Royal Highness as soon as possible. The medical team came quickly and put Atoheim on the stretcher and quickly dealt with the wound on her shoulder. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi, Megalo, and other princes also ran over, surrounded by medical teams, heading for the direction of the Dragon Palace. Megalo, Shirahoshi. I'm fine. Atoheim smiled at Megalo and Shirahoshi and others and made herself look as if she was doing nothing, signaling them not to worry, while looking at Ross not far away and saying, You must thank him. Compared to the back scene that happened behind Atoheim, Megalo, Shirahoshi, and others have seen the scenes of Ross more clearly. Although Ross is a human being, they still feel very grateful. Thank you, Ross-sama. In Shirahoshi's big eyes, there seems to be a trace of tears that have not been wiped off. Because of Ross's appearance, this time she did not wake Sea King's ability and did not call the Sea Kings. Ross slightly smiled at Shirahoshi, who is much bigger than him at only 6 years of age. Atoheim is thinner than him. It is hard to believe that they are mother and daughter. Isn't Neptune having an affair? Ross thought of something wicked in his heart. That is, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Robin came to Ross next to Shirahoshi and others who were walking in front of Atoheim and put her fingers on her chin, revealing a touch of thought. The legendary ancient weapon, Sea King Poseidon. Ross nodded and said with a distorted voice, I stopped her awakening. If this power got awakened in public's eye, we would have to trouble Lafitte to do group hypnosis, but as a mermaid princess, she will awaken this power sooner or later. Robin's eyes flickered slightly, wondering what to think of, and finally gave a light sigh. What happened in that void century? Why did it leave behind the poneglyph stone tablet? Why did it leave behind the ancient weapons that could destroy the world? What did the world government want to cover up? Everything was a huge mystery in her mind. However, after becoming a crew member of the Ghost Hand Pirates and all the way to here, the distance to truly open this mystery is no longer a distant distance to reach. Dragon Palace. When Atoheim returned to the Dragon Palace city, she was immediately taken to the medical room for treatment and Ross came to the front hall. The entire hall was so magnificent that even many palaces in the human world were far less brilliant than here. Large pearls, corals and other things that are extremely precious to human beings can be seen everywhere in Dragon Palace. There are so many treasures hidden in the seafloor. At this time, Ross is sitting on a chair and in front of him is Knight of the Sea Jinbe. In general, Jinbe will not enter the Dragon Palace, but a dangerous character Ross has come in so he must also follow up. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Knight of the Sea Jinbe. After Ross enjoyed the view of the Dragon Palace, his eyes returned to Jinbe and there was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. If he had met Jinbe earlier, he might have thought about Jinbe, 7 Warlords of the Sea, But now he has killed 2 people. Crocodile and Gecko Moria and Doflamingo will sooner or later die by his hands. In the case of continuous decline, the significance of killing Jinbe is very low. In contrast, it is more important to hold the Fishman Island in hand. Thank you for saving Her Royal Highness. Nevertheless, I don't know what you want to do, but I hope you don't mess around here, otherwise, this old man will stop you. Jinbe looked at Ross with a sullen look. Ross came to Dragon Palace as a pirate, and it is natural that he would have the worst intentions. If he was at sea, he had absolute confidence to fight Ross, but on land, he was not absolutely sure of winning over a pirate with a bounty of 440 million berries. Don't be so hostile. Ross looked at Jinbe and said, what would you say if I asked you to give up your 7 warlords of the sea position and asked you to join the Ghost Hand Pirates? Jinbe shook his head and refused. I'm sorry that I can't join you. Although you are kind to Her Royal Highness, I still need 7 warlords of the sea's identity to protect the safety of the Fishman Island. That's a pity. Ross leaned gently against the back of the chair and looked up at the ceiling covered with shells and pearls. In the past, he had been faced with various threats and had no time to think about the direction of the future, but now that he had the strength to defend himself under Marine Admiral, his mentality had changed. What is his ultimate goal? 4 emperors? Pirate King? No, none of them. Since killing Atenri Ubito on Sabati Archipelago, Ross has had the intention of replacing the world government. Although it is more difficult than defeating all 4 emperors and becoming the king of pirate, it is not absolutely impossible for him to do with the advantages of the talent system. If one day, he really defeated Marine and defeated the world government, then the Ghost Hand Pirates would remove their pirate's name and become the new ruler of this world, and all the main members on his ship would become one of the rulers. Like the 20 kings who founded the government 800 years ago. Naturally. He will not say these words, because so far it is only a possibility, and the preliminary plan has just begun. Chapter 158 Severe warning. Robin did not follow them to the Dragon Palace, but in accordance with the instructions of Ross, she went to find the Poneglyph stone monument of the Fishman Island, and Law and Lafitte did not come, so there is only Ross in the main hall. Not long after, a male mermaid wearing a crown came in. His Highness Neptune. When Jinbe saw the other party come in, he immediately saluted him. Although he was 7 warlords of the sea and the leader of the Fishman Island today, he was still very respectful to the royal family. You don't need to be so formal, Jinbe. Neptune looked at Jinbe with a laugh and said, you haven't been to Dragon Palace for a long time. As he said, he turned to look at Ross and said, thank you Lord Ross for saving Atoheim. I have already made people prepare a banquet, please be sure to accept my thanks. It was nothing. How is His Highness Atoheim? Ross asked Neptune. Neptune laughed and said, it's nothing serious, but she was rushing out to find you and was stopped by me. She'll come back later. She is injured, she needs to rest. I'll stay in the Dragon Palace for a while. By the way, the tea here is very good. Ross said with a slight smile. Jinbe saw Ross came to Dragon Palace and nothing happened. Neptune appeared very calm and his heart gradually eased down. However, he still does not trust that Ross who is staying in the Dragon Palace, so he requests Neptune to stay in the Dragon Palace, and Neptune naturally agreed. A few days later. In the huge garden of Dragon Palace, Princess Shirahoshi, a 6-year-old mermaid, is sitting on a lawn next to the Poneglyph stone that has been found and moved here by Robin. Although Robin prefers things like Cerberus in the Florian Triangle Sea, but Shirahoshi's appearance is still very easy to the eyes, plus she is the body of the ancient weapon-seeking Poseidon, so Robin keeps close contact with her, and Shirahoshi soon started calling her sister Robin. On the other side, the princess, Atoheim, was wearing a bandage on her shoulder and she looked almost recovered. 2 days ago, she learned the news from Sabati Archipelago. Ross has killed Atenri Ubito and left in a fierce battle with Marine Admiral. Her heart was shocked. Not only she, but Neptune and Jinbe were also shocked. It was unexpected that Ross had made such a big event. That Atenri Ubito, are you going to kill him, too? Doing so will only incessantly infuriate the world government, and it doesn't make any sense. Atoheim tried to persuade Ross. Ross calmly responded, I don't intend to kill him now, but to make the world government angry, that's the point in itself. How can it be said that it doesn't make sense? Atoheim's tone of voice was stagnant as Ross's attitude was more than that of the fishmen in the Sun Pirates. She could not help but show a complicated look and did not know how to persuade him anymore. Just then Ross turned to her and said, you're going to save Tenri Ubito and get a vote from him for the migration of the fishmen to shore, uk? Atoheim was shocked as her intentions were completely exposed to Ross. She was trying to retort a little. Not only did she was unable to persuade him, but she heard Ross's voice suddenly become a little solemn. Ross stared at her and said calmly and profoundly, don't think too much about equality, Atoheim. Even if you get the signature of a Tenryubido Ubito and the consent of all the fishmen, can you guarantee that the human attitude towards the fishmen and mermaids will be the same as yours? This. Atoheim is stunned. Ross continued in a cold voice, don't say anything like you believe that humans and fishmen can understand each other. Before you have absolute strength to ensure the safety of your people, letting them go ashore is tantamount to burying the whole Fishman Island. Atoheim fell into silence. Ross's words pierced her heart sharply, like a slap in the face, piercing the part she had been reluctant to think about. Yes. Even if fishmen and mermaids can accept peaceful coexistence with human beings, can humans do it? Maybe, but she can't guarantee it, and that will be dangerous for her people. In Ross's previous words, thinking of equality and coexistence is too much. But your Fishman Island is not completely powerless. Jinbe's strength needn't say much. Shirahoshi's ability is also extraordinary. Ross's words slowed down as he turned to look at Shirahoshi and Megalo playing with Robin in the distance with a faint smile. Shirahoshi? When Atoheim heard Ross's words, she slightly startled. Ross mentioned Jinbe's strength, and it's easy to understand. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But Shirahoshi's ability made her think she had heard something wrong. What ability can a 6-year-old mermaid princess have? Ross does not intend to hide anything from Atoheim, as Shirahoshi's ability will awaken sooner or later. Instead of exposing her to an unconscious awakening, it is better to let Atoheim shelter Shirahoshi in advance. The Fishman Island should have had a legend. There will be a princess who will be born here once in a while who would have the power to communicate and command every sea king in the sea. Ross said, pausing for a moment, and in Atoheim's astonished eyes, he said gently, yes, Shirahoshi is that princess. Atoheim looked a little shocked and incredible at Shirahoshi in the distance. She could not believe Ross's words, but Ross obviously had no need to deceive her. But Shirahoshi, before, when you were in danger, her ability almost immediately awakened, but I stopped it. It's better not to expose it. Ross interrupted Atoheim, turned to her and said, how to protect Shirahoshi. I don't need to say much about it. You know the meaning of that power very well. Atoheim's forehead overflowed with a trace of perspiration. She glanced at Shirahoshi deeply and nodded slowly. So instead of collecting meaningless signatures, it's your responsibility to protect Shirahoshi, because it's not just about the safety of Fishman Island, it's about the whole world. Ross slowly told Atoheim. He didn't say anything and later overthrew the empty words of world government to the status of the Fishman's Island. Although his current identity enables him to say such things, it is not necessary. He just needed to wake Atoheim up and tell her Shirahoshi's ability, and she will know what she should do. She was blinded by her kindness and peaceful coexistence. As for whether he will use the power of Shirahoshi in the future, it is not within his consideration. That is the future, at least not until he becomes a 4 emperors apostrophe. Chapter 159 Blustery. After waking up Atoheim, Ross turned and walked in the direction of Shirahoshi and Robin. At this moment, Robin has sprouted a lot of arms, scratching Shirahoshi and letting her keep rolling. Good. It's itchy, Sister Robin. Stop it. Shirahoshi's tail kept shaking and tears seemed to be coming out of her big budding eyes. Robin smiled and lowered her arms. It was at this time that Ross came over. Ross-sama. Shirahoshi saw Ross and immediately greeted in a respectful and soft voice. Ross looked at Shirahoshi and smiled, then nodded lightly at Robin, indicating that there was nothing wrong with Atoheim. Seeing Ross's friendly attitude, Shirahoshi gradually abandoned her timidity and asked Ross as innocently as a child could, Sir Ross, Sister Robin said that there are forests on land and there are real sky and sun. Is it true? I really want to go up and see it. It's true. Ross smiled and said meaningfully, when you get older, I will take you to the land to play. You are too young to leave home for now. Shirahoshi listened and the little child thought it was reasonable and nodded his head hard. Well, that's a promise. Ross had an innocent smile on his face and extended his little finger at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi also gladly reached out her little hand and touched Ross with her little thumb. After signing the abduction agreement with Shirahoshi, Ross turned around again and looked at Atoheim, the princess who was coming towards them. If there's anything that can't be handled and is related to Shirahoshi, if it's inconvenient to inform White Bear Pirates, please let me know at any time. Are you leaving? Atoheim nodded, accepting his future help, and also captured Ross's tone of separation. Ross gently smiled and looked up at the sky above the Fishman Island, with a deep look in his eyes. This time, when they set out again, they would arrive at the second half of the Grand Line, which is also the main battlefield. New World. After saying goodbye to Atoheim, Shirahoshi, and others, Ross and Robin left Dragon Palace and went all the way to the place where their ship was docked. At this point, The guards of the Fishman Island have assisted Lafitte and others by sending the supplies to the ship, and they have already coated the ship. Coating the ship on land is difficult and expensive, but the machine that produces bubbles in the Fishman's Island can make a huge bubble that wraps a ship at once, so the coating becomes very simple. The coated ship slowly sailed away from Fishman Island. With the wall of the distortion to control sailing on the seabed, although he can use the distortion fruit to move it at once and take complete control of it, but the consumption of stamina is too big. The next place they will arrive is New World. No one knows what will happen, so he naturally has to save his stamina to deal with all possible things. Great Age of Pirates, 15th years. New World. The Ghost Hand Pirates Captain Ghost Hand Ross with a bounty of 1 billion berries. This news has quickly spread throughout the New World and also fell into the hands of 4 emperors, pirates and various forces. In the first half of the Grand Line, someone who could receive a bounty of 1 billion berries has never appeared before. It can be said that since the opening of the Great Age of Pirates, even in the history of the past, there has never been anyone with that high a bounty in the first half of the Grand Line. 1 billion. Even the 4 emperors pirates who sits above all, who regards the first half of the Grand Line as paradise and the latter half as their own playground, can't help but look at Ross's bounty poster. 1 billion berries, well, there is a little devil coming this way, but don't provoke me. 4 emperors Big Mom looked at the 1 billion bounty poster, opened her mouth and smiled, and then she threw the bounty order aside, picked up the cake on the table and ate it. Everyone in New World's environment knows that it is extremely difficult to survive in the cracks left behind by 4 emperors pirates, and someone who acquired a billion bounty on his head in the first half of the Grand Line will never live in the cracks territories not under 4 emperors. And he will definitely challenge a 4 emperors. However, as one of the 4 emperors, she has encountered too many challenges. Most of the challengers can't even see her face, because they couldn't get past her generals. As emperors, there is their pride. The name of 4 emperors is never self-proclaimed. Every one of the 4 emperors has experienced countless battles and accumulated numerous bones under his feet. These bones form the throne of the emperor. They never fear the challenge of the latecomers, they only sit on the throne, watching the latecomers walk hard to them and lose before their desperate power. 1 billion berries. Another 4 emperors, 100 Beast Kaido, did not give much comment. He took a sip of wine and threw the bounty order aside, grinning. If you are courageous, then come and challenge me. Over the years, no one has appeared that made him excited for a fight. He just goes ahead and picks fights with 4 emperors or sometimes a group of marines, which can make him a little excited. He has already reached this level. Somewhere along the coast, Red Hair Shanks holds Ross's bounty poster, his eyes twinkling and murmuring, while Beckman flips through the newspaper, smoking a cigarette. Beckman suddenly smiled and said, "Your hunch is quite accurate, Shanks." With the corner of his eye, he looked at the text in the newspaper and the photograph of Ross. His eyes were deep and he said, "This fellow, he is really going to see us again." Moby Dick. Whitebeard, still at his peak, was sitting on the deck, drinking, looking at the newspaper in his hand and the bounty poster clipped to it. Gurra-ra-ra-ra, there comes another little demon. He had a slight impression of Ross, but the impression remained that when a particular newspaper shocked the world, many people felt that the Ghost Hand Pirates would be quickly wiped out by the furious government and marine. But the result is that in a blink of an eye, the Ghost Hand Pirates has grown to this point, and it is enough to enter his eyes. I heard these guys like to hunt pirates. They are pirates for the purpose of hunting pirates. 1st Division Captain Marco stood next to Whitebeard with his head tilted to its side. The 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jazu sat down and grinned. They wouldn't come for us. In this sea, everyone knows what will happen if you mess with us. That's right. Marco smiled. Whitebeard glanced at Marco and Jazu, raised his hand and threw the newspaper and the bounty order in his hand into the sea. Chapter 160 Seeking Seabed. How is that, Tenri Ubito? Ross took back his eyes from Fishman Island, which was gradually fading away, and asked for Law. Law leaned against the side of the bulkhead and said with a slightly deep look, "He won't die, but that guy's last name? It's Don Quixote." Don Quixote, Jasquard. The same surname as Doflamingo. Obviously his identity belongs under the Don Quixote family. For 800 years, Tenri Ubito is not a single entity, but a huge group. Doflamingo belongs to one of the Don Quixote family. Oh? His last name is Don Quixote? Ross's eyes also flashed with light. He didn't expect the Tenri Ubito caught in the Fishman's Island and the Doflamingo family to have a cousin. After his eyes glittered slightly, he calmly said, "You're not mistaken. Doflamingo used to be a member of Tenri Ubito, but he lost his Tenri Ubito identity because of some things. Why is Doflamingo able to spread the dark trade all over the world? His strength is far less than that of 4 emperors and his power is far less than that of 4 emperors, but the trading network in the dark world is the core of the whole world. One of the reasons is that his original Tenryubito identity. Although this identity has lost its privilege, he is still a Tenryubito. With the identity of a Tenryubito, he can do too many things, not to mention that Doflamingo knows a lot about the secrets of Tenryubito and Holy Land, which are enough to shake the world. Tenryubito. It's more trouble than I thought. Law also knows exactly what Tenryubito's identity stands for. He knows that when he arrives at New World, the first thing he has to deal with is Doflamingo. He originally thought that Doflamingo was just an ordinary 7 warlords of the sea, but after boarding Ross's ship, he was constantly exposed to the secret intelligence about Doflamingo, which made him gradually realize that Doflamingo was not a very easy existence to deal with. It involves a lot. Don't worry, my promise to you will stand regardless of his identity. Ross calmly told Law after seeing his face. He didn't care about justice and didn't care about evil, but he would do it for the agreement he had agreed to. This is his guideline. Law looked at Ross and took a deep breath, slowly saying, "Thank you." The ship gradually left the Fishman Island, slowly passed through the hole at the bottom of Red Line under Ross and Lifit's control, and finally came to the sea on the other side. As the ship floated up, a huge whirlpool of white snake-like currents suddenly appeared on the dark seafloor, winding and leading to an unknown end. It's a whirlpool. Be careful. Lifit immediately warned, and Ross calmly controlled the ship's rapid ascent, bypassing the eddy current with the help of distortion. Although he has enough strength now, it is still difficult to fight against this level of natural power. After all, it is the bottom of the sea. After bypassing the whirlpool current, the ship did not encounter any more crisis and went up smoothly. Robin took a shower while the ship was moving up and Ross went into the bathroom to wash as well. Crash. The ship finally rushed out of the sea and came to a hail-covered sea. At the same time, the bubble wrapped around the hull quietly broke and disappeared at that moment. The hail was raining all over the sky and crashing into the hull. Law and Lifit fought back, and Ross came out in a white overcoat. Buzz. With the power of distortion swinging, large fist-sized hailstones were fixed in midair, sliding along both sides of the hull and eventually falling into the sea. This is the New World. With Ross sheltering the hull, Lifit also made room to view sea maps and high-level logbows on his wrist. However, it is difficult to judge the sea here and their location is undetermined. Although there are 3 arrows on the logbows, it is difficult to know which islands they are pointing to and it is necessary to arrive at one of them first before determining their location. Very soon, Lifit decided on the direction and sailed to the island where Pose was the most stable. The Ghost Hand Pirates are all calm individuals, they are not impulsive like Straw Hat Pirates, they naturally won't go away with Pose's weird island. Crack. 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 As the ship continued to sail, the hail began to grow bigger and bigger, and even hail the size of a human head appeared, which was enough to break through the hull in an instant, but all were blocked by Ross. It was a correct decision not to use the power of distortion to bring the ship from the bottom of the sea. No one knew how long it took, but the ship finally broke out of the hail-covered sea and came to a place that looked very calm. No matter the wind speed or the current, it did not seem unusual. It seems to be safe for the time being. Ross slowly lowered his arm and the wall of the distortion that sheltered the hull was taken back by him. But almost immediately after Ross's voice fell, a sound suddenly came from under the hull. The whole ship flew up abruptly, rose suddenly, and came to the sky tens of meters away from the sea, and tilted over. Law and Lifit and others were shocked and quickly pulled the things around them to stabilize their bodies. Robin was also surprised and unsteady and fell in the direction of Ross. Ross calmly reached out and took Robin in his arms, but instead of looking at her, he looked down at the bottom of the ship with a sharp look in his eyes. Sea Kings. Lifit's gaze was fixed on the sea below. Just coming out of the Hail Sea, they entered the sea where such large Sea King exists, and this is not even the calm belt. Sure enough, New World Sea is messy. The first half is a paradise compared to here. Hiss. An extremely harsh humming sound came from under the hull that left Lifit, Law, and others' eardrums buzzed. Ross's eyes twinkled and the power of distortion's voice came out, dispersing the sound near him and Robin, and he released Robin and flew to the side of the ship. Now, the whole ship was crowned in midair by the head of a giant Sea King with a body of thousands of meters in length. The ship was like a snack in front of the Sea King. At this time, the Sea King also found the ship on top of his head. The humming sound came because of this. A pair of huge eyes, the pupil was transferred to the top of the head. It suddenly shook his head and threw the ship up and whipped its tail. What is the concept of the power of the tail of a Sea King which is thousands of meters long? It is sufficient to destroy a street in an instant. Humphrey. Ross snorted and waved his arm and the power of distortion came out and the hull was lifted. At the same time, he punched the huge tail that was slamming towards him. Chapter 161 Hidden Bang. After a slight standstill, Ross's power of distortion finally gained the upper hand, smashing the tail down into the sea and causing it to bleed. The Sea King suffered a big loss, but instead of fighting with Ross in fury, it hissed with great wisdom and went to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Whiz. Ross fell back on the ship, controlling the ship to fall back to the surface. Leave this sea as soon as possible. I can still deal with this kind of Sea Kings. If we encounter one a few times larger, it will be very troublesome. Ross spoke quietly to Luffy. He spent a lot of stamina in the Hailstorm Sea, and now if he took the ship to the sky and sailed away from the sea, he might be too consumed to control what happened next. Luffy nodded. He also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately informed Robin and Law to turn the rudder and headed for the island that was previously planned. Like Combelt, this sea seems to be a paradise for the Sea Kings. From time to time, they can see a huge wave rising on the sea, which is a giant Sea King turning over. Underneath the ocean floor, there are huge black shadows, which make people astonished from time to time. If only Shirahoshi was here. Ross completely utilized his observation haki and is ready to take the ship to the sky at any moment. At this time, he thinks of Shirahoshi and can't help but shake his head. After another period of sailing, a slightly blurred shadow appeared in the sea on the left side of the route, and some unstable waves appeared on the sea surface. Sea Kings. No, there seems to be a ship. Luffy stared at the sea over there, his eyes flashing with surprise. He could not help but take out his telescope and look at the distance over there, which was even more surprising. What's wrong? Law asked Luffy. Luffy's eyes twinkled as he said, someone is fighting a Sea King, but calling them people would be wrong. They are a little big, they should belong to the giant race. Their ship is like a snack to the Sea King, which is about a kilometer in shape. It can be seen on the left side of the black hull, but it has a length of hundreds of meters, close to the medium-sized Sea King. Giant? Sea King? When Ross heard Luffy's words, his eyes flashed a strange color. After a little thought, his eyes flashed and he said, put the ship over and see what's going on over there. All right. Luffy nodded and changed the course and sailed in the direction of the shadow. Although it is very dangerous to stay in this sea, Ross can fly to the sky with his ship at any time. Even in the case of the particularly troublesome Sea King, it is always safe. Very soon, the shadows became clearer and clearer as a medium-sized Sea King, about 300 to 400 meters in size, was fighting against 5 giants on board a ship. To be exact, the giants accidentally drove their ship into the sea and suffered attacks from the Sea King. Fortunately, the Sea King is not a large Sea King. Moreover, they are all giants and they have good strength and can fight against it. However, it's just a reluctant confrontation. The giants are all over 20 meters tall, but there is still a big gap between them and the medium-sized Sea King. Even though they are giant fighters with great strength, they can only fight defensively. Hadruden, that's not the way to go. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The new giant's pirate's navigator rode attacked with his knife and cut a bloody hole in the skin of the Sea King and shouted at his captain Hadruden next to him. Shipwright stance and knocked on the Sea King's head with a giant club, but he was thrown back by the vibrations and fell into the distant sea. Damn road, why did you bring our ship to this ghastly place? Although the giants are brave and like fights, they are not likely to die with an apparently unstoppable Sea King, but they will be defeated. Besides, this is the sea. In case the ship is damaged, a few of them will be in trouble. But even if they wanted to go, the Sea King had been provoked and it was attacking constantly, defeating their attacks and then pulling out its tail in an attempt to destroy their ship. Hadruden roared and punched, blocking the Sea King's tail. His strength was the strongest of all, and he could still fight a little. However, the Sea King is a monster with 2 tails. The first tail was blocked by Hadruden, while the second tail fell beside Hadruden and hit the ship. This is bad. Hurry up. When the giants saw this, they were in a panic and tried to rush up to resist it, but it was too late. If the ship was destroyed, they would have to wander with the wood in their arms. At this critical moment, a strange force burst out from a distance, making the surrounding air present a strange distortion shape, turning it into the shape of a fist, with tens of meters of huge air fist ruthlessly slammed on the tail of the Sea King. Bang! This Sea King is obviously far smaller than the one Ross encountered before. Even if Ross hits it from a long distance away, it still caused cracks in the skin of the Sea King and blood was spilled. Roar! The Sea King, whose tail was hit hard, finally went a little crazy under the severe pain. Its other tail rolled violently and caught Hadruden as it opened its terrible mouth and swallowed Hadruden in one gulp. Hadruden struggled to break free of the tail, but he was in midair and there was no way out of it. He fell into the mouth of the Sea King and was about to be shattered by the terrible teeth. And just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed past, leaving a remnant in the air at a very fast speed. It flashed like a sword in front of the head of the Sea King. Buzz! With a sword wrapped in the power of distortion, the Sea King's head was cut in unimpeded. With some shocking gaze from Hadruden and others, the Sea King, which was hundreds of meters in shape, was cut in half stiffly from the middle. Strangely, there was no blood on the incision, but it was so smooth that it did not look like it had been cut by a sword, but rather like a mass of rubber mud twisted into two sections from the middle. There seems to be something wrong with your route, giants. Ross floated in midair and looked at Hadruden, who had fallen into the sea and splashed a wave, and 3 other men and 1 woman, 5 giants in all. Speaking of this, the female giant is quite beautiful, just like the enlarged version of Nami, and because of her larger size, Ross can see a lot of things from his point of view. If he remembers it correctly, these 5 people should be members of the Hadruden giant pirates who have appeared in Dressrosa. Chapter 161 Giants. Chapter 162 Gathering Them. Looking at the Sea King, which was struggling after being split into 2 before stopping, Hadruden wiped his face with seawater. After a moment of silence, he looked at Ross floating in the sky. Thank you for your assistance. The other giants also reacted and did not climb towards their ship, but they smiled innocently and kindly, with undisguised gratitude in their eyes. If not for Ross, they would at least lose the ship, even suffer serious injuries, and die at sea. Ross is a benefactor to the giants. You're welcome. Ross slightly smiled with an indescribable look in his deep eyes. He knows Hadruden and several other giants, presumably, they are the 5-man group of pirates, the new giant pirates that Hadruden has formed. Compared with humans, the lifespan of giants is much longer, reaching hundreds of years, and their character is really frank and militant. Almost every one of them is a fighter. Soon, Hadruden and others climbed back onto the ship, and Ross and Liffit and others also came to the giant pirate ship of Hadruden. This is Shipwright Stanson, he is my idiot navigator Rode, this one is our cook Goldberg, and the beautiful ship Dr. Girth. Hadruden introduced his crew and then went to Ross to perform a giant etiquette. My name is Hadruden and I thank you for your help again. Call me Captain Ross, it's okay, no need to thank you. Ross smiled as he preferred the frank and brave nature of the giant race to the intriguing and conspiratorial nature of the human race. The only pity is that the giants are so big that they are equal to moving targets in the eyes of the strong people. But if it can be changed a little, it will be totally different. Goldberg, the chef of the new giant pirates, quickly produced barbecues and other dishes, as well as wines from his hometown Elbaf to entertain Ross and others. Although the meal is big and the portion is a little large, it tastes good. Hey, did you just enter the new world, the Ghost Hand Pirates? I seem to have heard of this name. Rode seems to be a bit overwhelmed. After drinking a few bowls of wine, he is a little drunk. The beautiful ship Dr. Girth looked at Rode's appearance and couldn't help but say, idiot, Ghost Hand Pirates are the world-famous pirates, didn't you see the newspaper 2 days ago? Although they are giants, they can read newspapers or anything with the help of a magnifying glass. As she said, she looked at Ross with respect and said, Captain Ross's hanging bounty has already reached 1 billion berries. They worshipped other giant captains who had sailed the sea and brought glory to the race of giants, and even those warriors had a bounty of only 100 million berries. The formation of the new giant pirates is to reinvigorate the glory of the giants so that the name of the giant is once again spread throughout the world. Pooh. 1 billion berries? Rode sprayed a drink on Goldberg's face and he waked up from his slight drunkenness in an instant. He was now full of respect for Ross, who had defeated the Sea King in one move, and now he has become somewhat revered character for him. The giants are a race that is extremely advocating for strength. When Ross and Liffit and others were in the Fisherman's Island, they already knew the news of their new bounty, so they showed no surprise. If you kill Tenri Ubito and escape under the hands of a Marine Admiral, you will get a bounty of 1 billion berries. Captain Ross, let's drink together. After wiping the wine from the angry Goldberg's face, Rode lifted up a huge bowl, spoke to Ross in silence and poured it down in a murmur. Ross did not refuse. He picked up the small bowl he had brought from his boat and took a sip. Anyway. Hadruden picked up the wine bowl and looked at Ross. His aim is to restore the prestige of the giants. Ross is not only a benefactor who saved them, but he is also a powerful force with a bounty of 1 billion berries. If he joins the Ghost Hand Pirates, he will soon be able to restore his prestige. As a giant, even if there is a possibility that Ross will reject, he will not hide his thoughts, but just when he intends to speak out, Ross suddenly opens his mouth. What are your plans for the next step? If you want to reinvigorate the power of the giant race, why not join us? I will make you into an invincible giant regiment. Ross has already seen Hadruden's thoughts. The giants are not good at concealing their emotions. They are almost always written on their faces. Treating the giants is not the same as treating human beings. They don't need to maintain absolute prestige, so he will ask them first to join him. The giants admire strength and grace, and now they have the righteousness and strength. They don't need too much toss, and even Liffit's hypnosis is not needed. Hadruden didn't expect Ross to offer an invitation, which is totally different from his request for membership. It fully demonstrates the importance Ross attaches to them. Almost without thinking about it, he immediately carried the wine bowl and said, "I am willing to join. Although we only have 5 people now, we are all the bravest fighters of Elbaf. Sooner or later, one day, we will be famous in the world." Girth and Rode and others showed their solemnity when they saw each other. They all held their bowls. Their attitudes were completely identical to their captain Hadruden. Ross's strength had completely conquered them. Ross puts the wine bowl in front of him and smiled slightly. "Rest assured, that day will come soon when you are famous all over the world." As he spoke, Ross poured himself some wine and the spicy drink flowed all the way from his throat to his stomach, which seemed to ignite a bit of his blood. Hadruden and others also drank the wine and officially joined the Ghost Hand Pirates as subordinates. "Since you have become my subordinates, then." Ross put down the wine bowl and reached out in his pocket to feel a delicate devil fruit with a seemingly sandy surface. Logia sand fruit. This is a Logia devil fruit, sand fruit. I think you should all know the power and value of a Logia devil fruit. Ross pinched the twig of the sand fruit and placed it in front of him. His eyes circumvented it, looking at Hadruden and other giants. "Although there is only one S&D fruit right now, we will acquire other powerful devil fruits in the future. 5 giants with strong devil fruits. It will be enough to make the sea tremble." Chapter 163 Sand Gion. Looking at the fruit of sand in Ross's hands, Hadruden and others showed some surprise. They didn't expect that Ross would give them a Logia devil fruit as soon as they joined. Logia's devil fruit, they are naturally aware of their value and power. "No. We haven't done anything for Captain yet. Instead, we were saved by Captain. Logia devil fruit is such a precious thing that you should use it." Hadruden hesitated and didn't reach for it. Ross smiled and said, "We are all devil fruit users, and for those who joined us in the future, let's leave it to the future. It's better for one of you to use it or it will remain uselessly with me." As he said that, Ross placed the fruit of the sand on the floor in front of them. The huge size of the giants is the target, but if the giants get the power of Logia, it will be completely different, turning into a real sand giant, a giant of sand. In the face of such power, the Vice-Giant Admiral of the Marine Headquarters is nothing. Perhaps an existence like Doflamingo can resist it, but the following characters hardly have the possibility of resisting this giant regiment. What's more, giants can also learn armament hockey and observation hockey. By the way, Hadruden, I don't recommend you to use this sand fruit, because there may be a stronger devil fruit, naturally. It's up to you to choose it. Ross reminded Hadruden. He once had the intention of developing a dual devil fruit body and holding both the ability of thunder and distortion, but for him today, it's not worth spending 5 free talent points to acquire the dual devil fruit ability. After eating the thunder devil fruit, his speed will at most reach the same level as Kizaru, and in terms of a purely offensive force, it may not be comparable to his power of distortion, and thunder fruit is not powerful at the start and it still requires time to develop. After recruiting Hadruden and others, Ross had plans to build war weapons like Thunder Giant, Sand Giant, and Metal Giant. Hadruden carefully pinched the sand fruit, which, although small enough for him to plug the gap of his teeth, it still gave him a very heavy feeling. This heavy feeling is called trust. Although he shouted to reinvigorate the power of the giants, Ross had no doubt that it was just a startup dream, and he then gave them such a precious devil fruit as sand fruit to actually realize that dream. It was a kind of trust that could be appreciated. Finally, Hadruden's eyes were still shining and he bowed to Ross and said, "Thank you, Captain Ross, for your trust. We the new giant pirates will never let you down." Ross smiled and said nothing. Lafitte, who sat next to him, looked at Hadruden and other giants and then turned to Ross next to him, revealing a look of hypnosis is not needed at all. After deciding to accept the sand fruit, Hadruden no longer hesitated. The character of the giants has always been straight. After discussing with Girth and others, he finally gave the sand fruit to his navigator Rode, and Rode became the giant of sand. With that little fruit of sand in his eyes, Rode opened his mouth and threw it into his mouth like a soybean. Hoodoo. The fruit of sand entered his stomach, and in a few seconds, a force surged through him, rapidly changing his body. His shoulders and hair, silently scattered into the sand and silently restored to its original state in the dust. "My arm." Rode tried to stand up, but he accidentally turned his hands into sand that shattered and scattered around. He couldn't help exclaiming, but he quickly responded, which was due to his ability. As a giant warrior, his adaptability is good, and he quickly adapted to sand fruit's ability, and because he is a giant, the power of sand fruit is not towards the withering and withered but towards the pure power. With his original height of more than 20 meters, he has transformed into a huge sand figure of nearly 100 meters. The heavy strength contained under his one punch is enough to turn over the previous Sea King in an instant. Ross exchanged a punch with him and couldn't help but praise his power. Devil fruit would not work if you are touched by seawater, and it will be limited by sea stone. You should know all these points. Contact me on the Den Mushi and I will leave a Vivre card. It is a little small for you, so don't lose it. Ross organizes trivia for the New Giant Pirates. The Den Mushi of New Giant's Pirates is a really big Den Mushi. He doesn't know where they got such a giant snail came from, but such a giant Den Mushi is a good thing. You can rest assured that if there is a battle, you can call us at any time. We will be waiting for your orders. Hadruden and others opened their eyes to Ross. The giants never feared battle, and now they would like to fight for Ross right away. Ross nodded and jumped back and returned to his ship. At this time, both ships have left the Sea King-infested sea and entered a relatively turbulent area. After Ross sorted out everything, he temporarily separated from the New Giant Pirates. He doesn't need their power yet, and they are huge and too eye-catching. Looking at the ship of New Giant Pirates, which was gradually getting away from his eyes, Ross stood in front of the deck. His eyes flashed as he whispered, "I need to return to the Sky Island. And I need to tell Cypher Pal number 9 to collect the intelligence on the metal and berries devil fruits." Just as Ross thought about it, the current at the bottom of the ship suddenly became 10 times fierce, pushing the entire ship to accelerate rapidly and sail towards the distance. Ross looked back and frowned slightly. As he was trying to control the ship's flight, Lafitte, standing at the top of the sentry post, suddenly lowered the telescope. "Captain, there is an island in front." Ross heard Lafitte's words and looked in the direction Lafitte looked at. As the current pushed the ship forward rapidly, a blurred shadow gradually appeared in that direction. But the current on the bottom of the ship was obviously not so obedient. As the shadow of the island became clear, a sudden sharp turn almost threw Robin and others out of the ship. Ross raised his foot and the power of distortion rushed out and covered the ship. Looking at the shadow of the island that has become clear, Ross said, "Since we are already here, let's go." Chapter 164 Hidden Icefield Island, West Bank. Ross and his party docked here. The weather on the island was very strange. The sea was still full of a spring breeze, but there was vast white snow on the island. Once they stepped on it, they finally felt a cold. In the New World, log pose doesn't need that long to store magnetism. Most islands take only half a day, but they still need to go to the island. New World's climate is more strange than the first half of the Grand Line. Robin breathed out the mist, put on a white coat and a thick velvet cap and followed Ross out of the ship. It's still Law that stayed on the ship and Ross, Robin, and Lafitte boarding the island. "We will search the island. If there is no poneglyph stone or something of value, we will come to the ship after half a day." Ross also wore a brown fur coat. Although his body was completely resistant to this cold, he did not want to make it too eye-catching. Lafitte nodded. After looking at the snow around with interest, he disappeared into the snow with his mahogany cane, and he seemed to have some thoughts about the flying snow all over the sky. Ross and Robin went all the way and soon entered the island. The environment inside of the island is not the same as they imagined. It is not because of the cold and no one is going out. It is extremely lively. The people who live here are all muscular and strong, and some people carry extremely thick logs on the street with one hand. Ross and Robin, even in their overcoats, were still slightly conspicuous among such crowds, so they moved a little closer to remote areas. Ross's eyes flickered slightly as they went deep into city town. He hadn't noticed before that there was a flag covered with ice and snow hanging over the city building in the center. The winter wind blew down the ice and snow on that flag and revealed the pattern behind it. It's a weird design like a bull's skull, but in this world, it's almost a banner that everyone knows, because it represents one of the 4 emperors. Beast Pirate Domain. Ross stared at city town and muttered, but still did not stop and continued to move and explore the island. Even if it was the domain of the Beast Pirates, he will still explore the island. If there is anything good, then he will rob it. What about 4 emperors? Compared to the Marine headquarters and the world government, the Beast Pirates is a lot worse. Ross and Robin hid in the remote streets and soon explored the small town. Although it was small, it had a large population, and the island produced a special kind of ice stone with high value, so there was a lot of wealth on the island. But now Ross is not interested in money. On a snow-covered hillside, Robin reached out and gently pulled the snow from a crack, looking at the layers of stone in the crack, thinking about something. This island should have been formed in the last few hundred years, and it does not seem to have been formed naturally, but because of some force. Really? Ross was slightly surprised. He didn't doubt Robin's words. Robin is an authentic archaeologist, but he couldn't imagine any power that can create an island. This kind of power is very different. There is only one small town, but the island is a medium-sized island, at least for the time being. He can't make such an island. While Robin was thinking, the den mushi on Ross suddenly sounded, and when he answered it, Lafitte's voice came from the other side. Captain, I found the ship of the beast pirates. Oh, what direction? Ross heard the words, his eyes slightly condensed as he asked. Lafitte was hiding in the snow at this time. The white cloak on him and the ice and snow were almost integrated. He couldn't see where he was. He looked at the ship of the beast pirates, which was docked at the shore while facing the Den Mushi. This is the East Port. Got it. Ross nodded and hung up the Den Mushi. His original careless attitude has already become serious and his laziness has faded. He rushed towards Robin and said, let's go to the East Coast Port. Since he has encountered the ship of the beast pirates, how can he not take a look? If he encounters 100 Beast Kaido, he will turn around and leave, but if it's any other, their high bounties would be beneficial to him and he may even get some very good treasures. Ross slightly opened his mouth. Many of the world's forces have defined the Ghost Hand Pirates as the Mad Pirates and defined him as a madman who doesn't know what to fear. Since everyone is already calling him a madman, then looking for trouble with the four emperors must be a reasonable thing. Both the government and Marine are anxious to immediately arrest him and put him in Impel Down, so if he adds 100 Beast Kaido to the list of people who want him dead or imprisoned, then it really doesn't matter to him. Icefield Island, East Coast. Keith, one of the subordinates of the three disasters of the Beast Pirates, was putting his hands on his chest and standing in the snow not far from the shore, watching people on the Icefield Island bring boxes of treasure. Ice stone is a very valuable thing and this island has a natural ice stone mineral deposit vein, so naturally it will cause the greed of millions of people, but this is the territory of the Beast Pirates and no one dares to seize or do anything here, and as a condition for this protection, the people of this island need to pay tribute to the Beast Pirates every 6 months. Although the amount of tribute is very large, it is still better compared to the situation where they will be madly robbed and killed by various pirate forces, so it is natural that they will pay tribute to the Beast Pirates to avoid the situation where they all get killed and robbed. It's a little less money this time. Keith, bare-shouldered and showing his strong brown muscles, walked slowly to several boxes, opened them, counted them and asked casually. The nearby Icefield town leader scratched his back awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Lord Keith. Ice stone sales have been poor for some time recently. All right. Keith interrupted him and said impatiently, I don't need to hear these messy stories, I know, but if you dare to deceive us, you know what will happen. I wouldn't dare. The leader of Icefield Town bowed his head in fear. In this sea, the Beast Pirates are the pirates that can't be provoked, because of their captain 100 Beast Kaido of the Beast Pirates is a madman who has no fear of anything and he is virtually immortal. Maybe if you provoked Whitebeard, Red Hair, and hid in the first half of the Grand Line or somewhere else, they wouldn't bother to pay attention to you, but if you provoked Kaido, even if they hid in the Marine headquarters, Kaido would rush into the Marine headquarters like a madman. So far, Kaido has done countless crazy things, but no matter whether it was Marines or other four emperors, no one was able to kill him. The madman who can't be provoked. This is the definition given to the 100 Beast Kaido and the Beast Pirates by the major forces at the sea. Chapter 164 Beast Pirates Chapter 165 Fearless. While Keith was leading his men to check the money from the Icefield town, Ross and Robin were standing in a direction not far away and the light shifted and distorted around them and the light in the area around 100 meters of them distorted and nobody noticed them. That is, one of the elite pirate from the Beast Pirates silver-aped Keith with a bounty of 350 million berries. Robin looked at Keith, who was more than 3 meters tall, and she recognized him. Any of the four Emperor's pirates is basically composed of high-level pirates, elite pirates and a large number of lower-level members. High-level pirates in Whitebeard Pirates are captain-class pirates in the top ranking, 3 disasters in the Beast Pirates and 4 generals in Big Mom Pirates, offering a bounty of almost 800 berries. As for the elite pirates below them, their bounty varies, generally, from 200 million to 600 million berries. Any pirate with a bounty of less than 200 million berries are small captain or lower level members. Pirates with less than 100 million berries bounty belong to the bottom. Naturally, even the bottom members are still the official crew members of 4 Emperor's pirates. The influence of 4 Emperor's pirates is enormous. Besides the formal members, there are many non-members. Strictly speaking, these people are at the bottom of the bottom. Elite pirate of Beast Pirates. Ross looked at Keith not far away with a glimmer in his eyes, and he thought about whether he would encounter 3 disasters, but it was a bit of a fuss for 3 disasters to personally take the tribute. If you do something to him, Kaido will probably come after you. Robin stood beside him and whispered. She was too familiar with Ross's character that she could guess what Ross wanted to do just as Ross was familiar with her. Ross grinned and his eyes flashed with the bloody glow. He said, since killing Tenri Ubito, hasn't the world regarded us as mad pirates? In that case, it's not right to let the world down. Suspended bounty of 350 million berries. This level of the first kill, he has not yet taken. After his words fell, Ross stepped forward in the snow. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he traveled in a perfect parabola and came into midair, directly above Keith and others. Distortion. Fist. Ross's right finger closed and the invisible power of distortion converged on his fist, turning into a near-transparent faint halo, and as he punched, it rushed downward. Distortion fruit is different in effect from tremor fruit. The shock of tremor fruit is scattered in front as a whole, while the power of distortion can condense into a cylindrical chaotic attack. As for the split fruit, if it can awaken, it may form a line. Buzz. After the punch fell, the air instantly formed a weird distortion, like being baked by high temperature and flame, and it fell head-on towards Silver Ape Keith directly below. Keith, as an elite pirate of the Beast Pirates with a bounty of 350 million berries, is naturally not an ordinary figure. Almost when Ross came over his head, he realized something was wrong, and when Ross launched his attack, he was able to react. Roar. Zone Ape's fruit and ape-like ability were inspired by him in an instant, and his entire figure suddenly turned into a silver-backed giant ape, with his arms folded in front of him in the roar, and he also stimulated his thick and tenacious armament hockey. Ross's distortion fist hit him on both arms and there was an obvious pause, but Keith's sullen face was also suddenly overflowing with veins as he was under tremendous pressure. Ah! After a stalemate for about 2 seconds, the ice sheet under his feet couldn't stand it and it was completely broken, which caused him to enter the underground by the hard punch of Ross. Pirates offering a bounty of 350 million berries are common in the New World, but that did not mean that they are weak, but they still won't be able to deal with the likes of Ross. The difference between their strength is completely different. Ross's current strength is at least at the level of the three disasters. As for who is stronger and who is weaker than them, he needs to fight them to know for sure. What happened? Keith was buried into the earth by something. Naturally, it caused a huge movement. It splashed a wave of snow that rushed in all directions. The Beast Pirates and the indigenous people of the Icefield town were all shocked and turned pale seeing the attack and its following result, and they retreated. And when the wind and snow dispersed, they saw Ross's figure fall from the sky and dive toward the hole. Somebody dared to do something to Lord Keith. Whether it is the indigenous people of the Icefield town or the members of the Beast Pirates and Keith's subordinates, they were stunned watching this scene. They are the members of the Beast Pirates. Keith is one of the smaller leaders in the Beast Pirates. Who's so daring to do something to Keith? Doesn't he know what the consequences will be? Who is it? There was an angry roar from the ape-shaped pit. Keith's ape-like body leaped violently and rushed out of the pit. There was a trace of blood on his mouth and anger in his eyes. But almost as soon as he jumped out of the pit, Ross dived down and punched him in the head with the same attack. Keith's face changed, but he could not avoid it in midair. He could only lay his arms on his chest again and stimulated his armament hockey to resist the coming attack. Once again, he was thrown into the pit and the ice burst. This time, the broken ice layer spreads in all directions, directly letting the area of tens of meters in a circle show the horrible cracks like a spider's web, causing countless people to be astonished. That guy seems to be Ghost Hand Ross. At this time, someone finally recognized Ross. Although Ross was a newcomer to the New World, the news of the bounty of 1 billion berries and the killing of a Tenryubito has already spread throughout the New World. Some people have cold sweat on their foreheads and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. As the members of the Beast Pirates, they have always attacked others and no one has dared to attack them, and only the people of other four emperors' pirates would attack them. Ross is the first one to attack them without being affiliated with any four emperors. Zone Fruit. Its vitality and toughness are really strong. After 2 consecutive punches put Keith into the ice twice, Ross looked inside the pit and his observation hockey captured Keith's figure and he said in a calm voice, "If it has been any other ordinary person without a devil fruit or a pirate with a parimsha, then he would have been seriously injured by Ross's punch." Zone's devil fruit vitality, defense, and toughness are very high. Keith had resisted his attacks hard and only suffered some minor injuries. Chapter 166 Bounty of 300 million berries. Bang! As the ice crumbled and broke, Keith's figure burst out of the crater and fell on the cracked ice, gasping violently. Looking at Ross, besides anger, his eyes also showed a trace of fear in them. He also recognized Ross's identity. But this is not the reason why Ross attacked him. How long it has been since he was last attacked by anyone after joining the Beast Pirates? Keith's eyes flashed with anger and he said to Ross in an extremely cold voice, "Ghost Hand Ross. Do you know what you are doing?" If he hadn't realized that he couldn't defeat Ross, he would not have talked nonsense to Ross and would have already killed him. "Yes." Ross nodded and said calmly, "I heard that Beast Pirates can't be provoked, so I want to provoke them." Keith, the indigenous people of Icefield Town and the members of the Beast Pirates are all in a state of dismay. They are all dumbfounded after hearing Ross's reason to attack. Just because the beast pirates can't be provoked, he came just to provoke them. This style of action is crazier than Jack the Drought. Distortion cut. Ross whispered and pulled out the happy spring from his waist and swung it at Keith. A distortion cut of about 3 feet long burst out like a crack in the void. Keith instinctively felt the threat. His legs pressed hard as he jumped up in an instant. He avoided Ross's cut and slammed towards Ross with a roar. Ape King guns. This punch has brought Zone's fruit speed and strength to the utmost, and he used his armament hockey to its limit. No matter his strength or control, he is far from those in the first half of the Grand Line, and any newly started supernovas can't match him. Faced with Keith's punch, Ross's face remained unchanged. He used his sword to stab towards the coming enemy, and the power of distortion condenses above the tip of the sword. King. Keith's black armament hockey, attached to his fist, collided with Ross's sword tip, making a crisp sound, and their movements froze for a second. After a second, Ross's sword tip pierced his armament hockey and penetrated into his fists. Feeling the pain coming from his fist, Keith did not stop, but gritted his teeth and continued to exert his strength into his fist. Ross's sword was like a needle to him in his silver ape form. Although it hurt a lot, the injury was not serious. Buzz. Happy Spring is squeezed between the two forces, showing a curved posture. Interesting. Seeing that Keith trying to break his Happy Spring, Ross snorted. His left index finger pointed out and stabbed towards Keith's eyes, and the two power of distortions ran like sword waves towards Keith. Keith's observation hockey has already captured this attack, but his left fist is entangled with Ross and he cannot break away, so he can only swing his right arm to resist in a hurry. Sneer. Ross's 2 attacks of the power of distortion pierced Keith's right arm's armament hockey, leaving 2 bloody holes in his right arm. Meanwhile, Happy Spring also jabbed into his fist until only the handle remained outside. Ross retracted his left hand. His eyes were cold as the power of distortion erupted violently and poured into the hilt of Happy Spring and fired fiercely above Happy Spring's blade. Bang! Keith's fist, even though huge and covered with strong armament hockey, couldn't resist the berserker's power and finally burst completely from the inside. Keith-sama. Members of the Beast Pirates all looked a little shocked with horror in their hearts when they saw this scene. Although Ross has a bounty of 1 billion berries, he is only a newcomer to the New World, and he got that monstrous bounty because he killed a Tenri Ubito. Keith is a Beast Pirates member with a bounty of 350 million berries on his head. He has fought in the New World for 10 years. All of his titles and his bounty are based on his strength. Now, less than a moment after these two met, one had won and one has lost, and Keith's tragic defeat left them terrified and shocked. He shouldn't be this. Keith, whose arm was destroyed, roared and waved his legs in an attempt to fight back, but he was kicked back by Ross and quickly put down. Keith flies out directly when he was kicked back by Ross, and he smashes on the distant ice wall, creating an inch-deep cracks on it. His silver ape form also retreated and he regained his human form. He looked at Ross, who was coming towards him with a calm face and no fear on his face. Crazy. Lunatic. Ignorant. Kaido-sama will not let you go. He had seen too many lawless supernovas, and every single one of them thought that they had conquered the entire sea after they had conquered the first half of the Grand Line, but eventually, they all fell before the unshakable throne of the 4 emperors. Ross, a supernova, though a little special and strong, is a little too far behind their Emperor 100 Beast Kaido, and will certainly pay for his arrogance. I am looking forward to it. Ross calmly said as his sword pierced through Keith's throat. At the same time, the system's synth sounds in his ear. Hanging bounty of 350 million berries, Silver Ape Keith has been hunted and killed, receiving a reward of 100 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. With this 1 point free talent points, Ross finally accumulated 3 free talent points, and he can now look forward to the distortion fruit reaching the 600 proficiency and him activating the distortion space ability. There is silence between heaven and the earth, only the sound of the winter wind whistling. Keith is dead. Killed by Ross. Whether it is the indigenous people of the Icefield town or the people of the Beast Pirates, they have never thought of such a situation. They did not expect to encounter the Ghost Hand Pirates. They did not expect the Ghost Hand Pirates to ignore the name of 100 Beast Kaido and kill Keith. Crazy. Madman. Many people couldn't help but shudder at the thought of 100 Beast Kaido's anger. Looking at Ross, who was calm from beginning to end and didn't seem to know what he had done, all the people of the Beast Pirates felt the muscles on their faces twitching constantly. People who have never seen 100 Beast Kaido cannot imagine what kind of hell he can unleash. He is still as decisive as ever. That's really our captain, hee hee. Luffy emerged from the snow far away and came with Robin, with a strange smile on his face. He had no fear of killing the Beast Pirates' cadres. Maybe they would have retreated from the name of 4 emperors before, but since they escaped twice from marine admirals, they already have the confidence that belongs to powerful pirates. What about 4 emperors? They come to the New World and sooner or later they will flip a for emperors. Chapter 167 The rest of the Beast Pirates. Ross killed the ones with higher bounties and left a few more strong for Lafitte and Robin to practice, but they still killed every single one. Finally, with 100 proficiency points gained from Keith, Ross received 120 talent proficiency points, which is a huge reward. Other than that, no treasures were found on the Beast Pirates ship, neither any named blade nor any devil fruit. Ross also thought about whether he could find a devil fruit he needed from the Beast Pirates ship. But it seemed that all of his luck has been used on the Sabati archipelago. After destroying the Beast Pirates, the log pose's magnetic force was already full. Ross and Lafitte and others returned to the ship and set off to leave the Icefield Island. Returning to his room, Ross called out the talent system's interface. After a little thought for a while, he bites his teeth and decisively put 100 talent proficiency points on the physical enhancement. His physical enhancement has reached 400 points, and with his 100 points, he will reach the maximum value. Although this kind of distribution is a bit too biased towards physical fitness, it can increase his physical fitness to the limit and it may provide some unexpected effects. Buzz. In the golden sparkle, the proficiency bar of physical enhancement began to advance rapidly, from 400 to 420. 440. Eventually, it reached 500 of maximum value. Agility enhancement, 260 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 50 mid-level strengthening. At the same time that the general panels are changing, a huge heat flow is pouring out of Ross's heart, and like a hot spring wrapping his whole body, it is making every cell of his body come alive as if breathing. They are being moistened and strengthened by the heat flow. A trace of pain, a trace of itching, a trace of pleasure. It seems as if a long time has passed, and it seems that only a few seconds have passed. The feeling gradually faded from Ross's body. He stood up and walked to the mirror and looked at his body shape. There were no bulging muscles on his body, and there were few changes compared with before, but he could clearly feel the hardness of his skin. Ross pulled out Happy Spring and dropped it gently against his arm. He didn't use armament hockey and power of distortion, just a normal flat cut. Sneer. With the sharpness of Happy Spring, there is only a white mark on his skin and it can't break his skin. Although he didn't use too much power, he didn't use hockey to defend, and he only used his body as a defense. Ross came to the cabinet, took out a gun and fired the gun at his palm. The bullet bounced off his skin at the moment it touched his palm, leaving no mark on his skin. His skin is not as hard as steel, but still looks like ordinary skin, but with the tenacious characteristics, like a layer of tough rubber. Ordinary bullets can no longer penetrate his skin, and ordinary knives and swords can be completely ignored. This means that the average seastone bullet is almost ineffective on Ross. Because this is not something brought about by the ability of the fruit, it is the defensive character brought about by his simple constitution. And just as Ross judged what strength his body had reached, the sound of the system suddenly sounded from his ear. The host physical enhancement has reached the maximum value and received an additional bonus for the maximum value. All the physical branch talents, the proficiency is increased by 50 points. Upon hearing this sound, Ross finally showed a smile on his face. Really? Physical enhancement, a major talent that reaches maximum value, has additional special rewards. Ross called the general interface of the talent system, and when he looked closely, the data changed a lot. Agility enhancement, 260 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 100 high-level strengthening spirit heart belongs to the agility branch, so there is no change, but tenacious comes under the physical enhancement branch and has directly improved by 50 proficiency points and reached high-level strengthening. At this moment, Ross also clearly felt that there was a heat flow in his body again, and his stamina and recovery abilities were boosted dramatically. Previous Ross encountered Marine Admiral and could barely support and escape at most. The 3 days of Aokiji and Florian Triangle Sea had actually been Ross's limit. And it was just an escape, not a positive battle. Aokiji and Akainu competed for the Fleet Admiral position on Punk Hazard, and it took 10 days and 10 nights for a winner to be decided, showing the strong stamina of a Marine Admiral. Today, he is no longer inferior to them in the stamina department. Unfortunately, there is no talent that activates the other branches of physical enhancement, but looking at this reward, it should be applied to all branch talent of physical ability. Once activated, it will automatically increase by 50 points. Ross looked at the remaining 3 talent proficiency points with a little hesitation and eventually did not activate the other branches of physical enhancement. At present, his physical strength is enough, and it is not significant to improve physical enhancement branches. Besides, how many free talent points are needed to activate distortion space is not known. After raising the physical enhancement to maximum value with 100 talent proficiency points, Ross looked at the remaining 20 proficiency points and directly put them on the distortion fruit. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 530 flash step of marine 6 powers, 0 paper art of marine 6 powers, 0 marine 6 powers as moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 100 armament hockey, 50 distortion fruits. Proficiency reached 530 points, and Ross clearly felt that his power of distortions had improved a lot. If he had fought Keith with his present strength, then he wouldn't have to make a third attack, as his first 2 attacks would have been enough. He is finally getting closer to the strength of a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral represents a peak, regardless of speed or strength, hockey, stamina, etc. They are all at a peak level that is limited by human potential. And the 3 disasters have powers similar to an Admiral, or they are second only to an Admiral, or 1 or 2 of them are at Admiral's level, while the others are not as good as Marine Admiral. Such a presence can compete with Marine Admiral, but the odds of winning are low in the end. Ross is almost at the same level now. Power is power for pure physical power, and for Ross, it represents the strength of the power of distortion, which is still weaker than that of an Admiral. As for other aspects, except for hockey's weakness, others are very close. When 1 or 2 abilities reach the level of a Marine Admiral, then they have the qualification to fight against an Admiral, and when all of their abilities reach the level of an Admiral, that is the real strength of Admiral. As for 4 Emperors, Ross personally believes that 4 Emperors should be at the Admiral level in all aspects, with one of their ability being extremely prominent, and that's the reason that they surpass any Admiral with their strength. If Whitebeard is stronger than Admiral in terms of power, Red Hair is better than Admiral in terms of hockey, and 100 Beast Kaido is stronger than them in terms of his physical body, Marines can't do anything to them. The definition of the world's power has become very clear in front of Ross. Chapter 167 Physical Ability Max Value. Chapter 168 Cipher Pal Number 9 and Cipher Pal Number 0. Somewhere in the sea, the main ship of the Beast Pirates is sailing slowly on the sea. It's sunny and windy. There's no bad weather, but the atmosphere on the ship is very depressing. Keith, 100 Beast Kaido, sat on the deck with his knees in front of him, and there was a bounty poster in front of him. It was the bounty poster of Ross, and the bounty of 1 billion berries was clearly printed under the head. As the captain of the Beast Pirates, he has little clear memory of the bottom and lower members, but he still remembers the main members of the 3 disasters like Keith and others. Beside Kaido, many people of the Beast Pirates stood trembling and sweating. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 100 Beast Kaido lowered his face and remained silent for seconds. He picked up the bottle beside him and took a murmuring breath. No one dared speak during the whole process. Until Kaido put down the wine gourd, a person hidden in the darkness not far away, slowly sounded. The voice is very low and depressed, full of murderous, as it said, "Now that we have been provoked, even a billion super newcomer have to be buried at the bottom of the sea. Lord Kaido, let me go." He is the main figure of the Beast Pirates, one of the 3 major disasters. On the other side, Ross, coming out of the practice room, took a shower, went to the deck, sat down in a reclining chair and called to Robin, who was reading a book not far away. Robin still sat there in a concentrated reading position, her entire body motionless, but Ross was sitting in the reclining chair with a pile of arms, needing Ross. Ross. When did this woman become so lazy? Just as Ross was going to tell Robin that massage needed her attention, the Dendenmushi's voice suddenly rang from Robin's pocket. Oh. All the arms were turned into petals, and Robin closed the book and took the Dendenmushi out of her pocket. After receiving the call, Kaku's voice was heard from the other side. "This is Kaku. Is there any new intelligence?" Robin asked quietly. Kaku seemed to be avoiding something. His voice was very low. He said, "Well, there have been many accidents. Now we are in danger, so I can only make a long story short." Listening to Kaku's words, Ross's eyes flickered slightly and he rose to Robin's side. Neither of them spoke, waiting for Kaku's narrative and report. "We found the Paramsha metal attribute devil fruit. But when we discovered it, the fruit had been paid tribute to a Tenri Ubito, and because of the urgent situation, we could only sneak into the Tenri Ubito's ship. We stole the metal attribute fruit and left the ship, but we were discovered by the Cipher Pal Number 0 members on board and are now being tracked by them." In Kaku's short sentences, Ross and Robin quickly learned what had happened. Kaku and others, in order not to let the metal attribute fruit be brought back to Holy Land by Tenri Ubito, chose to steal metal attribute fruit immediately, but the Tenri Ubito on the ship was accompanied by Cipher Pal Number 0 escorts and they were discovered. Now they have the metal attribute fruit, but they are not opponents of Cipher Pal Number 0. They are being tracked by members of Cipher Pal Number 0. Once found, the metal attribute fruit will be taken back. What's your position? After Ross listened, he did not ask for more specific information but directly asked Kaku and others about their specific location. Kiku reported his exact location on a large island in North Blue, near Holy Land Mary Ejos, called the Kingdom of Galila. I see. I'll be there soon. You tried to delay the time. Ross responded with a sigh of relief. Since it is in North Blue and not far from Holy Land, it is not far from them and they can arrive faster. And there is a large island and it is still a country. As long as the people of Cipher Pal number 9 can hide and play hide and seek with the people of Cipher Pal number 0, he can catch up. Leave it to us. Kiku and others were all relieved to hear Ross coming at once. They are not afraid of delaying time, they are afraid that Ross will not come or because something can't be done. In that case, they can only rely on themselves to find a way to get out. It will be very difficult. After all, they are confronted with their former boss and intelligence department. The highest level of the organization, Cipher Pal number 0. Captain, they'll be here soon. It's time for us and the Cipher Pal number 0 guys to play a game. Kiku hangs up on the Den Mushi and looks at his companions, revealing a confident look. Today they are much better than they were when Ross defeated them. Jabra has mastered observation hockey and armament hockey. Others have mastered at least one type of hockey and they are confident in evading Cipher Pal number 0 members. After all, those two Cipher Pal number 0 members are not captain, they are just ordinary members of Cipher Pal number 0. On the other side, hanging up the Den Mushi, Ross called Lafitte and Law. Ross took out the map and placed it on the table. After a little research with Lafitte, he determined a route. Because he can take the ship to the sky, there is no need to circumvent the Calm Belt, which is a seeking settlement, so they can sail straight and reach the Galila Kingdom of North Blue. If the current and weather are smooth, it should take less than half a month to get there. If Ghost Shadow ship was still there, 7 days would have been enough. Lafitte shrugged when he mentioned the Ghost Shadow ship. Listening to Lafitte, Ross murmured slightly. My power can control the current and keep it going for a long time. It won't take us more than 10 days to reach our destination. Now his stamina has become very strong. Even if he takes a ship to and from Fishman Island, it will be more than enough. Distorting current for a long amount of time will naturally be no problem. Then, it shouldn't take us more than 10 days. When Ross said that he was able to control the direction of the current for a long time, Lafitte responded instantly. He has taken into account the strange currents on the Grand Line when he mentioned 15 days route before. After judging the approximate time, Ross and others did not stop and immediately turned their course towards the Galila Kingdom of North Blue. For the metal attribute fruit, Ross must go there. Metal attribute fruit is a special paransha, the body can be transformed into liquid metal. To some extent, it is even more suitable for giants than general Logia. With the metal attribute fruit in his hand, he will then go to the Sky Island and he will be able to acquire the Rumble fruit if there is no accident, and with these devil fruits he will be able to create 3 big elements giants. In that case, the giant regiment he will build, even if it was initially formed, has a very strong fighting force. What's the Beast Corps, the Army of Nations, the scientific force? In front of such a regiment, all of them will be defeated. Chapter 169 Difficult Position Holy Land Mary Ejos. In front of Tenri Ubito's mansion somewhere, a Tenri Ubito was furious. He was Mjaskrid's father, and as his son was missing at the bottom of the sea, he was naturally very angry. What do the government and marine are doing? And you Cipher Pal number 0, find my son. Yes. The government officials in front of him are all sweating. As for a few Cipher Pal number 0's members, they lowered their faces and said, you should have Saint Mjaskrid Vivre card. Please give it to us. We will find Saint Mjaskrid soon. Vivre card. Mjaskrid's father frowned. He did have this kind of thing, or all Tenri Ubito had these kinds of things, but he basically never took it out and used it. After that, he forgot where he had left it. But he also knew the effect of this thing. Without this, he wouldn't be able to find his son, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although he was angry, he hummed and went into his house. Wait here. I will look for it. This. The government also has a preservation vivre card there. If we can't find it, we can go to the government to get it. A government official bowed his head and spoke. Mjaskrid's father turned his head and screamed, what are you waiting for here then? Go and find it, you worthless dogs. Yes, yes. Government officials repeatedly responded, and several Cipher Pal number 0 members quickly left and disappeared into the streets. Over the Calm Belt, a ship is flying about 2 kilometers above the sea. Even if it's a supergiant sea king, it can't touch most of the ship's body without rushing out of the sea, so it's basically safe. Calm Belt has a very wide range. In the past, it was difficult for Ross to fly over Calm Belt with a ship, but now it is no longer a problem. After flying for about 3 days, the ship left the Calm Belt and drove into the North Blue Sea. Ross controlled the ship into the sea. After a short break, the power of distortion ignited and the bottom of the ship was instantly distorted and the whole ship sailed toward the Gale Kingdom. At this time, it is no longer necessary to look for the location of cipher Pal number 9 and others. With their Vivre card, he can find Kaku and others more accurately. The Kingdom of Gale. On the roof of an abandoned building, in a slightly dark room, Kaku and others are dressing each other's wounds. Jabra's injury is the most serious among the people, but he has Zone's devil fruit, which is strong in endurance and tenacity, so he can bear it. Next is Kaku, and Jabra, who, when repeatedly found by cipher Pal number 0, make some fight planes against cipher Pal number 0 and then use Blueno store fruits to find a chance to escape. This process has lasted several times in these days. The members of cipher Pal number 0 are either selected from a young age and the talented people join directly after training, or they are promoted from the elite of cipher Pal number 1 to 9. Despite the fact that only 2 cipher Pal number 0s were chasing them and they were just ordinary members, they were still better than Kaku and Jabra, and even if they join forces, they could barely resist them. It's the third time that we've been discovered. Did we really chose such a bad hiding place every time? No, it should be said that their search ability is too strong. After all, they are our top boss and they are also the most elite members and the predecessor of the cipher Pal number 9. Caliph addresses Jabra's wounds and replied. They have high self-confidence in what to sneak in, hide and track, but if they are faced with the top cipher Pal number 0 organization, then it is quite different. In other words, we should remain vigilant and we can continue to resist the current situation. Kaku sat in the corner, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his finger, and said, "It's been a week. We need to be ready for another week." Ross and others have arrived at New World and they are naturally well aware that the journey from the New World to Gale will take at least half a month, not to mention that Ghost Shadow ship is now gone and any other ship will slow them down. 1 week. Caliph grinned bitterly. This week they have spent a lot of means to escape alive. They have no idea what to do next week to prevent repetitive means that will certainly not work in front of cipher Pal number 0's elite. Fortunately, there is the fruit of Blueno, otherwise we would have been done a long time ago. Jabra dressed his wound, but instead of worrying about it, he showed his smile. Blueno's door fruit is the best way to escape, but the defect is that he did not develop the fruit enough and they cannot move a long distance. Otherwise, if they can move around from island to island, then they wouldn't be afraid to be found. I will go out to get something to eat. The whole island is under martial law, but as long as I don't encounter cipher Pal number 0, there should be no problem. Caliph took a deep breath and spoke quietly to the crowd. Now that Kaku and Jabra, their 2 major forces, are low on stamina and are seriously injured, the mission to go out to find food naturally falls on her, who is basically unharmed. I will go with you. Hueco stood up. He only had a wound on his forehead and he was hardly hurt. The reason why he and Caliph were least injured was that each time they went first because one was a woman and the other kept stolen metal attribute fruit. As he spoke, Hueco took out a slightly glossy devil fruit that looked like metal and handed it to Kiko for protection. Good. Caliph did not refuse. She could not take too many things alone. If she took too many things, it would not be easy to conceal and sneak in. If someone accompanied her, it would be much better to investigate and sneak in. The 2 left the hiding place and sneaked away toward the nearby streets. At this time, they can see the guards of the Gale Kingdom patrolling every other section of the street. The tribute to the Tenryubito was stolen. The people of the Gale Kingdom are naturally terrified, afraid of the anger of the Tenryubito, and they are doing their utmost to help cipher Pal number 0 search for the thief. But for Caliph and others, 3 or 5 ordinary guards are just like children who can be easily teased. As long as they do not encounter cipher Pal number 0, there is no problem. Caliph and Hueco quickly sneaked into a shop, stole a lot of food and water and slipped out quietly, sneaking in the dark lanes and going to the gathering point. But what neither of them noticed was that a pair of eyes appeared in the darkness, staring at them with a touch of coldness. Caliph and Hueco avoided patrols by guards and returned with food and water to the top of the abandoned building where they were hiding. Chapter 170. Arrival. Seeing Caliph and Hueco back, Jabra asked, "Did you encounter any trouble?" "No." Kaku and other people nodded, took food and water and immediately began to eat. For them, food and water are still very important as they could restore some stamina. But almost as soon as they ate half of it, Kaku suddenly had a bad feeling and his passive observation Haki caught something and he gave a subconscious roar. "Get down!" Jabra and Caliph immediately bowed down in accordance with Kaku's voice. Almost instantly, a terrifying Rukongai cut straight across and cut from one corner of the building to the other. The upper part of the entire abandoned building was cut into 2 sections by this tempest kick. Bang long. The entire upper ceiling that was cut was smashed into the street below. "Found you, cipher Pal number 9 traitors." 2 masked cipher Pal number 0 members, using moonwalk, appeared next to the cut-off building with a cold look on their faces. There wasn't even any killing intent on their faces, it was filled with emotionless indifference. Indifference to the traitors must be erased. Damn it to hell, how did they found us so soon? Kaku looked at the two Cypher Pal number 0 members and gritted his teeth in anger. The two members of Cypher Pal number 0, one is tall and thin and he seems to be from the long-legged clan, the other one is shaped like an ordinary human being. The long-legged member overlooks Kaku and others and said indifferently, "You have used the same hiding method several times in a row. If we can't even find flaws in that, how can we be your boss? But your ability has indeed created a lot of trouble, as this little game between us should have ended the next day." The other ordinary human member coldly said. The moment his voice fell, his eyes were shimmering with cold light and his middle index finger and ring finger were all bent and he threw a bullet-like attack at Kaku and others. The air turned into a whirlpool which took a shape of a bullet and burst out rapidly. Finger pistol. Chaos. Knowing the power of this move, Kaku and others naturally dare not be careless. Jabra did not hesitate to turn over and drag his tired and injured body and barely used a Tempest Kick to face the coming attack. Tempest Kick collided with a finger pistol in the air and burst in the air like a firecracker, and at this time, the Cypher Pal number 0 member attacked with his foot. Tempest Kick. Storm. As a member of the long-legged clan, the strength in his foot is much stronger than that of normal humans. His Tempest Kick is also far stronger than Jabra, as it directly transformed into 100-meter-long sword energy and covered the whole abandoned building in an energy storm. Whiz. Whiz. When Kaku and others saw it, they had no plans to fight it head-on and they stepped back. Tempest Kick storm hit the abandoned building and instantly the building burst apart directly, causing numerous residents and soldiers of the Gale Kingdom to show shock and retreat toward the distance. Let's go. Air door. After Blueno jumped down, he immediately came to Califa and Fukuro, who had recollected the metal attribute fruit, and opened a door in the air, ready to send them away first. But before Califa and Fukuro got in, a figure suddenly appeared next to Blueno, swaying and kicking fiercely. Blueno immediately used Iron Body and the immature version of Armament Hockey, but his shoulder blade was almost broken because of the kick and caused him to fly back. Fukuro tried to catch Blueno on the side, but he couldn't resist the impact and flew back with Blueno. I don't want to see it anymore. You escaped with that troublesome ability. The long-legged member of Cypher Pal number 0 looked coldly at Blueno and immediately turned to look at Califa and said in a cold voice, "From the moment you betrayed the government, you should have known what will happen. Now say goodbye." Califa was frightened and turned back to try to escape, but her speed was far less than that of the Cypher Pal number 0 member, and Kaku and Jabra were not there. Whiz. The long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member sweeps Califa with one foot. Even Blueno, who is good at Iron Body and can use an amateur version of Armament Hockey, can't resist the other's move, let alone the one who is not at all good at it. She will undoubtedly die on the spot after being hit. Although Califa is good at the Observation Hockey, the other party as the member of Cypher Pal number 0 will also use Observation Hockey, and it is deeper than her, so she was only able to barely catch the attack and her face is somewhat white. Califa. Kaku and Jabra, who had no time to support her, shouted out. And just at that time, the earth suddenly shook with strange rhythm. The ground under the feet of the long-legged clan members suddenly protruded upward for a period of time. This is not the ending that everyone expected. As the ground suddenly raised, the attack of the long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member shifted its direction and it was dangerously washed from the side of Califa, and the wind generated from that cut her hair a few times. It can be seen that this attack was quite dangerous. Who? The attack of the long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member was disturbed by the raised earth. After he stabilized his body, he immediately gave a loud cry. They already know the ability of Califa and others, and there is no one among them with an earth-related ability, and the ground cannot be raised without the use of an ability, so that means that someone else was here. So was it fun dealing with my subordinates? Cypher Pal number 0. Ross's figure stepped up from the end of the street, and the disturbance that was just made was precisely what he had done at a critical moment. When he arrived at this island, he found that the Kaku's Vivre card had become unstable, which means that he was in a crisis. So he immediately rushed here at his full speed, and he arrived at a critical moment. It's you? The long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member saw Ross's appearance and his pupils shrank sharply. He had made several guesses about the partners Califa and others had, but he had never thought it would be the Ghost Hand Ross. Cypher Pal number 9 had dealt with Ghost Hand Ross before and was completely defeated by Ross. Even Lucci seemed to have died in Ross' hands. How could they possibly become Ross's subordinate? Cypher Pal number 9's Kaku and others are professionally trained, and coercion has no effect on them. It is almost impossible to threaten their cooperation or subjugate them. Captain Ross. Kaku and others finally breathed a sigh of relief when Ross appeared, especially Califa, who had survived the attack, gasped violently and regained a little blood on her pale face. Let's go. The long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member stared at Ross and took a decisive decision to retreat immediately. Ghost Hand Ross's strength is very clear to them. They need their chief and elite members to have the capital to arrest him. It is meaningless to fight him with just their strength. And, knowing the connection between the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Cypher Pal number 9 party, they can also explain this failure to their superiors. Chapter 171 Killing. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Ross said in a different voice, and then he disappeared at the end of the street like a bubble. When he reappeared, he is already directly above the head of the long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member. What? The long-legged member showed a trace of horror. Faced with Ross's ruthless leg attack, he could not respond, and he could only instinctively exerting his foot strength to the maximum and lift his legs violently. The two-legged collision occurred in the air, and centering on the collision point, a burst of air suddenly bursts out, and like a stone thrown in a calm lake, ripples spread in all directions. Bang long. Almost at the next moment, the ground beneath the Cypher Pal number 0 member started to break apart, creating a spider web pattern centered on the place where the long-legged member stood. It broke apart inch by inch as if it had been under the pressure of a mountain. It spread over 10 meters all the way, and then the whole ground collapsed. The long-legged Cypher Pal number 0 member couldn't even scream as his entire body was buried into the collapsed underground by Ross, and the blood splattered. Another Cypher Pal number 0 member saw this scene, and his soul almost left his body out of fright. He and his companion, although not elites but are strong members, and his companion couldn't even resist one attack from Ross. What a terrifying strength. Escape. There is only one thought left in his heart. But as he wanted to escape, Kaku and Jabra surrounded him from left and right with cold looks on their faces. They are very happy to chase him. Now it is time for payback. Bang. Bang. The Cypher Pal number 0 member made every effort to repel Kaku and Jabra, trying to break into the street to escape, but after being blocked, he completely lost any chance. Ross's figure flashed in front of him. Finger pistol. His observation hockey caught Ross's figure, and he gnashed his teeth and used finger pistol at Ross's head. He was ready to die, and he wanted Ross to die with him. However, Ross also pointed his finger at the coming finger pistol. Distortion. Boom. Two fingers collided in the air, as if two bullets collided together, instantly swinging a circle of ripples, and the air presents a distortion shape. Almost in the next moment, the index finger of the Cypher Pal number 0 member began to collapse from the fingertip, and under the effect of the power of distortion, it turned into small round particles. Under Ross's distortion finger, the palm of his finger, together with the whole arm, were all connected by one finger, and the bones and flesh were all turned into rounded particles. Cypher Pal number 9 Kaku and others watched this scene, and all of them were shocked in their hearts and minds. In the past, Ross has defeated Lucci after a long battle head-on, but even Lucci could never beat Cypher Pal number 0 members this easily. Cypher Pal number 0 members are almost all proficient in the 6 styles of marine and hockey. The strength of these two people and the previous Lucci was also similar, but in front of current Ross, they couldn't even resist a single attack. Captain Ross's strength. I thought we had grown a lot stronger, but it seems that Captain has jumped several levels and his strength has grown to a more terrifying level. After seeing Ross's strength, Kaku and other people's pride, which is caused by their strength, vanishes in a flash. After defeating the second Cypher Pal number 0 member, Ross did not kill him immediately, but they knocked him out and waited for Lafitte to come over and see if he could get some useful intelligence out of him before killing him. Only these two? Ross turned his head to look at Kaku and others. Kaku nodded and showed a slight embarrassment. It was a little shame that so many of them were defeated by two people of Cypher Pal number 0 and almost got wiped out. If Ross and Cypher Pal number 0 have a good battle with each other, then they wouldn't be so embarrassed, but he directly defeated them, and it looked like it took very small effort out of him to defeat them. Ross thought that there were many Cypher Pal number 0 members here, but it turns out that there were only 2, and these 2 almost killed his intelligence team who had learned hockey. Ross went on to ask, what about that Tenryubito? Is he still on this island? Kaku shook his head and said, he left a few days ago. The Tenryubito didn't care much about a devil fruit and left the island, leaving only these 2 to hunt us. Ross nodded and continued to ask, what about the metal attribute fruit? Here it is. Fukuro came up and took out a metal glossy, irregular-shaped devil fruit, the Parimsha metal devil fruit. Ross took the metal attribute fruit and took a look at it and confirmed that there was little possibility of making a mistake about the shape and color. After measuring it, he pointed to Kaku and other, well, you've done a good job. Despite being chased so badly by the Cypher Pal number 0's members, it was the metal attribute fruit that was eventually acquired, and the intelligence provided by them for a long time was very beneficial, so Ross gave a good comment. When Kaku and others heard Ross, they were a bit embarrassed. How is your hockey practice going? Ross put the metal attribute fruit away and asked Kaku and others. Usually, The contacts between him and Cypher Paul number 9 are all related to intelligence. Basically, he hasn't examined the practicing situation of Cypher Paul number 9 members. Although Cypher Paul number 9 is definitely not the main force of battle, but as an intelligence department, it still needs to have a certain amount of strength. Observation Haki and Armament Haki are almost mastered by me, and Jabra is almost the same. Blueno only knows Armament Haki and Khalifa is practicing Observation Haki. Fukuro only knows a little of both. Kaku reported the situation to Ross. Not everyone has mastered the two types of Haki, which is what Ross expects. For talented members such as Blueno and others, it is better to be proficient in a single type of Haki. There is no need to force something that they are not good at, and they will all work together anyway, and rarely would they act alone. Not bad. Ross nodded. His requirements for Kaku and others are not very high. Kaku and Jabra can reach the level of ordinary Cypher Paul number 0 members. Khalifa and Blueno and others can reach the level of Kaku before. A moment later, Lafitte rushed over and tried to hypnotize and coerce the Cypher Paul number 0 member, but the result was a failure. Hypnosis was totally ineffective on Cypher Paul number 0 members who were much stronger than Kaku and others, and torture was also ineffective. Don't have wishful thinking, I won't say anything. The Cypher Paul number 0 man sneered and said, don't think you can cross the sea unhindered. The power of the government is far beyond your imagination, Ghost Hand Ross. Just wait till they show it, you will know what true despair is. I am looking forward to it. Ross's indifference said, and seeing that he couldn't get any information out of this man, he showed no mercy. The power of distortion swayed, killing the Cypher Paul number 0 member. It seems that because these two Cypher Paul number 0 members are only ordinary members, he has not received any reward after they were killed. Ross gave a bad comment in his heart, but with the metal attribute fruit, this action is not meaningless. Next, you will come with me to the New World and focus on the intelligence of Don Quixote family members at the cadre level. Report back at any time you discover something new and continue to search for the barrier fruit. After finishing, Ross directed Kaku and others to follow him. Chapter 172 Golden Lion Shiki Gale Islands Shore. Ross's ship was docked here. After killing the two members of Cypher Paul number 0, Ross and Lafitte returned to the ship with the Cypher Paul number 9. Cypher Paul number 9 members have suffered some more or fewer injuries. Although they have been bandaged, they are treated by professional surgeon law on the ship, so their healing process is much faster. You caught a Tenri Ubito? When they learned that Ross was holding a Tenri Ubito on board, Kaku and others were shocked. Although they knew Ross had killed a Tenri Ubito in Sabati Archipelago, they did not expect a live one on board. Standing next to Ross, Khalifa put a finger on her chin while thinking something. As far as I know, every Tenri Ubito has a Vivre card placed inside the government so that they can be rescued in time of the shipwreck. You caught him on Fishman Island, and the government should have reacted by this time. She looked up at Ross and said that the government and Marine would probably find their place because of this Tenri Ubito. When Ross heard Khalifa's words, he immediately thought about it. Vivre card was something he had ignored before, but it was not so easy to locate someone precisely based on Vivre card. What should we do, Captain? Kill him now. Lafitte stood not far away and spread his hand at Ross. Ross thought for a while and said, it's not so easy to find people with Vivre card. Besides, we've been moving all this time. Next, we'll go to Sky Island. Captain is right. Vivre card can only provide direction, but it's not so easy if the direction is always changing, plus the impact of the current climate also changes things. Law was carrying the demon knife and leaning against the side of the cabin. A live Tenri Ubito has many uses, and it will be too wasteful to kill him directly. Even if they threw him to one of the 4 emperors, even then it will be more useful than killing him directly. Yes, and this Tenri Ubito can also be used as bait. The government does not know who caught this Tenri Ubito. Ross's eyes flashed with cold light. Without knowing the specific intelligence, Tenri Ubito was like a bait that constantly attracted Cypher Paul number 0 and Marine until Marines would found out that it was he who caught the Tenri Ubito. That's the first thing. By the way, Khalifa, you seem to have eaten bubble fruit? Ross turned his head to look at Khalifa. The fruit should not be available to Khalifa for years, but Kaku and others have been looking for devil fruit recently, and Ross has approved the free use of the fruit except for any logia and the metal or barrier devil fruit. Bubble fruit, which Kaku and others would not use, naturally fell on the only woman, Khalifa. Yes. Khalifa pushed up her glasses on the bridge of her nose. Ross said thoughtfully, that's a good ability. After leaving the Gale Kingdom, Ross Distortion took control of the ship's oblique flight to the sky, and then he went into the bathroom to test the bubble fruit's ability. Robin glanced at him and regained her gaze. High altitude. This is already a cloud-like area, except for the birds that can survive at high altitudes. There are only a few white clouds left. And in that cloud, There suddenly appeared a huge dark shadow, slowly moving in the sky. It was an island. Ross distortion fruit still doesn't have enough power to make an entire island float in the sky. This is the power of Parimsha float fruit, whose owner is one of the legendary big pirate. Golden Lion Shiki. Almost got caught up in that storm. On the island, Golden Lion was standing on a hillside looking up at the sky. His face was very unhappy. What he feared most was the storm, which could easily cause problems on the island. While Golden Lion was worrying about the weather, a subordinate suddenly rushed over with a look of shock on his face. Shiki-sama, there's a ship flying in the sky. Oh, that must be mine. Golden Lion subconsciously wanted to say that it is his own ship, but just when he finished the first half of the sentence, he realized that he did not control the ship flying in the sky. Golden Lion, slightly surprised, immediately asked for directions and his entire figure crossed an arc in the air and he quickly flew to the edge of the island, looking far away. Over there. Sure enough, between the clouds and mists, a ship could be seen flying diagonally towards the sky and Golden Lion was absolutely sure that it was not his ship. It's kind of interesting. Gravity fruit? Or some other gravitational fruit? Golden Lion's eyes flashed an interesting look. As one of the legends that sailed in the peak times of Whitebeard, Roger and others, a ship flying in the sky did not surprise him. There are many who had the ability to make a ship fly. But only his float fruit can make an entire island eternally float in the sky. Whiz. After a little thought, Golden Lion still chased the ship up as the ability to control the ship's flight in the sky matched with his flying pirate's ship ability. If he could make that person into his subordinate, he could share a lot of things with him. On the other side, Golden Lion noticed the existence of the ship. Ross and others naturally discovered the island flying in the sky earlier. Luffy and others were shocked. Even though they have been to the Sky Island is a special cloud layer, which is quite different from the apparently floating island of the Earth in the air. This is the ability of float fruit. Robin stared at the flying island in the air and spoke quietly. In her slightly distant memory, she had heard that a pirate could float an entire island in the sky and the name of that pirate has become a legend. Yes, Golden Lion Shiki's float fruit. Ross stared at the floating island and his eyes flashed. Although Fujitora could also suspend a large number of ruins into the sky, it would be impossible to imagine that an entire island could float at 10,000 meters in the sky in an almost eternal way. When Ross mentioned the name of Golden Lion Shiki, the faces of the present people immediately changed. The only person to have escaped from the Impel Down. An existence similar to Whitebeard and Roger before the Great Age of Pirates. A legendary character who once invaded the Marine headquarters alone and fought Garp and Sengoku, destroying the Marine headquarters by almost half and was finally defeated. Every single one of his deeds is earth-shattering. Chapter 172 Golden Lion Shiki Chapter 173 Conqueror's Haki. Looking at the floating island, Ross blinked and remained silent. Golden Lion's bounty was also very high. Although the bounty was eliminated after he got captured and put in Impel Down, he received another bounty after he escaped from the prison. Although it was not as high as before, it still reached 1.7 billion berries. A bounty of 1.7 billion. If he can defeat the Golden Lion, then the proficiency points he will receive will be enough to make his strength improve by a lot, but the problem is that the strength of Golden Lion completely corresponds to this bounty. After encountering Luffy, his defeat made no sense to Ross and he wasn't mentioned. But Golden Lion was able to break into the Marine headquarters and fight Garp and Sengoku at their peak before getting defeated and imprisoned, but their fight still destroyed nearly half of the Marine headquarters. Even if his legs were broken in the escape and his intelligence becomes abnormal, his strength will not have declined too much. At least it will remain at the level of a Marine admiral. Not good. Ross meditated for a moment but still gave such an assessment that Golden Lion Shiki was not in his prey category for the time being. But just as Ross's ship continued to fly up and was about to be separated from Golden Lion's island, a figure cut through the clouds and sped through. Somebody's coming. He's fast. Luffy and others were aware of the rushing figure and they were instantly alert, and almost the next moment, the figure crossed an arc and landed on the deck of the ship. Hello, ha ha ha. It's a great ability to fly a ship. Who's your captain? Golden Lion, who landed on the ship, grinned with his cigar in his mouth. Although he did not unleash his Conqueror's Haki, he is a legendary pirate and his aura is very special and his momentum is also revealed in an instant, and it got to a point where Kaku and others couldn't even breathe properly. Looking at the uninvited Golden Lion, Ross stood there, his eyes calm. I'm the captain. I'm sorry there's no wine on board to entertain you, Golden Lion. Golden Lion looked at Ross and slightly narrowed his eyes. Although he stayed in the sky, he was not ignorant of the current things at sea. Ross with a bounty of 1 billion berries was enough to enter his eyes. When he saw Ross, he recognized him. He thought it was a nameless person, but he didn't think that it was a pirate with a little fame. It was undoubtedly an unexpected pleasure for him, and his solicitation was even more intense, and Ross can call out his title. It seems that he is also not ignorant. You are called Ghost Hand Ross. Ha 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 ha. How about joining the Golden Lion Pirates? After Golden Lion stared at Ross and looked into his eyes, he suddenly smirked and showed his, raising one hand and making a fist in front of his body. He said, if you join me, the sea will be in our pocket sooner or later. Since he was imprisoned in Impel Down, his old subordinates are all scattered and now only a few of them follow him. Now in the state of loneliness, his subordinates are not battle-ready. A pirate with the bounty of 1 billion berries, regardless of his strength or fame, is eligible to join his Golden Lion Pirates, and he can become a sharp sword in his hand. I really do want to control the sea, but... Ross opened his eyes calmly, and even with the momentum of Golden Lion, there was no movement or change. I'm not interested in being someone else's man, he said. Hey. Hearing Ross's neat refusal, Golden Lion suddenly snorted and put down his fist. He slightly raised his head and said, although I haven't paid much attention to the sea for a long time, I still know a little bit. Do you think you can beat those 4 emperors with your words? For Golden Lion, all the 4 emperors, except Whitebeard, who is from his generation, others rose much later than he did, and they naturally belong to the younger generation in his eyes. How can I know if I don't try? Ross calmly responded. Golden Lion stared at Ross and suddenly looked up and laughed. A sound of ha 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 echoed in the clouds. Meanwhile, a rage of chaos erupted from the Golden Lion and burst out in all directions. Conqueror's hockey. Almost in an instant, the nearby clouds were severely affected, as if the whirlpools are being stirred up and as if the sky and the earth were fading. This Conqueror's hockey is not something that the likes of Don Shinjao can compare. Hueco and Calamity fell down and are unconscious. Blueno is barely hanging on, but his breathing is stagnant and his forehead is overflowing with cold sweat. As for Kusagakure and Robin, they are all under great pressure. Lafitte was the only one who could keep his expression fixed, and Ross was still standing there with calm eyes. Conqueror's hockey. Feeling the subtle shock and oppression from the surface, Ross muttered in his heart, this is the second time he has experienced Conqueror's hockey. Looking at Ross and others, Golden Lion gradually stopped laughing and his figure slowly floated up as he looked down at Ross. It's good to have such courage, but it's not enough. You don't have enough strength. It's just empty talk. Even Golden Lion himself is sure that he can't beat Whitebeard alone, and he is naturally scornful towards Ross's arrogant attitude. Nevertheless, he knows very well the mentality of a newcomer like Ross, who has just risen up. It's normal to be arrogant for them who had just conquered the first half of the Grand Line. Only by realizing the difference between failure and the real strength can he curb that arrogance. Do you understand the gap, Ghost Hand Boy? He flew to a place about tens of meters away from the ship. His eyes became quiet and his legs were lifted up as he swept them violently. The famous swords that replaced his leg were suddenly burst with terrifying sword energy that cut towards the ship directly below him. This sword energy is much stronger than that of the Vice Admiral Ross met. The only thing that can match it in his impression is Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman. Without a doubt. Golden Lion is also a swordsman standing with the top sword masters of the world. The purpose of this sword energy attack is not to destroy Ross and others, but just to destroy the ship. He is trying to make Ross feel the gap between the strong and let him surrender to him. But subjection to the strong or something, such a mentality from the beginning, does not exist in Ross's mind. A person playing the game, will he submit to the NPC in the game? The answer is no. Whiz. Almost at the moment of Golden Lion's attack, Ross flew into the air, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he punched the coming sword energy. With his power of distortion, he can't knead it into a ball, but that doesn't prevent Ross from breaking it with his power. Bang. The huge golden sword energy collided with Ross's fist, and as if a golden crescent was cutting steel quickly, golden lights were splashing around. For about a second, the two forces stalled and the huge golden sword energy could not maintain its perfect arc. Distortion broke in the middle, rubbed the sides and fell into the clouds below and cut a white cloud into 2 sections. Ross floats in the air and looks up at Golden Lion as he slowly retrieves his fist, and his eyes are calm. Gaps are meant to be filled up. Pop. Golden Lion was surprised that Ross was able to block his attack, but he still snorted. The stronger Ross is, the more he wants him to become a part of his crew. He waved his legs again and kicked in the void one after another and instantly swept out 7 or 8 golden energy attack that falls down toward Ross like a gale of rainstorm. He is not holding back anymore. Although he intends to recruit Ross, battle is battle. If Ross is so easy to die, it means that Ross is not qualified to join his crew. Chapter 174 Ross vs. Golden Lion. 1000 cuts. Golden Lion displayed his sword darts to the fullest. Even though he lost his legs and replaced his feet with 2 swords, the essence of the sword darts is embroidered to deep into his body and he still can attack with his full powers. 7 or 8 golden sword energies rushed towards Ross. Whiz. Whiz. Ross unleashed his observation haki and entered the spirit heart state. Every single sword energy is captured by his haki. He controls the gravity and lifts his foot in the void. He danced like a wire and his figure flickers rapidly as he drilled into the net of sword energy and charged towards Golden Lion Shiki. He pulled back his right hand and punched out. Your observation haki practice is good. Shiki's eyes glimmered and he didn't retreat while facing Ross's punch. His right foot jerked up and slammed down towards Ross. Bang. This sword instantly collided with Ross' fist that is wrapped in the power of distortion. The sharpness of the sword covers the power of distortion as it collided with Ross's fist. Ross's fist is covered with the hardened armament haki and sparks are splashing around as he clashed against Golden Lion's sword. Bang. Golden Lion Shiki chopped off Ross' power of distortion, but could not completely block the power of distortion. Under the influence of the power of distortion, his face changed slightly, and his entire figure circled and flew backward. At the same time, Ross also flew backward under Golden Lion's sword and stopped about tens of meters away from his previous position. There was a slight blood stain on his right hand's fist surface, but it got scabbed and recovered in a moment. Besides, most surprisingly, Ross also had a trace of blood on his forehead, where he had no contact with Golden Lion's sword but he was still affected by Golden Lion's chop attack. In his memory, Rayleigh and Kizaru fought against each other on a Sabati archipelago. Although his blade was blocked by Kizaru, the aftermath left a small wound on Kizaru's face, which is what happened here. Naturally, the wound on his forehead is very shallow and it recovered in the blink of an eye. With his tenacious talent, this small wound would not cause him any trouble. Is this the sword darts of a swordsman? Ross touched the scabbed forehead and the scab fell off silently. He looked at Golden Lion with a slightly twinkling eye and said, "It doesn't seem like much." Golden Lion's clothes and hair had obvious wrinkles under the influence of the power of distortion, but he was not injured. He snorted when he heard Ross's words. "I'll let you know in a minute." Whiz. Golden Lion Shiki swooped down and flew towards Ross, swinging his legs and kicking at him. A terrifying sword energy, nearly a kilometer in length, cut through the sky and the clouds and fell. Chop. The coming attack did not cover the ship in its range and Ross did not confront it. He flashed and avoided the sword energy and rushed towards Shiki. Both figures are extremely dexterous, one wearing white, one wearing a yellow coat, flipping up and down in the air, like gods fighting in the clouds. From time to time golden energy burst out and cut through the clouds. King. King. Ross and Shiki confronted each other. After several wounds appeared on his fists, Ross's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Light distortion suddenly burst into action. The empty space of tens of meters around him suddenly darkened and a strong light burst from his eyes and pierced into Shiki's eyes. Suddenly, Shiki closed his eyes involuntarily with pain. Ross seized the opportunity to appear in front of him in an instant and kicked out fiercely with his leg. Golden Lion Shiki was affected and had no time to swing his sword for his defense. He could only block this attack by laying his arms in front of him and defend with armament haki. Bang. Shiki's haki is similar to an admiral such as Aokiji. In the case of complete passive defense, Ross' power of distortion cannot be completely offset. He is hit by Ross's leg, and Shiki instantly fell towards the clouds below. Ross had almost figured out Golden Lion Shiki's strength by this time. Shiki was extremely flexible in air combat but not as fast as Kizaru. As for his haki, it was similar to admirals such as Aokiji. The only outstanding things about him were his sword darts and Conqueror's haki. But even if Golden Lion was a genius swordsman, losing both legs and replacing them with swords, the power of sword darts will be weakened and it is not much stronger than that of a marine admiral in the attack. The only thing that can't be measured is Conqueror's haki. Shiki's Conqueror's haki has more or less an impact on Ross, but so far Golden Lion has not used it for a second time. Whiz. Golden Lion Shiki fell into the clouds and Ross did not hesitate to step into the air and catch up. This brat. 1,000 cuts. Golden Lion Shiki still can't open his eyes, but with his observation haki, he has already captured Ross' actions. He coughed and kicked violently in the air. More than 10 sword energies broke out from the clouds, interlaced into a big net and cut off towards Ross. The net not only enveloped Ross but it also included the hull of the ship far away in the attack area, forcing Ross to resist it. Bang. Ross opened the web of sword energy and Golden Lion Shiki's eyes recovered. His eyes showed a touch of anger as he rushed towards Ross. Originally, Shiki regarded Ross as a rising youngster of the younger generation. As a result, Shiki did not think that he would lose to a youngster. He was naturally a little annoyed and angry. King. Golden Lion chopped off with his sword, Ross avoided and counter-attacked with his leg. Golden Lion's other leg swept horizontally and hit Ross's leg together. The power of distortion and sword energy collided again. Ross's trouser feet were cut instantly, and a blood mark appeared on his skin. "I still can't resist." Sensing that his armament haki and the power of distortion still could not completely block Shiki's sword attack, Ross looked calm, and after several feuds with Golden Lion, he whispered, "Distortion Sonic Burst." It's hard for the same trick to work twice in front of the top powerhouses, but different tricks are different. Golden Lion didn't realize that Ross had so many strange tricks, and he was caught off guard. His ears buzzed and his mind shook violently. Originally, he already had a problem of half of the rudder inserted in his head. At this time, he was attacked by a sonic attack by Ross, which immediately caused old injuries to resurface, and for a time his entire mind went blank. Bang! Ross punched and the power of distortion slammed on the Golden Lion Shiki's chest. The intense pain made Shiki instinctively use armament haki to resist the attack, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Cough. Cough. This bastard. Golden Lion was hit hard, and although his eardrums were still ringing, he finally regained some consciousness. He kicked and swept without hesitation and produced several sword energies tangentially in front of him, blocking Ross's subsequent offensive attack. Chapter 175 Moment of Life and Death. Shiki looked at Ross, who broke through his sword energy and continued to rush in. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes showed a trace of blood, and in such a situation, whether he or Ross had already made their final decision, and all kinds of recruitment ideas had been thrown behind his head. "You're dead. Zanai." Shiki's feet swing fiercely and his sword darts were fully displayed by him. A cross-shaped golden sword energy shot towards Ross. Just as Ross evaded the sword energy, Shiki stormed down, swinging his two swords in tandem, launching a series of fierce attacks. Distortion Fist. With his maximum values physical enhancement and a tenacious talent, even if his armament haki is not strong enough, Ross is not afraid of Shiki's melee attack and facing hard blows of Golden Lion Shiki. But in the face-to-face tactics, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly burst out with powerful momentum, and a violent Conqueror's haki fierce pressed on Ross. The Conqueror's haki, which forced Ross out of Spirit Heart, had a huge impact on his observation haki. Ross's face changed. It's impossible that he alone is the only one who has tricks like distortion and sonic booms. Golden Lion Shiki's Conqueror's haki created the biggest trick and impacted Ross's haki. When his observation haki was seriously affected, Ross could not immediately recover and capture Golden Lion's actions, so he had to go all out to implement the power of distortion and hit the whole front area. Golden Lion suffered a lot of injuries when he was affected by both light and sonic booms. What would happen if he is seriously affected? Things are bound to get worse. A duel with a swordsman like Golden Lion Shiki is more dangerous than a fight with a Marine Admiral, because in many cases, life and death and victory or defeat are almost instantaneous events. While releasing the power of distortion, Ross did not hesitate to whisper in his heart, "System, activate a talent of General Branch. Rock. Rock." This is the second branch capability under General Department Physical Enhancement. If Tenacious's character is to greatly enhance stamina and resilience, then this rock talent greatly enhances the defensive capacity of the body. Since the physical enhancement has reached maximum value, the rock talent immediate activation with 50 proficiency points and reached mid-level strengthening state, which directly increases Ross's physical strength by a large margin. At the next moment, sneer. Golden Lion Shiki seized the opportunity and swept with a fierce sword attack which cut Ross's power of distortion directly and cut between Ross's chest and abdomen area by directly piercing his armament haki, leaving a deep bloody mark on Ross's body instantly. If Ross had not temporarily activated the rock talent and the strength of his skin and flesh had been greatly enhanced, it would have been impossible to escape the fate of a broken stomach without being split in half. Faced with sword arts, life and death are almost instantaneous. Not good. Not far away from Ross on the ship, Law, Robin and others saw this scene and their faces changed. Fighting in the sky with Golden Lion Shiki is unfair for Ross. Float Fruit's ability to float an object after touching it, which is almost eternal and unrestricted. And Ross has to control the ship so it would remain floating in the sky, and it required a constant power to do so, which is distracting to Ross. 30 profusely blooming flowers. Robin blinked and took a deep breath, and she used her ability. Golden Lion Shiki, who was trying to continue his assault, suddenly had countless arms appear on his body, twisted and tightened him in an instant, curbing his next move and his reaction. The battle between Ross and Golden Lion, even a single detail can have a huge impact, and Robin, who disregarded injury to herself, broke the game again in an instant. Bang! Ross's power of distortion hit Golden Lion Shiki fiercely, causing Golden Lion to fly upside down again, bleeding into mist and falling towards the clouds. Although Robin quickly regained her ability which contained Golden Lion Shiki, she was still affected by Ross's power of distortion. Her flower fruit arm, which was transformed into the body, was also affected. A pair of white and tender arms were instantly filled with bruises and redness. Room. Law took a look at Robin's injuries and directly transferred his medical box from the cabin with his ability and immediately began to treat Robin. Ross, who is battling against Golden Lion Shiki, has recovered his observation haki. Naturally, he also perceived Robin's injuries. Anger flashed through his eyes and spirit heart starred again, and he rushed towards Golden Lion Shiki. His chest and abdomen were severely damaged and he was almost ripped open. He could only squeeze with the strength of his muscles and rely on tenacious talent to let flesh and blood grow slowly, which seriously affected his strength. However, Golden Lion Shiki is no better condition than him. His distortion fist is not so easy to bear, especially in the case just now. Robin forcibly intervened in battle at the expense of receiving injuries on her own, resulting in Shiki getting more serious injuries. Damn it. Golden Lion Shiki coughed violently. At least 2 ribs in his chest were broken and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Looking at Ross, his eyes also showed a trace of madness. For a pirate, especially for a big pirate like him who had encountered many life and death situations, he had fought legendary pirates like Roger and Whitebeard alone many times, but so far, no one was able to kill him. Bang! Bang! Golden Lion was hit hard and it seriously affected his strength. Every time he collided with Ross, the injuries on his body got worse and blood continued to spill from his mouth. Ross also got more and more injured in each confrontation, and the wound on his chest and abdomen that just got healed after a little bit of granulation was torn again. This type of flesh and blood tear pain, no average person can stand it even for a few seconds without fainting. It's not good to go on like this. Looking at the battle situation in the distance, Lafitte and other people showed anxiety on their faces. It was difficult for them to get involved in this kind of battle. Robin had the right to intervene because of the particularity of her ability, and the consequence was that her arm was seriously injured and had to be treated for a long time. As for the others, even if Kaku and Jabro used Moonwalk to rush towards the battle, they would be rushing towards their death. They wouldn't even be able to resist Shiki's sword energy. And as for him, on the one hand, the power gap between him and Ross or Golden Lion Shiki is huge. On the other hand, Ross and Golden Lion's battle is too entangled, and it is difficult for him to get involved. Robin's arm is now being treated by Law, the only one other than Robin who could intervene in the battle using his abilities, and even then his room may not even work at this distance be available. Bang! Bang! As the air exploded, Ross and Golden Lion Shiki fought a bloody battle. Their thoughts had changed from an initial indifferent encounter to a bloody rage that threatened to kill each other. Chapter 176 Limit Surgery. As their injuries worsened, it was hard to see who would fall first. A voice of Denmushi came from Golden Lion. Puru 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 puru. The voice of Denmushi brought Ross and Golden Lion, both of whom were fighting, to a pause. Hulu. Huh. Ross gasped violently and his eyes flashed as he judged the situation. Although the pain made it hard to think, he could still keep a little calm with spirit heart. If he continued to fight, both of them will be buried here no matter who will win. It is not worthwhile for him to continue fighting with Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki calmed down for a moment and reached the same conclusion as Ross. For him, it was unacceptable and ridiculous to fight against someone who is as strong as him, and he is from the younger generation. He is the legendary pirate who once fought against Whitebeard and Roger. Is his strength similar to a junior? Silence. Golden Lion Shiki reached into his arms and connected the Denmushi in his pocket. As soon as Denmushi got through, there came a very anxious voice. Shiki-sama, there's a storm in the south. Please come back and transfer the island direction soon. Golden Lion repressed his anger and did not reply. Instead, he stared at Ross in the distance. 2 seconds later, he murmured, Ghost boy, I remember you. I will also remember this, and sooner or later I will defeat you, Golden Lion Shiki. Ross looked coldly at Shiki, and it was unexpected that such a situation would happen. Especially, Robin, who was seriously injured. The function of her arms was important for Robin. Even if she could recover, it would mean that Robin would be in a state of self-recovery for a long time to come. Golden Lion Shiki glanced coldly at Ross, and his figure suddenly crossed an arc and flew toward the distant island, and controlled the island to move in the direction with no storm. At the same time, Ross glanced at Shiki indifferently and flew back to the ship. Law was ready, and as soon as Ross returned to the ship, he came over and examined Ross's chest and abdomen wounds with a heavy face. Captain's vitality is amazing. This kind of continuous healing and tearing wound, if it was any other ordinary person, I am sure he or she would have died several times over. The examination revealed that Ross's wound was serious, but he was recovering slowly because of his strong vitality. Law breathed out and his eyes flashed. It seems that such a serious wound does not even need to be stitched. It only needs disinfection and dressing. It is also an incredible thing for him. However, he had already seen his captain's vitality before and he was not very shocked. While disinfecting Ross's wound, he took out a bandage and dressed it. Ross allowed Law to bandage his wounds while looking at Robin not far away, saying, "How is Robin's hand?" "I've dealt with the congestion and the damaged part needs to be repaired. My ability can handle the details." Law quickly bandaged Ross's wound and responded quietly to Ross. For other doctors, it would be impossible for them to treat the arm affected by the power of distortions, but Law can use Surgeon Fruit's special ability to completely decompose the whole arm, remove all congestion, and do a bit of processing, then finally rejoin the arm. Law can treat Luffy's penetrating chest wounds, so Robin's arm wounds can definitely be healed, but it will take a long time to recover completely. Robin has no tenacious talent and it will take at least a month or two for her to completely recover. Listening to Law, Ross nodded and went towards Robin not far away. "You dare to attack at that moment. You are quite bold." Now Robin is sitting in a deck lounge chair. Her arm has been temporarily separated by Law's Surgeon Fruit, but the pain cannot be separated or be transmitted. She did not show any painful expression and said with the usual calm manner, "If anything happens to Captain, we would have all fallen down from here." On the one hand, this sentence is saying that losing the control of Ross, everyone will fall down to the Blue Sea together with the ship. On the other hand, it is saying that the status and achievements of the current Ghost Hand pirates are all tied to Ross. If anything happens to Ross, the bounty of 1,000,000,000 berries and their chance of becoming the next emperor will all disappear and they will fall back to Blue Sea not far from the throne of the sky. As for whether there is a third meaning, nobody knows. At least Ross can't see anything in Robin's manner. Ross looked at the table next to him and shook his head as he looked at the fully decomposed fingers, skin, flesh, and bone separated using the Surgeon Fruits. He put his hand gently on Robin's shoulder. "Have a good rest. I'll ask Califa to take care of you." Under Ross's control, the ship soon flew over the White Sea. 3 days have passed since the fight with Golden Lion Shiki, during which Law has been treating Robin's arm injuries almost continuously. Only his Surgeon Fruit can decompose and heal this serious distortion contusion from any section. Robin, who was temporarily unavailable to use both of her arms, lives with Califa for the time being. Califa takes care of her most of the time, and Ross often passes by. Robin's indifferent personality did not shame her when her hands were unusable and she needed to be fed. Only when Califa left and Ross helped her eat, did she show little feelings, but only a little. Other than that, bath and toilets are also handed over to Califa and nothing strange happened, which made Robin smile a little when nobody was around. That's almost all. In Law's medical room, Law is doing the final treatment for Robin's arm, which was in a tragic state before, and now they have almost recovered. Most of the flesh and bones have been reassembled by Law. Because Surgeon Fruit's ability is similar to the concept of space, and its nature is very special, any object that is cut and reassembled will be as seamless and perfect as before. So, the reconnection of the assembled bones and muscles is almost the same as before. Chapter 177. You have been working hard. Ross is standing nearby, watching Law do the final healing and stitching work. His wounds have almost completely healed in 3 days. As for Robin, this is just the second step. In fact, reassembly is the most difficult part, because before, Law decomposed almost all the damaged areas into the limit that he can control. This is not a jigsaw puzzle. Every inch of flesh and bone should be restored to their original position without any deviation. It's nothing, this is my main job as a doctor. Once again, Law examined it carefully to make sure that there were no major problems. After closing the outer skin, 2 arms appeared on the operating table, which still looked bruised and swollen, but their interior was no longer in the same messy situation as before, which was impacted by the power of distortions. The 3-day operation is over. After finishing the final work, Law's forehead also overflowed with cold sweat. This is the first time for him to exert his medical skills to the utmost. In this case, it would be fine to send for Robin. Ross looked at the 2 arms on the operating table and said, "I am still not used to seeing this scene even though I have already seen your abilities many times. There is no trace of cutting on the arm, which is also the perfect feature of Surgeon Fruit. As long as it is cut by Surgeon Fruit's ability, there is no need for stitching at all. As long as it is cut by his abilities, it will be restored as before." Law took off his medical gloves and wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Yes, but it's still necessary to wear a bandage. Follow-up recovery is also important. Some internal injuries can't be cured directly. It takes time. It should take 1 to 2 months. Let's go." Ross nodded and with one finger, the whole table was suspended in the air silently. Law brought medical kits and bandages and other items and followed Ross to Robin's and Califa's rooms. In the room, Califa, carrying a pot of tea, gently poured tea in a cup and handed it to Robin and said, Didn't you ever think about what would happen if your arm couldn't be cured? For your flower fruit, the hand should be the most important thing. Califa adjusted her glasses on her nose and her eyes flashed. Losing your hand means losing your ability. For a ship, it is equivalent to losing its function. Robin gently smiled and said, in that case, you can't think about so many things. As for what happened, it's already happened. It doesn't make sense to think too much, does it? Califa sighed softly. When she worked for the government, she had seen too many times how people were immediately and ruthlessly obliterated by the government. Especially for the intelligence staff, once they became obsolete, there was only one end, that is, to die. Robin's injury is very serious. Although Law is sure that it can be cured, there is still a chance that it couldn't be cured. You can see it really. He. Robin gently smiled, and there was a faint glow in her eyes. A long time ago, she would not have worried about such a problem. Even in a dangerous situation, she would not choose to make a move, but would choose to protect herself and escape. When did it start? She recognized this crew and Ross as her captain. It wasn't when she first met Ross. At that time, she just wanted to change her hiding place. Just then, a knock came from the door. Califa put down her cup, went to the door, opened the latch, and admitted Ross and Law in. How do you feel? Ross walked in and came over to the table in front of Robin, using the surgeon fruit's ability to divide the arms and shoulders, and although they were in a separate state, even at a great distance, they were conscious. Robin sat there looking at Ross and smiled slightly and said, I am okay. Although the repair is basically completed, it has not yet been completely cured. Next, you should pay attention to not using your fruit power and try not to do any movements with your hands and arms. Law walked over with the medical kit and warned Robin. Soon. Reattaching the arm after 3 days, there was no accident, but her arms hanging there with a bandage seemed very strange and affected Robin's beauty. After completing the medical work, Law reminded her a few more times, then left the room with the medical box and closed the door, leaving only Ross, Robin, and Califa. How long are you going to watch this messy look? After Law left, a moment later, Robin asks Ross next to her while looping her head. Ross touched his nose and laughed. You don't look so embarrassed. How are you feeling now? Much better than before. Robin responded as even surgeon fruit's ability to separate her arms from her shoulders is quite odd for her, but she's also a flower fruit user who can adapt to any situation, but in the end, she's more used to this. Ross nodded and went to the window and glanced at the white clouds outside the window. He said, we will reach Burka in a few days, we will stay there until you recover. Ross turned around and said, by the way, do you need to go to the toilet? I can help Robin. In her heart, she silently retracted her previous evaluation of her own captain. Now, the world government's Cipher Pol No. 0 organization is in turmoil, starting with the inexplicable loss of 2 members in the North Blue Gale Kingdom as a result of the pursuit of the original Cipher Pol No. 9 traitor. This alone makes the government and Cipher Pol No. 0 very vigilant. Cipher Pol No. 9 knows many secrets of the government. Now it has not only betrayed the government but also seems to be associated with a powerful force that can kill 2 members of Cipher Pol No. 0. This is not good news. Other than that, about the Tenri Ubidome Joskrid's Vivre card, it is also continuously shifted the direction in a short period of time and finally even began to slant upwards, pointing to the sky, so now Cipher Pol No. 0 took a few circles around some area and found nothing. And most importantly, the Vivre card pointed towards the direction of North Blue's Gale Kingdom, which may be coincidental, but if not coincidental, it shows that Cipher Pol No. 9 traitors are in the company with those who secretly imprisoned Joskrid. The world government attaches great importance to this and has issued an order to rescue Joskrid, ensure the safety of Joskrid and demand that Cipher Pol No. 9 traitors be eradicated as soon as possible. A few days later, Ross's ship arrived at the Sky Island Burka. Although it has been a long time since they visited here, Ross's influence is still here, as well as the deep hypnosis effect of Lafitte. In the palace in the center of Burka, the chief came out with a delicate wooden box, bowed to Ross, handed it over and said, we have found what you are looking for. Oh? Ross took the wooden box and gently opened it. A devil fruit with lightning ripples was lying in the middle of the wooden box. Logia rumble fruit, one of the closest fruit with invincible abilities. Chapter 178 Big Giants. He thought it would go through many twists and turns, but he didn't expect that it would be so easier to get it than he thought. His memory of the world is enough to grasp what the world is heading for. To be able to reach this point today is because of the existence of the system is on the one hand, and his grasp of the direction and context of the world is another aspect. Without Robin's intelligence, he would not have been able to hunt down pirates so quickly and smoothly. Without Lafitte as a navigator, he would have to spend a lot of time navigating and would have been much weaker than he is now. He might not have been able to get through Aokiji. It finally fell into my hands. Looking at this rumble fruit, Ross muttered softly. If it had been before, he would have been very happy, but because of Robin's affair, he had no feeling of happiness or anything like that. He just accepted rumble fruit plainly. Good job. After appreciating the chiefs and the priests, Ross stepped into the palace with Robin and others. This palace was built later, making the Sky Island Burka stronghold similar to the base camp. With rumble fruit from the chieftain and metal attribute fruit, the preliminary formation of the giant regiment is near at hand. Ross stayed at Burka for a week. After Robin's hands recovered a little, they left Burka and went to Blue Sea with Lafitte. After finding the giant pirates, they took 5 of them to Sky Island. For the 5 giants like Hadruden, it was the first time that they had landed in the sky. In a huge courtyard with white island clouds, Hadruden and 5 other giants were sitting there, while Ross was standing in front of them, putting 2 fruits in front of them. This is Logia rumble fruit, one of the strongest devil fruit, and Paramsha metal attribute fruit, which is also very good devil fruit. Ross looked up at Hadruden and others and said calmly, "These 2 fruits are now given to you, and I will use your strength in the near future." Hadruden and others looked at the 2 devil fruits and couldn't help but show some shock. Although Ross said before that it would soon be possible to find a stronger devil fruit to build the giant regiment, they didn't expect it to be so fast, and one of the fruits was Thunder Logia fruit. Self-turning into lightning, a devil fruit which can control the lightning. There are no new crew members and you are the most suitable users. Ross, speaking calmly to Hadruden and others, said, however, using these 2 devil fruits means that you will experience numerous cruel battles in the future. If you don't pay attention, you will probably die on the battlefield. It's up to you to decide whether you want to be a fighter or not. Kaku hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet, but people in Cipher Pal number 9 are better suited for intelligence. If rumble fruit is used by Kaku, it means that Kaku will become the main battle force and board the ship, so that the already weak intelligence link will be weakened again. Besides, the price of eating these 2 fruits is that there will be countless bloody and cruel battles. Next, whether it's against Doflamingo or 4 emperors, they have to fight. Giants are all fearless fighters. Hadruden looked at the 2 devil fruits, and after a few seconds of silence, he looked at Ross with a fearless look in his eyes. Will the giants admit that they are not soldiers? It's impossible. The status of a soldier is the glory of every giant. As for the cruel battle and the bloody battlefield, for a real fighter, it's not a bloody field, but a paradise. I swear in the name of Elbaf's fighter that I will sweep away all the enemies for you. Hadruden did not refuse. He picked up rumble fruit, took the giant oath with great seriousness, and swallowed rumble fruit down. The giant race will strive to fulfill even ordinary promises. As for the oath, unless they are dead, they will always fight for him. Crack. After eating the rumble fruit, an electric arc started from Hadruden's hair. The nearby Law and Stanson were forced to retreat to the distance. That lightning-like light, from his head, began to spread all the way to his feet and eventually covered him in thunder and lightning and turned his body into a body of thunder. Thunder Giant Hadruden is born. Crack. Lightning continued to shine, wrapping Hadruden and causing his huge body to fly up. His black hair has become a white thunderstorm as they flew up. Without knowing how long it took, Hadruden gradually adapted to this power. He slowly dissipates the power of thunder and lightning and fell back. His fists fell to the ground, kneeling at Ross on one knee. Ross watched calmly. In the future, you will be one of the glories of Elba for hundreds of years to come, Thunder Giant Hadruden. The remaining second metal attribute fruit eventually falls on Shipwright Stanson's head. As Shipwright, using metal attribute fruit is naturally more like a fish in the water. Hoodoo. After swallowing metal attribute fruit, Stanson's hair changed from black to silver gray and spread all the way to his roots. His skull had a metallic luster which spread all the way to his feet. Stanson's body quickly turned into a pool of liquid silver metal, scattered all over the ground, and then quickly coalesced. Stanson stood up, raised his arm, and turned one arm into a huge silver hammer, pointing to the sky. Metal Giant Stanson is born. This is the end. Thunder Giant Hadruden, Metal Giant Stanson, and the Sand Giant Road have all been born. Among them, Road is already familiar with Sand Fruit's ability. He is much better at using it than the previous user. He can even make solid armor out of sand that can withstand bullets and cannonballs. Thank you for your gift. Stanson's giant hammer of the wrist was restored to its original state. Like Hadruden, Stanson performed the most solemn rituals of a giant race towards Ross. Ross nodded and said, "The 3 fruits of thunder, metal, and sand are all very suitable for your giant's abilities. In the next period, I want you to stay in the Sky Island and exercise the abilities of these 3 fruits. And I'll teach you something else. I will obey your orders." The giants like Hadruden echoed. Ross stood in his place, standing with his hands on his shoulders, and said gently, "Well, let's start now." Goldberg and Girth stepped back a little. Goldberg and Girth nodded and retreated to the distance. As they retreated about 100 meters away, Ross raised his hand slowly and suddenly flashed into the air, punching Hadruden. Battles are the best way to train. Especially for those with Logia and special Paramsha abilities like Hadruden, they can't be hurt without the use of armament hockey, and Ross can use them as sandbags. The battle with Golden Lion Shiki made Ross feel a sense of crisis. Although he could escape from many admirals' hands, he can only escape. Any little accident could lead him into a huge crisis. Strength. He must continue to improve his strength until he can really be equal to an admiral or even beat an admiral. Chapter 179 1 vs 3 Bang. Ross's fist fell and Hadruden's huge body broke into a thunder and lightning. Stanson and Rode were stunned, but they were both giants who had undergone countless battles. They were almost 3 times as old as Ross and they responded instantly. "Captain, be careful." Stanson growled and manipulated the unskilled metal attribute fruit, and suddenly his arm turned into a silver shining metal sword, which slammed towards Ross. The strength of the metal produced by metal attribute fruit is related to the body, and as a giant whose body is much stronger than that of ordinary human beings, the metal produced by using this fruit is naturally extremely hard. Kaka. Ross punched with his backhand and the power of distortion burst out. The metal sword was stiff in the air for a second, which resulted in dense cracks, and it finally broke apart. Rode was hesitating in joining hands with Stanson and Hadruden. He saw Ross break Stanson's metal sword by his punch. At the moment, he shouted loudly. His entire body expanded instantly from a giant 30 meters high to a terrifying shape nearly 50 meters high. The sands were flying all over the sky, and in his body, they condensed into horrible armor of sand. He looked like an enlarged version of Rode. Rode's hands were empty and the sand condensed and turned into a huge spear of sand. With a shout, he threw it towards Ross. Ross's face remained unchanged and he replies with a backhand punch. Bang! The power of distortion is fully unleashed and Rode's sand spear is broken. Just then, a thunderbolt suddenly swept from one side as Hadruden's body turned into a flash of thunder and he punched Ross at an almost unbelievable speed and a thunder roared. Ross' observation hockey is operating at full efficiency and he had already entered the spirit heart state, but his brows are still wrinkled as he can't evade this attack. Rumble Rumble fruit is the same as Glint Glint fruit in terms of speed. It allows speed to reach the upper limit of consciousness directly. But unlike Kizaru, Hadruden is a giant. His punch is not only fast but also covers a large area. Even when he perceives the trajectory, it is difficult to avoid it. Bang! Among the 3 devil fruits, the thunder fruit is still the strongest. Even if Hadruden had just got Rumble Rumble fruit, the lightning punches were continually intertwined with Ross' power of distortion in the air. Ross's eyes flashed violently. The power of distortion erupted and defeated Hadruden's fist. Ross grabbed the thunder and lightning with both hands. Crack! The sky thunder net was pulled by the power of distortion and instantly turned into a distortion thunderball in his palm. It was held by his right hand in one hand and he pressed it directly to metal giant Stanson. Metal should be restrained by thunder and lightning, but thunder and lightning cannot cause any real damage to Stanson, it will just paralyze his body for a moment. The giant of sand. Once again, Rode made a bold move. He grasped a huge yellow sand blade with both hands and swung at Ross. The whole cloud burst all the way in an instant and was torn open and it created a huge crack. Compared with the other 2, he has the sand fruit for some time now and as a giant fighter, he naturally keeps developing his capabilities. Not bad. Seeing the power of this attack, Ross nodded slightly. He kicked out and stepped on the crack in the yellow sand that had broken down all the way. The power of distortion broke out, instantly curbing its tear. Stanson saw the situation, his arm turned into a huge blade and once again he swept it towards Ross. Crack! Hadruden rushed over again and he imitated Rode as he held his hands high and the thunderbolts broke up all over the sky, turning into a thunder axe, which he held in his hand and threw it towards Ross. In an instant, thick lightning covered the entire courtyard instantly. Due to the inaccurate control of Hadruden, even Girth was covered in the attack. ZZ. The thunder and lightning had an impact on Stanson. Because of the conductivity of the metal, the thunder was attached to Stanson's metal sword and it cut down irresistibly against Ross. Ross folded his arms on his chest and they were surrounded by dark armament hockey as he resisted Stanson's sword, while the power of distortion was stretched out, blocking thunderstorms from the sky. The thunder and the metal's full blow, even he had to fight while giving his all. It seems that you've all adapted well. ZZ. Hadruden scattered the thunder and lightning because Girth and Goldberg were also shrouded in the range and were electrified by his thunder and lightning, But both of them were powerful giants and only suffered some small injuries and their hairs got erected. Ross also dispersed to the power of distortion and he stood in the field looking at Hadruden and the other 3 giants, and said calmly, "These 3 fruits, either Logia or Paramsha comes with a special constitution. The Paramsha fruit have the ability of elements similar to Logia. However, even with the elementalization of Logia, there is still a weakness, that is, armament haki which can negate the elementalization and directly attack your physical body and I did not use haki just now." When they heard Ross, Hadruden and others were all looking at each other. Ross watched as Girth and Goldberg had retreated farther. He stood in the field and looked up at Hadruden and others. He said gently, "Next, I will use haki." Hadruden and others took a deep breath and showed a sense of war. They did not show any fear. As giants, there was no fear at all. Whiz. Ross's figure suddenly flashed into midair and he raised his hand and punched Road. Road has not dissipated the armor of the sand. Under Ross's fist, the armor of sand outside his body cracked inch by the power of armament hakis and the power of distortion and caused him to fly out. However, despite being flying out by Ross's punch, the armor of sand offsets most of the damage, and the giant's physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people. This punch is like a punch thrown in a fight between 2 ordinary people, although the punch is painful but it does not have a strong effect. And more importantly, for Logia users, this armor of sand can be regenerated indefinitely. Logia has the ability to elementize. Flexibility is a development direction, but corresponding to it, the ability to manufacture and control the element indefinitely can also be developed in another direction. That's pure power. It seems that you have found a way to deal with haki users. Ross thought Rhodes' armor of sand was interesting before, but now it looks more and more interesting. Even if the enemy can break his armor of sand by using armament haki, he can regenerate it indefinitely with only one thought. Unless it's a very strong attack that can destroy the armor of sand at the same time, and severely injure his tough body, it wouldn't mean much to him. Ross had just punched using 60% of his power and Road only flew back without any serious injuries to his body. If Road continued to develop this fruit and then enhanced some of the strength and the defense of the armor of the sand, even the existence at the level of Doflamingo would be hard-pressed to take him down in a short time. Chapter 180 Power of Thunder Whiz. Ross's figure flashed again as he charges towards the metal giant Stanson and he volleyed a series of punches on his body without giving Stanson any time to react. Stanson growled and the silver-colored metal surged, turning into a steel shield, blocking him. Ross's remote power of distortion hit the extremely heavy steel shield and broke it. Roar. Hadruden didn't wait passively and after Ross punched Stanson, he roared and the rumble fruit's ability broke out. The whole area was like a thundering sea. The thunder and lightning surged in this area, covering the area of hundreds of meters in a circle. Faced with Hadruden's wide-ranging indiscriminate attack, Ross blinked and stretched the wall of distortion, prevented thunder and lightning from invading his body as he rushed toward Hadruden. Ross wonders whether the rumble fruit is the reason for this tremendous increase in perception, or whether Hadruden is better than others in that area as he perceives Ross's movement and when Ross punched him, he also punched back at the same time. Crack. The thunder gathered in the sky and turned into a thunderstorm dragon. It hit Ross and the thunder and the power of distortion collided in the air, and finally they burst apart. The thunder and lightning filled the area, showing Ross's figure in the air. At this time, Ross still maintained a punching posture. He slowly recovered his fist and gave a sigh of relief. Not bad. He did not intend to exert all his efforts just now, but the power of thunder was still strong enough to almost break through his wall of distortion. So he had to break out with all the power of distortion, which completely annihilated the thundering current in the void. Seeing that Hadruden and others still want to continue, Ross waved his hand to stop the 3. That's about it for now. Next, you will practice each other. If you are free, I will teach all of you the use of haki. Even Kung Fu dugongs can use armament haki. The giants are naturally even better than human at using it. Haki is the potential of all life in this world. Ross speculated. Hadruden with rumble fruit will be very good at observation haki, while metal giant Stanson will mostly be good at armament haki. After learning to combine his armament haki with metal, his attack and defense will probably surge to an amazing degree. As for Road with his armor of sand, a means he has explored himself is more important than haki. If he can make a giant soldier of sand hundreds of meters in shape then he will be very strong. Haki is meaningless in the face of absolute strength and shape. Quickly. Road and Stanson are fighting in this huge courtyard, while Ross teaches Hadruden the details and practices of observation haki. Ross used the light distortion's ability to close Hadruden's vision and then he launched attacks on him from every direction in the dark, allowing Hadruden to sense and dodge. This way, wrong. Bang. This time it's on the top of the head. Your reaction is slow. Bang. Since Hadruden is a thunder giant, as long as his opponent doesn't use armament haki, they will not be able to defeat him, so Ross is training him on observation haki and uses Hadruden as a fixed sandbag, constantly punching him. Before, Ross's understanding of observation haki was not deep enough, it was even worse than that of Sky Islanders, and teaching Robin the practice methods of observation haki was too slow. Now, his observation haki is not weak even from the standards of the New World. His understanding of the observation haki is far from being comparable, but many details can be easily pointed out. Also, Rumble Fruit, a devil fruit, does have a special bonus towards the observation haki. Like Enel, whose observation haki can cover an entire island. Normal people can't do it at all. Under the special edition of Rumble Fruit, Hadruden is learning very fast. In just 7 days, he found some tricks, and 10 days later, he could initially use observation haki, which was very weak, while Ross began to speed up the attack and continue to improve the difficulty. What is the concept of a giant with Rumble Fruit? Or in other words, what is the effect of a giant with a faster speed than humans and at the same time that giant has observation haki, an extremely powerful attack power, and abnormal metamorphosis? The answer is that he is becoming more and more powerful and in getting more tune with his powers, just like the real Thor. Rumble Fruit is indeed stronger than sand and metal fruits, and it has more than one advantage. If Ross isn't short for free talent points, he would be willing to trade 5 free talent points for the ability to eat another devil fruit. According to the current acquisition rate of the free talent points, he has to make a choice between the use of double devil fruit and the ability of distortion space and time. In Ross's view, the branching ability of space and time is more valuable. What's more, with 5 free talent points, he can activate more powerful branching capabilities. Just like the large-scale observation haki feature, it is not exclusive to Rumble Fruit. It also has a corresponding talent in the talent system. It is the talent void under the agility branch, which only consumes 1 free talent point. Naturally, Ross doesn't think this ability has any strong effect. He doesn't have the hobby of observing all the beautiful girls on an island at the same time. Half a month later, on the training ground, Hadruden is confronting Road fiercely. The thunder has little restraint on the sand. Moreover, Road's sand armor is strong enough and can be regenerated indefinitely. It is a big battle with Hadruden. However, Hadruden's Rumble Fruit is still stronger after all. Every punch and every move makes Road extremely depressed. Especially when Hadruden manufactures his Thunder Axe or Thunder Hammer, Road's sand armor can be destroyed in a flash by those things. On the other side, Ross was standing there, with armed armament haki on his arms as he continues to punch the metal shield in front of him that Stanson lifted. Bang. 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 Under Ross's successive punches, the metal shield kept ringing with loud bang sounds. While exercising Stanson's armament haki, Ross is also exercising his own armament haki. He has become a little weaker in terms of armament haki, and now that is dragging him back a little. Although armament haki's weakness is not very obvious with the powerful support of the distortion fruit, it is still there. Any detail weakness may be the key to success or failure when it comes to dealing with a top power like a Marine Admiral. Your haki is too messy. Bang. Gather up and focus on it. Bang. Ross continues to punch on the shield and scattered haki, which Stanson had gathered together, while Stanson had sweat stains on his forehead, which made it difficult to control haki's convergence on the shield. Giants are stronger than humans. They also have a distinct advantage when practicing haki, but it also raises another problem, that is, they are too big and armament haki is more difficult to control for them. All in all, it's not much different from human practice. Chapter 181 Cipher Pal Number 0 Chief. Not far from Burka, a ship approached slowly, with a peculiar flag hanging on it, a cross of 5 circles. There is almost no one on the Blue Sea who wouldn't recognize this flag because it represents the ruler of the world, the upper power of Marine. World government. This is Sky Island. On the deck of the ship, a Cipher Pal Number 0 member wearing a white cloak and wearing a white ceremonial hat was standing there, staring at the Sky Island Burka. Next to him, 4 other Cipher Pal Number 0 members were also standing. The direction of Vivre card pointing is here, there's no mistake. Saint Joskrid is here and Cipher Pal Number 9 traders may be hiding here too. A Cipher Pal Number 0 member with Vivre card spoke quietly to the Cipher Pal Number 0 vice chief in front. Compared to the other 9 organizations from Cipher Pal Number 1 to Cipher Pal Number 9, Cipher Pal Number 0's internal system is completely different. Not only are they their top boss, but also the largest organization. Cipher Pal Number 1 to Cipher Pal Number 9 missions are almost always about exploring intelligence, but Cipher Pal Number 0 has only one mission, that is, to serve Tenri Ubito, always obey Tenri Ubito, protect Tenri Ubito. How many Tenri Obito are there? Today, Holy Land has 19 Tenri Obito family names. Even a rough calculation will put their number to be more than 100 people. 10 or 8 cipher pal number zeros are obviously not enough to shelter the hundreds of Tenri Obito. So the organization of cipher pal number 0 is huge, including not only the members promoted from cipher pal number 1 to cipher pal number 9 but also those talented people who have been brainwashed since childhood. Their number is larger than all the other intelligence organizations put together. They are one of the main forces of world governance. Cipher pal number 0 is divided into 10 units, each of which is headed by a division captain, and on top of the 10 division captain, there are vice chief and chief, with great authority. How did cipher pal number 9 traders get involved with the Sky Islanders? A cipher pal number 0 member spoke in a low voice, with ruthless and indifferent eyes, but there was a little doubt in his voice. Cipher pal number 0 vice chief murmured, "No, there must be something else involved in this matter. 2 of our members were easily killed and there was not any news about that. This incident happens on the Gale Kingdom and we didn't even know how they were killed." As cipher pal number 0 vice chief, he seldom goes out and spends most of his time on Mary Ejos. He is responsible for mobilizing cipher pal number 0 to protect Tenri Ubitos going out to the sea. This special trip to the Sky Island was due to the unexpected death of 2 former members, and those who dared to kidnap a Tenri Ubito must not be ordinary people. Anyway, daring to kidnap Tenri Ubito is already a capital offense. A member of cipher pal number 0 stood there, looking coldly at Burka Island in the distance. Sky Island, Burka. A moment after the emergence of the world government ship, the message reached Ross's ears. Knowing that kidnapping a Tenri Ubito would lead to cipher pal number 0, Ross could not be unprepared. Long ago, he had ordered Burka's patrol team to patrol the outskirts of Burka for 24 hours and report it as soon as they encountered any ship coming towards them. At the moment, Ross is sitting in the palace, holding a spoon in his hand, feeding Robin whose arm has not yet fully recovered. The ship of world government. Prey got hooked. Ross's eyes glittered when he heard Khalifa's report. Robin thought and murmured, maybe it's not that simple. The kidnapping of a Tenri Ubito combined with the previous Gale Kingdom incident, the people coming this time may not be easy to deal with. Even if they are not easy to deal with, we have to at least try. Ross slightly smiled and handed the spoon to Robin, saying, the world government can't send all the cipher pal number 0's main force for a Tenri Ubito. If a small number of troops want to rescue a Tenri Ubito from me, that's delusional. After feeding Robin another mouthful, Ross stood up and put the spoon in the bowl and said to Khalifa, okay, come on, I'll take care of it. Yes. Khalifa nodded and went with him. Walking into the palace lobby, Lafitte and Law had already been waiting here, including the cipher pal number 9 Kaku and Jabra. During this period Ross and the giants were practicing. Kaku, Jabra, and others were not idle. They were also working hard and practicing. Several people made great progress. As Lafitte's strength has reached a certain level, his growth has slowed down. With Lafitte and Kaku joining hands, they have been able to fight with him and fight back. Do we need to call the giants? Lafitte asked for Ross. Ross's eyes sparkled. Girth and Goldberg are not needed. Let Hadruden and others come. By the way, call over the left and right priests. The purpose of this time is to annihilate them, don't let any of them go. The left and right priests are the 2 most powerful Sky Islanders of Sky Island Burka at present. Because they are proficient in observation hockey, they also have a certain strength. All right. Lafitte nodded with a smile and then his figure flashed and disappeared outside the palace. We will go first. Ross looked at Law and Kaku and said calmly. He walked out of the palace with them and walked towards the shore of Burka, and soon came to the east bank of Burka. The world government ship was almost docked at this time, and at the moment of landing, 5 figures on the ship flashed past and fell to the shore of the east coast. Then, the government's battle staff quickly lowered the rope ladder and came down one by one from the boat. A sense of oppression gradually spread over the Burka Island. Don't hide there, come out. Cipher pal number 0 vice chief stood at the forefront, looking ahead. His eyes flashed and he suddenly spoke looking in one direction. When his voice fell, in the direction behind the White Island cloud, Ross and Kaku and others slowly walked out and came toward them. Kaku calmly looked at his former boss, and the 5 members of cipher pal number 0 and said, we just arrived. It's you who are sneaking around. Law was carrying the devil's knife on his shoulder and looked calmly and indifferently at the people from the world government. When seeing Ross and others come out, the faces of cipher pal number 0 members slightly changed. As cipher pal number 0 members, they recognized Ross and Law. So it's you. Ghost Hand Ross. The kidnapping of Tenri Ubito was originally related to you. This Sky Island seems to have become your territory, which is quite unexpected. Vice Chief of cipher pal number 0 stared at Ross. Ross had killed a Tenryubito in Sabati Archipelago before, and he has already been listed on the elimination list of Cypher Pal number 0. He has become one of their missions. Now it seems that instead of 2 missions, the 3 missions are combined into 1 mission. Cypher Pal number 9 Traitor Clearance, rescuing Tenryubito, and the eradication of the Ghost Hand Pirates. There will be many things that you didn't expect. Ross stood on a soft highland cloud as he looks towards the Cypher Pal number 0 members and said with a calm voice. One of Cypher Pal number 0's division captain stood behind Vice Chief and said coldly, as long as you're exterminated, everything can be handled slowly. A Cypher Pal number 0 member next to him glanced over the Ross and others and said, is this it? It seems that your journey will end here. Ross only had 4 men on his side and this time they had 5 men in the main force alone, not to mention the hundreds of government subordinates who had come with them. And among the 5 of them, besides Vice Chief, there is another division captain. The 3 other will be enough to capture Kaku and Job, or the 2 Cypher Pal number 9 traitors, and the Surgeon of Death Law will be defeated by the division captain. As for the most powerful of them, Ross, their Vice Chief is also enough to deal with him and the Chief will not let him run away. This is a one-sided situation. Chapter 181 Cypher Pal number 0 Chief Chapter 182 Kusagakure do it. Cypher Pal number 0's Vice Chief decisively issued the order after judging the strength gap between the enemy and them. Now Demon Sheriff Lafitte and Devil Child Nico Robin are not here. He intends to make a quick decision and take down Ross quickly so as to avoid some extraneous problems. The rest of the Cypher Pal number 0 members also know this point. Since the Sky Island has become Ross's territory, they may have to face Sky Island's forces later. Although they also have hundreds of government elites and have the strength to defeat thousands of enemies themselves, in the end, it is better to avoid problems by making quick decisions. Whiz. Almost immediately after the order was issued, the 5 main members of Cypher Pal number 0 charged towards their opponents. 3 of them went towards Law, Kaku, and Jabra, while Vice Chief jumped up and charges into Ross. His right foot suddenly turned into an eagle claw as it slammed toward Ross. Zone bird fruit, Gosok form. Ross's face is expressionless as he punched back and the power of distortion bursts out. The air around them is stirring with the power of distortion and all the Sky Island clouds began to collapse by this power. Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief instantly came under tremendous pressure as he faced Ross's punch, but he soon recovered and covered his entire body with armament hockey to resist Ross's punch while his sharp eagle claws touched Ross's fist. Ross's fist instantly hardened, showing a dark armament hockey shape. Although Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief's physique is extraordinarily strong with astonishing claw strength and even his armament hockey is stronger than Ross, but under the impact of the power of distortion, most of this claw power was eliminated before it grabbed Ross's fist, although some sparks splash around but it could not leave any trace on Ross's arm. Blocked. Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief did not expect Ross's fist to be so hard. He thought that even if he could not penetrate Ross's fist, he could at least leave a serious wound on Ross's fist, but his claw could not break Ross's skin at all. Ross snorted and punched forward. Bang. Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief could no longer resist Ross's power and he flew backward. In midair, his body suddenly turned into a giant hawk and after hovering a little, he turned into a form of half eagle and half human and rushed towards Ross. Are you the highest chief of Cypher Pal number 0? It seems that your strength is only so-so. Ross watched the Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief rushing towards him indifferently. Instead of letting his opponent attack from above, Ross bent his hands and slanted them from the top left and the top right, staggering them in front of him. Distortion net. The power of distortion cut through the void as if space was instantly smashed. The staggering power of distortions forms a large net that directly covers the head of Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief. Watching Ross use this trick to deal with him, Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of cold anger. Tempest kick. Hawk strike. His eagle's clawed feet kicked up fiercely, splitting several horrible chops in the air in an instant, intertwined with Ross's distortion net. Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief sprinted forward with armament hockey attached to his hands and tore apart a rigid invisible web. Finger pistol. He bent his fingers and his forefingers stretched out. The armament hockey instantly wrapped around his finger and turned it into a steel cast finger which slammed towards Ross. Ross's eyes were indifferent and he pointed out his backhand finger. Bang. 2 fingers collided in the air, bursting out with their powers causing Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief to fly backward by several meters and Ross also backed away. Apparently, they were equal in this power contest. In this short encounter, Ross has almost understood the strength of Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief. His strong body is almost comparable to Golden Lion Shiki in physique, his speed and hockey are also similar to him, but his attack power is weaker than Shiki. His attack powers are close to Aokiji or Kizaru, but still a little weaker. Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief, who flew backward by several meters, steadily looked at Ross in midair and said, "No wonder you can escape from a Marine Admiral with his power." Ross didn't respond and rushed toward him. However, at this time, a division captain who has been on the sidelines has shot towards Ross. He judged that it is difficult for the Vice Chief to defeat Ross quickly. Even if the current situation is in deadlock, he may not win in the end. For the Cypher Paul Number 0, the mission completion is the most important thing and the process is not important. As long as Ross is defeated here, it will complete their mission. Iron Body, Heavy Fist. Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain is a purely physical body powerhouse. He walked to the side of Ross with moonwalk and punched. His fist was covered with armament hockey as it fell toward Ross. At the same time, Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief is also rushing over. Ross's face remained unchanged and punched both sides. Buzz. 2 Power of Distortion, like a visible shock wave, burst out on both sides under Ross's fists and hit the Vice Chief of Cypher Paul Number 0 and the Division Captain. Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain's strength is obviously weaker than the Vice Chief's. He is weaker in both hockey and the body. Under Ross's attack, he immediately flew out. King. Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief took advantage of the Division Captain's involvement and broke through Ross's power of distortion and gripped Ross's fist once again. This time it also produced a spark and his claws broke through Ross's armament hockey, but when he touched Ross's skin, he only left a white mark. How can it be? Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief had a look of surprise on his face. Before, he could not hurt Ross. Now, with the Division Captain's involvement, he broke through Ross's armament hockey but still failed to hurt the other party. This is somewhat surprising for him. Ross's armament hockey is not strong, but his body and skin tenacious levels are far beyond his expectations. Nothing is impossible. Ross's eyes were indifferent and his right hand snapped back and pulled at Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief's claw. The Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief's claws were retracted but he flipped in midair and slammed 2 punches at Ross and showcased Marine 6 Powers' iron body which covered his fist and it was also covered with armament hockey. Ross crossed his arms in front of him and flew backward taking the chief with him. Bang! The power of distortion broke out and hit the Vice Chief, dropping him from the sky and he suddenly broke into the thick island cloud. Maximum value in physical enhancement, coupled with his tenacious talent and rock talent, Ross's armament hockey is much weaker than the Vice Chief, but his skin is blunt and almost non-human in power and durability. Whiz. Whiz. Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain and Vice Chief rose to the skies and again stormed toward Ross. Chapter 183 Being taken to the threshing ground during the brief confrontation, due to the involvement of the Division Captain, Ross was hit on the shoulder by Vice Chief's claw, but this claw only left 3 blood marks which swiftly healed. Ross's terrifying tenacious skin and resilience made Cypher Paul Number 0's Vice Chief and Captain brow wrinkled. In this case, it is almost impossible to win against Ross in a short time. Light burst. Ross's eyes were cold and after getting his shoulder injured, he spits out a word. A bright light pierced the eyes of the chief and captain instantly. He rushed forward and went straight to Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain and punched him. The division captain's eyes were still painful but he was able to sense Ross coming towards him and he folded his arms in front of him and covered them with armament hockey and iron body trying to resist, but he still fell from the sky. Bang. 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 The vice chief responded much faster than the division captain did because he was a physically strong man, and his instinct for close combat fighting was much stronger than him. Even though his eyes were severely affected, the vice chief still responded to Ross's onslaught in a series of ways. The two men struggled in the air for a short time. Flying finger pistol, 3 plectrums. Cypher Paul Number 0 Division Captain once again rushed out from the island cloud. His clothes were broken and his figure looked beaten, but he was not seriously injured. His eyes narrowed and he attacked Ross. Ross could not resist the flying finger pistol with his pure flesh. Without hesitation, he unleashed the wall of distortion to resist the flying finger pistol coming from behind, while he continues to attack Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief. The effects of light burst and sonic boom have played an excellent role in dealing with admirals such as Uchiha, but in the face of these two, the Cypher Paul Number 0 Vice Chief and Division Captain, who are only good at close combat, the effect is not as good as before. That's what Ross expected. The Vice Chief's strength is not much different from a Marine Admiral. In the case of one-on-one against him, it takes a long time to get the winner. If you add a slightly weaker Division Captain then the difficulty increases again. But, because of the existence of the rock and tenacious talents, these two people who are almost purely physical attack types are not as powerful as the Golden Lion Shiki's sword arts, they would also not win over him easily. Ross is stuck in a deadlock on one side, and in a short time, it's hard to tell the winner from the loser, while the situation on the other side is gradually turning to the one-sided situation. You should be very clear about the consequences of betraying the government. One of the Cypher Pal No. 0 members looked at Kiku indifferently and kept attacking to defeat Kiku. Even though Kiku has improved a lot in the past half-month on the Sky Island, before all of them could not defeat two Cypher Pal No. 0 members together, now he is fighting one-on-one and he can't defeat him alone. As for Jabra, the same is true. He can barely defend alone, but as time goes on, he will gradually lose. On the other side, Law is also fighting using his Devil Fruit ability. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, I've read your information. You have eaten the Surgeon Devil Fruit. With this ability, if you are willing to work for the government, I can spare your life. Don't waste your breath. Law looked coldly at the Cypher Pal No. 0 member in front of him. Now, hundreds of government elites have gathered on the shore on the government's battleship, including Marine Rear Admiral level figures, waiting for orders from the Cypher Pal No. 0. Do it. Be quick. A Cypher Pal No. 0 member ordered. Although the situation was clearly in their favor, the sooner battle was over, the better. They also have to rescue a Tenri Ubito. Under the order of Cypher Pal No. 0, hundreds of government elites echoed with one voice and they all held their weapons. They surrounded the Ghost Hand pirates with cold faces and joined forces with Cypher Pal No. 0 to completely defeat Kiku and others. But almost at this time, a handful of yellow sand suddenly spread from a distance, then turned into a terrifying wave as high as tens of meters, whistling over the entire coast. Sand? The government's elite and Cypher Pal No. 0's members' face changed slightly. Someone snorted and pulled out a sword from his waist and charged into the sand waves, slamming out a sword and smashing the sand waves that were tens of meters high. But before he could get happy, the yellow sand suddenly gathered behind him and shaped into a giant 10 of meters tall which also had a sand soldier with him that fell down on him. The attacker got buried in the cloud and his life and death remain unknown. The audience was shocked. Road raised his hand to the sand soldier, opened his mouth and looked ahead at the elite government and Cypher Pal No. 0 members and his eyes showed the excitement of preparing for a big fight. Is this the army of the world government? I am. From the new giant pirates, the giant of the sand, Road. Come and try this. With his roar, the yellow sand gathered in the sky and turned into a huge armor of sand. With a terrible 40-meter sand sword in his hand, he swept fiercely against the government member. Not good. Cypher Pal No. 0 members saw the situation and their faces changed. One of them gave up on pursuing Kiku and swiftly shifted his direction and kicked out that created a huge arc of energy that can withstand the huge sword of sand. The Cypher Pal No. 0 member frowned when a giant emerged with a Logia ability. Giant? They could get this kind of fighting powers after eating a Logia fruit? But that's not going to change your ending. That arc of energy blocked the giant sword of sand. Two of his companions are enough to deal with Kiku and Jabra and he can deal with this giant. But before he could attack, a silver steel double-edged battle axe hovered over from a distance and smashed into the scene. Several government elites nearby did not even scream but were smashed into a mass of flesh by the huge battle axe. The huge battle axe liquefied rapidly and became a silver shining metal, flowing in one direction and joined with a figure coming out of that direction. That's a lot of people. Let me be your opponent. Metal giant Stanson grinned. Under the sun's mapping, his teeth are filled with heart-rending terrifying metallic silver. When Stanson appeared, not only the three Cypher Pal No. 0 other division captains but also Cypher Pal No. 0 vice chief and the division captain, who were fighting with Ross, were stunned. At their level of strength, they can naturally see how strong the two giants are. Their presence here almost completely leveled this completely one-sided battlefield. Another giant with Logia powers. No, it should be a special Paramsha. How can such battle force come into being? The three other Cypher Pal No. 0 captains are no longer as calm as they were before. As for the government's elite, the giant with an armor of the sand is terrible. The giant of the sand is tens of meters high and now there is another metal giant, all covered with metallic silver. Their faces is full of cold sweat and they feel soft in their legs. One of the soldiers, holding the fire guns, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and whispered, "There shouldn't be a third one." As soon as this sentence came out, there was silence all around him and dozens of people next to him all cast a terrifying look at him. Crack. As if to confirm his bad luck mouth, a ray of lightning condenses in the void and turned into a full-body thunderbolt, which is held in the hands of a giant with a height of dozens of meters. The giant came down from the sky with a battle axe wrapped in thunder and lightning and smashed it into the scene. The thunder and lightning instantly intertwined into a power grid and surged in all directions. Bang! Almost instantly, the elite forces of the world government fell in pieces, and they had little resistance in front of the thunderstorm. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of government elites close to each other spat out black smoke and fall to the ground and a burned smell slowly drifted away in a silent battlefield. Chapter 184 The Prestige of Jian. The whole scene was silent, leaving only the sound of silk currents. Ross and the vice chief's fight had stopped. Ross was suspended in midair, his slightly broken white overcoat fluttering gently in the wind. His eyes were calm and indifferent, without any surprise in them, as if everything that had happened has been expected. Both Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief and the division captain's expressions have become extremely ugly. When Metal Giant and the Sand Giant appeared, there was still a possibility of fighting on their side, but when Hadruden emerges with the force of thunder, it means that the two sides' forces are completely reversed. We can't win. Withdraw. The Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chiefs frowned and judged the current situation, and he came to the conclusion that it is almost impossible for them to win, and he issued. But before his orders were conveyed, 3 more men appeared on the battlefield, namely the right and left magistrates of the Sky Island Burka and Demon Sheriff Lafitte. Here we are. Now it's our turn. Ross calmly looked at the Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief and many other government elites, and his voice suddenly turned cold, which made people feel as if their bones were freezing. Let the fight begins. Don't let anyone leave here. Whiz. The moment his voice fell, Ross's figure suddenly flashed as he charged towards Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief. His right hand's 5 fingers were closed and the power of distortion was fully stimulated. He used his armament hockey to the extreme and punched his opponent. The Vice Chief was forced to parry the attack, and his talons connected with Ross's fist. King. During the spark splash, the Vice Chief's body was slightly sunken, while Ross turned his body, volleyed one leg and kicked it in the Vice Chief's leg. The Vice Chief toppled over to one side, while his steel-like eagle wing swept toward Ross, waving a chop that tore the air. Ross's expressionlessly grabbed and held the wing attack in his hand, and as if he had grasped a whip, he flicked it backward toward the Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain. Bang! Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain had intended to attack Ross, but he was swept away by Ross's counterattack on the chief and flew backward. On the way back, a white, lightning-shimmering axe slammed into his back. Armed iron body. The division captain's face changed dramatically, and he was unable to avoid the coming strike and was forced to use iron body and armament hockey to cover his body to meet with Hadruden's thunderbolt axe. Bang! As a giant fighter, Hadruden's own strength is extremely strong. He can compete against the 10,000-ton weight attack used by Don Quixote family elite member with his physical strength alone. Now with the support of Rumble Fruit, his strength is soaring. The axe fell, crushing the armament hockey of the division captain and cutting his iron body muscles and leaving a deep black blood groove behind his back. It hurts, this strong. Because he is a strong pure physical body expert, Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain has not lost the battle of strength yet. He fell into the island cloud, bounced up violently, gritted his teeth and looked at Hadruden. He rushed out and came to Hadruden, passing through with a note of finger pistol. Hadruden was indifferent to it. His huge body suddenly turned into a thunder arc and he disappeared from the view. When he appeared again, he came behind the division captain and grabbed him in the palm of his hand. Lightning strike. Crack. 5 extremely thick thunder currents, centered on Hadruden's huge palm, snapped apart, then suddenly closed back, mercilessly intertwined in the center of his palm, and the brilliant light pierced the people's eyes who looked directly at it and blinded them for a moment. The division captain was still hit by thunder attack even with the full body application of iron body and armament hockey. His clothes were broken and his hairs were completely burned. Cough. Cough. It was totally unexpected that Hadruden, who was so huge in size, could still have that degree of speed and reaction. The division captain coughed violently and struggled hard to get out of Hadruden's palm. Vigorous fighter. Hadruden looked down at the division captain who was gasping violently and said, "But Captain asked for total annihilation. As a soldier, it's worth dying on the battlefield." Hadruden turned his right hand and pressed his huge palm to the next, and a terrifying thunderbolt several meters thick struck down again, causing countless people to be shocked. The giant who is in charge of thunder is like the god of thunder. The limelight is stolen by boss Hadruden. Rode watched Hadruden dealing horrible thunder strikes one after another, and he could not help but grin as he stared at the elite soldiers of the government. He roared and his body started to get enlarged again, from 50 or 60 meters to 70 or 80 meters. The horrible armor of sand condenses in his outer body. His hands were raised and suddenly the sand gathers all over the sky, turning into a huge blade of sand in the air, and he swept it down on the members of the government. What the hell is damn it? Is this hell? The elite soldiers of the government watched this scene and all of them had a chill crawled on their backs. They had hardly fought in any war. In the face of dozens of giant sand soldiers whose widths exceeded several meters and whose lengths were nearly 40 meters, few of them could resist falling from the sky. The huge blade of sand fell from the sky with a devastating blow, and in a flash, this attack almost wiped out nearly 70% of the hundreds of government elites. The rest are either injured, or they barely have the strength to block the giant sandman attack on them. You are rushing to get in the limelight faster than Hadruden. Metal Giant stood nearby and watched the scene. He couldn't help speaking to Road. He was dealing with the captain of the Cypher Paul No. 0 team at the moment. The Cypher Paul No. 0 captain's weapon was a sword. After colliding with him one after another, he suddenly pulled him in front of him. The sword in his hand stabbed in the giant's abdomen. However, even with the armament hockey coating the sword, it only penetrated a little bit of skin and only the tip of the sword was buried in the giant's body. Compared with the giant body, the wound created by the sword tip cannot even be counted as an injury. As a special Paramsha metal attribute fruit user, his body can be turned into a liquid flow metal and can also be turned into a high hardness body that is as strong as sea stone. The giants themselves are extremely strong, and with a little armament hockey covering their body, their defense has reached an appalling level. This attack. It's a lot worse than Captain's fist. The metal giant stared at the Cypher Paul No. 0 captain and snorted. The stabbed area suddenly liquefied, swallowing the other party's sword and spreading toward the other party's body. The Cypher Paul No. 0 captain face changed dramatically. He did not expect this level of defense on Stanson's body. He did not expect that the giant can harden his body to this degree. His sword was swallowed up and he is forced to retreat. Chapter 185 Puncturing among the three giants. The metal non-Logia giant is the weakest, but as a giant whose original spirit is extremely strong, the power of metal attribute fruit is fully exerted by him. 1,000 metal needles. The shouted angrily at the Cypher Paul No. 0 captain, and his entire body suddenly liquefied into hundreds of sharp swords, all wrapped in silk armament hockey, bursting out. For him, it was similar to a needle, but for ordinary human beings, the hundreds of needles were like sharp swords, like a dense rain of swords, covering the entire front. And each of these swords is equivalent to the full force of the giant. Armed iron body. The face of the Cypher Paul No. 0 captain has changed dramatically. Because the attack coverage is too large, and the distance is too close and fast, he has no time to escape. He has to use iron body and armament hockey. Ding ding. The dense rain of swords was like bullets from the gun, and they struck him hard, causing sparks to fly as he flew backward, and then the sound of the piercing steel gradually appeared. Even though his armed iron body was strong, it could not withstand the continuous intensive blows. His armament hockey was gradually broken and the swords left bloodstains on him. Finally, when the swords finally stopped shooting like a bullet, the captain figure was backed by 100 meters away from his original position. There were blood marks and blood holes all over his body. Although not deep, but they were extremely frightening. Only at this level? He looked coldly at the distance. His body was much shorter than the metal giant. He controlled the contraction of his skin and muscles and used life return, forcing all the bloodstains and caves to stop bleeding. Still alive, I didn't expect you to survive this move. Stanson looked at the Cypher Paul No. 0 captain and he said with an unchanged face, "How about another one then?" At the moment his voice fell, the swords that were scattered all over the place stood up instantly, surrounding the Cypher Paul No. 0 captain in the center, and stormed towards him under the dramatic change of his face. On the other side, Lafitte teamed up with Law to defeat another Cypher Paul No. 0 division captain. As for the two priests, they joined forces with Kaku to completely suppress the last Cypher Paul No. 0 division captain. Jabra, on the other hand, pursued the elites of government who tried to escape from Road. It seems that my subordinates are still stronger. Ross and the vice chief confronted each other fiercely in the air above 100 meters, and while facing each other, they both paid attention to the battle below. The vice chief's face has become extremely ugly. He originally intended to annihilate Ross and his ghost hand pirates. He did not expect Ross's side to have this level of combat power. The situation was completely reversed. Boom. Ross took advantage of the influence of the other party's words and the battle situation below and punched with the power of distortion through the other side's arm's defense and hit him between his legs. The vice chief's face instantly turned purple and sauce and he retreated. Ross had a hard time grasping the vice chief's flaws. He would naturally not let him go easily. His eyes were cold and his legs swept obliquely. After being blocked, Ross hit in the front again. Bang. 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 The vice chief fell into an extremely disadvantageous position under the storm-like attacks of Ross. He could only be beaten passively. After defending against Ross dozens of times, his defense was finally broken by Ross and an opportunity presented itself to Ross. Ross did not hesitate. He pushed forward with his hands together and hit him in his chest with the power of distortion. Puff. The vice chief spewed blood from his mouth and his entire figure rolled down from the sky and smashed into the island cloud below. In this world, battle between the strong, except for swordsmen, will almost take a long time, because the body and hockey are all strong enough to a certain extent. Not a single move can determine life and death and victory or defeat. A single or two flaws are difficult to control the battle situation. However, having suffered Ross's attack, The balance of victory and defeat between the two has become completely tilted. Originally Ross had a slightly lower chance of winning, but now it is completely reversed with Ross now occupying an absolute advantage. Hadruden. When the vice chief landed in the island cloud, Ross rushed down and shouted at Hadruden not far away. Hadruden understood something as he left aside the beaten Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain, who had fallen into defeat. He threw out the Thunderbolt axe in his hand and threw it to the place where the Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief fell. Cracking. The axe of thunder falls down and instantaneously turns into an interweaving of thunder streams in the sky. It centers on the landing point and turns into a convergence of dense thunder nets. At last, it condenses into a line and pours into the holes of island cloud ruthlessly. The Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief, who had endured Ross's blow, was hit by this horrible thunderstorm, and his hairs were completely burned. Even when he used the armament hockey, he could not resist the attack. Vice Chief. The surviving Cypher Paul No. 0 members, as well as the government's soldiers, could not help but panic seeing this scene. No one expected that they would encounter such situation on the mission to rescue the Tenryū Obito from Sky Island. It's over. Ross's eyelids flashed with a cold light, and at the moment when the lightning flow disappeared, he just rushed into the island's cloud pothole, opened the wall of distortion and punched the Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief. Although Hadruden's blow did not cause any serious injury to the vice chief body because of his strong physique and armament hockey, it made his opponent's body temporarily paralyzed by thunder current, and Ross wanted this paralysis effect. Bang. Due to the short-term paralysis of his body, the Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief was forced to put his iron-like wings in front of him to resist Ross's attack. Ross's power of distortion itself also has paralysis characteristics, which were not obvious before because of the other party's strong physical strength, but it is now fully reflected. With one blow, Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief's arms became numb and sour. Bang. Ross punched out again, pushing him deeper into the island cloud. The power of distortion is spurred to the extreme and Ross showed no mercy, and the power of distortion is constantly superimposed as he continuously punched him. Can't go on like this. Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief felt his arms were becoming more and more numb and he was gradually beginning to lose his consciousness. He tried to get rid of the current situation, but Ross carefully designed the situation and it will be next to impossible for him to get out of this situation alive. Deep in the island clouds and facing Ross's attack, he had no room to move. In the face of Ross's fist, he can only continue to resist. The only advantage he has is that the island cloud is not so hard. Even though Ross kept burying him deeper into the cloud, his back was not too badly impacted, but this could not save the situation. Bang. 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 Ross did not know how many punches he had delivered. They fell straight in the island cloud of Sky Island. Finally, they made a hole through the island cloud of Sky Island Burka from top to bottom, pierced the clouds below, and came out below the White Sea. Chapter 186 Strikes to Kill. Cypher Paul No. 0 vice chief's mouth is constantly overflowing with blood, his arms have already withdrawn from the shape of the wings, and the soft mass of bones was broken into several sections and he is seriously injured. It was hard to get out of his current predicament. He immediately struggled to display moonwalk and tried to escape. But his wings have been broken by Ross, how can there be a chance for him to escape? Ross did not use distortion fist anymore. The high intensity and high load continuous punching just now imposed a heavy burden on himself and he had almost reached his limit. Distortion. Heavy pressure. Ross glared indifferently at the vice chief while holding him with both hands, and suddenly the gravity pressure on them increased by nearly 10 times and the two men immediately fell in a straight line towards the blue sea 10,000 meters below them. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters is already terrifying. Now with 10 times the gravity, the two are like two meteors, breaking the void and falling straight down towards the blue sea. The vice chief finally showed a panic look on his face and he used his ult to try and break free, but the gravity distortion completely contained his seriously injured body and he wasn't able to get away. Finally, the two fell from the Sky Island and towards the blue sea at a very fast speed, and 100 meters away from the blue sea, Ross threw the vice chief into the sea and buffered himself. Bang. In such a situation, even the vice chief couldn't stabilize his falling body with moonwalk and he slammed into the sea and instantly made a few hundred meters waves. Even if he tried his best to use iron body and armament hockey, he still couldn't resist the impact and his spine broke in an instant. Crash. Ross's body slowed down from 100 meters in the midst of the splash and stopped at a position 10 meters away from the sea. At the same time, he opened the wall of distortion and excluded all the waves and water around him. As the waves gradually subsided, the vice chief was no longer visible on the sea. Ross was suspended in midair, slightly gasping and looking down at the sea. After a few seconds, Ross's ear rang with a clear system sound. World Government Secret Intelligence Agency, Cipher Paul number 0 Vice Chief Il has been killed, receiving a reward, 110 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. Listening to the voice, while confirming that the Cipher Paul number 0 Vice Chief was dead, Ross exhaled and a smile appeared on his face. Vice Chief of Cipher Paul number 0 did not disappoint him at all, and he got a high reward from hunting him. It is extremely difficult to kill a man of such an existence. Even a Marine Admiral might not be able to kill such an existence, and the opposite is also true, and it is almost impossible to meet someone at this level. First, he seized the flaw, then he expanded the flaw, and then he relied on Hadruden's assistance and let the other party fall into an absolute disadvantage situation where he could only resist. Finally, relying on the power of distortion, the flaw continues to expand, and finally make up for the fatal hit of falling into the sea. If any problems arise in any link of Ross's plan, the other party would have escaped by the virtue of the ability of the eagle fruit, which can fly at an undisputed speed in the air. Even Ross is inferior to that speed. Whiz. Ross slowed down the power of distortion in his body a little bit, and without looking for the Cipher Paul number 0 Vice Chief, he looked up at the sky, and flashed up and flew back towards the Sky Island. At the moment on the Sky Island, the battle has gradually come to an end. Hadruden steadily suppressed the Cipher Paul number 0 division captain even after helping Ross, this time without giving the other party a chance to breathe, and he finally killed him. In addition, the first to end the battle is Lafitte. After killing his opponent, he and Law still have some stamina left, but the two did not intervene in any battle, but instead stood in the side, keeping the encirclement, not letting anyone escape. It's an excellent battle experience for everyone to fight against the government elites and the Cipher Paul number 0 members. Finally, when Ross returned to the Sky Island, most of the battles were over, leaving only Metal Giant Stanson, who had not yet fully defeated his opponent. Speed is indeed one of his weaknesses. Although the Cipher Paul number 0 captain has been seriously injured, he keeps avoiding him. They have a feeling that neither of them can do anything about each other. Ross looked at it for a moment, but he didn't show any other expression. He didn't expect Metal Giant to have any more speed. It was a Metal Giant, not a Transformer. Strictly speaking, the weapon fruit of Baby 5 should be considered as the upper-level devil fruit of the metal attribute fruit. The weapon that the body can project is not only cold weapons but also hot weapons. That fruit can produce a kind of jet device of speed type to increase the speed. Bang. Bang. Eventually, the Cipher Paul number 0 captain died in Metal Giant's hands and was cut into numerous pieces. He was surrounded by and could not escape, plus his stamina was exhausted. Your speed is a little slower. It's holding you back. After Stanson killed the Cipher Paul number 0 captain, he recovered his shape and touched the back of his head with a slight sense of shame. No harm. Ross doesn't mind saying, your fruit is not good at one-on-one battle. If you work with Hadruden and Road, it may have some unexpected effects. The giant regiment created by him is not a type of solo combat in itself, but a one-to-many weapon of war, and can be freely combined with each other to form a special battle form. Cipher Paul number 0 Vice Chief physical strength and hockey were among the best, and he could withstand Hadruden's lightning strike in perfect condition, but if that lightning strike is combined with the metal attribute fruit's sword strike, the power will almost be superimposed and he may not be able to resist it. Same. If the sand armor is placed outside the metal giant, under the multiple defenses, he may be able to run wild in the Marine headquarters and even demolish the Marine base under the eyes of Marine Admiral. Oh, I understand. Stanson nodded his head when he heard Ross's words. Before Ross's training, he had been a one-on-one combat expert. He had not been able to work with Road or Hadruden. Although each of the giants is a strong fighting force, but there are also ways to form battle cooperation between each other. Often 3 or 5 people form a group, they can build a very strong local fighting force. Now after eating devil fruit, their personal strength has increased sharply, but they have forgotten these means of the local battlefield. Left priest, you go and clean up the battlefield. Ross looked at Burka's left priest and gave an order to the other party and turned to look at the shore, which had a broken government ship. The ship's flanks seemed to have been hit by sand soldiers, destroying a large area. Let's look around, the government's ships may have good things, hee. Lafitte came to Ross and stood crookedly with a mahogany cane in his hand, staring at the government ship, his eyes twinkling. Ross' observation hockey swept the ship, confirmed that there was no one on it, and he walked towards it. Chapter 187 Talking to 5 Elder Stars. The World Government Ship. This is a large ship, enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people, and there are many internal rooms, but because Ross does not intend to keep the ship, he swept through the rooms one by one and the walls were destroyed directly. Ross and Lafitte and others searched separately and quickly swept the ship over. They found almost nothing of value. Ross is not surprised either. After all, this ship came here with a rescue mission. However, in one of the rooms on the ship, Ross found a large number of books and various materials. Although he was not interested in books, he kept the books in a room and sent them out of the ship. Robin's injuries are not good yet, so she can't sort out the data for the time being, but Califa can also do these kinds of things for the time being. Move back. With his ability, he destroyed the ship's deck and pulled out a large number of materials and books along with the whole room, placed them on the ground of Burko Beach, and asked Road to move them to the palace. At that moment, there were some fragmented hulls in the rear, and suddenly there was a sound from Denden Mushi. Puru 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 puru. Along with the voice of Denden Mushi, there was the voice of Lafitte. Captain Ross. Ross turned around and saw Lafitte coming out of the ship, holding a Denden Mushi, which was making constant noise, and handing it over to him with a look of inquiry. Ross had an unexpected look on his face. He took over the Denden Mushi and looked at it twice. After a little reflection, Ross picked up the microphone and connected the Denden Mushi. What's the situation? Did you found him? From the other side of the Denden Mushi came a calm, ordinary and plain voice, which showed a superior momentum. Ross vaguely guessed who was on the other side of the Denden Mushi and said plainly, "If you mean Vice Chief of Cipher Pal number 0, unfortunately, you can't see him anymore." The voice on the Denden Mushi on the other side became silent. About 2 seconds later, a very cold, apparently different voice came along, accompanied by a very depressing atmosphere. "Who are you? My identity should not be so hard for you to guess." Ross said in an indifferent voice. He basically confirmed who was on the other side of the Denden Mushi, the core of the world government, the supreme ruler on the bright side. 5 Elder Stars. Less than 2 seconds after Ross's voice passed, a third extremely cold voice came from the Denden Mushi. "Ghost Hand, Ross. It was you who kidnapped Njasgrid. There are very few people in the world who dare to do anything to a Tenri Ubito and can kill Cipher Pal number 0 Vice Chief. 4 emperors won't do such a boring thing as kidnapping Tenri Ubito. It's easy to guess who it is combined with a few bits of intelligence and clues they've got before." Sensing that Ross is on the other side of the Denden Mushi, Dill and others must be in a very bad situation or they are already dead. The atmosphere in the top office of the government where Gorsai is located has become depressed. All 5 were gloomy-faced. Even as the highest authority of the world government on the light side and with the power to move all the battle heads of the headquarters, they can't cross the Denden Mushi to catch Ross out of thin air. Even if they hate Ross deeply, they can't do anything about Ross, at least for the time being. "What do you want, Ghost Hand?" "Kidnapping Njasgrid. What are you going to do to him?" 5 Elder Stars did not coerce, but asked indifferently, one by one, because they knew that their threats would mean nothing to Ross. Ross dares to kill a Tenri Ubito in the Sabati archipelago. Threats will have no effect on this existence unless they grasped Ross's true weakness. "Haven't decided yet," Ross said in a plain tone. In the office of the highest level of world government, the Denden Mushi vividly showed Ross's expression and tone, and 2 of Gorsai instantly show anger in their eyes. As the core of the power of the world government, few people dare to speak to them in such a tone. Although the remaining 3 did not show anger, they were also pressing the fire in their hearts. One of them took a deep breath and murmured, "You can make conditions, ransoms and so on. What do you want in exchange to release Njasgrid? We can talk about it." 5 Elder Stars are the highest authority of the world government. They are the highest in Tenri Ubito. The 5 Elder Stars who just spoke has the surname of Don Quixote. The full name of Njasgrid is Don Quixote Njasgrid. The Don Quixote family is considered a heterogeneous family because of Doflamingo. After being removed from Tenri Ubito, Njasgrid is one of the few remaining descendants of that family. "Talk?" When Ross heard the words of 5 Elder Stars, he said slowly, "If you withdraw the bounty order on me first, I don't mind talking to you." "Impossible." Almost immediately after Ross's voice fell, a 5 Elder Stars began to speak coldly. Another 5 Elder Stars also spoke quietly. "Say another condition, the ransom can be opened as you like." What a joke. Ross is one of the most wicked new generation pirates that world government created by manipulating public opinion. If they suddenly withdraw his bounty order, does it mean that the government is bowing to a pirate? Not to mention a single Ross, even 4 emperors is out of the question. World government represents the world's most supreme authority. They would never bow to anyone. They didn't bow to the revolutionary, they didn't bow to the Whitebeard pirates, and they didn't bow to the pirate king Gul D. Roger. Naturally. Their real goal is that as long as Ross offered any terms, no matter how high the ransom, after negotiation can be falsely promised, in the delivery time, they would seize the opportunity to kill the Ghost Hand pirates. Afterward, the external news will be reported as the secret plan of the world government, and the Ghost Hand pirates will be wiped out. Being rejected by an indifference individual, Ross had expected it, and there were no unexpected expressions on his face. That. He smiled, a light, sunny smile, and said, "What else do you 5 idiots want to talk about?" Pop. This is Mushi's hanging voice, echoing in the office on the top floor of the world government. 5 iron blue faces were clearly reflected on the clean glass table. The whole room was silent. Standing in white, a 5 elder stars holds his sword handle tightly with his 5 fingers. At this moment, even with their temperament and self-restraint, there are signs of a volcanic eruption. How many years it has been? Who dares to call them idiots? Even Garp, who had argued with them, Sengoku, who argued because of his will, or Steelbone Kong, never dared to say such rude words. Perhaps 4 emperors would call them so, maybe the lawless big pirate would say that, but those could not get into their ears. And Ross. It was a near face-to-face joke. The Mushi showed Ross's tone and his expression in front of 5 of them perfectly and clearly. No one knows how long did it take for a 5 elder stars to calm down and open his mouth indifferently. A lawless younger generation, just because of his little strength, he thinks that he can shake the world. They are the rulers. Ross is just a pirate, a crazy and a fool pirate. For them, if they don't hesitate to pay a great price, even the 4 emperors' pirates can be annihilated. For the Ghost Hand pirates to survive till this day, it is their luck. The 5 elder stars in white whispered in a gentle tone, let the intelligence agency and marine continue to spy on them. It's like a completely unequal gamble. The Ghost Hand pirates must win forever in order to survive, and they only need to win once and the Ghost Hand pirates will cease to exist. So the only thing they need is patience. Chapter 187 Talking to 5 Elder Stars Chapter 188 Space Branch Sky Island Burka. Ross stood on the edge of the deck of the broken government ship. After talking to the 5 elder stars on the other side of Mushi, he hung up the Mushi. Lafitte, standing next to him, and Hadruden, Law, and others on the coast, all heard the whole conversation clearly, but no one spoke. After Ross hung up the Mushi, the air sank into silence. No one knows who made the laughing noise, and as if a dam had been broken, everyone present began to laugh. Lafitte had a weird smile on his face, Law was smirked, Hadruden and others yelled. No one showed any fear of Ross's provocation against the 5 elder stars. They are the Ghost Hand pirates. Everyone standing here, whether it's Lafitte or Law, or Hadruden and other giants, is either a self-indulgent person or a proud fighter. Even though they are quite weak compared to the world government and with their current strength they can't even stand in front of 4 emperors' pirates. But that's just for now. With Ross's will, in the encounter with the Admiral, in the process of killing Tenri Ubito, in the conflict with the Golden Lion, the annihilation of Cypher Paul No. 0's force. This will have already been implemented in the whole group of Ghost Hand pirates. Everyone in this group has a common attitude towards the future, that is, self-confidence and a dream that they must accomplish, like Jinbe who proclaimed Luffy as the Pirate King in front of 4 emperors, Big Mom, like Zoro who wants to be the world's strongest swordsman, like Luffy who wants to become king of pirates. Even if their strength is lacking currently, their will is unshakable. Whether it is 4 emperors or marine or world government. Whether it's survival or life and death crisis. Looking at the grinning giants, looking at Lafitte, who had a sly smile on his face, and looking at the Trafalgar Law, whose mouth was slightly raised, Ross saw the power condensed between each of them. At this moment when Ross smiled, in his body, it seemed that something had been awakened, just like the seeds that landed, and finally, a bud was drawn. That is a breath. Similar to armament hockey and observation hockey, but at the same time different from the two. Half a month later. On the west side of the Sky Island Burka, there is a huge open space. Road, the giant of sand, is teaming up with the metal giant Stanson to fight against the thunder giant Hadruden, but even as they teamed up, they are still defeated by Hadruden's power. Hadruden is the strongest of all the giants and the Rumble fruit grants a very strong ability. Although Rode and Stanson are developing their own devil fruits and becoming stronger, their growth rate and the starting line of strength are far less than Hadruden's. It's hard to win against this big man. Captain really made him quite terrifying. Law, carrying the demon knife on his shoulder, sat on a raised island cloud not far away, looking at Hadruden. His eyes twinkled and he murmured as the thunder flashed. Lafitte stood next to him. They seemed to have just finished their practice and were taking a break. Sand and metal attributes are good, but the power of thunder is something else entirely. Hey, we can count ourselves lucky that this fruit didn't fall into enemy hands. On the other side, Ross was walking alone in the air, applying 3 times as much gravity to himself and using moonwalk under 3 times as much gravity. Moonwalk is a tricky move that consumes a lot of stamina and it doesn't cover long distances in the air. It is extremely difficult to perform this move under 3 times of gravity. Even Ross has only recently achieved 3 times the weight of moonwalk stability in the air. When his stamina was consumed and his forehead overflowed with sweat, Ross ended practicing and fell back to the cloud, and he dragged his tired body back to the palace and came to a large bathroom. The mist in the bathroom was hazy and vague. Ross ignored it. He took off his clothes and undressed. He went into the water and soaked his body in the pool, revealing only his head out of the water. Today's practice is over. On the other side of the pool, Robin put a white towel on her body and continued to soak in the water and asked quietly. Ross looked back and said, "No, I haven't done much exercise. I'm going to adjust it today." Robin calmly asked, "So that's why you came to the women's bath?" Ross glanced at Robin and asked, "How are your arms? They have recovered enough for them to take something light." Robin gently brushed her hand across the water, bringing up a ripple, and said, "It feels like they should be recovered in another 10 days or so. The speed of recovery is faster than what law expects." Ross lies in the water and opens his mouth. As a devil fruit user, most of his body is immersed in the water and his body is also feeling weak. Speaking of the talent system, there is a very special talent called Water Element Affinity. Ross once asked what the talent system meant, and the talent system responded to him. That's right. This talent removes the side effect of eating a devil fruit, and he would be able to swim in the sea and would no longer be rejected by the sea, that is to say, his weakness to sea will be removed. In addition, this talent also has the characteristics of underwater breathing, ignoring water pressure and so on. It requires 2 free talent points to activate it. However, his distortion fruit itself can hold up a wall of distortion and repel the seawater, so Ross has no intention of activating it unless he encounters any danger, like if he falls into the sea and has no time to use the power of distortions to exclude the seawater. Activating the talent then may save his life and give him an advantage over the enemy. After soaking for a while, Robin stood up from the pool with a white bath towel wrapped around her. This bath towel wrapped around her tightly and he couldn't see anything. Ross glanced at it and took his eyes back and moved his mind to evoke the talent system. He has not used the 110 proficiency points he got after killing the Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief. Today, he has not exercised overly, just to adjust and use this part of the talent system. Looking at the translucent talent system interface, Ross did not hesitate and put 40 talent proficiency points into agility enhancement. Buzz. The golden light flicked away in the water pattern and the general talent panel changed. Agility enhancement, 300 top-level strengthening physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 0 basic level strengthening tenacious, 100 high-level strengthening rock, 50 mid-level strengthening. After putting 40 proficiency points into agility enhancement, it has reached proficiency of 300 points. With this improvement, even if there is still a big gap between him and Kizaru, there is basically no difference between him and the previous Cypher Paul No. 0 Vice Chief or Aokiji. The remaining 70 proficiency points, Ross decisively put them directly into the distortion fruit. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 600 flash step of Marine 6 powers, 0 paper art by Marine 6 powers, 0 Marine 6 powers as moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 100 armament hockey, 50 with 70 proficiency points. The total proficiency of distortion fruit has reached 600 points, and finally, the branch of the distortion space has become an activatable green. At the same time, Ross also saw the conditions for activating the distortion space. 5 free talent points. Chapter 189 Information. Ross now has only 3 free talent points. He is 2 points away from activating space distortion ability. The first killing rewards for the 4 stages between the bounties of 100 million and 500 million have been obtained. If his luck is bad, then it would be extremely difficult for him to get 2 free talent points. However, even if he could not activate the ability of distortion space for now, Ross has finally made a big stride in his attack strikes, reaching the same extent as a Marine Admiral. Currently, his attack, speed, and physique are similar to Marine Admiral like Aokiji. The only thing he lacks is the strength of hockey. Observation hockey and armament hockey need to reach 150 proficiency points to reach the level of Aokiji. Ross's eyes showed a hint of thought. Naturally. Even if his 2 types of hockey is still a little behind an Admiral, but in terms of attack, speed, and physical fitness, he can barely match a Marine Admiral. If there is Lafitte or Hadruden working side by side, they can basically make up for this part of the gap and achieve real confrontation. On one hand, Ross's own strength has been able to withstand an Admiral's attack and he will not be easily put down. On the other hand, Lafitte and Hadruden cannot match up against the power of an Admiral. If the Admiral wants to kill his subordinates first with all his strength, that flaw will probably be caught by Ross directly and he will hit hard. In other words, a single Marine Admiral cannot deal with the Ghost Hand Pirates. Now the Ghost Hand Pirates are powerful enough to withstand an Admiral. It's almost time to take the next step. After using up the talent proficiency obtained by killing Cypher Paul number 0 Vice Chief, Ross shut down the talent system interface and looked at the ceiling and murmured. His observation Haki sensed Robin dressing in the lounge, and Ross said to her, "Oh, by the way, call Calitha when you go out." Robin paused but did not respond. After dressing, she left the lounge as if she hadn't heard anything at all. Ross lay in the water, feeling Robin's movements. "Oh, woman." 2 days later, Ross sent Cypher Paul number 9's Kaku and others to New World in the second half of Grand Line at once and asked them to start collecting all the intelligence about Don Quixote family. Naturally, this Don Quixote family refers to the power of Doflamingo, not the Tenri Ubito group living in Holy Land Mary Ejos. As for the original crew such as Luffy and the giants such as Hadruden, they remained on the Sky Island practicing. In just a month, their practicing was not done at all and their mastery over Haki was somewhat weak. Ross's plan this time was to let them master at least one type of Haki. Half a month later, Robin's arms have just healed and she has not yet begun practicing. As for everyone else's improvement, Luffy's practice for Haki is the earliest, and today he is at the top at Haki except for Ross. His observation Haki has reached a certain level and his armament Haki can now be hardened. As for Trafalgar Law, he has mastered observation Haki for now and he has been working on the armament Haki. He can use a little bit of armament Haki but he cannot harden it yet. Hadruden, because of the particularity of Rumble Fruit and the fact that he is the strongest and gifted giant of all, his observation Haki is nearly as strong as Luffy. As for armament Haki, he and Law are almost the same, it still can't be hardened. The gap between armament Haki surrounding and armament Haki hardening is very big. New World's pirate can use a little more than one type of Haki and some are experts in both types of Haki, or the female warrior of Amazon Lily can mostly use armament Haki surrounding. But only some of them could use armament Haki hardening. For the giants and Law and others, Ross's requirement for them to be at least be able to use armament Haki hardening, which is not feasible. Metal Giant's practice focus is on armament Haki. Now it's just beginning to bear fruit. He occasionally exhibits armament Haki hardening but only occasionally and he still lacks control. There's still a long way to go before he can really improve it and control it. Road is the initial master of observation Haki and has initial mastery of armament Haki. His observation Haki is not as good as Hadruden, and his armament Haki is not as good as Stanson. Bang! Bang! At this moment, on one of Burka's coasts, Ross is fighting alone against the 3 giants and 5 crew members, including Luffy and Law. In the case of 5 people joining forces, it also caused tremendous pressure on Ross. Luffy's strength today is not inferior to a senior vice admiral. Hadruden is even slightly stronger because of his Rumble Fruit, plus the rest of the 2 giants' tenacious defense and Law's space movement is making it difficult for Ross to defeat them now. Bang! Ross punched out and smashed Stanson and Rhodes' steel sand wall while backing off at the same time and colliding with a thunderbolt coming from Hadruden in the air. At this moment, Ross has already entered the state of Spirit Heart and almost has taken all aspects of his capabilities to the limit. Whiz! Luffy's figure flickered as he appeared in front of Ross and his mahogany cane turned into a dark color, and it poked towards Ross's chest. Ross took back his fist that hit Rhodes and others and reached for the mahogany cane. Room! At this time, Law's voice came and Luffy suddenly disappeared and when he appeared again, he came to the back of Ross and his mahogany cane continued to poke towards Ross's back. Clang! Ross's back was instantly covered with a dark layer of armament Haki and with his rock and tenacious defense, he blocked Luffy's stab. A glimmer of light passed through his eyes, pointing at his back towards Law, a power of distortion to cut through the void, and went straight towards Law. Law's face remained unchanged and he once again used room and disappeared. Shackles of sand. Rhodes and Hadruden and others seemed to communicate with each other. Suddenly, they shouted loudly. They even scattered the armor of sand for defense. The waves of sand rushed towards Ross from all over the sky. Just as Ross was about to avoid it, Law and Luffy appeared over him, blocking him by a joint blow and he was instantly covered with yellow sand. Ross falls into the sand and opens the wall of distortion in an instant. Although the shackles of the sand wave are strong, it is not strong enough for him to be restrained of his actions. But what Hadruden and others want is not to tie him down completely. It's just to create an instant opportunity. At this moment, Metal Giant folds his arms in front of him and turns them into a huge spear. He flew out in the air and stabbed the spear towards Ross. At the same time, Hadruden shouted loudly and turned into a white thunderbolt. He caught up with the steel spear and poured a thunderbolt into it. Crack! Supported by the force of thunder, the steel spear seems to be transformed into a huge to horrible flying arrow, powered by the thundering current. Its speed rises sharply, enclosing the power that seems to run through everything. Elboff. Spear gun. Chapter 190 Wind and Rain. Good cooperation. Looking at the coming attack and judging its power, Ross's eyes twinkled and he drove the power of distortion to its limit and utilized armament hockey to counter against the coming violent blow. The fist collided with a spear in air. Under the attack of power of distortion, the thundering stream is scattered like a flash of electricity. It is like a thunder being blocked by a certain force and the thunder scattered in all directions. The steel spear pierced the power of distortion bit by bit in the package of the thunderstorm, touching Ross's fist bone, but it also remained rigid in midair. Bang! A violent sound echoed as the attack eventually exploded on the coast. The terrifying aftermath made Lafitte and others take a defensive posture. When the threads of thunder dispersed, they saw Ross suspended in the midair several meters high and he slowly retrieved his fist and under his feet was a sandy beach. The power of this move is very strong. Ross took a gentle breath and nodded at Hadruden and Stanson. If he hadn't upgraded the power of distortion to 600, he would probably not have been able to withstand the blow and would have suffered minor injuries. That's all for now. You can continue practicing. Ross stopped Hadruden and others who seemed to want to continue to fight. His figure flickered as he flew into the distance, landing on the chest Dr. Girth. Girth and Goldberg also participated in the practice. Both of them have general talent in observation hockey. Their armament hockey is a little better, but not much stronger. So far, they are just in the beginning phase. Without a devil fruit, they are far less powerful than Hadruden and others. Ah, Captain? Girth looked back at Hadruden and others and then looked down at Ross on her chest. Because of the big difference in body shape, Ross was like someone from dwarves' race to them. Falling on his exclusive seat, Ross looked up at Girth and said, "Don't worry, we'll find devil fruit for you and Goldberg sooner or later." Hadruden and others are making steady progress, while Goldberg and she are making slow progress. It is impossible for the two of them to say that there is no urgency. Captain. Girth looked at Ross, somewhat ashamed, and said, "We haven't even done anything for you so far. Even Hadruden's strength is given by you. It's totally impossible to repay your kindness." Goldberg stood by, very serious and said respectfully, "Even if our strength is still weak, but we will fight for Captain at all costs." Ross slightly smiled, not talking but he is still thinking about what devil fruit is more appropriate besides barrier fruit, or simply leaving one person as a non-ability user to avoid an awkward situation where all others fall into the water and they have no one who could rescue them. Lying on Girth's chest for a while, Ross flew up and began to guide Girth and Goldberg on their hockey practice and then he set off to do his moonwalk practice. Whiz. Whiz. This time, instead of exerting gravity on himself, he used moonwalk and climbed higher into the sky. As the altitude rose, the clouds gradually disappeared and the air became extremely thin. It became extremely difficult to perform moonwalk in these conditions. In addition, breathing has become more difficult. At this altitude, a large part of the Sky Island world can be surveyed, and at a glance, he can see the structure of the Sky Island. Void. Looking at the quiet and dark void, Ross's eyes flashed brightly and he saw the moon gradually appearing from the end of his gaze. Enno yearns for the infinite Earth. If he remembers correctly, there should be a special mechanical civilization on the moon, but with his current ability, he cannot fly from here to the moon. Maybe after he activated the branch of distortion space, he would be able to reach there. Whiz. As his lung functions gradually approached their limit, Ross stopped staying and flew downward, quickly returning to the Ski Island area and practicing in the clouds above the Sky Island. What he has to do now is to adapt to the sky-high power of distortion and to achieve full control of it, in addition to slightly improving his physical fitness. The surging power of distortion, together with the recent successive heightening of physical strength, has once again reached a state of balance. He can fully exert his powers and his body can withstand it. The first month passed. Robin's flower fruit has reached the point where she can make doppelgangers. The second month passed. Metal Giant's armament hockey can now be hardened. Goldberg and Girth have initially completed the practicing of two-color hockey. The third month passed. Hadruden can now use hardened armament hockey and his observation hockey has reached the level of Ross. During these months, Marines and the government did not send any troops to kill them on the island. Obviously, 5 Elder Stars did not intend to send a large number of troops to the unknown places like the Sky Island. Ross and others stayed on the Sky Island as the government does not intend to send any troops to be killed here because the basic impact does not affect the Blue Sea, but as long as Ross sets foot on the Blue Sea, they will immediately send a powerful force to encircle him. Annihilating 4 emperors is too costly, but to annihilate the Ghost Hand pirates, they don't need to be afraid. Also, over the past few months, intelligence about Don Quixote family has also been continuously transmitted to the Sky Island and handed over to Ross. Kaku and others got a lot stronger after experiencing Sky Island's training methods. The strongest two, Kaku and Jabra, are still weaker than Cipher Pol number 0 members, but the gap between their strength is not very big. Their ability to spy on intelligence is also remarkable. However, although Keku and others have a strong intelligence gathering ability, Don Quixote family's intelligence network and trading network are all over the world and they have insider dealings with many forces. While they were spying on intelligence, there were a few clues in front of Doflamingo, but for the time being, they could not compose effective information. Revolutionary Army, or sitting on the throne of Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo listened to his subordinates' reports, showing a hint of thought. Don Quixote family has dealings with many forces and it's hard to gather any information on them. Over the years, there have been countless members of various forces who have sneaked into Dressrosa, but most of them have been turned into toys by Sugar. All the secrets about the Don Quixote family are hidden in the dark underground. However, not long ago, he got an intelligence report from a special channel, that is, the Ghost Hand Pirates defeated the Cipher Pol number 0 forces on the Sky Island, but it is still unknown what exactly happened. Marine Admiral failed to kill you. Cipher Pol number 0 also suffered a loss. Fufufafu. Ghost Hand Pirates are getting more and more troublesome. Doflamingo has a hunch. The next target of the Ghost Hand Pirates is probably him. This kind of hunch is not inexplicable, but an undetermined conclusion that is vaguely obtained through the news of Trafalgar Law and a series of intelligence analyses. And one thing is certain, Trafalgar Law is never going to be able to stay with the Ghost Hand Pirates while forgetting about his past. If you want to deal with me, then come. Doflamingo stood up with a wicked smile on his face and said, if you really want to come at me, then it's time to get ready. The government and Marines have already hated you guys for a long time. Fufufufufafu. No matter whether it's about law or the accident with the sand fruit, he will not easily let the Ghost Hand Pirates go. If the other party dares to aim to kill him, then all the more better. As the original Tenri Ubito and with his identity of 7 warlords of the sea, only 4 emperors can make him fear anything in this sea. The Ghost Hand Pirates are not qualified. Chapter 191 Judgment of Crane Great Age of Pirates at the beginning of 16 years. The Ghost Hand Pirates sailed from the Sky Island Burka and quietly returned to the Blue Sea. Although the process of returning was silent, the purpose of this time is no longer to simply survive, but to completely turn the world upside down. Once we show up, or expose the intelligence about our location, we will be immediately targeted by the government, so before that, we must prepare the intelligence and the plan to avoid temporary changes. The ship sailed slowly on the sea and sailed towards an island, not far from Dressrosa. Relying on the 3 arrows of the high-level log post and some maps of the New World, Ross and others determined where they were when they returned to the Blue Sea, with 2 islands separated them from Dressrosa and a final buffer zone. Once they step into Dressrosa, all hell will break loose. Our advantage is that with the 3 arrows of the log pose, the government and Marines would not know that our goal is Doflamingo, nor can they determine which island we are going to arrive next. We can use this to respond to their plans. Law, carrying the demon knife, stood beside the table where the sea map was spread and opened his mouth in silence. Robin looked thoughtful and said, "You're right, but we can't ignore the possibility that the government and Marines guessed our purpose, and Doflamingo, as the core of the dark trading network, won't be surprised at our attack." Lafitte smiled weirdly and said, "The Tenri Ubito on our ship can attract the attention of the government and Marines. If we design this perfectly enough, it will be like a powerful battle force." Ross stared at the sea map and looked at it. After considering it for a while, he said, "With our current situation, once we show up, we are going to attract attention and the government's, Marine, and Doflamingo's intelligence agencies will focus on us. As long as we reveal a little more information about the route, some people can infer our purpose. So be as concealed as possible, at least we cannot be exposed before reaching the second island and the Tenri Ubito may come in handy. We have to design this carefully. Do you have a plan?" Ross asked Lafitte. Lafitte smiled, "I have a plan." Ross nodded and without asking for any detailed inquiry, went on, "This time the aim is to destroy Doflamingo, but besides that, we also have to hit the government hard." Speaking of this, Ross's eyes glimmered with cold light. When Robin looked at Ross, she couldn't help but raise her lips and gently smile. She said, "It seems that Captain has plans." Ross, Robin, Law, and Lafitte, all 4 are cool and able to develop a plan for the battle. Under the discussion, all aspects of the government, Marines, and Doflamingo are completely spread out. Perhaps, in terms of strategy and intelligence quotient alone, the people present are not as good as Marine Vice Admiral Great Staff Officer Tsuru or Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Beckman, but together, they can take many details into account. The first island appeared on the horizon during the detailed arrangement and discussion. The giants are too big, it would be best if they do not go to the next island. Although no one knows they are our fighting force yet, We should try our best to cover them up and avoid any accidents. I think so too. Ross nodded. Everything is for the sake of security. The Ghost Hand Pirates are not the Straw Hat Pirates. Their captain does not have the marine hero as his grandfather, he does not have Dark King Rayleigh as his master, he did not gain his dream to become a pirate from Red Hair, he does not have Revolutionary Army leader as his father. They will be ruthlessly chased by the marine and the government to kill them. Soon. Ross, Lafitte, and others landed on the first island, avoiding exposure as much as possible, and purchased ingredients and items they needed. Nevertheless, the government and marine, together with Don Quixote family, have built an intelligence network that is terrifyingly, even though the Ghost Hand Pirates have not shown their bodies and faces and they are concealed under Ross's ability. Only when they buy food materials, can they show the shadow of a black cloak, which still becomes put the traces on them by the government and marine. Naturally. Because there are too many such traces, and most of them are meaningless false intelligence or coincidences, it will be several days before marine and the government use exclusion method to find the traces before ruling them out by investigation before seizing them. Not long after marine got intelligence, Doflamingo also got information about Ross from marine through his channels. However, Doflamingo frowned at the fact that this might be the Ghost Hand Pirates and he only has intelligence on them appearing on that island. The second intelligence about the Ghost Hand Pirates finally appeared 10 days later. When this intelligence appeared, and then the first intelligence before it appeared in series, the government and marine finally got a little valuable information. Marine headquarters. In one of the conference rooms, headquarters Vice Admiral sat on the sides. One of the headquarters Vice Admiral pointed to the sea map and said, "There will be 3 islands on this route, but it's hard to guess which one they are aiming at." Others, including Doberman sitting in the corner, were also mumbling. And just as everyone was talking, a gentle and clear voice came, "If you judge by probability, then the greatest possibility is Dressrosa." In the direction of the voice, sitting in a plain-clothed Vice Admiral, everyone saw her moment, showing a tribute. Headquarters Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Crane. These 3 routes, except Dressrosa, point to the Universal Sea and the Beast Sea unless they want to compete for the status of 4 emperors right now. Naturally, it's not impossible. The Ghost Hand Pirates once killed the main member of the Beast Pirates on the Icefield Island. With Kaido's character, if Ross appears on that route, he will not let his go. Crane's hair is nearly a half gray, but her tone is very calm, she said, bit by bit linking all the bits of intelligence to form a clear context. She also mentioned 4 emperors, mentioning the characteristics of the Ghost Hand Pirates, mentioning the character of Ross, mentioning Trafalgar Law. At last, she took a sip of tea from her cup to moisturize her dry throat. She added, "At present, there are too few effective bits of intelligence, only so many can be analyzed, the possibility is about half. About half the possibilities that they will go to Dressrosa and the other half is that they will go to one of the areas controlled by 4 emperors. This possibility is somewhat of a tangled number. An admiral is required to deal with the Ghost Hand Pirates and with half the possibility, how should they mobilize? The people present did not have the power to decide. Half the possibility. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in the main position. Now Akainu and Aokiji are not in the headquarters, only Kizaru is here, and in order to deal with all kinds of things, headquarters must keep at least 1 admiral here. If Kizaru is dispatched, in case of any unexpected situation, it will be difficult to deal with the problem of manpower, and Garp will be expected to take care of something. He still wants to be Marine Fleet Admiral for a few more years, so he can't let that happen. Chapter 192 Cipher Paul Number 0 comes on the other side. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo also got the intelligence, but he reached a different judgment from the Crane. He is almost certain that the Ghost Hand Pirates are coming to Dressrosa. There is no such thing as detailed inference and reasoning, but only his intuition. Marines need to deal with various issues rationally, but for a pirate, they often deal with things with their intuition, and even Doflamingo is no exception to that. "It seems that you are really coming to me, Fufufafu." Doflamingo doesn't look down on the Ghost Hand Pirates. The Ghost Hand Pirates escaped from marine admirals and killed the Tenri Ubito, which is enough to threaten him. So he will not only pay attention to it, but he will also concentrate all his attention on it to deal with the upcoming battle, which will probably be the most intense battle since he occupied Dressrosa. After thinking for a moment, Doflamingo took out a Denden Mushi and contacted the world government. As a former Tenri Ubito and the creator of the world's largest trading corps in the dark underground, he is the most special of all 7 warlords of the sea, with influence spreading throughout the criminal organization, marine, and even within the government. "The guy you want to annihilate the most is coming to me now, Fufufafu. Don't know what you plan to do?" 5 days later, the Ghost Hand Pirates landed on the last island before Dressrosa and began to map out the island. They were indirectly exposed here. When the news was delivered to the Marine headquarters, Crane and Sengoku and others almost immediately confirmed that Ross's target route is the site of 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo's country, Dressrosa. Despite the fact that it was a little late, Sengoku immediately ordered the battleships to depart and led by Marine Admiral Kizaru, 3 large battleships heading for Dressrosa. On the other side. On Dressrosa's side, Doflamingo has also recalled all of his cadres from outside the country. The people still don't know what happened, but the various forces on the sea have gradually captured a feeling like this is only the eve of the storm. Don Quixote family, the core of the Dark World, has a trading network all over the world. Once something goes wrong, it will immediately affect the whole world. And just as countless forces in the world looked at Dressrosa with uncertainties and surprises, Ross and his party finally arrived. Here it is, Dressrosa. Looking ahead at the island, Law took a deep breath and recalled the scene of Doflamingo killing Corazon. He could not help but squeeze the demon knife in his hand and again look at the island with cold eyes. He knows that his current strength is not enough to kill Doflamingo, but he has his participation and planning in a series of plans against Doflamingo. In order to avenge Corazon and kill Doflamingo, he has done almost everything he can now. In this war, Doflamingo is bound to pay for what he did that year. Lafitte stood on one side of the deck, leaning his body and carrying a mahogany cane, saying, "I think Doflamingo may already know that we are here, hee. Let's go." Ross looked calm and opened his mouth as the ship gradually landed and jumped to the shore. He was wearing a black windbreaker, without any cover, so he stepped into Dressrosa. All the arrangements have been completed, now there is no need to cover up, all that is left is the decisive battle. For him, Doflamingo is a prey who will give him at least some talent proficiency point, and if he can give him a free talent point, that would be great. Lafitte gently smiles and follows Ross. Robin and Law are also behind and a group of 4 people marched toward Dressrosa. They cross the street, heading towards the palace in the middle of Dressrosa. They are coming. How daring, coming here without any cover, foo-fa-foo. In the central palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo stood at the window with a strange smile on his face, as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. He turned and walked out of the front door of the palace, pointing to the dark figure and saying, "Now that the guests have arrived, it's time to go out and greet them." The 4 top cadres of the Don Quixote family gathered together. Even Virgo, who was undercover in the Marine, arrived in Dressrosa a few days before the formal order was given to the Marine. Naturally, Virgo won't show up. He'll lead Marine and act on behalf of Marine against the Ghost Hand pirates because everything is a decision of the upper class and it won't expose or arouse suspicion. When Ross and other 4 people came outside the palace of Dressrosa, headed by Doflamingo, the top 3 cadres except for Virgo also stepped out. Both sides are a group of 4 Ghost Hand pirates. After all, I met you. If I remember correctly, did you take something from me that you shouldn't take? Doflamingo looked at Ross and others, with a weird curve rising from the corners of his mouth. Ross is wearing a black trench coat and Lafitte and others are standing behind him wearing dark clothes, which were especially changed in the previous island. Do you mean Logia's sand fruit? He looked up at Doflamingo. Doflamingo was taller than Ross, but he couldn't take advantage of his height to gain momentum over Ross. Doflamingo stunned before he smiled and said, "I thought after you grabbed something from me, you will forget who it originally belonged to." "No." Ross's gaze calmly said, "If you don't have the ability to guard it then it's not yours. This is the way the world is. The emergence of civilization and wisdom just makes the jungle develop in a more unique direction. The essence has not changed. The strong will live and the weak will die. This is the way that the world works." Doflamingo smiled a little, but immediately he laughed a little more. Instead of responding, he turned to Trafalgar Law behind Ross and said, "Law, the little devil is finally back. The seat of the 3rd-generation member of the Don Quixote pirates has been reserved for you, foo-fa-foo." Doflamingo doesn't want to kill Law. Surgeon Fruit is so powerful that if he's willing to obey him, in some ways it's worth even more than Hobi no Mi, which is eaten by sugar. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Law raised his calm face sharply and said calmly to Doflamingo, "From the moment Mr. Corazon died, the meaning of my existence is to revenge Mr. Corazon. You should go to hell to repent, Doflamingo." Foo-fa-foo. Doflamingo listened to Law, not showing any anger, but laughed and said, "Should I say you are brave or foolish, Law, I'm sorry to tell you that today your opponent is not me." As Doflamingo's voice fell, 6 people with different heights, all wearing a white trench coat and wearing a mask, slowly walked out from the dark. The white hue contrasted sharply with the dark tones of Ross's group. The highest level of the World Government Intelligence Organization. Cipher Paul Number 0. Chapter 193 Decisive Battle Prologue. Although not afraid of the Ghost Hand pirates, but there are easier ways to clean up the Ghost Hand pirates, Doflamingo naturally will not brainlessly lead his subordinates to a bloody battle against Ross. It is undoubtedly the best way to use the power of the government. Cipher Paul number 0. Trafalgar Law looked at the 6 people who came over. There is no doubt that these 6 people are members of the World Governance subordinate organization Cipher Paul number 0, and the chief of Cipher Paul number 0 is probably one of them. Ghost Hand Pirates, hand over Saint Mjosgrid and you will be shown a little mercy. Walking in the forefront is a thin, tall high-masked man. His voice is as cold as the winter wind as he said one sentence to Ross and other people. He is the Cipher Paul number 0's chief. Whether it is the order of the annihilation the Ghost Hand Pirates issued by 5 Elder Stars, or the protection of Tenryubito's vocation and mission, the Ghost Hand Pirates are ranked first in their annihilation list. Knowing that the Ghost Hand Pirates are going to find their own trouble, Doflamingo naturally can't do nothing. Knowing that the government hates Ghost Hand Ross, he naturally immediately contacted 5 Elder Stars and Cipher Paul number 0. And 5 Elder Stars showed almost no hesitation and they sent the Cipher Paul number 0 chief directly. Marine as a force on the bright side attracts great attention with their every move, but the Cipher Paul number 0 is hidden in the dark is different. Its actions are completely secret, not known to the outside world. As Captain expected, Lafitte looked at the 6 Cipher Paul number 0 members who were present, smiled softly with a crooked head and said, I don't know which one is chief and which one is the division captain? The 6 people of Cipher Paul number 0 are all indifferent and no one spoke. They just stand there and it formed a palpitating momentum so that the atmosphere in the field is extremely heavy. Ross stood there quietly, looking at the strongest person with his observation hockey's perception. There was no fear in his eyes, but only calmness. It's almost time. What time? The eyebrows under one of the Cipher Paul number 0 masks are slightly wrinkled and there is a vague feeling that the coming event will not be very good. Nearly the next moment, a Den Mushi's voice suddenly sounded from one of them. The man's face under his mask was a little ugly. He took out the Den Mushi and answered. Hurry up and save me, you bastards. Hurry up. Those pirates tied bombs on me. It's timed. On the other side of Den Mushi came Mjosgrid's voice of crying and scolding, calling out for help while scolding the Cipher Paul number 0 members. He was apparently scared and he wet his pants. The sound spread and the scene suddenly became strange. The originally suppressed atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Although all 6 Cipher Paul number 0 people wear masks, Ross and Doflamingo can almost guess how ugly the face under the mask is becoming right now. Doflamingo's eyebrows twisted together as he didn't expect Ross to prepare for this situation beforehand, and since it came out, the Tenryubito bound by a time bomb must not be here and the crying voice on the Den Mushi confirmed his judgment. Ross looked at the 6 Cipher Paul number 0 members and said, I think you have already understood this specific situation. After 12 hours, the bomb will explode. As for where he is, you all know. If you start now, as long as you don't encounter too bad weather, you should arrive just in time. The Cipher Paul number 0 chief stared at Ross and finally spit out a word, well played. For Cipher Paul number 0, their duty, or the most important mission, is to protect the security of Tenryubito. No matter the case or situation, the safety of Tenryubito should be put in the first place. The meaning of their existence is being the hardest shield of Tenryubito. Number 3, number 4, you two stay here, others come with me. Cipher Paul number 0 chief didn't know what plans Ross had laid out on another island, but the Tenryubito was still alive. He couldn't delay anymore and made a quick decision, leaving 2 division captain behind and taking the other 3 with him. They must arrive on the island as soon as possible, then they have to find the Tenryubito on the island and save him. As for leaving 2 people behind, it is also necessary to do. These 2 are division captain and with their and Don Quixote family combat powers, there should not be too much problem. When they come back, or when the Marines arrives, the situation will be back in their control again. Marines battleships are already on the way and it shouldn't be long before they arrive here. Whiz. Whiz. After the order was issued, the 4 Cipher Paul number 0 members immediately disappeared, leaving only the 3rd and 4th in their original place. The eyes of the 2 men were gloomy, with a little anger in them. No one has ever dared to threaten a Tenryubito, forcing their Cipher Paul number 0 into such a passive, must-do situation. Seeing the departure of the 4 Cipher Paul number 0 members, Ross looked calmly in front of him without any waves of surprise in his heart. It seems that he had already foreseen this scene. He turned his head and looked at Doflamingo and said slowly, the obstacles are almost over. Next, it's time to clear up the grievances between you and my crew, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo stared at Ross and suddenly he laughed again and said, the means to remove the main force of Cipher Paul number 0 was good, but it doesn't seem to change anything. Marines will be here in at most half a day, and only depending on the four of you, what can you do in half a day? He opened his hands and his face showed an unruly smile. As Doflamingo's voice dropped, Diamante, Treble, and Pica, the three top cadres of Don Quixote pirates, slowly stepped forward and stood in line with him. At the same time, a large number of Don Quixote family members rushed to the square inches front of the palace, divided into spades, plum blossoms, hearts, and diamonds. The bomber Gladius, McVise, Lao Ji. Don Quixote family's cadres are almost all gathered here. Everyone is a famous strong man on the sea. If it wasn't for no bounty for 7 warlords of the sea's subordinates rule, then every one of the cadres would at least have a bounty of more than 200 million berries. Even though Cypher Pal No. 0 has withdrawn its main force, such as Cypher Pal No. 0 chief for the sake of Tenri Ubito, the 2 remaining are division captains, and with them are the main members of the Don Quixote pirates, and they bring extremely strong oppression to their opponent. Now, in some buildings not far from the palace, many civilians have seen this scene. All of them look at this side, with a shocked look on their faces. For they have never seen the Don Quixote family's cadres and members converging in such a dense manner. His Majesty, and Sir Diamante. Incredibly, are all Don Quixote family cadres here? Is a battle about to start here? Look at those people in the middle, they seem to be the Ghost Hand pirates. After the people of Dressrosa recognized Ross, all of them were surprised and stunned. Looking at this, it seems that the Ghost Hand pirates are going to fight the Don Quixote family. Those people who have not been turned into toys are naturally worried, but when they see Don Quixote family's huge force and the presence of top cadres such as Diamante, their worries ease a little. But, unlike the light side, all those who have been turned into toys are looking in the direction of the square, and they are all shocked, and there are totally different emotions in their hearts. Sugar's devil fruit can turn a person into a toy and erase their existence from everyone's mind. Every day, they have to do day-to-day work for the Don Quixote family. Their family can't recognize them, and they are forgotten by everyone. What they want most is that Doflamingo can be knocked down so that they can recover their bodies and expose the darkness. Now, the emergence of the Ghost Hand pirates seems to give this desire a glimmer of light. Go and report this to the soldier captain, something big has happened. Can you in? Ghost Hand pirates. Compared with the ordinary people who were kept in the dark, the toys, after getting the news, acted secretly. For a time, the entire Dressrosa surged. Chapter 194 Confrontation. You are wrong, Doflamingo. Standing behind Ross, Law slowly pulled out the demon knife and glanced coldly. We're not just 4 people, and half of the day is more than enough to kill you. Don Quixote family is not strong, Doflamingo himself is not that strong either. The important thing is that Doflamingo knows the secrets and have various secret cards. Once he is touched, it will lead to Marine and even the government coming after that person. So once you plan to deal with Doflamingo, you have to kill him with one blow. When he heard Law, the smile on Doflamingo's face finally turned into a sneer. He drew his 5 fingers across and suddenly made a sharp stroke towards Law. Pretty arrogant, Law, you little devil. 5 color strings. King. Ross pulled his sword out of its sheath, and Happy Spring's crossblade blocked the 5 wires that can cut steel easily. His eyes were calm. Even in the face of Don Quixote family's huge power network and the encirclement of 2 Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Doflamingo grinned as he saw Ross blocking his attack on Law. His smile was wicked and filled with arrogance. Law. This little devil ran away from Don Quixote family after stealing something valuable. Now I have to discipline my subordinates, and it's not your turn to intervene. At the moment when his voice fell, Doflamingo's 5 fingers jerked, and countless wires converge, turning into a terrifying whip, slamming toward Ross. Excess whip string. Ross holds the Happy Spring in an expressionless grip and surrounds the blade in the power of distortion and wields the sword against that very thick whip. Under the agitation of the power of distortion, he cuts it rigidly. Law, I thought you were planning to fight me. Ross stared at Doflamingo and said those words in a gentle tone. The moment his voice fell, his whole body flashed toward Doflamingo. Start. Almost at the moment Ross moved, Robin, Law, and Lafitte all reacted. Robin raised her hands falsely and instantly produced countless arms, killing nearly 100 ordinary soldiers of Don Quixote family. Then Law opened the room and instantly switched his position. He swung his sword and cut dozens of Don Quixote family members into 2 segments. Then Lafitte shot into the crowd like a black shadow, and enemies began to fall like dominoes falling to the ground as blood spattered. So arrogant. Diamante came to Lafitte with a long sword and a cold face. He swung it out and collided with the stick in Lafitte's hand. All of a sudden, sparks splashed. Immediately afterward, the rest of the cadres and ordinary members also flocked towards Law and Robin, They thought that they will quickly defeat Robin and others with absolute numbers and strength. Simultaneously, 2 Cypher Paul No. 0 Division captains also charged toward Ross, planning to launch a raid on Ross's back and ready to assist Doflamingo to quickly defeat Ross. But almost as the whole square flashed and countless Don Quixote family people flocked up, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Like a waterfall, the thundering flow descended from the sky. The first to land was a white thunder condensed battle axe. When the earth fell, a burst of thunder and lightning broke out. All the hundreds of Don Quixote family soldiers in all directions were electrified. And almost in the next moment, in the thunderlight, countless thunderbolts converged and turned into a giant that was raising the thunder axe that swept towards Don Quixote family. Crack! The thick thunder was like a stream of water, and as the axe swept out, almost hundreds of ordinary soldiers in front were wrapped in lightning strikes. Even the cadres of the Don Quixote family were caught off guard and were hit by the thunderbolt. Even if they used armament hockey to resist the attack, it still left a scorch mark. Thunder? Doflamingo saw the scene from afar, and his eyebrows twisted. The 2 division captain also blinked a bit, but they did not pay any attention to it. Instead, the 2 division captain joined hands and continued to rush towards Ross. Sword of Distortion. Ross was fearless. With a wave of his sword, a power of distortion flicked out and turned into a half-moon arc. At the same time, he chopped that arc toward 3 people, the 2 division captain, and Doflamingo. Cypher Paul No. 0 Division Captain's strength is slightly weaker than Doflamingo's, and even with Doflamingo's awakening of Devil Fruit strength still lags far behind current Ross. Bang! 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 Under Ross's blow, the division captain and Doflamingo teamed up to deal with it, but they still couldn't face the attack and they had to retreat. And just when Ross was facing 3 enemies, the battlefield in the distance changed again. No one knows from where, but a silver light came to the battlefield. It was like a stream of water, but it was very heavy. It gathered in the scene and turned into a giant cast in iron and steel. The giant held the giant sword in both hands and slammed it. Bang! Under the absolute power, even if there are no sword dart skills, the sword still opened the square, sending dozens of Don Quixote family members flying out and attacking the highest cadre Diamante in a magnificent manner. Diamante's face changed and his hands cleaved violently with his sword. Half Moon Glaive. Bang! The eruption of green sword energy forced Metal Giant's sword to be contained, but when the sword energy invaded Stansen's face, it was very small, leaving no trace on his body's surface. When the 2 giants appeared, they completely stirred the entire battlefield and turned the momentum of the fight to them. The shocking momentum was transmitted in all directions, shaking the entire Dressrosa. The giants? With devil fruit powers. Pika's sharp voice sounded. Watching the members of the Don Quixote family have no resistance in front of the 2 giants, he could not help but express his anger. All of a sudden, he sank into the earth and mobilized his devil fruit. In the surge of the earth, a stone giant stood up, as high as hundreds of meters high, even bigger than Hadruden and Stansen. Go to hell. Giants. Pika controls the huge stone man's fist and punches sharply at Hadruden, but Pika speed to Hadruden, who is a thunder giant and proficient in observation hockey, is slower than Ant Scrawl. He did not even deliberately to pay attention until the fist is closed and his entire figure disappeared in lightning. Pika found that Hadruden was outrageously fast and he couldn't even catch his figure with his observation hockey, and he couldn't help but frown. He turned his head to stare at the metal giant and punched again. But just then, a handful of yellow sand suddenly surged up from the earth and turned into a huge sand fist that flung against Pika's fist. Bang! The sand fist collided against the stone fist and a massive sound was heard. The square land collapsed in an instant. Countless members of the Don Quixote family flew out in the aftermath, and their faces were full of horror. This level of power is no longer something that ordinary members like them can intervene. Even Gladius and other cadres are gloomy at the moment, as none of them expected the Ghost Hand Pirates to have such a strong fighting force. The giants are very strong. After eating a devil fruit, especially Logia's devil fruit, every single one of the giants is like a huge and almost invincible army. Chapter 195 Distortion vs. String Sand Fruit. Pika looked at the huge sand fist blocking him, and his eyes showed anger. This fruit originally belonged to the Don Quixote family and was stolen halfway by the Ghost Hand Pirates. Don Quixote top cadre Pika. Your opponent is me. The giant of the sand, Road appeared. Instead of making armor of sand, he reached for Pika's huge stone man's leg. Wither. The ability of sand fruit was launched. The giant stone man's leg instantly desertified and scattered. The stone giant, who had lost one leg, could not keep its figure and fell to the left. Even though Pika tried to control it, it only moved a little bit and eventually, it collapsed on a part of Dressrosa's palace. Bastard! Pika's angry and shrill voice rang out. Road opened his mouth and laughed. He had known Don Quixote family's distribution of forces from Ross long ago. The plan was very clear. It was him who will deal with Pika. Although the rock devil fruit is also very powerful, in the face of Logia's sand fruit, he can easily turn the huge rock into crushed sand that can be controlled by him. The three giants appeared, and the battle situation turned on its head. Doflamingo watched as his subordinates fight with the three giants, and he could not help but frown as he watched the scene of serious death and injury. He looked coldly at him and said, "I have underestimated you a little, Ghost Hand Ross." The Ghost Hand pirates who were hunted like dogs are now showing a power that is unpredictable. Metal Giant and Sand Giant are all right. Pika is at a great disadvantage and Diamante can hardly stop the destruction of the Metal Giant, but they can still make restraint and confrontation. The Thunder Giant alone is more terrifying than both of them. Almost no one can stop him, and even the cadres of the Don Quixote family cannot resist the power of the thunder. He must make a quick decision. Doflamingo took a deep breath and there was a shimmer in his dark glasses. His figure flashed as he charges into Ross and kicked in the air. Flash step string, finger pistol, fury. Tempest kick, triumphant bird. At the same time, the two division captains also attacked. Both of them are strong body expert. The vast majority of the people in the Cypher Pal number 0 are strong body experts. Faced with the joint attack of the three people, Ross showed incredible speed as his body abruptly retreated, and as he got out of the three-man's attack range he counterattacked with a backhand sweep with his sword, and a violent power of distortion shot out in front. Buzz. The air in front of Ross showed a strange distortion. The faces of Doflamingo and the other two people changed, and they utilized their armament hockey to resist Ross's attack. Even so, under Ross's attack, the three were still shocked back. Compared to the previous battle with Cypher Pal number 0 Vice Chief, Ross's attack strength has truly reached the level of a Marine Admiral. The power of this guy. Doflamingo's face became extremely gloomy. In this brief encounter, he had already judged that Ross's strength is extraordinary and he is almost above him in speed and attack. And more importantly, the string fruit showed very little restraint in front of the distortion fruit. The original sharp string lost its sharpness under the power of distortion. Whiz. Ross's eyes were as tranquil as water, and he didn't plan to give Doflamingo a chance to think about countermeasures. His figure suddenly flickered as he came in front of Doflamingo. Currently, he is able to control the power of distortion to a near subtle degree. He can attack in wide-range pattern, and he can also condense it into a line or even shrink to a point. Not good. Doflamingo, aware of the power of Ross's attack, raised his hand without hesitation. Spider's web. The innumerable silk threads interweave into a large web on his arms, and the part of web his arms touched condense into a dark layer of armament hockey. But even so, the whole spiderweb wall showed a weird distortion the moment Ross's sword touched it, and like an ordinary spiderweb covering a bird, the spiderweb wall completely collapsed under an unequal force. CEI. At the moment when the spiderweb wall was broken, Doflamingo avoided the attack while going sideways. The distortion strike fell on the ground and instantly cut the ground into a crack of hundreds of meters long. The two division captains saw Doflamingo in distress and immediately offered support. They attacked Ross from left and right. Ross's face remained unchanged as he slightly raised his left and right arm, and his elbows slammed toward both sides. Bang! The two different powers of distortions erupted on both sides, and the air turned into a whirlpool-like distortion and hit the two Cypher Pal number 0 division captains and caused them to fly backward. Doflamingo sank low and crossed his hands and slammed them towards Ross. Two extremely thick super twisting whips hit Ross, but the happy spring in Ross's hand swept them away. CEI. CEI. The two super twisting whips that were enough to cut a town in half were cut in two parts under Ross's sword. The two whips fell to the ground and disappeared. Ross held his sword in both hands and slashed it at Doflamingo. Instead of concentrating the power of distortion into a single line, Ross hit the entire front area of him. Spider's web. Doflamingo spread his hands and cast multiple spiderwebs wall. Buzz. When the power of distortion falls, the multi-interwoven cobweb wall presents an appalling depression as if it was withstanding a tremendous impact, and it reached its limit in half a second. Under the terrible distortion depression, the cobweb threads broke off one by one, and eventually collapsed completely, and Doflamingo dropped from the sky and smashed into the palace. Ross ignored the two division captains and directly charged into the palace. Killing the division captains will give him nothing, as he has already collected the reward for killing one on the Sky Island. Today, his only target is Don Quixote family, and the only prey he cares about is Doflamingo. Crumbling earth. Ross, who fell above the palace, did not rush into the broken palace, but raised his foot and poured the power of distortion into the palace. The next moment, in front of the astounding eyes of countless Don Quixote family members and the civilians of Dressrosa, The huge Dressrosa Palace appears as if a pair of invisible hands pinching the upper and lower ends of it and then turning them in different directions. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the palace, which is more than 100 meters high, became broken ruins under the power of distortion. A shocking scene presented itself in front of everyone. Chapter 196 Awaken vs. Awaken Dam. Inside the palace, Doflamingo with armament hockey covering his arms holds the walls on both sides to resist the invading power of distortion. Although he was able to resist Ross' powers with the help of the two division captains, Doflamingo realized clearly that even with the help of two Cypher Pal No. 0 division captains, he could no longer hide his strength, otherwise, he would not be able to fight Ross at all. Bang! Bang! Ross's two strikes repelled the two division captains and he charges into the ruins of the palace that had turned into a spiral like a twist. And almost at the moment before he rushed to the ruins, a strange force suddenly shrouded the entire ruins and the ruins began to turn into white silk, which eventually spread from bottom to the top. String fruit. Awakening. Did he finally use it? Ross looked at the ruins of the palace, which had turned into countless white silk threads. Since the awakening of his distortion fruit, Ross has been exerting the power of awakening and now he has a real attack force comparable to a marine admiral. Doflamingo's strengths in all aspects are inferior to a marine admiral. Only by using fruit awakening can he be qualified to fight against an admiral, but he is only qualified to fight against them and not win. If he doesn't use his fruit awakening then he doesn't even have that qualification. Doflamingo is inside the palace, his face is morphed into a very depressed expression as he did not want to expose his fruit awakening ability. After all, the awakening of the string devil fruit is his ace in whole. By utilizing his ace card, his strength or defense will surge to a terrible point and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. But faced with the strong and outrageous power that Ross displayed, he had to expose his power if he wishes to live. Ever white. Since it has already been exposed, Doflamingo, who has a strong temperament, will naturally not be immersed in depression, but will use all of his powers, killing Ross here. Under his control, some of the ruins of the palace turned into countless white strings which tangled toward Ross in an instant and the endless white strings seemed to have turned into waves as they surged madly towards their target. For him to be pushed this far. Diamante, who is fighting Metal Giant and other top cadres of the family such as Pika who is fighting the Sand Giant are all looking at this scene with flashing eyes. They are the only top cadres who know that Doflamingo has the power of awakening. Nobody expected Ross to be so powerful that Doflamingo had to use his Devil Fruit's awakening power. Ghost Hand Ross is really not a guy to be taken lightly, but since Doffy used his Devil Fruit awakening, it should be enough to reverse the situation. Treble, who is protecting a special person Sugar in the underground port, looks at the image projected by the Den Den Mushi and can't help but sneeze. Sugar on the side was carrying a basket of grapes, and she was also looking at the projected picture. She ate and whispered to Treble while she was eating. "You're too wicked, you should go die." "I won't die, I won't listen to a stupid brat like you." Hey, although there have been many accidents but the situation is still under control. Treble looks at the picture projected on the projection. Neither Treble nor Sugar was aware that a figure wearing a high ceremonial hat was hiding in the darkness tens of meters away from them. Hoo. Distortion cut. Faced with the incoming white strings, Ross gripped the handle of his sword with his 5 fingers and poured the power of distortion and converge it on the handle, splitting the coming strings with a fierce sword wave. CEI. The power of distortion splits the white string from the center into 2 halves and sword attack runs all the way through the earth, cutting a crack hundreds of meters in length. The first half of the white silk line stopped and collapsed in the air, but it was again condensed in the next moment and attacked Ross. For the string fruit, awakening means qualitative change. Currently, Doflamingo's attacking powers are still inferior to Ross but the gap is not very large, although his body is weaker than Ross, but in terms of hockey, Doflamingo is above Ross. In front of the existence of this level, there are few people who are good at all aspects. Most of them are outstanding in 1 or 2 fields, such as speed, physique, attack and so on. Is it faster or stronger? No one can master everything. Looking at the white string wave, Ross blinked and put the happy spring into its scabbard. He swooped down and waved his fist into the white string wave. Bang! 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 As if a group of magic dances, silk threads continue to explode and converge. Inside the ruins of Palace, which is being affected by the string devil fruit, there are successive bursts of depressed sounds echoing from there, like a bee flying into the closed flower bones, constantly bumping back and forth. The 2 Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain saw this scene and they both stood still. About half a minute later, the consecutive sound stopped and the white waves burst apart. Doflamingo's figure flew upside down from the white line and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Whiz. Ross's figure also rushed out of the palace ruins as he continues to attack Doflamingo without giving him any chance to breathe. Before reaching Doflamingo, he punched directly. Doflamingo releases the spider's web and he was successful in removing some part of the power of distortion before it hit him, causing him to break into a building. After smashing into the building, he used his powers to turn the building into strings and continues to attack Ross. Not far away, the two Cypher Pal No. 0 Division captains saw Doflamingo use a special force, but he was still not Ross's opponent. They couldn't help but look at each other and rush up again. At this moment, the news that Dressrosa was in chaos and completely reduced to battlefield had already been transmitted to Marine headquarters, and Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows with some headache as he listened to the report on the battlefield over there. If he had been decisive at that time and sent Marine Admiral directly in advance, he would not have caused this kind of trouble, but even now, with two Cypher Pal No. 0 Division captain, there should be no major problems. As long as Kizaru catches up, the situation can be put under control again. For him. Although Doflamingo is also a garbage in the sea, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea that signed the agreement with the government. He could not be defeated by Ross. Although they are all pirates, Doflamingo's existence, however dark, at least balance the sea, while Ross has made the sea a mess, making the government and Marine lose face countless times. They can never let Ross continue to sail anyway. Chapter 197 Design Shield White String. Doflamingo waved his hands and the earth surged like a wave, blocking Ross's fists coming towards him. Bang! The fist fell and the line of distortion collapsed. Doflamingo folded his arms in front of him and displayed armament hockey to resisting the aftermath of the power of distortion, then picks his finger and a string behind Ross slammed toward him. Originally, a string Divic fruit user is good at air warfare, but in front of Ross, air warfare is obviously a foolish tactic. Doflamingo abandoned air warfare completely when he realized that Ross was faster in the air than he was, and turned to ground warfare with the power of awakening. Iron Body Punch. The fist of the division captain slammed toward Ross. The powerful force behind the punch made a wind pressure and turned it into a huge fist, which went to the back of Ross. Ross waved off Doflamingo's string attack and then shoved it out before turning around and breaking the division captain's long-range punch, and then he turned back and continued to attack Doflamingo. Now only one Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain is left against him, because when Doflamingo's abilities awakened, the gap between their strength became very small, and the two of them are basically wasting their fighting power, so the other one begins to deal with the other Ghost Hand pirate members. After he used his Devil Fruit awakening powers, Doflamingo was only slightly weaker than Ross and had a division captain with him. The battle was stagnant for a time. On the other side, with Don Quixote family's many cadres and top cadres working together and one division captain assisting, the three giants and Law and Robin's offensive could be stopped. The situation is gradually turning in favor of the Don Quixote family. It's beyond my expectation for you to have such a strong fighting force, but my subordinates aren't newbies either. Foo-fa-foo. Doflamingo teamed up with a Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain to deal with Ross. Although he was slightly inadequate, he was able to support and noticed the situation on the other side. He could not help but send out a sneer, trying to influence Ross's mind. However, at this moment, Ross has already entered the state of spirit heart and his emotions are completely unaffected by foreign objects. His entire figure is like a miniature version of Whitebeard, dashing and crashing. Even Doflamingo's full awakening shield white string line can only block Ross for the time being. Buzz. Distortion light burst out, temporarily affecting Doflamingo. Ross punched and broke the shield white string line and caused Doflamingo to fly out. The blow almost stifled Doflamingo's bizarre laughter in the middle, causing him to fall apart in pink feathers and a little blood spilled from his mouth again. Your laughter is terrible, so stop laughing. Ross regains his fist with indifferent eyes and breaks through the interference of the Cypher Pal No. 0 division captain with a backhand blow and charges into Doflamingo again. Doflamingo's face turned a little black, with a faint look of anger. His hands waved violently and numerous strings converged, turning into 10 very thick spikes, with the purple armament hockey covering their tips. Don't be too arrogant. God thread. Whiz. 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 The holy bullets that were condensed burst out in an instant and rushed towards Ross, covering all of Ross's dodge routes. Ross was not afraid. He stepped forward and the power of distortion was activated. He grabbed several white lines and pulled them hard on both sides. The tenacious thread was torn apart by the rigid distortion. The battle is still going on. While Doflamingo was concentrating on fighting Ross with all his might, a strange force suddenly swung away from Don Quixote's underground area and instantly swept across the island. Underground factory. Lafitte stood there in a black cape, laughing, and not far away from his lay sugar with foam in her mouth caused because of her fainting. Treble stood near Sugar with an extremely ugly expression on his face. For the war against the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa, a careful plan had been drawn up as early as in the beginning. All the members of the Don Quixote family and almost all of their fighting powers were listed by Ross, and he made detailed plans for the war. So to speak. Everything that happened so far is within the expected range. If you know everything about the Don Quixote family and know all the Doflamingo hidden cards and you still can't do this, then it's just questioning the IQ of Ross, Robin, and others. You are Demon Sheriff Lafitte. Treble had an angry and panicky look on his face. He had no idea that the Ghost Hand pirates would know about Sugar and would target her. This is a big trouble. Dressrosa, the country of pirates, or the country of toys, has always been a symbol of light, and the government has supported the legal plunder of it by a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, which can suppress all public opinion. But once the darkness hidden in the light is exposed, this so-called achievement will turn into a huge scandal, which can not only destroy the status of Doflamingo 7 warlords of the sea in an instant but also seriously damage the prestige of the government. On the ground, the exotic power gushing out after Sugar fainted has no effect on Ross and others, but it changed all the toys who are forgotten human beings. One by one, they are restored to their original shape. What happened? Doflamingo's observation Hawkeye noticed this and his face changed instantly. The Cypher Paul No. 0 division captains also perceive the changes on the island and reveals a strange expression. Toys are human beings, even they did not know that. After being turned into toys, everything about them will disappear from everyone's memories. Sugar can be said to be the deepest hidden card of the Don Quixote family. It seems that my subordinates aren't newbies either. Ross calmly threw back Doflamingo's words at him. Doflamingo suddenly turned his head and looked at Ross. The pupils under the sunglasses contracted violently. His face became very ugly and his heart was shaken. There's no doubt about that. It's Sugar. For the sake of safety, Treble was sent to protect Sugar secretly and not to participate in the battle. It was only for the sake of safety, but unexpected, something really happened. But how did Ross know about Sugar's secret? Doflamingo is no longer as calm as before. Once something happens to Sugar, Dressrosa's dark screen will be instantly exposed to the whole world. The influence of public opinion will put great pressure on the government, and they will definitely cancel his 7 warlords of the sea identity. The series of consequences that have been triggered are almost unimaginable. This must not be exposed at any cost. Chapter 198 The darkness of the world. Doflamingo gritted his teeth in anger and his face became extremely depressed, and various thoughts flashed through his mind, and he finally showed a touch of decisiveness. Even if this island is completely destroyed and everyone is wiped out,